Inside a wooden cabin, a boy sat up, pulled off the blanket beside him, and looked around in confusion. Around him, children aged 3 to 5 were fast asleep. The place resembled a daycare, though an extraordinarily dilapidated one. It was merely a broken wooden shack, barely 30 square meters, yet it housed over 20 children. He paused to think. The boy examined his small body and limbs, shaking his head repeatedly, utterly bewildered that he, an adult in mind, had somehow become a small child. A flood of ideas surged through his mind. Rebirth, transmigration, soul transfer. He let his thoughts run wild for a moment. As an adult who had read countless web novels, he quickly regained composure and decided to step outside to investigate the situation. He stepped down from the bed and headed toward the door. But after only a few steps, the door swung open. A man in a black vest stared at him sharply. The boy was stunned, for the man had spoken in Japanese, and impossibly, though he had never understood the language before, he could comprehend every word clearly. His attention snapped to the metal plate on the man's forehead, a headband bearing the leaf symbol of the hidden leaf village from the world of Naruto. What was happening? Could this man merely be a fan of the Naruto series? While the boy was lost and thought, the man strode over, grabbed him like a small chick, without ceremony tossed him back onto his bed, and told him to sleep obediently, for training would begin tomorrow. The man turned and left. The room fell dark again. The boy, tossed onto the bed, was now fully awake. At that moment, a flood of unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind. They were so overwhelming that a cold sweat broke across his forehead. The memories were unbearably tragic. The boy now understood his situation completely. He had transmigrated into the world of Naruto. His original body belonged to a child named Kanda Rokuro, a commoner's son from the land of fields, with 5 older brothers. But all 5 of his brothers had starved to death. Kanda Rokuro would have shared their fate had a ninja not spotted his potential and brought him away to this place. According to the memories, that ninja believed Kanda Rokuro had the talent to become a ninja. The boy felt a spark of excitement at the thought. Though the world of Naruto was fraught with danger, becoming even the lowest ranked Genin meant never going hungry. And with his sharp memory of the entire storyline, reaching Chunin should be well within reach. With this thought, the boy relaxed. Whatever the future held, he had to survive first. The world of Naruto awaited. It was truly a dangerous world. How could he possibly survive until the very end? Judging by the surroundings, this was likely the Konoha orphanage. These children were all prepared as fodder for war. He could be sent to die in battle any day. What terrible luck. In his previous life, he had drifted through his 30s without accomplishing anything. Now, having finally become a ninja, he couldn't die so easily. That would be too unfair a bargain. After all the trouble of reaching the Naruto world, he at least wanted to see it properly, especially since he'd always been curious about the girls from the series. Wait, what was this? These didn't seem to be Kanda Rokuro's memories at all. While the boy was caught up in his worries, he suddenly discovered another set of memories in his mind that belonged neither to him nor to Kanda Rokuro, a long string of text from nowhere. He examined it carefully, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. A cultivation system activated, revealing a status panel: host, Kanda Rokuro. Taijutsu level 1, Ninjutsu level 1, Jinjutsu level 1, each with 0.10000 experience points. Daily training and random missions were now available. Completing daily training yielded a fixed 500 experience points. Today's training mission: 1,000 push-ups. Today's random mission: prank Asima Masaru. This was unmistakably a transmigrator's golden cheat, a must-have power for any Ice Guy hero. Just moments ago, he had been thinking about becoming a mere Chunin. But with this cheat, he could surpass even Uchiha Madara and the Sage of 6 Paths himself. Anything less would be a waste. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He decided he must complete his missions immediately to grow stronger. Time to tackle today's 2 tasks. Right now, he could only do one. Pranking Asima Masaru was impossible at the moment. According to the inherited memories, Asima Masaru was not in this room, but in the neighboring one where the older children aged 5 to 7 slept, while their own room housed the newer arrivals aged 3 to 5. Kanda Rokuro himself was 4 years and 2 months old. He had only arrived here half a month ago and had not yet begun ninja training. As for what he had been doing during the first half month, it was simply eating, letting his emaciated body recover so it could handle formal training. Without recovery, 10 minutes of exercise would have wiped him out. Since the random mission was impossible, he could only do the training mission. He sat up and looked around. The other children were all fast asleep. To become strong, 1,000 push-ups were non-negotiable. He slipped off the bed and began doing push-ups on the floor beside it. With his small body, there was no rushing the push-ups. He could manage only about 30 per minute, and after each minute he had to rest another minute to continue. Otherwise, his small body simply couldn't take it. 30 push-ups in 2 minutes meant 600 in an hour. Finishing 1,000 would take at least 2 hours. But numbers were just numbers. Real training couldn't be calculated so neatly. By the 500th push-up, his arms ached terribly. He had to rest 2 or 3 minutes between sets. In the end, 1,000 push-ups took him nearly 3 hours. Ding! Training mission complete. Reward: 500 experience points. Hearing this notification, he smiled faintly. He collapsed onto the floor and fell into a deep sleep. After Kanda Rokuro passed out, someone quietly opened the door and entered. He walked over to the unconscious boy, nodded with satisfaction, lifted him onto the bed, covered him with a blanket, and then left the room. As a root ninja, his alertness was razor-sharp. The moment Kanda Rokuro had gotten up the second time, he had already heard it. When he had been about to enter and scold the boy, he noticed Kanda Rokuro doing push-ups on the floor. He had stopped in his tracks and watched from the window the entire time. He only entered after Kanda Rokuro trained himself into unconsciousness. As a ninja, he too had endured grueling training. The boy's performance greatly satisfied him. He now believed Kanda Rokuro was a promising seedling worth cultivating. If the boy could become a jonin, or special jonin, the rewards for his discoverer would be substantial. But this was only one day. He needed to see how Kanda Rokuro performed in the days to come. Only consistent effort would warrant reporting him to his superiors. For now, as a reward for the boy's diligent training, he decided to give him an extra-large chicken drumstick tomorrow. Get up, all of you. As Shin Tian Lulang was dozing, he was awakened by a furious shout. Opening his eyes, he saw the my ninja from yesterday, who had thrown him onto the bed. According to his memory, that ninja was their trainer, named Okamoto. As for his surname, that was something he could not know. Training system. Training system. As the name suggested, it meant he needed to train to increase experience points. Although ordinary training yielded less experience than missions, every little bit helped. So he got up, and with a group of children followed Okamoto out of the room. Wash up. Eat breakfast. The children obediently followed Okamoto, completing these tasks. Then Okamoto led them to a small training ground where they stood together with children from other rooms. Shin Tian Lulang estimated there were about 200 children. Okamoto, as the trainer, stood at the front and addressed the 200-odd children. Except for the children in room 9, everyone else will follow your respective team leaders to begin training. Upon his order, more than half of the 200 children dispersed. Only the 20-odd children from Shun Tian Liulang's room remained looking at Okamoto in confusion. Okamoto's expression was cold as he said to Shin Tian Lulang and the others, starting today, you will begin training. Since you are newcomers, your daily training load will be halved. After 1 month, it will return to normal. If you cannot keep up with the training progress, then you will be sent back to your original places. The children grew tense upon hearing this. They were all from impoverished families, unable to even eat their fill at home. But here, they would have good food and drink every day. Although the training appeared grueling compared to starvation, it was nothing. Thus the children became serious, fixing their gaze tightly on Okamoto. Seeing this, Okamoto was very pleased. However, when he noticed Shin Tian Liulang's calm gaze, he paused slightly. That gaze. It was a confident gaze, as if he were certain of success. With such an expression, he was indeed a trainable talent. Averting his gaze from Shun Tian Liulang, Okamoto addressed the children. Starting now, follow me and run 2 laps around the training ground. After finishing, rest for half an hour, then begin the next exercise. Those who fail to complete the task today will go without meals. Okamoto led with a slow jog. The children followed behind him, and Shin Tian Lulang mingled with the children running along. But his attention was elsewhere. While eating breakfast, he had already checked today's mission. Training mission, 10-kilometer long run. Random mission, teach Fukata Miya a lesson once. Today's training mission could overlap perfectly with the running exercise. Based on the training ground size, 2 laps should be about 5 kilometers, meaning he could run 5 kilometers less today. A random mission. That was troublesome. That Fukata Miya seemed to be from another room. If he went to teach him a lesson, whether he could win was another matter. If punished and expelled, learning ninjutsu in the future would become extremely difficult. So this matter needed careful consideration. After running for a while, Shin Tian Lulang snapped back to reality and remembered the experience points from yesterday's mission had not yet been allocated. He then dumped all the experience points into taijutsu. He was still young, not yet eligible to learn ninjutsu. First improve his taijutsu and let himself adapt to the training. The training mission last night had exhausted him nearly to death, and his arms still ached. He did not want to remain like that. Besides, if later he encountered training that required arm strength, he might be unable to complete it due to sore arms. After allocating experience points to physical fitness for a while, he suddenly noticed a change in his body. His arms, which had been somewhat sore, seemed to have stopped aching. This left him stunned for a long while. Could rapidly gaining experience points also alleviate physical fatigue? If so, that would be a great benefit. In the future, he could save some experience points and use them to restore stamina when tired. This matter. After completing the training mission today, he would test it tonight. Having figured it out, Shin Tian Lulang regained his composure and began training with Okamoto. Ordinary training also increased experience points. After running 2 laps around the training ground with Okamoto, his taijutsu experience points increased by 2, which frustrated him. Compared to training missions, ordinary training had a vast gap. This made him lose interest in ordinary training. However, to win Okamoto's appreciation, he had to train hard. Only then would he have the chance to learn ninjutsu earlier, which was crucial for his growth and power. The slow jog ended. The children rested for half an hour. Then, 1,000 leg kicks, 1,000 punches, 1,000 left and right hops. After completing these, it was already noon. The children were so exhausted they lay prone on the ground. Okamoto let the children rest for 10 minutes, then led them back to the cafeteria for lunch. The children were ravenous. They devoured their food greedily. They did not care what others were eating. Even Shun Tian Lulang was similarly focused only on his own meal, completely unaware that his bento box contained an extra large chicken leg compared to the other children's. After lunch, the children had 2 hours of rest time. At 3 in the afternoon, they would repeat all the morning's training. Shen Tianlulang did not wish to run out for training at night, as that would attract the trainer's attention. So he decided to use the noon break to run the remaining 5 kilometers. After all the children rested under the trees beside the training ground. Even if he ran to train, he would not be too far from them. Besides, inside the training ground it was not empty now. Some people with the same thoughts as Shen Tianlulang were not resting, they were still training diligently. They likely, like him, wanted to become ninjas sooner. Therefore no one would mind if one more person trained. After resting under the shade for a while, Shen Tianluang's stamina recovered somewhat. He looked at the children who had fallen asleep, shook his head, got up, and began running around the training ground. It was only 5 kilometers. Not too far. Even for adults it would take just 1 hour. Shen Tianlulang was still a child with shorter legs. He ran for an hour and a half before completing it all. Upon receiving the 500-point experience reward, he stopped and returned to rest beside the children. At that moment, there were only 20 minutes left until the afternoon training began. Liulang, aren't you tired? As Shen Tianlulang sat down under the tree, a companion approached and asked him. Shen Tianlulang looked at the questioning child, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." The questioning child shook his head. "Your stamina is really good. I couldn't move at all just now." Shen Tianlulang smiled, but did not answer further. Leaning against the tree, he closed his eyes to rest. He was currently testing how many experience points it would take to fully restore his stamina. No time to deal with kids. At 3 in the afternoon, Okamoto appeared right on time. He cast a casual glance at Kanda Rokuro, then said to the children, "Training begins now. This afternoon we'll start with kicks, straight punches, and lateral jumps. Once those are done, run 2 laps, and today's tasks will be complete. If you want to rest early, you'd better get started." The children were obedient. They scrambled to their feet and resumed training. Kanda Rokuro joined the ranks as well. With his stamina now at its peak, he could keep training through the night without any problem. He had already worked out exactly how many experience points were needed to restore his stamina. A mere 100 points could fully recover his stamina, and he still had 400 experience points on hand. That meant he could maintain his energy and keep training straight through until the next morning. The other children had already expended considerable energy in the morning, so their afternoon training slowed down a bit. Only Kanda Rokuro completed all the drills within 2 hours. The training session came to an end. He glanced at Okamoto on the sidelines, thought for a moment, then walked over and bowed. "Instructor, I've already finished my training. I'd like to train with another class for a while. When the others finish, I'll join them for the run." Okamoto kept his eyes fixed on Kanda Rokuro. Seeing the boy complete his training so quickly, he was actually quite astonished. But he didn't show it. A ninja, after all, had to learn to conceal his emotions. He glanced at Kanda Rokuro and asked calmly, "Don't you want to rest?" Kanda Rokuro's expression grew solemn. "Instructor, I don't want to go back to the life I had before. I want to become a true ninja, so I'll never have to go hungry again." As expected, just a little brat. Becoming a ninja. Also, he wouldn't go hungry. Okamoto grumbled inwardly, then nodded. "Your training is over. What you do next is your own business, as long as you can still run those 2 laps later. But I'll warn you, if you run out of energy before then, there'll be no dinner tonight." Kanda Rokuro bowed. "Don't worry, instructor. I understand." Okamoto nodded. "Then do as you like. Just come back before 6 for the run." Okamoto's unusual readiness pleased Kanda Rokuro greatly. After bowing once more, he walked toward his goal. He didn't want to train with another class for the sake of training. His real goal was to complete the random quest. So he sidled up to the training squad that Fukuda was in and began following along at the edge. Having just arrived, he naturally couldn't stir up trouble. He had to find the right opportunity to teach Fukuda a lesson. Ideally, after he disciplined Fukuda, no one could find any reason to blame him. His appearance drew the attention of the children in Class 6. But since no one was allowed to stop during training, they only glanced at Kanda Rokuro before continuing their drills until the first phase ended. Every training period was followed by a 10-minute break. A child from Class 6 walked up to Kanda Rokuro and said, "Kid, you've come over here to train, and even Instructor Okamoto didn't cause any trouble for you. Are you Instructor Okamoto's relative?" Kanda Rokuro was taken aback. He looked back at Okamoto. It seemed Okamoto wasn't so kind to everyone. He was just treating Kanda specially. Could it be that Okamoto was truly his relative? But the more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. If Okamoto were his relative, why had his past been so miserable? Having a Chunin as a relative would at least keep him from going hungry. It seemed there had to be another reason. Could it be that Okamoto had discovered his abnormality? That didn't bode well. The children at the Konoha orphanage were all raised by Danzo. And Danzo, that old schemer. If he noticed something off about him, he might very well resort to soul extraction. He would have to be even more careful from now on. His extraordinary stamina might have already been exposed, so it was best to hide his talent for ninjutsu and jinjutsu. At least until he was strong enough to oppose Danzo, and only then reveal his true strength. Having thought it through, Kanda Rokuro looked at the boy in front of him and said, "No. If I were Instructor Okamoto's relative, why would I be here? I'd have gone straight to Konoha village." The Class 6 child was caught off guard for a moment, then nodded. "That's true. Looks like your talent has caught Instructor Okamoto's attention. Instructor Okamoto has always been quite supportive of geniuses." Just as he suspected, Okamoto had indeed discovered something about him. He would have to be more careful from now on. Since his rapid stamina recovery had already been exposed, he would temporarily stick to taijutsu only. After a moment's thought, Kanda Rokuro relaxed and turned toward his quest target Fukatamiya. That guy? Kanda Rokuro remembered that 7 days earlier at dinner Fukatamiya had choked on his food and sprayed a mouthful of saliva onto him. Later Fukata had apologized and told him his name, which was how Kanda Rokuro came to remember him. Unexpectedly today he was supposed to teach that very guy a lesson. Fukatamiya didn't seem like such a bad person at all. He still felt a little guilty about disciplining Fukatamiya. However, to complete the quest he had no choice but to wrong him. Thinking about all this, he walked up to Fukatamiya and greeted him with a smile. Brother Fukata, you're training here too. Could you teach me some training techniques? Fukatamiya recognized Kanda Rokuro and smiled, patting his shoulder. I'm really sorry about spraying rice all over you last time. Consider this my apology. I'll teach you a thing or two. Kanda Rokuro was thrilled inside, but his expression remained unchanged. Thank you very much, Brother Fukata. Fukatamiya glanced at Okamoto in the distance. When he saw that the man was watching them, he immediately understood. This Kanda Rokuro was someone under Okamoto's special attention. And a child favored by Okamoto had a high chance of being sent to the main orphanage at Konoha headquarters for training. As for this place, it was a branch of the Konoha orphanage. Only those who passed the training here could go to Konoha headquarters to learn ninjutsu. If he got on good terms with Kanda Rokuro, he might gain some favor in Okamoto's eyes, allowing him to graduate early and go to the Konoha orphanage headquarters to study. At that thought, Fukatamiya grew a little excited and called out to one of the boys, Captain Kishi, give me an hour off. I'd like to train with this little brother here. The boy named Kishi glanced at Fukatamiya, then at Kanda Rokuro, and nodded. Fine, but your training isn't finished yet. You'll have to make up all of it afterward. Fukatamiya nodded. Don't worry, I know the rules. Captain Kishi said no more. Fukata then took Kanda Rokuro's hand and said, come on, let's go over to the track and train a little. Kanda Rokuro was more than eager to be alone with Fukatamiya. This was his chance to give him a proper lesson. So without hesitation, he followed Fukata to a tree beyond the track. Under the shade of a tree, Shin Tiangong looked at Shun Tian Lulang and said with a smile, I am 2 years older than you, and I have already mastered all the training here. If you have any questions, you can ask now. Shin Tian Lulang really wanted to say, can you let me give you a beating so I can complete my mission? But such a thing could only remain in his thoughts. He could only pretend to be happy and say, Brother Shin Tian, can you teach me how to conserve energy during training? Shin Tiangong heard this and revealed a knowing smile. Not bad. Your awareness of this indeed marks you as a genius. The most important thing in training is to ensure that you preserve your stamina enough to finish the exercises, otherwise if you cannot complete them you will be punished. With that, he glanced at the children in the training ground and explained to Shun Tian Liang, apart from the newly arrived children from class 9, the other classes have already learned this technique. If you want to learn it, I can teach you, but mastery depends on your own comprehension. Since everyone's body is different, the techniques required vary slightly as well. Shun Tian Lulang wanted to learn the energy-conserving technique in truth to conceal his special recovery ability. Of course, this technique could not completely hide his ability, but hiding a little was better than nothing. In any case, he had to do his utmost not to appear different from others. Hearing that Shin Tiangong was willing to teach him, Shun Tian Lulang quickly said, Brother Shin Tian, then why not personally guide me? Shin Tiangong nodded and assumed a punching stance. Watch closely. Let's start with punching technique. You newcomers unconsciously put your full strength into every punch, and that will cause your shoulders to ache after 1,000 punches. As he spoke, Shin Tiangong threw a punch, and said in fact 70% of our strength is already sufficient for a punch. This also relieves the pressure on your shoulders so your arms won't ache after throwing 1,000 punches. Now come over and try a punch, and I'll help adjust your posture. Shin Tiangong taught very seriously, and Shin Tian Lulang noted down everything Shin Tiangong said. Standing before Shin Tiangong, he continuously threw punches while Shun Tiangong kept telling him what he was doing wrong and how to deliver a powerful punch with the least effort. They practiced punching, then moved on to kicking and lateral jumps. Shin Tiangong taught earnestly, and Shun Tian Lulang listened just as earnestly. After all, that experience came from 2 or 3 years of training, and he needed to absorb it. The only thing that filled him with regret was this. Whenever Shin Tiangong taught him, he always stood at a distance. He wanted to deliberately fall and land a hard blow on Shin Tiangong, but he could not manage it at all. Half an hour of training passed. After Shin Tiangong had explained all the techniques of punching, kicking, and lateral jumps to him, he said with a smile, You've done well. I've taught you the techniques. How to be more efficient from now on will require you to make gradual adjustments yourself. Such fine-tuning depends on one's body and comprehension, so I can't teach you there. Now the only thing left is the final running training. Most of the time had passed. If he did not complete the quest, soon Shin Tiangong might leave. After calculating in his mind for a moment, Shin Tian Lulang hurriedly said to Shun Tiangong, Brother Shin Tian, would you be willing to run 300 meters with me? I think training while running would make it easier to understand. Only 300 meters. Shin Tiangong did not take it seriously and nodded with a smile. Fine, let's talk as we run. I'll take the opportunity to teach you how to regulate your breathing, making your running easier. Shin Tian Lulang agreed, without hesitation. The two walked to the running track in the training ground, adjusted their postures, and began to run slowly. As he ran, Shin Tiangong explained how to control breathing. Shin Tianliulong's mind, however, was not on running at all. He was looking for a chance to make Shin Tiangong fall, so that he could complete the random quest and obtain all of today's rewards. After 200 meters they were about to reach the end of the 300 meters. Shin Tiangong began to accelerate, saying as he ran, most people unconsciously speed up when they're about to finish, but that's wrong. Our training isn't only running. After running there are other exercises, so we. Before he could finish his words, something suddenly toppled over from the side. He could not stop in time and crashed into it, promptly falling headfirst to the ground with a loud bang. The impact rang out. Ouched! Shin Tiangong fell to the ground and yelped in pain. After the pain passed, he climbed to his feet and saw that the one who had tripped him was actually Shun Tianlulang. It seemed that Shun Tianlulang had been too exhausted to run, had fallen to the ground, and had even been stepped on by Shin Tiangong. There was a footprint on Shun Tianliulong's back. Shin Tiangong, who had originally wanted to fly into a rage, felt embarrassed to lose his temper when he saw that he had stepped on Shun Tianlulang. He quickly patted Shin Tianlulang and asked, "Are you all right?" Shin Tianlulang scrambled to his feet, rubbed his back, and said with a little embarrassment, "Brother Shin Tian, my legs suddenly gave out, and I fell. Are you okay?" While saying these apologetic words, he breathed a huge sigh of relief and sighed. Just now he had been thinking about whether making Shun Tiangong fall would count as teaching Shin Tiangong a lesson. It was only when Shun Tiangong fell to the ground, and the system notified him that the random quest was complete, rewarding him with 100 experience points, that he finally felt relieved. If this had not completed the quest, he would truly have had to give up. After all, he was not yet suited to stirring up trouble. He would have to wait until he was more familiar with the place, until Gang Bin would not come after him over trivial matters before he could cause a scene. Seeing Shun Tianlulang rubbing his stepped-on back, Shin Tiangong became even more embarrassed to be angry. He could only pat Shin Tianlulang and say, "Enough, let's call it a day for training. You're still too young, and running out of stamina is only natural. Go back and rest for a while. You can come find me later when we have time." The quest was already complete, and Shin Tianlulang did not want to waste any more words with Shin Tiangong. He nodded and said, "Brother Shin Tian, then I'll head back to rest. We still have running later." Shin Tiangong glanced at Gang Bin in the distance and reminded him in a low voice, "I think Instructor Gang Bin takes rather good care of you. You should train hard and do your best to be promoted to the My Orphanage headquarters as soon as possible." My Orphanage headquarters. Shin Tianlulang was confused, not knowing what that meant. But very soon he understood. Shin Tiangong meant that this place was merely one of Mai's many orphanages. No wonder he hadn't seen a single familiar face here. It turned out that they were currently just at an orphanage branch. To meet those famous ninjas, he would need to raise his strength and reach the headquarters of the My Orphanage. At this thought, his expression turned serious. He felt it necessary to rapidly improve his strength and get to the My Orphanage headquarters. That was probably the only place where he could learn ninjutsu. Back at the training ground of Class 9, Shin Tianlulang had only rested a short while before it was exactly 6 o'clock. Class 9's running training began again, so he got up and joined in. Given his stamina, running 5 kilometers was completely effortless. When he had finished 5 kilometers, the other children in Class 9 had only run half that distance. To show off and win Gangbin's approval, Shin Tianlulang did not rest, but kept running. He ran until every child in Class 9 had finished, and only then did he stop, by which time he had run 5 laps. Each lap was 2.5 kilometers. That meant Shin Tianlulang had run another 12.5 kilometers in the 2.5 hours of that evening. Such perseverance and stamina pleased Gangbin greatly. At dinner that night, he added another large piece of meat to Shun Tianliulong's box meal. A chicken drumstick at noon, and a chunk of meat in the evening. When he looked at the other children's box meals, none of them had anything like that. This made Shun Tianlulang certain that Gang Bin really was paying attention to him. Since that was the case, he had to perform well. Anyway, he had plenty of experience points saved up, so he was not afraid of exhausting his stamina. After dinner, he returned to his room. Watching the other children fall asleep, he did push-ups in the room until the early hours of the morning before he rested. At 6 in the morning, Class 9's training resumed. Today, Shin Tianlulang had 2 quests, 1,000 pull-ups, and playing a prank on Qianshan Jinzhu. Pull-ups were not part of the training curriculum, so he had to find an opportunity to do them himself. As for the quest to prank Qianshan Jinzhu, that made him feel somewhat strange. Because the quest he had failed to complete on his first day was exactly the one telling him to prank Qianshan Jinzhu. And this Qianshan Jinzhu had crossed paths with him a little. That was when he had first arrived here. Qianshan Jinzhu from Class 3 had come to the room where they lived and glared at every child in Class 9 with fierce eyes, making all of them understand that he was the boss of this orphanage. With experience points restoring his stamina, Shun Tianlulang finished his training early. But he did not stop. Instead, he did twice the training, which meant he was already training as much as the children in the other classes. The other children in Class 9 were still doing only half the workload. Just as he finished his double training, they also happened to finish their full training. The time was exactly noon. The children of Class 9 went to the cafeteria for lunch. Except for Shun Tianlulang, the other children were still exhausted and sat down to rest. Only Shun Tianlulang still had plenty of energy. He found a tree and began his daily training quest, 1,000 pull-ups. With experience points constantly supplying him stamina, he finished all of them in an hour and gained another 500 experience points. He kept those 500 points in reserve and poured all the experience points left over from yesterday into taijutsu. After completing the training quest, there was still an hour and a half before afternoon training. He looked around the training ground and did not see Class 3 Qinshanjinzu's class. He had not seen them yesterday either. The only time Class 3 appeared was during the morning assembly, and the 7 to 9-year-old children in Class 1, Class 2, and Class 4 did not seem to train here at all. They were probably older now and had been assigned to other grounds for different training. Perhaps it was actual combat sparring or weapon training. There were 9 classes in the orphanage. Class 1 through Class 4 were children aged 7 to 10. Class 5 through Class 8 were children aged 5 to 7. Class 9 was made up of 3 to 5-year-olds. As for children over 10, there did not seem to be any here. Everyone in the orphanage was under 10, and he did not know whether those over 10 had been sent away or sold off. After letting his mind wander under the tree for a while, he saw that afternoon training was about to begin. Xintian Lulang gave up on the random quest. After all, judging from yesterday's random quest reward, the reward was not particularly high, and stirring up trouble for such a small amount of experience points was not worth it. Once his strength improved, Gangbin would not make trouble for him over minor matters. Then he could openly carry out those randomly issued quests. In the afternoon training, Xintian Lulang again did double the amount. After dinner, he returned to the dormitory, and as usual trained until the early hours of the morning before resting. After midnight, new quests refreshed. The training quest was normal enough, 1,000 squats. The random quest was problematic though, because it actually told him to prank Qinshanjinzu again. It made him wonder whether this Qinshanjinzu had some kind of grudge against the system. Training quest, do it. Random quest, give up. Now was the time to display his strength and win favor, so he should avoid trouble whenever possible. For the next 5 whole days, Xintian Lulang spent his days in intense training. He completed the daily training quests on time every day, but the random quest asked him to prank Qinshanjinzu every single day, which gave him a real headache. Even if he wanted to do the quest, he had to find the person first. He only caught a single glimpse of this Qinshanjinzu every morning, then the boy vanished, and the next time they met was the following morning. He could not very well sneak out to look for Qinshanjinzu, could he? It would be strange if he was not killed. This was the Naruto world, the deaths of a few people meant nothing at all. So the only thing he could do with that random quest was to let it be out of sight and out of mind, pretending it did not exist. Then in the early hours of the 7th night, just as Xintian Lulang had finished his training and was about to get into bed, Gangbin suddenly pushed the door open and came in. He beckoned to Xintian Lulang. Lialong, come out for a moment. Hearing this, Xintian Lulang hurried to the door and saluted Gangbin. Instructor, is there something you need? Gangbin glanced at him and smiled. Come with me first. Xintian Lulang nodded and followed Gangbin through a long walk, finally arriving at a place very far from the training ground. There stood a row of wooden cabins. Gangbin opened one of them and said to Xintian Lialong, come in. Let's talk inside. Xintian Lulang obediently followed him inside. The wooden cabin was brightly lit. It was a training room. It contained all kinds of training equipment, and in the corner there was also a separate small room. Seeing this, Xintian Lulang felt a little joy rise in his heart. It looked like Gangbin had confirmed his taijutsu talent and planned to train him. Seeing the delighted smile on Xintian Lialong's face, Gangbin patted his shoulder and said, I have seen all your training these days. There is no need for you to stay in Class 9 any longer. This will be your room from now on. You can train well here. In that small corner room, there is a taijutsu textbook. You can train according to it, but you still have to attend the daily basic training. Xintian Lulang was extremely excited and bowed to Gangbin. Thank you, Lord Gangbin. Gangbin smiled. You deserve this. Every hardworking genius gets this treatment. In the room next to yours there are 2 other geniuses just like you. 2 other geniuses like me. Who could they be? Could they be ninja who would become famous in the future? He was really curious. Inside the training room, Okamoto exchanged a few words with Kaneda Rokuro before saying, rest for now. Starting tomorrow you will join Class 5 and train alongside them. If you have any questions about your training, feel free to come to me, and I will answer them all for you. Kaneda Rokuro quickly bowed to Okamoto. Thank you, Lord Okamoto. Okamoto smiled. As long as you train hard and are promoted to the Konoha headquarters at an early date, becoming an elite jonin or jonin, that would be the greatest thanks to me. Kaneda Rokuro nodded and said earnestly, do not worry, Lord Okamoto. I will surely become a jonin. Okamoto patted Kaneda Rokuro on the head. I hope so. Work hard. I have been here for nearly 6 years, and in my opinion your talent is the best. Your inexhaustible stamina might allow you to become a taijutsu jonin like Mado Guy. Mado Guy? Finally, he heard a familiar name. Since Okamoto said Mado Guy was a jonin, it meant that the time he had arrived and should be within the few years before the main Naruto storyline began. Too early. Mado Guy had not yet become a jonin. Too late. The Konoha orphanage would likely already be gone. After all, the orphanage was established by Danzo. If Danzo died, the Konoha orphanage would cease to exist. Thinking of this, he felt a great wave of relief. All the memories in his mind were those of hardship and suffering. He had absolutely no memories of the ninja world. He had always worried that he might have arrived too early or too late, neither of which would be favorable for him. But if he was indeed in the few years before the Naruto storyline began, then there would not be much of a problem. During this period, the ninja world was in an era of peace. No great war would erupt to drag him in and cause him to die before his cultivation was complete. A few days ago, he had wanted to ask what the current time was, but he feared that doing so might attract others' attention. Worst case, he could be suspected as a spy and taken away for interrogation. His frail body could hardly withstand torture. Therefore, he chose not to ask, and instead kept a low profile while training. After sorting out his thoughts, he asked Okamoto curiously, "Lord, I wonder who this Mato guy you mentioned is?" Okamoto smiled. "Mato guy. He is a jonin. You will know once you reach Konoha headquarters. There you will study various knowledge about the ninja world. For now, just train hard. I believe you can make it to Konoha headquarters within a year." Upon hearing this, Kaneda Rokuro stopped asking. If he asked again, Okamoto might grow suspicious of him. He bowed to Okamoto. "Lord Okamoto, please take care." Okamoto nodded, turned, and left. When he reached the door, he looked back at Kaneda Rokuro and reminded him again, "Train hard. Whether I can be transferred back to headquarters may depend on you." No wonder Okamoto had been so kind to him. It seemed that if he could cultivate a jonin, he could return to Konoha headquarters. Watching Okamoto leave, Kaneda Rokuro shook his head and wandered around the training room. After a while, he felt sleepy and returned to the small room in the corner to rest. Inside the room, the space was quite small, comparable to a single hotel room, but equipped with everything. Kaneda Rokuro went to the bathroom, took a shower, and laid down on the bed to rest. The timing was still relatively stable, giving him time to improve his strength. If he could become a jonin before age 10, he would at least reach the Kage level during the Ninja World War, ensuring he could survive. If he grew even stronger, he could overwhelm Uchiha Madara and Kagaya. Thinking, Kaneda Rokuro slowly drifted off to sleep. Early morning. He still went to the training ground, where under Okamoto's guidance, he joined Class 5 for training. Thanks to his ability to never tire, his training progress was the fastest in the class. By 10 in the morning, he had already completed all his training. Normally, he would have trained along with the others. But now that he had special privileges, there was no need for him to train at the training ground. Amidst the envious gazes of the other children, he returned to his own quarters to train. At home, completing his training tasks was even more effortless. After finishing his tasks, it was almost noon. He went to the cafeteria for a meal, then returned to the training room to continue practicing. These basic training exercises now granted him nearly 20 experience points per day. To reach Konoha headquarters sooner, he would not waste a single moment. As for the children at the training ground and his companions in Class 9, he had no intention of concerning himself with them at all. It had already been 8 days since he arrived at the orphanage. He was already thoroughly familiar with the rules here. The children who came here had no time to cultivate friendships. Everyone trained relentlessly. If someone talked to others and wasted time, slowing their training progress, they might fail the year-end assessment and be expelled. Therefore, the children here barely knew each other. Or rather, they simply had no time to get acquainted. If the children could survive until age 10 without being expelled, they would be sent to Konoha headquarters. After 2 years of training, they would become genin of the root. And root genin were little more than cannon fodder. However, becoming cannon fodder as a genin was still better than returning home to starve to death. Thus, many children were still willing to persevere until they turned 10. If they wanted to avoid becoming cannon fodder, they needed to finish in the top 3 of the annual assessment before age 10. That way, upon arriving at Konoha headquarters, the root would provide resources and properly nurture them. This would guarantee they would at least become chunin in the future. Coach Okamoto himself had come from such a background. Everyone was busy training, and each carried a sense of crisis in their heart. Naturally, none had the interest to chat with others. Just like 7 days ago when he completed the mission for Fukada Miyako. If he had not been noticed and valued by Okamoto, Fukada Miyako would never have paused her own training for his sake. Since others ignored him, he naturally would not bother them either. Especially Class 9, which was merely a temporary class. After 1 month of training, the bottom half would be sent back to their original places, while the remaining half would be merged into Class 8 to train alongside them. Anyway, here, there was no such thing as friendship. Everyone only cared about training hard and staying. He already had a special identity. If he caused a little trouble, Okamoto probably wouldn't blame him. After 2 days of training, Kaneda Rokuro felt that he needed to complete the task of pranking Asima Mazatoru. Otherwise, the system kept releasing that mission every day, making it impossible for him to take on any other mission. But that guy Asima Mazatoru was nowhere to be found. Kaneda Rokuro had asked Okamoto where classes 1 through 4 were. The answer he got was that they were doing live combat sparring and wouldn't return until after 9 o'clock every night. They didn't even come back for lunch or dinner. They brought lunchboxes and trained all day at the live combat training ground. As for him, he couldn't go looking for Asima Mazatoru in the middle of the night. That would be too conspicuous. It would make him look suspicious. Without seeing Asima Mazatoru, he couldn't complete the task. For now, he could only wait until the end of the month. On the morning of the first day of every month, the orphanage would review everyone's training progress over the past month. Those who failed to meet the standards would be expelled or demoted. In the afternoon came the orphanage's only half-day holiday of the month. During that half-day, they were free to do as they pleased. Of course they couldn't leave the orphanage, they could only rest inside it. Kanda Rokuro planned to complete the task on the 1st of next month. There were still 17 days until the 1st of next month, just enough time for him to raise his taijutsu to level 2. That would definitely boost his combat ability considerably. Then after he pranked Asuma Mezatoru, he would be able to fend off Asayama when he came looking for revenge. With the plan set, he trained quietly every day. His experience points kept increasing at a rate of 520 points per day. By the 18th day, his experience points had finally reached 10,000. So after training ended, he eagerly raised his taijutsu level. Post Kanda Rokuro. Taijutsu level 2. EXP 354200000. Ninjutsu level 1. EXP 010000. Jinjutsu level 1. EXP 010000. The moment his taijutsu level rose, he immediately felt his body grow hot, as if something were burning inside him, and his strength kept increasing. 3 seconds later, the burning sensation disappeared, but the added sense of strength did not. He raised his hand and threw a punch, feeling as if his strength had doubled. This feeling was truly exhilarating. He rushed to the strength testing machine in the training room, unable to wait any longer. He had been training for nearly 20 days. Originally, the force behind his punch had been around 30 to 50 Jin. He went up to the strength testing machine and slammed down a powerful punch. The needle on the machine instantly jumped to the 112 Jin mark, which delighted him. A punch with 112 Jin of force was already the strength of an ordinary adult. Yet he was only 4 years old now. If he could raise it to level 3, his strength would probably be comparable to that of ordinary genin. Just thinking about it made him happy. He withdrew his fist. Kanda Rokuro's mood brightened. At last he now had some strength to protect himself. But he couldn't be arrogant. With his current skill, Okamoto could easily kill him in an instant. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he continued his training. He couldn't afford to miss out on the experience points gained from basic training either. After training for a while, Kanda Rokuro's eyes lit up. He found that after his strength increased, the experience points gained from basic training seemed to have increased as well. Based on his current training progress, he would be able to earn 30 experience points per day from now on. Not bad. It seemed the system wasn't rigid, it leveled up along with him. Good. This result was truly encouraging. Kanda Rokuro trained with even more spirit. Konoha year 53, July 1st. With his improved strength, Kanda Rokuro won Okamoto's recognition. Kanda Rokuro also took the opportunity to ask for more intelligence about the ninja world. He now had, in a sense, obtained specific information about the time of the world he was in. Konoha year 53. This was a good time. The Third Great Ninja War had ended not long ago, and the present was a peaceful period. Konoha's 12 young elites were also around his current age. However, Konoha still had some localized conflicts with the IWNine, but those would soon end as well. And he was not yet 5 years old, so he wouldn't be sent to fight. Therefore, he still had enough time to steadily increase his strength and lay the foundation for causing trouble later. The only pity was that Namikaze Minato was already dead, so he would never see the yellow flash. Knowing the exact time, Kanda Rokuro felt more confident. What he needed to do now was to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Therefore, the task involving Asayama Mezatoru had to be completed today. Early morning. Kanda Rokuro arrived at the training ground. Today, all the children had gathered there, and their expressions were very tense. Around the training ground, there were also more black-clad masked Konoha ninja today. Okamoto stood in front of the children holding a list in his hand, and looked at them coldly. 7 of those who failed this month's training will be demoted, and 3 will be taken away. Step forward when I call your names. Class 8 Yuma Hyde expelled. The moment Okamoto's words fell, the sound of crying broke out. It was Yuma Hyde from Class 8, the one being expelled. His days at the orphanage had come to an end, and he would soon return to a life in which he never knew where his next meal would come from. Kanda Rokuro watched the weeping Yuma Hyde and shook his head. Once you came here, as long as you trained hard, you would basically not be expelled, because Root also needed a large number of genin to do intelligence work and could afford to support some useless genin. Yuma Hyde was being expelled entirely because he had been lazy and hadn't trained hard. Whatever suffering awaited him later was his own fault for not putting in the effort. Seeing Yuma Hyde cry, Okamoto waved his hand gently. A masked Konoha ninja immediately came over and took Yuma Hyde away. Those masked Konoha ninja were usually hidden in the shadows. Their task was to monitor the children's training. Otherwise, how could Okamoto know who wasn't training hard? There were over 200 children here. Okamoto alone could not keep an eye on all of them. After Yuma Hyde was taken away, Okamoto nodded coldly and continued. Next, Murano Takashi from Class 7 and Enda Guangza from Class 8 were also expelled. When the two of them heard the news, they too cried endlessly. Unfortunately, the ninja world had no sympathy. They were still taken away by Konoha ninja, never to be seen again. 3 were expelled. The remaining 7 were only demoted. This was a somewhat better outcome. The 7 children were merely dejected, not crying or making a fuss. As for Class 9, they wouldn't know how many of them would be expelled until the 1st of next month, since their training had not yet lasted a full month. Gangbin quickly settled the matters of expulsions and demotions. Just as he was about to announce the break and dismiss everyone, someone suddenly roared, "Bastard! Which one of you dared to fling snot at me?" Everyone turned to look. A child had a large, disgusting glob of snot smeared across his face. The boy was wiping it away while glaring furiously around. The children near him quickly backed away, as if he were a thug they dared not cross. Gangbin looked at the boy who had shouted and recognized him as Qianshan Jinzu. He rather approved of the lad, believing he had a chance to become a chunin in the future. It was just that his temper was a little fierce. During practice bouts, he often wounded his training partners. He was something of a bully in the orphanage. Who could have been foolish enough to provoke him? A little curious Gangbin surveyed the children. Then he saw a companion at the edge of the training ground, pointing at Xintian Liulong, who stood there looking utterly at ease. Huh, him. Why would he go out of his way to provoke Qianshan Jinzu? As for Xintian Liulong, Gangbin was extremely pleased with him. A few days before, Xintian Liulang had reported that his strength had grown. Gangbin had even tested him personally and confirmed that the boy now possessed the strength of an adult. This delighted him, and he had already filed a report about Xintian Liulang. If the higher-ups valued Xintian Liulong, he wouldn't have to take part in the year-end trials at all. He could go directly to headquarters for training. To Gangbin, at that moment, Xintian Liulang was a prized treasure, his hope of escaping this place. So the last thing he wanted was for something to happen to the boy. So he stepped forward and said to everyone, "All right, you're all dismissed. Go get some rest. Xintian Liulong, come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you." No sooner had Gangbin spoken than everyone turned to look at Xintian Liulang. Qianshan Jinzu turned to look as well and caught the provocative expression on Xintian Liulang's face. There was no need for further guessing. The one who had wiped snot on his face was 100% Xintian Liulang. This infuriated him. Yet he did not act because Gangbin was watching him. He also knew that Gangbin now cherished Xintian Liulong, and that was not a force he could afford to offend. But if he could not use his hands, he could still use his words. Staring coldly at Xintian Liulong, he said, "Brat, what are you trying to say? Are you challenging my authority?" Xintian Liulang glanced at Qianshan Jinzu and snorted, "I just can't stand the sight of you. When I first arrived, didn't you swagger over and provoke me too? Now that my strength has increased, I want to teach you a proper lesson." What had happened last month had long slipped Qianshan Jinzu's mind. But the moment Xintian Liulang mentioned it, he remembered. He made a habit of provoking every newcomer whenever he had the chance. He had never taken it seriously, nor had it ever crossed his mind that someone might come to settle the score with him over it. Now though he was burning with rage. If not for Gangbin's watchful eyes, he would have thoroughly thrashed Xintian Liulang. Standing to one side, Gangbin now understood why Xintian Liulang had provoked Qianshan Jinzu. Still to pick a fight over such a trivial matter. Xintian Liulang really knew how to hold a grudge. After grumbling to himself, Gangbin beckoned to Xintian Liulang. "Come on, get over here. Jinzu is in the senior class. If you want to challenge him, wait until you're promoted to the senior class yourself." At once, Xintian Liulang said, "Lord Gangbin, then promote me to the senior class. I want to challenge him." Gangbin put on a stern face. "Nonsense. In this place, no child under 5 has ever been promoted to the advanced class. If you want to enter it, you must wait until you're 5. On hearing that, Xintian Liulang glanced at Qianshan Jinzu and said, "You're lucky. When I turn 5, I'll beat you black and blue." Qianshan Jinzu was livid. If not for Gangbin shielding Xintian Liulong, he would have truly laid hands on him. Watching Xintian Liulang walk toward Gangbin, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, I'll be waiting for you to come find me." Without looking back, Xintian Liulang replied, "Don't worry. The moment I turn 5, I'll come right away." Fuming, Qianshan Jinzu turned and left. The other children who had gathered to watch the excitement also dispersed. As Xintian Liulang approached, Gangbin rapped him hard on the head. "Your strength has just improved a little, and already you're getting cocky. Qianshan Jinzu already has the taijutsu ability of a genin and rich combat experience. Did you go looking for a beating?" Xintian Liulang rubbed his head and grinned sheepishly. "Who told him to look down on me back then? Lord Gangbin, please teach me some practical taijutsu too. I want to defeat him as soon as possible." Gangbin gave Xintian Liulang a look, thought for a moment, and said, "Fine. Your strength is already too great for basic training to be of much use. Tomorrow come with me to a place where there's a dedicated taijutsu training ground. You can train hard there." Xintian Liulong's eyes sparkled. He had long wanted to learn other abilities. He wondered whether the system would add a new training option once he learned them. If so, he could develop in every direction, and those special abilities would be his as well. With that in mind, he pulled Gangbin's sleeve and said, "Lord Gangbin, can we go now?" Gangbin felt a bit helpless. Still, a child's enthusiasm for strength was a good thing. His hope of returning to Mai lay entirely with Xintian Liulang. Since Xintian Liulang wanted to learn, he would teach him. If the boy truly had extraordinary talent and could master things quickly, that would be a great fortune for him. With that, Gangbin nodded. "Since you're not afraid of hardship, let's go train." Delighted, Xintian Liulang trotted happily after Gangbin as they left. The two crossed the training ground and walked nearly a kilometer, arriving at a clearing in the forest. Numerous wooden targets were arranged there, clearly meant for weapon training. Gangbin stopped and pointed at the wooden targets ahead, saying with a smile, "A ninja's weapons are mostly shuriken and kunai. You can practice throwing shuriken and kunai here. Once you can throw them accurately, I'll teach you other forms of taijutsu. Throw shuriken. Would that trigger a new training ability?" While Xintian Liulang was still lost in thought, Gangbin took out a kunai and handed it over. "Try it out. This kunai is a gift. Hope you master it soon." Snapping back to attention, Xintian Liulang took the kunai. He looked at the wooden target more than 10 meters away, took aim, and hurled the weapon at it. Needless to say, he missed. It was his first time throwing a kunai, so hitting the target was all but impossible. Still, he did not lose heart. He ran over to retrieve the kunai and kept throwing. Throughout it all, he kept his eyes fixed on the system interface. Xintian Lulang was training diligently. After watching for a while, Gang Ben left with the words, "Take your time with your training, I have matters to attend to," and departed the training ground. Ignoring Gang Ben, Xintian Lulang continued training. Inwardly, he was practically euphoric, for on his fifth throw the system had already prompted that he had learned kunai throwing, granting him a new ability. Kunai throwing level 1, experience 01000. Such a meager amount of experience. In just 2 days he would be able to upgrade kunai throwing to level 2. By then his kunai throwing technique would finally display its true power. After training excitedly for a while, Xintian Lulang gradually calmed down. He now understood that once he learned an ability, the system would quantify it into data, allowing him to raise its level with experience points. With this in mind, if he could one day transplant a Sharingan or be a Kugan, they could surely be upgraded through experience points as well. To him, that was nothing short of a godsend. It seemed some things needed to be arranged in advance. He must not miss any treasure that could strengthen him. Sharingan Byakugan would release Cell's sage arts. He would obtain them all. Once everything was cultivated to the peak, he would become the sovereign of the Naruto world. Then he could do as he pleased. The more he thought about it, the more excited he grew. He no longer had the mood to train. However, leaving so soon after arriving would rouse Gang Ben's suspicion. Thus, he forced himself to keep training until dusk before leaving. The task involving Qian Shanjinzu had been completed in the morning, earning him 100 experience points. He still had 700 points of stored experience. Adding the 500 points from today's training quest, which he had not yet completed, his total would reach 1300 experience points. That was more than enough to raise the kunai throwing technique to level 2. Eager to learn the power of level 2 kunai throwing, Xintian Lulang hurriedly finished the training quests. Once he had banked 100 experience points, he upgraded the kunai throwing skill. Kunai throwing leveled up. In an instant, techniques for throwing kunai flooded Xintian Luolang's mind. After familiarizing himself with those techniques, he took a kunai, set up a target board in the training room, and began practicing his throws to see what the results would be. Following the memory in his mind, he hurled the kunai. It struck the target board with precision. Seeing this, Xintian Lulang retrieved the kunai and made 5 consecutive throws. 5 times. Everyone hit the mark. Not all were bullseyes, but each landed near the center. During his afternoon training, he had been satisfied merely hitting the target, let alone striking the bullseye. It appeared that level 2 kunai throwing simply improved his accuracy. Not bad. If he could raise kunai throwing to level 3, then he would surely hit the bullseye every time. Moreover, the experience required for kunai throwing was only 0.2000. In 4 days, he could raise kunai throwing to level 3. Then he could show off in front of Gang Ben, who would surely be even more pleased and grant him even greater privileges. With that thought, Xintian Lulang returned to his room fully content and rested. The next morning he rose and checked his new quests. Daily training quest 1000 push-ups. Daily random quest, smash the door of the room on the left. What kind of nonsense quest was this? He recalled that someone lived in the neighboring room. That person left early and returned late, and had never opened the door when Xintian Lulang knocked. He had since stopped paying attention and simply pretended the room was empty. But now it actually wanted him to break down a door. It was clearly asking for trouble. Was the system some kind of troublemaker, deliberately sending him to stir up conflict? This wasn't good. He preferred peaceful quests that let him earn experience safely, like helping an old lady cross the street or doing some cleaning. Simple, harmless tasks. After a brief grumble, he decided to go through with the quest. The fellow next door had already left for training. Since the neighbor was gone, breaking his door now wouldn't result in a confrontation. Once the quest was done, he could ask Gang Ben to fix the door and the matter would be settled. The other party probably wouldn't cause trouble for him over it. Having thought it through, he got up and went to the neighboring door. To be cautious, he knocked first and confirmed no one was inside. Then with 3 kicks at the door, he sent it crashing down into the room, completing the random quest. Daily random quest completed. Reward 200 experience points. Hearing the system notification, he froze for a moment. That was even more experience than he had earned from disciplining Qian Shanjinzu. It seemed the neighbor was stronger than Qian Shanjinzu. Random quest rewards increased according to their difficulty. The more dangerous, the higher the experience. In other words, the neighbor was twice as strong as Qian Shanjinzu. Pondering this, Xintian Lulang looked at the fallen door, shook his head, and headed toward the training ground. All he hoped now was that Gang Ben would fix the door and that the neighbor wouldn't come after him. Gang Ben spent every day at the training ground supervising the students. When Xintian Lulang arrived, he approached Gang Ben and said, "Lord Gang Ben, I'm here." Gang Ben nodded and asked, "How far did your training progress yesterday?" Xintian Lulang puffed out his chest. "Do you wish to see Lord Gang Ben?" Looking at him curiously, Gang Ben said, "By the look of you, you must have trained quite well." Xintian Lulang nodded. "Of course. After I returned last night, I studied it for a long time and finally figured out some tricks. Now I can hit the target every single time." Gang Ben was astonished. This was incredible talent. He had only started practicing yesterday, and today, he could hit the target every time. Intrigued, Gang Ben pointed at a tree behind him. "Then show me." If you can hit that fork in the tree, I'll believe you. Shin Tian Lulang took out a kunai and casually tossed it. The kunai flew toward the fork and embedded itself firmly there. Although it hadn't struck the exact center of the fork, it was not far off. Impressed by Shun Tian Liulang's rate of progress, Gang Bin patted his head and said, "Well done. You'll get an extra feast at noon today." Shin Tian Lulang chuckled. "Lord Gang Bin, I've grown tired of those feasts. I'd like to train on my own from now on. Would you grant me that?" Gang Bin hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right. Your basic movements are already standard enough. Basic training no longer helps you much. Just tell me what you want to practice in the future." Hearing this, Shen Tian Lulang hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, Lord Gang Bin." Gang Bin said cheerfully, "You earned this through your own effort. No need to thank me. What are you up to today? Still practicing your kunai throwing?" Shen Tian Lulang nodded. "I aim to hit the bullseye every time, so I'll be practicing kunai throwing these days." Gang Bin nodded. "Suit yourself then. I won't bother you. Just remember to come back for meals on time." Shen Tian Lulang nodded in agreement. Now that the serious matters had been settled, the issue of the broken door next door also had to be addressed. Kanda Rokiro wore an embarrassed expression and said in a low voice with his head lowered, "Lord Okamoto, this morning I accidentally broke the door of the room next door. Would you please help have it repaired?" Okamoto was taken aback and looked at Kanda in bewilderment. "Did you go looking for Nico next door?" Kanda nodded. I wanted to go over and say hello, but it turned out nobody was there. Okamoto's expression darkened. It suddenly occurred to him that a door could not be broken that easily. It might well have been deliberate on Kanda's part. His face twitched, and he complained. "Was it because he kept refusing to open the door so you deliberately broke it?" Huh. Kanda was stunned. He had never thought about that. Now that he thought about it, it seemed the system had done it on purpose. The 3 random quests he had done all seemed to be of the same type. Fukatamiya had sprayed rice on him. Asayama Masataru had threatened him with a glare. And Nico had refused to open the door for him. In short, all of them had offended him. This was most likely the system's revenge for being displeased. Could my system be such a petty creature? Just think about it. Kanda's face darkened too. If this was the case, he would have his hands full in the days ahead. For now it was fine here, no one wanted to kill him. But once he became a ninja, the number of people who wanted to kill him would increase, and the system's random quests might all be about getting revenge every day. The mere thought gave him a headache. He had been planning to cultivate in peace. Wasn't this system forcing him to stir up trouble? While Kanda was nursing a headache, Okamoto looked at him in confusion, because Kanda's expression seemed to say that he was helpless about the matter as well. Thinking of Kanda's talent, Okamoto felt that such a small matter was not worth scolding Kanda over. He patted Kanda on the head. "All right, leave this to me. Go train first. Once you have succeeded, come find me, and I will teach you new abilities." Kanda snapped back to attention and nodded. "Then Lord Okamoto, I will go train." Okamoto waved his hand. "Go on." After bowing to Okamoto, Kanda headed for the kunai training ground. At the kunai training ground, he first did 1,000 push-ups, then began to practice the kunai throwing technique. He trained until nightfall before returning home. When he reached the door of his home, he glanced at the door to the neighboring room. It had already been restored to its former state. It seemed Okamoto had sent someone to repair it. Kanda let out a sigh of relief, then shook his head helplessly. Now he could only wait to see what the next day's random quest would be. If it was a revenge quest, his theory would be confirmed. From then on, farming random quests would be a real headache. If he did not do them, he could not bear to part with the experience. If he did, it would not fit his principle of keeping a low profile. With a sigh, he returned to his room and continued training. He trained until the early hours of the morning. Then he could not wait to check the quests. Daily training quest 1,000 straight punches. Daily random quest roll in a mud pile 10 times. Looking at the quests, Kanda's face darkened. Although this random quest was not revenge on someone else, it was revenge on him. Yesterday, he had thought the system was petty, which might have made the system unhappy. Damn it. This system definitely has a mind of its own. From now on, I must not offend Lord System. Otherwise, if Lord System started messing with him, he would be in trouble. That golden finger was the real big shot. Kanda silently repeated 100 times in his heart, "The system is mighty kind-hearted and a truly great system." Only then did he feel at ease and head out to complete the random quest first. A quest that made him roll in mud naturally could not be done in daylight. If anyone saw him, he would lose all face. Doing it late at night lowered the chances of being discovered. Carrying a flask of water, he found a deserted spot, wet the ground into soft mud, quickly rolled in it, and after completing the quest hurried back home. He bathed and washed his clothes. Only after dealing with all that did he return to bed. As for the 50 EXP for completing the random quest, he did not even dare complain. If Lord System flew into a rage, who knew what kind of awful quests it would throw at him next. One day later. It seemed Kanda's flattery had greatly pleased the system, and the random quests it gave him turned gentler. This time, it was simply to catch a small bird. On the 3rd day, the random quest was to ask Okamoto for 2 extra chicken legs at lunch. On the 4th day, the random quest was to destroy a tree. For several days in a row, the random quests were all such trivial matters, and they still granted 100 EXP. This brightened Kanda's mood, and every night before bed, he praised the system 100 times before falling asleep. In 4 days, Kanda raised the kunai throwing technique to level 3. However, he did not go to Okamoto immediately. That would have been too fast, and would easily invite trouble. He continued training, and only after half a month had passed did he go to see Okamoto. When Okamoto heard Kanda say that he could already hit the bullseye with every throw, he was overjoyed. He dragged Kanda to the training ground and had him try. Kanda threw 20 kunai in a row, every one striking the bullseye. This made Okamoto extremely excited. He felt that his chance to leave the orphanage and return to Konoha lay with Kanda. Beaming, Okamoto said to Kanda, "Rokuro, your kunai practice is excellent. Is there anything else you would like to learn? Name it, and I can teach you." The moment he heard that, Kanda immediately said, "I want to learn ninjutsu." Okamoto's expression stiffened. He looked at Kanda and said hesitantly, "Ninjutsu requires chakra. Ordinary children only begin to gather chakra when they are 7 or older. It is still too early for you to learn ninjutsu." Kanda was a little disappointed. "Lord Okamoto, didn't you say I was a little prodigy? Can I learn ahead of time?" Okamoto hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "It is not that I refuse to teach you. Chakra gathering can only be taught at the headquarters. Given your current ability, if you really want to learn, I will recommend you to the headquarters at the end of the year. Then you will be able to learn. Just endure for a few more months." Kanda was taken aback and looked at Okamoto curiously. "Lord Okamoto, isn't there an exam to enter the headquarters?" Okamoto patted Kanda. "There is indeed an exam. However, I have already reported your case to the higher-ups. They said that once you turn 5 you can go directly to the headquarters without taking the exam. I can tell the headquarters thinks very highly of your talent." Kanda was overjoyed. Finally, he could go to Konoha. He hoped to see the famous figures of Konoha. There were still 4 months left. This was the perfect time to raise taijutsu to level 3 and stockpile some experience points so that when he learned to refine chakra, he could raise his ninjutsu level. Unable to learn ninjutsu, Kanda Rokuro had Okamoto teach him some other taijutsu techniques. However, Kanda Rokuro soon discovered the taijutsu moves Okamoto taught were not recognized by the system as a separate skill. No matter how he practiced, they only increased his taijutsu experience. Unlike kunai throwing, which was recognized by the system as a distinct technique, and only increased kunai throwing experience, when practiced these moves merely contributed to his general taijutsu experience. There was no helping it. After all, Okamoto was only a chunin. What he knew were probably just basic taijutsu techniques. Nothing like Maikai's 8 Gates, which was a true technique-based taijutsu. Not having learned any new skill did not bother Kanda Rokuro. The taijutsu Okamoto taught him still counted as combat experience, which would prove invaluable in future battles. Besides, any kind of training would increase his taijutsu experience anyway. Since that was the case, learning Okamoto's taijutsu was far more interesting. Okamoto held high hopes for Kanda Rokuro. He imparted all his taijutsu experience to Kanda Rokuro and spent 7 full days training alongside him. Only when Kanda Rokuro had fully absorbed his techniques did Okamoto leave satisfied, telling him to continue cultivating on his own. Once Okamoto was gone, Kanda Rokuro found training dull. Punching the air alone was unbearably boring. Training with Okamoto as a sparring partner was far more effective. However, going back to Okamoto again was not appropriate. Okamoto was a busy man who sparing him 7 days was already generous. He needed to find himself a new opponent. So his gaze fell upon the boy who lived next door, a 7.5-year-old named Naya Riko. According to Okamoto, Naya Riko was quite talented and had a good chance of winning first place in this year's competition, which would allow him to go to the main headquarters of Konoha. The top student of the orphanage. His strength was certainly impressive. Finding him as a sparring partner should be quite fitting. And so, on the 4th day after Okamoto stopped training him at 5 in the morning, he got up, walked to Naya Riko's door, and knocked, asking, "Is anyone there?" Naya Riko seemed to already be awake. Shortly after Kanda Rokuro knocked, he opened the door and stepped out. His clothes were already neatly worn. It was clear he had been up for a while. Naya Riko was a head taller than Kanda Rokuro. Looking down at him with an indifferent expression, he said coldly, "Speak. What do you want with me?" Kanda Rokuro looked Naya Riko over and said seriously, "I challenge you." Naya Riko's expression remained unchanged as he fixed his eyes on Kanda Rokuro. "You're the one who kicked my door in last time, aren't you? I didn't bother settling that with you, yet here you are picking a fight again. Since you're so eager to be beaten up, I won't hold back. Follow me." With that, Naya Riko headed outside toward the open space in front of the building. Kanda Rokuro showed no fear and followed. The sky had not yet brightened, but the light from inside the room spilled out and faintly illuminated the open ground. It was enough to make out their opponent's movements in battle. Naya Riko stopped in the middle of the open space, looked at the approaching Kanda Rokuro, and said, "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Kanda Rokuro nodded. "I'm already here. Of course I'm challenging you." Naya Riko nodded. "Then I won't be polite. I hear you're a little prodigy. I hope you don't lose too quickly. That would make this boring." So confident. Still, the children at the orphanage had all been trained since childhood. For him to be ranked first, he definitely had real skill. In terms of pure strength, Naya Riko probably was not weaker than him. To beat him, Kanda Rokuro would have to win through technique and experience. Having thought it through, Kanda Rokuro stepped back slightly, his eyes fixed intently on Naya Riko. Seeing this, Naya Riko gave him a faint glance. "You may be a little prodigy, but you'll need at least another year of training to beat me. Today I'll teach you how to show respect to your seniors." With that, Naya Riko moved. He leaped straight in front of Kanda Rokuro and drove a kick directly at his face. Kanda Rokuro wanted to gauge the difference in strength between them. So instead of dodging, he raised both arms and blocked the kick. The moment contact was made, a surge of force slammed into him, knocking him back 3 or 4 steps. Although he was pushed back, Kanda Rokuro felt relieved. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Naruto. With his Chidi stamina recovery ability in addition, he had no reason to fear him. Naruto saw Kanda Rokuro block his strike and revealed a hint of appreciation. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a little prodigy, you blocked my attack with ease. Kanda Rokuro puffed out his chest. Of course. If I didn't have that kind of strength, I wouldn't dare challenge you. Naruto nodded. True enough. Then I won't hold back. Watch out. Kanda Rokuro kept his eyes locked on Naruto. Bring it on. Naruto had been at the orphanage for 3 years. After spending the first year on the training grounds honing his basics, he had devoted the following 2 years to actual combat training. Kanda Rokuro, in contrast, had only been learning actual combat for 8 days. No matter how gifted he was, his experience could not possibly be greater than Naruto's. Once the fight began with equal strength, the gap in experience became immediately apparent. Naruto's attacks were fierce and his timing was flawless. Kanda Rokuro, lacking experience, could only defend or take the hits, finding no opportunity to counterattack. Within less than 5 minutes, he had been struck 4 or 5 times. The pain made him clench his teeth. Yet he did not retreat. This was the world of Naruto. Taking a beating now meant surviving later. Let it hurt. As long as he did not die, Naruto would not dare kill him anyway. There were certainly ninja nearby watching them. His experience points could restore fatigue, but they could not relieve pain. Gritting his teeth through the agony, Kanda Rokuro kept searching for openings to strike back at Naruto. They fought for 15 or 16 minutes, and Kanda Rokuro's face was already bruised and swollen. Yet he broke into a smile because Naruto's strength was steadily declining. His own fists, however, remained just as powerful as ever. Now when Naruto landed a punch, Kanda Rokuro no longer stumbled backward. He could take it head on. What's more, this was real combat. He was absorbing a great deal of fighting experience, unlike when he practiced with Okamoto, who never actually hurt him. The longer they fought, the more confident he became. Naruto was truly a good opponent. If he could spar with him for a few months, he would become a qualified genin. While Kanda Rokuro was delighted, Naruto's expression turned grave. Now he finally understood why Okamoto called Kanda Rokuro a genius. It turned out his genius lay in his stamina. They had been fighting for so long, yet Kanda Rokuro showed no sign of weakening. If this dragged on any longer, the one to lose in the end might very well be him. While Naruto was pondering how to find an opportunity to defeat Shintian Lulang suddenly stepped back 2 paces and said, extending his hand, "Alright, that's enough for today." With that, Naruto ceased his attacks. He glanced at Shintian Lulang and immediately understood the reason the other had stopped. It was to prevent him from losing. Because if they continued fighting, unless he resorted to lethal means, he alone would end up the loser. And killing was out of the question. Thus defeat was 100% certain. Naruto's expression calmed once more. He looked deeply at Shintian Lulang and said, "I acknowledge your strength. You may come and challenge me anytime." With that, Shintian Lulang touched his aching face and said through gritted teeth, "Don't worry, after I've absorbed the experience from this battle, I'll come find you again. I hope you don't hit my face next time." Turning around, Naruto walked away. Having nearly lost to Shintian Lulang made him deeply uneasy. He wanted to return to serious training and not see Shintian Lulang's face. Watching Naruto return to his room, Shintian Lulang turned his head and scanned the surrounding forest before shouting, "Is anyone there? Can someone find me a doctor?" Just as he spoke, Gangbin emerged from the woods, shooting Shintian Lulang a fierce glare. "Are you getting cocky? You've only learned combat for a few days, and you dare to challenge the #1 ranked person." With that, Shintian Lulang shrugged it off, grinning foolishly. "Fighting the strong is how I become stronger, right? Lord Gangbin, don't you want me to grow stronger? Isn't that a good thing?" Gangbin was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning serious. He glanced at Shintian Lulang, thought for a moment, and said, "You make a fair point. A ninja is no flower, the danger can strike every day. Since you wish to grow stronger, I'll split off a clone tomorrow to train with you." Shintian Lulang was overjoyed. In terms of combat experience, Gangbin's clone would surely be superior to Naruto. Learning under Gangbin's clone would definitely accelerate his progress. "Thank you, Lord Gangbin." Overwhelmed with excitement, Shintian Lulang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Gangbin grabbed Shintian Lulang and hoisted him up. "Enough. Let me take you to get treated first. You can't train today in this condition. Rest for a day, and we'll start formal training tomorrow." There was practical combat training at the orphanage, so naturally a doctor was arranged. Gangbin pulled Shintian Lulang along to a dedicated treatment room. A middle-aged man then applied medicine and massaged Shintian Lulang to treat his injuries. This kind of treatment left Shintian Lulang somewhat disappointed. He had expected a doctor who knew medical ninjutsu. That way he could have taken the opportunity to chat with the other and learn medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, ninjas who mastered medical ninjutsu were probably quite rare. In such a small place, it was unlikely they would arrange such a doctor. Having someone who could heal wounds was already quite good. After the doctor's massage and medication, the pain in Shintian Lulang's body was greatly relieved. The doctor instructed him to avoid activity for the day and then sent him back. Back home, Xintian Lulang lay down to rest. Having been here for nearly 2 months, it was only today that he had time to properly plan his future. He pondered quietly until dark, then got up and started training. He still hadn't done today's 2 daily tasks, 600 experience points. They must not be wasted. Even though his body still ached, the tasks had to be done. After completing both tasks, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Thinking about training with Gangbin's clone the next day, he simply lay down to rest. After a night's rest, Xintian Lulang got up and prepared to go find Gangbin. While washing up, he looked at today's random task contents. The system was going off again. Yesterday, he had been beaten up by Nijia Rikong. Today's random task was to beat Nijia Rikong thoroughly. It seemed that unless he gave Nijia Rikong a good beating, this task would remain pending forever. That would cost him 100 experience points per day. Staring at the task, he hesitated for a while, then decided not to do it for now. Nijia Rikong had considerable strength, so defeating him was no easy feat, and beating him thoroughly would be even harder. He had to increase his strength first. He would train hard under Gangbin's clone. Once his taijutsu level reached 3, he would go teach Nijia Rikong a lesson. During this period, he could still seek out Nijia Rikong to sharpen his combat experience. He gave up on the random task. Xintian Lulang then began grueling daily training under Gangbin's clone. Every 5 days, he would go challenge Nijia Rikong. Before he knew it, more than 20 days had passed. On Xintian Luolang's 5th challenge to Nijia Rikong, he could finally exchange blows evenly, with Nijia Rikong no longer being the sole recipient of attacks. Xintian Luolang's progress spurred Nijia Rikong to train even harder. Sometimes in the early hours while Xintian Lulang was asleep, he could still hear the sounds of training from the next room. It seemed Nijia Rikong had become dead set. Life at the orphanage was nothing but training, atop training, with no other forms of entertainment. Every day here was the same. In such an environment, it was easy for one to lose track of time. Xintian Lulang was no exception. He trained every day, losing all sense of time. Until one day when he returned to the training room, completed his daily training tasks, and allocated the experience points to taijutsu. The system then notified him that his taijutsu level had risen to 3. Only then did he remember that he had nearly trained for another month and a half. With the taijutsu level increase, his body began to heat up once more. This time the heat lasted 10 seconds before subsiding. His strength increased by a large margin. Coming back to his senses, Xintian Lulang hurriedly tested his current strength. He threw a punch at the testing device. His strength soared to 242 jin. Seeing this number, he grew thrilled. According to the information he had obtained from Gangbin, his strength was now on par with a Jinin. If the test did not include ninjutsu, he could already become a qualified Jinin. Furthermore, the reason a Jinin could be so strong was entirely due to the enhancement of chakra, otherwise their strength would only be around 150 jin. Yet he had achieved purely through physical strength the same effect they obtained through chakra amplification. Of course, this didn't apply to those freakish Jinin. It applied to the more ordinary ones. Not bad. Not bad. Xintian Lulang looked at his own attributes and felt fairly satisfied. Host Xintian Lulang. Main attributes. Taijutsu, level 3. Experience 231400000. Ninjutsu, level 1. Experience 010000. Jinjutsu, level 1. Experience 010000. Taijutsu skills. Kunai throwing, level 3. Experience 484000. Shuriken throwing, level 1. Experience 31,000. His strength was on the rise. Kamaya Rokuro planned to complete his mission against Naka Hikamura soon. He would simply overwhelm Naka Hikamura in a direct confrontation. If his sudden surge in power were discovered all at once, it would raise suspicion. So across 3 successive challenges against Naka Hikamura, he would let Naka Hikamura gradually sense his mounting strength. That would reduce the odds of being doubted. With his plan clear, he trained methodically. 5 days later came his battle against Naka Hikamura. He applied additional force and suppressed Naka Hikamura. 10 days later, he fought Naka Hikamura once more, driving him back step by step. 15 days later, he was beating Naka Hikamura down relentlessly, turning his face into a swollen mess. The mission to thrash Naka Hikamura was finally complete, and the system rewarded him with 350 experience points. As the battle ended, Naka Hikamura felt dejected. He sat on the ground, his face filled with despair, so numb that even the bruises covering his face did not hurt. 2 months. Just 2 months. The man he once toyed with, Kamaya Rokuro, could now dominate him in combat. That realization made his heart ache far more than the bruises on his face. Seeing Naka Hikamura so crestfallen, Kamaya Rokuro stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't lose heart. You managed to fight this long against a genius like me. That's already quite impressive. Naka Hikamura glared at him in annoyance. Are you trying to comfort me? Kamaya Rokuro chuckled. Alright, it's just a small matter. Don't take it too hard. Naka Hikamura fell silent for a moment. Eventually he climbed to his feet, shaking his head with a sigh. Geniuses really are different. If I had talent as good as yours, I would definitely make something of myself. Kamaya Rokuro patted Naka Hikamura's shoulder. Don't worry. Once I rise to prominence, I'll look after you. Naka Hikamura shook his head. Seeing Okamoto emerging from the woods, he sighed and said, Okamoto-sama is here. I'll leave you now and head back to rest. Naka Hikamura departed. Kamaya Rokuro turned and saw Okamoto approaching, then hurried over to bow. Okamoto-sama, what brings you here? Is there something you need from me? Okamoto wore a grave expression. He walked up to Kamaya Rokuro and said, throw a punch at me with all your strength. Kamaya Rokuro hesitated, glancing at Okamoto. Okamoto-sama, is this appropriate? Okamoto waved his hand. Just do it quickly. Seeing how serious Okamoto was, Kamaya Rokuro held nothing back. He threw a punch that slammed into Okamoto's chest. Okamoto's body swayed slightly before he steadied himself. Despite being struck, Okamoto was not angered. In fact, he felt invigorated. A delighted smile spread across his face. Good. Rokuro, you did exceptionally well. Hearing this, Kamaya Rokuro quickly asked, Okamoto-sama, does that mean you can teach me to train chakra now? Okamoto patted Kamaya Rokuro's small head. Children under 7 can't cultivate chakra because their bodies aren't strong enough and chakra would damage their meridians. Your physique is already comparable to a Jinin's, so cultivating chakra is definitely no problem. I'll report this to my superiors tomorrow and see what they say. Kamaya Rokuro was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Then please hurry back and report it, Okamoto-sama. Okamoto gave Kamaya Rokuro a light knock on the head. It's the middle of the night. How am I supposed to report this now? There's no need to rush a day or two. Focus on your training first. Kamaya Rokuro rubbed his head and pouted. Fine then. But you must send word soon, Okamoto-sama. Okamoto looked at Kamaya Rokuro with great satisfaction. Don't worry. I won't delay your training. You'll have an answer within 3 days. For now, rest well these 2 days. Headquarters might send someone to test you, so you must be ready to unleash your full power at any moment. Kamaya Rokuro clenched his fists. Rest assured, Okamoto-sama. You know my stamina. Even a full day of training wouldn't tire me. I'm always at my peak. Okamoto shook his head and teased. I have no idea what kind of Kekkei Jinkai you possess. How can your stamina be so abundant? It's even more extraordinary than a Jonin's. Kamaya Rokuro chuckled without saying more. In a good mood, Okamoto chatted with him a little longer before hurrying away. Watching Okamoto leave, Kamaya Rokuro returned to his room. He had no Kekkei Jinkai whatsoever. If he did, the system would certainly have displayed it as one of his abilities. As for his system, he had no idea whether it could be detected. In a few days, Root Ninja would come to investigate him. His identity should not be much of a problem. Rather, his special ability might draw Danzo's attention. If that happened, they might draw his blood and run experiments on him. If they managed to uncover the system, he would be in serious trouble. However, since it was his golden finger, the odds of it being discovered should be infinitesimal. Still, he could not afford to be careless. He needed to find some excuse to mask his extraordinary ability. He pondered for a long time, but could not come up with a good solution. Ninja were not so easily fooled. They had plenty of ways to determine whether a person was lying. Rather than fabricate an excuse, it might be better to simply claim ignorance. That would minimize the chance of being discovered. Having made up his mind, he let out a sigh. In the end, his strength was still too weak. Otherwise, he would not be burdened with so many troubles. If he were a Jonin, he would not be placed in such a passive position now. After another sigh, he could only let nature take its course, lying down to rest. Over the next 2 days, the random missions returned to normal, just small errands. He completed them with ease and earned 600 experience points each day. On the 4th morning, before he had even gotten out of bed, Okamoto came calling and shouted, Rokuro, get up quickly. Someone from headquarters will arrive in half an hour. Hearing this, Kamaya Rokuro scrambled to his feet. After washing up, he followed Okamoto to the entrance of the orphanage. After they had stood at the entrance for a while, a man wearing a cat mask appeared, the distinctive mask used exclusively by Konoha's ENBU. Seeing him, Okamoto quickly bowed. Kuro-sama, I didn't expect you to come personally. The ENBU called Kuro stepped forward, glanced at Okamoto, then at Kamaya Rokuro, and said, I heard a taijutsu prodigy appeared here, so I came to see for myself. Okamoto promptly said to Kamaya Rokuro, Rokuro, this is Kuro-sama, the finest taijutsu ninja under Danzo-sama's command. Since Kuro-sama came personally, he must think highly of you. Kuro. He had never heard of him. In the original Naruto storyline, no such person existed. Still, as an ENBU, Kuro was surely formidable. At this moment, to Kanda Rokuro, even a Chunin seemed a mighty figure, let alone an ENBU member. He bowed respectfully to Kuro. Lord Kuro, greetings. Kuro nodded and beckoned to Kanda Rokuro. I'm in a hurry. Attack me with everything you've got. Rokuro nodded. He drew back his fist and slammed a heavy blow into Kuro's chest. Yet it was he, not Kuro, who was sent staggering backward by the rebound. Kuro, however, remained utterly motionless. Rokuro clutched his fist and kept blowing on it. That single strike had hurt terribly, as if he had punched a slab of steel. Kuro looked at Rokuro and said with deep satisfaction, not bad. To have such strength before the age of 5. Once he learns to refine chakra, he'll be a solid genin for sure. Judging by this, he may very well become a genin before he turns 6, which already surpasses Uchiha Itachi. Okamoto, you have rendered great merit this time. Okamoto was overjoyed. Thank you for your praise, Lord Kuro. Kuro nodded. You deserve it. No need to be so courteous. After a few more words with Okamoto, Kuro looked at Kanda Rokuro. He has passed the test. Let him learn the chakra refinement technique and the basic 3 body techniques. Okamoto was taken aback. What? Lord Kuro, aren't you taking him back to headquarters? Kuro shook his head. Among Lord Danzo's subordinates, I excel most in taijutsu. But right now I have an important mission to carry out. Once it's finished, I'll return to take him back. This may take 2 months, so help him practice the basic ninjutsu first. At once Okamoto tugged at Kanda Rokuro. Rokuro, hurry up and thank Lord Kuro. From now on you'll be learning under him. You're bound to make something of yourself. Rokuro promptly bowed to Kuro. Rokuro greets Master. Master. Kuro blinked in surprise, then shook his head. In the ANBU there is no master and disciple relationship. Call me Captain Kuro. If in the future you can inherit my taijutsu, then you shall also inherit the name Kuro. Rokuro nodded. Captain Kuro, I will train hard. Good. Very good. Kuro's voice carried obvious amusement as he took a scroll from his robe and handed it to Rokuro. Take it, consider it a gift from me. If you can master it before I return, I'll acknowledge you as my disciple. Rokuro's eyes brightened. Becoming Kuro's disciple would give him a powerful patron. Until he had fully grown stronger, his danger would be greatly reduced. This was excellent fortune. He immediately tucked away the scroll and said excitedly, Rest assured, Master Kuro. I will definitely succeed. Kuro smiled and said no more. Then he turned to Okamoto. It's settled. Tomorrow send a blood sample from him to headquarters. Lord Danzo wishes to examine whether he has a Kekkei Genkai. Okamoto nodded. Understood, my lord. Kuro gave Rokuro one final look. I'm leaving now. I hope you work hard. The moment he finished speaking, Kuro vanished in a single leap. The speed left Rokuro staring blankly, his eyes wide. Absolutely incredible. One leap carried him more than 10 meters. As expected of the best taijutsu ninja under Lord Danzo. Seeing Rokuro staring blankly, Okamoto patted his shoulder. Boy, you've hit the jackpot. Lord Kuro is a man who has completed dozens of A rank and S rank missions. His strength is absolutely first-rate. Among those under Lord Danzo, at most 5 can rival him. Oh, he really is something then. I should find a way to curry favor with Kuro. After a moment of thought, Rokuro nodded. Don't worry. I will train diligently under Lord Kuro. But Lord Okamoto, can you teach me the chakra refinement technique now? Okamoto nodded and handed a scroll to Rokuro. Since the higher-ups have approved, you're naturally permitted to learn. This scroll contains the 3 body techniques and the chakra refinement technique. Take it back and study it carefully. Memorize everything. 1 hour after the scroll is opened, all of its contents will vanish. Good grief. They really act like it's a state secret. Isn't this stuff everywhere? Why make such a fuss? Venting silently, Rokuro could hardly wait to take the scroll. He dashed back toward the orphanage, calling over his shoulder, Lord Okamoto, I won't be leaving for the next few days. Okamoto smiled and turned to head back as well. Now that Rokuro had won Kuro's appreciation, his chances of becoming a jonin had increased tremendously. His chance of returning to Konoha had risen just as dramatically. From this moment onward, Kanda Rokuro was his treasure. Whatever Rokuro wanted, he would allow. In the training room, Rokuro unrolled the scroll Okamoto had given him as soon as he returned. Inside were the chakra refinement technique and the clone substitution and transformation techniques. He committed all 4 jutsu to memory, then started learning the chakra refinement technique. As for the 3 body techniques, he did not even have chakra yet. There was simply no way to train in them. Rokuro sat down, cross-legged, formed hand seals, closed his eyes, and refined chakra. 3 seconds later, he sensed a faint current of power flow into his body. Simultaneously. System notification: chakra refinement technique, level 1, experience 01000. After seeing the prompt, Rokuro checked the 8700 experience points he had saved up during this period and decisively raised the technique's level. Chakra refinement technique, level 2, experience 02000. Chakra refinement technique, level 3, experience 04000. After pushing the chakra refinement technique to level 3, he stopped upgrading it further. He still needed to reserve experience points for the 3 body techniques. He could not squander them all on the chakra refinement technique. Raising its level some was enough for now. While cultivating, Rokuro could clearly sense the amount of chakra flowing into his body rapidly increasing. Deeply satisfied, he continued to train. An hour later, his brow drew together slightly. After merely an hour of training, his chakra capacity was already full. This was infuriating. Could it be that the amount of chakra his body could hold was really this small? If so, then the number of jutsu he could unleash in a short time would be pitifully limited. Perhaps 1 or 2 A-rank techniques later would be enough to exhaust his chakra completely. The very thought made Kanda Rokuro deeply disgruntled. Worrying about how much chakra he had was useless. He calmed himself down. Kanda Rokuro looked at his ninjutsu level. Since raising his taijutsu level could increase his physical fitness, then raising the ninjutsu level would certainly increase his chakra reserves. But right now the EXP he had wasn't enough to raise the ninjutsu level. He would need to save for a while. For now, all he could do was test whether spending EXP could restore him after his chakra ran out. After thinking it through, he got up and walked to a relatively open space in the room. Since the clone technique was the fastest way to waste chakra, he began forming hand seals and used it. Bang! The clone technique failed. A puff of white smoke burst out beside Kanda Rokuro, but nothing appeared. Seeing this, his face darkened a little. He quickly checked the system, which had just added the clone technique option. Clone technique, level 1, EXP 01000. He examined the clone technique. He decisively put 1000 EXP into it, and raised the clone technique to level 2. The clone technique had upgraded. Some experience in performing the clone technique emerged in his mind. Following that experience, he used the clone technique again. With a bang, another person who looked exactly like him appeared. Not bad. The system really came through. Otherwise, if he couldn't even use a simple clone technique properly, that would be too embarrassing. Since he'd trained the clone technique, he might as well train the transformation and substitution techniques too. It was all a waste of chakra, anyway training any one of them was the same. Half an hour later, Kanda Rokuro raised the clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique, all to level 2. His current attributes. Primary attributes. Taijutsu level 3, EXP 8214000. Ninjutsu level 1, EXP 010000. Jinjutsu level 1, EXP 010000. Taijutsu skills. Kunai throwing technique level 3, EXP 484000. Shuriken throwing technique level 1, EXP 31,000. Ninjutsu skills. Chakra refinement technique level 3, EXP 04000. Clone technique level 2, EXP 02000. Transformation technique level 2, EXP 02000. Substitution technique level 2, EXP 02000. He looked at the attributes. He continued consuming chakra. After another 10 minutes, he had used up most of his chakra. Kanda Rokuro had 1800 EXP left. He took out 100 points and added them to ninjutsu. Very quickly, he felt his chakra rapidly recovering. In just 10 seconds it returned to full. With this result, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as he could replenish chakra at any time, having a smaller reserve didn't matter. Besides, once he obtained would release cells or Tsunade's strength of 100 technique, he would never lack chakra again. What a relief. He left the room and went out to train. Okamoto had dragged him out of bed early in the morning, and he hadn't finished his 2 tasks for the day yet. After spending 2 hours finishing the 2 tasks, he returned to his room and took out the scroll Kuro had given him 2 hours earlier. He had already opened the scroll and read what was inside. It was a nin taijutsu, a speed-boosting nin taijutsu. It worked by concentrating chakra in the feet and releasing it in a single explosive burst to increase instantaneous burst power. In the original Naruto story, Naruto Uzumaki and the others trained in tree climbing and water walking by distributing chakra evenly beneath their feet. The nin taijutsu, called the burst movement technique, was the exact opposite. Training in this nin taijutsu was clearly more difficult than the 3-body techniques. From Kanda Rokuro's perspective, it was probably a B-rank jutsu. Moreover, to fully unleash the power of this jutsu, one absolutely had to be at least a chunin. Kuro probably hadn't expected him to gain complete control over it either when he told him to learn it. As long as he could get started and successfully use it once or twice, that would already be excellent. As for using it to travel long distances, that was something only chunin or jonin could do. However, Kanda Rokuro had no intention of learning only the surface. With the system, he was determined to master the burst movement technique. This move was a perfect escape jutsu. To him, it was a premium jutsu. Once he had also mastered this technique, Kuro would surely value him even more. When that time came, Kuro would be his great backer. He thought it through clearly. Then he began to train. For the system to recognize the technique as a skill, he had to perform the standard steps. Even if the technique didn't actually work, as long as the steps were standard, it would be recognized. In the first few attempts, Kanda Rokuro gathered chakra under his feet, but none of it burst out. The system also stayed silent. After 5 or 6 tries, chakra burst out beneath his feet and pushed him 0.1 meter forward. The system immediately notified him that he had a new jutsu, the burst movement technique. Burst movement technique level 1, EXP 04000. Seeing this stat appear, he sighed in relief and went back to training his taijutsu. As for the burst movement technique training, it was too troublesome. It would be better to save EXP and raise its level directly. That was much simpler. There were still 2 months left before Kuro returned. He could gain at least 500 EXP every day. 2 months, 60 days, meant 30 EXP, enough to raise the ninjutsu level to 2 and the burst movement technique to 3, with the surplus kept in reserve. Even though he had learned 5 jutsu, Kanda Rokuro chose not to reveal any of them. According to Okamoto, it took ordinary people a week just to refine chakra. If he said he had refined it in 1 day, he would probably be captured and dissected for research. Not to mention the fact that he had also learned the 3-body techniques. If that were known, Danzo would 100 make him an experimental subject. So every day, apart from doing random quests, he stayed shut in his room and didn't even go out. He was pretending to train hard. On the 6th day of training, he went to Okamoto and said he had already refined chakra. His intention was to tell Okamoto that his talent for refining chakra was only a little better than others. He was not a freakish genius. Okamoto was a little disappointed to hear this. But that was exactly Kanda Rokuro's goal, so Kanda sighed in relief inwardly. Next, Kanda Rokuro told Okamoto that he wanted to devote himself to training in Kuro's burst movement technique and would not train the 3-body techniques for now. He made this request. Okamoto agreed. Because he knew Kanda Rokuro wanted to become Kuro's disciple, and he also wanted Kanda to become Kuro's disciple, he supported him wholeheartedly. He even sent someone to deliver Kanda's meals every day, so Kanda no longer needed to go to the cafeteria. My year 53, November 19th. Shin Tian Lulang rose at his usual time and began cultivating. 2 months passed. His ninjutsu level had risen to level 2. The violence jutsu had risen to level 3. Just as Shun Tian Lulang expected, raising his ninjutsu level doubled his chakra capacity, while the power of his ninjutsu also seemed to increase by about 10%. The speed at which he could unleash ninjutsu had also improved. In any case, every ability tied to ninjutsu seemed to have gained a boost, which left him very satisfied. As for the violence jutsu, at level 3, he could use it with ease until his chakra was completely depleted. He trained for a while. Shin Tian Lulang then looked at today's 2 tasks and prepared to go complete them. Daily training task, 1,000 straight punches. Daily random task, destroy the orphanage's front gate. Looking at the 2 tasks, Shun Tian Lulang shook his head again and again. These random tasks frequently involve destruction. Last month, he smashed the cafeteria tables. On the 6th of this month, he uprooted the targets in the training ground, and the day before yesterday, he had been ordered to break down the door of the orphanage office. Today's task was even more outrageous. It wanted him to smash the orphanage's front gate. The previous times he had caused damage, he explained to Gang Ben that it was an uncontrollable after effect of cultivating the violence jutsu. He had acted without conscious thought, and Gang Ben had not made things difficult for him. Still, it had also reminded him to be careful. If he used that excuse again today and kicked the orphanage's front gate apart, Gang Ben might not cause him trouble, but he would definitely lecture him again. That made him feel helpless. Troublesome as it was, he had to do it for the experience points. 100 experience points represented 3 whole days of arduous cultivation. It wasn't as if it would kill him. He had to earn those experience points. Once he had thought it through, Shun Tian Lulang ran straight to the orphanage's main entrance. He began training with straight punches. He finished the 1,000 punches in an hour. Then, using the violence jutsu, he crashed directly into the orphanage's front gate, smashing a hole in it. Random task complete. Reward, 100 experience points. With the task done, he pretended to look troubled and stared blankly at the orphanage gate. Very soon, Gang Ben came running over. Looking at the gate with a hole smashed through it, he said speechlessly, "Liulang, if you're going to cultivate, then cultivate, but why did you have to come here? If you keep this up, my salary won't be enough to repair the orphanage. Are you deliberately trying to ruin me?" Shin Tian Lulang said awkwardly, "Lord Gang Ben, I really didn't do it on purpose. I thought Master He Luo would soon be back, so I wanted to wait for him here, but waiting was too boring, and I couldn't help training a little." Hearing this, Gang Ben's expression relaxed. "Forget it. You're just eager. You've already made progress in Lord He Luo's violence jutsu, and once Lord He Luo arrives, you can go with him." Shin Tian Lulang had learned the violence jutsu, which made him a disciple acknowledged by He Luo. Now he was unquestionably at least a special jonin. Losing a little money to stay on good terms with Shun Tian Lulang was hardly a big deal. Gang Ben patted Shun Tian Lulang on the shoulder. "All right, go back. If Lord He Luo returns, I'll let you know. If you keep training here, the gate is in too much danger." "Huh, that Gang Ben fellow. He's even learned to joke around." Shun Tian Lulang grumbled inwardly, then nodded. "All right, I'll go back and cultivate first." Gang Ben pulled Shun Tian Lulang along. Come on, let's head back. I can see you're about to leave, so I'll give you some parting gifts. Kid, remember to look out for me in the future." "Gifts?" Shin Tian Lulang immediately perked up. He trotted happily after Gang Ben into the man's office. In the office, Gang Ben took a piece of paper from a drawer and handed it to Shin Tian Lulang. "This is chakra paper. Hold it and gather your chakra in your hand, and you'll know your chakra nature." Chakra paper. Shin Tian Lulang was curious about his own nature. He quickly took the paper, gathered chakra in his hand, and sent it into the paper. The paper soon changed. One half crumbled into fragments. The other half became damp. Gang Ben looked at the paper and said helplessly, "Your nature is earth and water. Looks like you won't be able to use my gift. My nature is wind, and I originally planned to give you a scroll of my wind release techniques, but now it won't do you much good." Earth and water. This was really troublesome. Could it be that my chakra became earth and water because I'm seen as a steady person? After silently complaining to himself, Shin Tian Lulang hurriedly said, "Lord Gang Ben, you can't back out of a promised gift." Gang Ben was speechless. "You don't have wind nature, so what use would my ninjutsu be to you?" Shin Tian Lulang smiled. "I don't need it, but someone else will. I can trade it for earth and water nature techniques." Gang Ben glanced at Shun Tian Lulang, considered for a moment, and said, "Fine, if you want it, I'll give it to you. It's just a B-rank wind release technique. If you want it, you should be able to find a trading partner." Gang Ben tossed a ninjutsu scroll to Shin Tian Lulang. Shin Tian Lulang tucked it away excitedly and said, "Thank you, Lord Gang Ben. I won't stand on ceremony." Gang Ben looked Shin Tian Lulang up and down and nodded. "No wonder you're so steady for someone so young. It seems you were born with earth nature. Unfortunately, my doesn't have many earth release techniques, nor many water release ones. If you want to learn those two natures in the future, it may be troublesome. I hope you're lucky enough to trade for earth and water nature techniques." Shin Tian Lulang did not mind much, and said with a smile, "As far as ninjutsu goes, a few techniques you're skilled at are enough. My talent lies in taijutsu, So from now on I'll focus on taijutsu training. Gangbin smiled. That's right. In terms of ninjutsu, more isn't always better. Many ninja dominate the world with just 1 or 2 techniques, like the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage. Shin Tian Lulang thought for a moment, and said to Gangbin, Lord Gangbin, I'm about to leave this place. Could you first tell me what it's like over in my village? Hearing this, Gangbin nodded. Alright. With your abilities you're sure to be valued under Lord Tuanzong. Knowing more about my will be good for you. Shin Tian Lulang listened with rapt attention. Gangbin then told him about the situation in Mai. Before they knew it, it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The two went to dinner together, chatted for a while longer, and then returned to their own places to rest. At Gamo's place I gathered quite a bit of intelligence about Konoha. Most of it aligned with what I already knew from my past life, but since my knowledge of Root was limited, I asked Gamo to share more. Under Danzo's command there were 7 formidable jonin. Goro, my master, ranked 5th among them. I might say. With Goro having accepted me as his disciple, few dared to provoke him within Root. Upon learning this I was thoroughly pleased. I felt truly lucky to have met someone like Goro. What incredible fortune. With his protection I could consider myself relatively safe. I no longer worried about major issues arising when I went to Konoha. From then on I focused quietly on my training, awaiting Goro's arrival. That wait dragged on for another 7 or 8 days. Just as I was growing impatient, Gamo informed me that Goro had returned and would arrive at the orphanage the following dawn. At this news Gamo became ecstatic, spending the entire day in jubilation at home. Konoha village. We had finally reached the world of Naruto. How could I not go there? That was the gathering place of protagonists. Naturally I needed to see it for myself. As for whether Danzo would allow me to tour Konoha, my chances seemed quite favorable. After all, my talent spoke for itself. If he wanted me to work for him, surely he would offer some benefits. As long as I simply wished to explore Konoha, there should be no major issue. Of course I couldn't bring it up immediately upon arrival. Once I reached Konoha orphanage and demonstrated my dominance over the other children, privileges would naturally follow. Just like in this orphanage branch. Full of excitement, I woke at 4 o'clock the next morning. Bored, I decided to complete my daily tasks first. The daily training quota was perfectly normal. But today's random task was oddly specific. Leave the orphanage and go sightseeing. This alone confirmed my suspicions the system had its own agenda. Previously it kept ordering me to disrupt the orphanage, likely because even the system was growing restless here and took a dislike to the place, hence the destructive missions. But today, since departure was imminent, the system's mood had improved, issuing a virtually effortless quest. I resolved to flatter it more often in the future, hoping it would grant simpler, safer, reward-rich tasks. I offered a few silent praises to the system in my heart, then began my daily training. Halfway through the door suddenly swung open. Gamo and Goro stood outside. Seeing me training, Gamo smiled and said, Enough, Rokuro. It's time to depart. Goro wore his mask, hiding his expression, but from his slight nod I could tell he was equally satisfied. I hurriedly stopped training and rushed to the doorway, bowing deeply to Goro. Master, you've arrived. Goro nodded. I hear you've mastered the body flicker technique. That is my signature skill. From this moment forward you are my disciple. Train diligently from here on. Yes, master. I replied with utmost seriousness. Gamo chuckled at the sight and said, Very well. Gather your things and follow Lord Goro. I darted back to my room in a flash. My belongings. I had packed them the previous evening. Grabbing my bundle, I quickly rushed to Goro's side. Goro glanced at me, then turned to Gamo. I'll take my leave now. Your reward will be delivered tomorrow. I trust you'll continue to excel. Gamo cared little for the reward. What he truly desired was to leave the orphanage and return to Konoha. He merely nodded faintly in acknowledgement. Goro, noticing this, said nothing further. Turning to me, he instructed, Let us be off. Once we leave the orphanage, I shall test your body flicker. If you perform well, I will teach you additional jutsu. I was overjoyed. With full confidence I declared, Master, rest assured. I shall master your jutsu. Goro smiled, turned, and departed. Gamo and I quickly followed. Upon reaching the orphanage gate, Gamo halted, watching us depart. As we traveled some distance from the orphanage, the sky began to brighten. At daybreak, Goro stopped and glanced at me. The sun has risen, your body flicker should no longer be hindered. Begin now, let me see what stage you've reached. My body flicker was flawless even when chakra was depleted. However, I could not appear so perfect. Otherwise I would seem far too genius level, attracting unwanted attention. Therefore I intentionally faltered once every 3 or 4 uses, making myself appear skilled yet imperfect. This way I looked competent without being extraordinary. After roughly 4 kilometers my chakra ran dry, and I came to a halt. Goro had been observing closely. My abilities pleased him greatly. At merely 5 years old I was already this remarkable. Perhaps in the future my taijutsu cultivation could even surpass his own. Exhausted only in chakra and not physical stamina, I excitedly approached Goro and asked, Master, how is my body flicker? Goro smiled. Impressive. Even better talent than mine. You truly are a prodigy. Upon our return, I shall teach you a new jutsu to further strengthen you. I nodded happily. Just as I was about to respond, Goro abruptly hoisted me onto his back. We must reach Konoha swiftly. Hold on tight. Do not fall. I could not speak further and clung tightly to Goro to avoid falling. Once assured I was secure, Goro launched forward with an explosive leap, advancing at tremendous speed. Kuro moved with astonishing speed. A marathon champion would be nothing but trash compared to him. The branch orphanage where Kanda Rokuro lived was located in a rather remote area of the Land of Fire, roughly 100 kilometers from Konoha. As for Kuro, he had started out at 6 in the morning, carrying Kanda Rokuro on his back. The sky had not yet darkened. It was still only 4 or 5 in the afternoon when he arrived on the outskirts of Konoha. Rather than entering Konoha, he slipped through an underground passage outside the village and emerged at the entrance to Root's base. Yambiyu operatives stood guard at the entrance to Root's base. Seeing Kuro approach, they all bowed respectfully. Just as Okamoto had said, Kuro evidently held a very high position within Root. This lifted Kanda Rokuro's spirits. Once they entered Root, a ninja approached and said to Kuro, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Kuro nodded and followed the ninja onward. As for Kanda Rokuro, he had already been set down to walk on his own once they entered the tunnel. He followed behind Kuro, growing nervous at the prospect of meeting Danzo. That dog Danzo, a master conspirator. Who knew what could happen when meeting him? Seeing Kanda Rokuro tense, Kuro patted him and said, don't worry, it's fine. This is only routine. Everyone who joins Root must accept a seal to make sure you won't reveal Root's secrets to anyone else. So it was about placing a seal. Looking at it, it was the sort of seal placed on the tongue in the original story. Kanda Rokuro did not mind such a seal. Once he learned sealing techniques later, he could remove it in no time. For now, he would have to bear with it accepting the seal so that Danzo would trust him. With that settled, he relaxed and looked around, surveying his surroundings. Unfortunately, it was just an underground corridor. There was no one to be seen. The three quickly arrived at a doorway and walked in together. Inside was an ordinary office. Danzo sat at his desk reading some documents. Kuro pulled Kanda Rokuro up to the desk and said, my lord, Kanda Rokuro is here. At this point, Danzo appeared to have already received a transplanted Sharingan. Half of his body and his head were wrapped in thick bandages. Hearing Kuro, Danzo looked up and appraised Kanda Rokuro with his one remaining eye. I have read Okamoto's report. Since you have accepted him as your disciple, let him join Root. After the seal is placed, send him to headquarters to train for a while. Once he becomes a genin, we will assign him missions. Kuro glanced at Kanda Rokuro and said to Danzo, my lord, I checked his strength on the way back. With his current abilities, he is already stronger than an ordinary genin. I intend to pass on my nintai jutsu to him so that he may serve you as soon as possible. Danzo was somewhat startled and beckoned to Kanda Rokuro. Come here, let me have a look. Kanda Rokuro grew nervous. He did not dare approach Danzo. Instead, he looked up at Kuro. That very demeanor convinced Danzo that Kanda Rokuro was still a child. After all, Danzo's appearance would frighten anyone, let alone a child. But had he known the truth, he would have been greatly annoyed. Kanda Rokuro was not afraid of him. He was afraid Danzo might uncover the secret of the system. Seeing that Kanda Rokuro dared not go over, Kuro smiled and said, go ahead. Lord Danzo isn't a bad person. You'll understand in time. Kanda Rokuro hesitated, then could only walk over to Danzo's side. Danzo paid no mind to the demeanor of a child. He reached out and gently stroked Kanda Rokuro's head twice. Then, with a pleased expression, he said, fine, fine. A sturdy body and chakra reserves far greater than a genin's. He is not yet 5, is he? A true genius. Kuro nodded. Well, according to his information, he still has 3 months before he turns 5. Danzo withdrew his hand and studied the nervous Kanda Rokuro before speaking. In that case, we won't send him to headquarters for now. Let him stay here and train in your nintai jutsu first. If his progress is slow, we will send him to headquarters later. Kuro nodded. My thoughts exactly. Give me a year and I can train him into a chunin. After that, he will be able to work for you, my lord. I hope you can provide some resources. Danzo looked at Kanda Rokuro and nodded. Since he is a genius, he will not want for resources. Just help yourself. Such a promising seedling deserves thorough nurturing. Kuro's voice carried a hint of a smile. My lord, then I won't stand on ceremony. Let him stay in my room for this period. I will teach him well for 2 months first. Danzo nodded in consent. Very well. For these 2 months, I will assign you no missions. You have just completed a dangerous mission. It is time you train properly for a while. Kuro, taking Kanda Rokuro with him, bowed to Danzo. My lord, I will be going now. Danzo looked at Kanda Rokuro and nodded. Go ahead. Come find me if anything arises. Kuro led Kanda Rokuro out of the room. The tense Kanda Rokuro heaved a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt thankful in his heart. It was fortunate that he had not recently raised his ninjutsu level to 3. Danzo had merely touched him once, yet he had detected his taijutsu and chakra abilities. If Kanda Rokuro had raised his ninjutsu level to 3, Danzo would definitely have sensed that something was wrong. What a close call. As Kanda Rokuro's heart was still thumping, Kuro led him to a room not far from Danzo's office. This was where the seal was applied. There were 3 men inside. Seeing Kuro bring Kanda Rokuro in, they understood at once and led him into the center of the sealing formation to place the seal on him. Kuro had already explained the matter of the seal, so Kanda Rokuro was not nervous. He simply watched the tadpole-like characters on the ground with curiosity. The characters burrowed into his body and vanished in the blink of an eye. The sealing was done with remarkable speed, finished in less than a minute. The ninja responsible for the seal rose and said to Kuro, my lord, the seal is active. Kuro nodded and beckoned to Kanda Rokuro. Rokuro, we can go back now. Kanda Rokuro snapped back to his senses and hurriedly followed Kuro away. His mind, however, was now wholly occupied by what was inside his head. As soon as the seal was finished, he had received a system notification. When he read the system message, he felt extremely pleased. Speech Sealing Curse Mark Level 1, EXP 04000. Receiving this system notification meant that anyone who tried to place a curse mark on him in the future would simply be handing him a skill, a major boon. With a faint trace of excitement, Kanda Rokuro followed Kuro through the base, passed through an underground residential area bustling with ninja activity, and entered one of the residences. Despite being underground, the room was quite spacious, more than 5 times as large as the single room he had occupied in the orphanage. It was also fully equipped with training gear. After Kuro had shown Kanda Rokuro around all 7 rooms of the residence, he said, "You've seen the whole place now. You'll stay here from today onward. For the next 2 months, I'll teach you personally, after that you'll have to train on your own." Kanda Rokuro nodded. "Don't worry, master. I won't let you down." Kuro smiled. "I hope so. Lord Danzo has never paid much attention to taijutsu users. If you can become a Kaga-level taijutsu ninja, he's bound to change his opinion. Then you'll be able to make a name for yourself." Also, that was why Danzo hadn't been very warm to Kuro and him earlier. He disliked taijutsu users, and that made sense now that he thought about it. Indeed, only a handful of taijutsu users in the ninja world were truly formidable. Apart from the Raikage, no one was known to be able to win against a Kaga-level opponent using taijutsu alone. It looked like he had narrowly escaped trouble. If he were a ninjutsu genius, Danzo's scrutiny of him would probably have been far stricter. What a relief. Heaving an inward sigh, Kanda Rokuro nodded seriously. "Master, rest assured. I'll make Lord Danzo look at us with new respect. Let's start training right now." Kuro glanced at him and smiled. "I just got back and still have some things to deal with. Take a good rest today. I will begin cultivation tomorrow morning." Kanda Rokuro thought for a moment. He still had half of today's training tasks unfinished, so he nodded. "All right, master. I'll rest in that room today." Kuro pointed to a room. "That one. From now on you'll sleep and rest there. The training room is not far from it, so you can go whenever you want to practice." After giving Kanda Rokuro a few more instructions, Kuro turned and left. "Look around as you please. I still have matters to handle. But it's best not to go out unless necessary. Root members don't like people who are too inquisitive." He wasn't even allowed to leave. It seemed the people of Root, like the children in the orphanage, trained in silence and kept away from others. How dull. He had to become stronger quickly so he could have an excuse to visit Konoha. 2 months, huh? He would use those 2 months to make Kuro look at him with new respect. With that goal in mind, he went to the training room and started the day's practice. After completing the training tasks, he didn't take a break, but continued practicing all kinds of basic taijutsu. He trained until the small hours before returning to his room to rest. Since he couldn't appear too talented, he had to compensate with intense hard training. That would lower the chance of anyone growing suspicious. Kanda Rokuro decided that for the next 2 months, he would train 18 hours a day and rest only 6. That way his strength would rise quickly without seeming too abrupt. Early the next morning, just as Kanda Rokuro got up and was about to head to the training ground, Kuro walked in with some food. "You trained until quite late again yesterday, didn't you?" Kanda Rokuro nodded. "I can't waste time. I want to get stronger as soon as possible so I can help you, master, and make Lord Danzo see us in a new light." Kuro smiled and set down the food. "Good, that's the spirit. Come to the training room after you eat. Today I'll teach you a new ninjutsu that can double your strength." Kanda Rokuro was instantly thrilled. Doubling his strength would make him comparable to a chunin in taijutsu. Just the thought of it excited him. He eagerly began wolfing down his food. Seeing this, Kuro left the room first. 10 minutes later, Kanda Rokuro finished his meal and washed up. After changing into another set of clothes, he entered the training room. Kuro was already waiting there. When he saw Kanda Rokuro appear, he pointed to a scroll on the table by the door. "The violin art you're about to learn is an offshoot of my own ninjutsu. Read the scroll first, and ask me if there's anything you don't understand." Kanda Rokuro went to the table, picked up the scroll, and unrolled it. After a couple of glances, his expression became grave. This ninja body technique was truly monstrous. It made chakra explode inside the body at all times, driving the body's cells to constantly reorganize and evolve until the body became as hard as steel. Of course, the chakra explosions were gradual. At first, they were only mild, allowing the body to adapt to the damage caused by the exploding chakra. Later, the explosive force would slowly intensify. As the body became accustomed to it, it would grow stronger and stronger. The immense energy released by the chakra explosions could also cause a ninja's power to surge explosively in a short amount of time. This ninja body technique was nothing more than self-torture. The more viciously you tormented yourself, the more powerful you became. Still, its flaw was also very obvious. Human cell division had its limits. Practicing this technique would drastically shorten one's lifespan. Fortunately, he was in the world of Naruto. It was filled with all kinds of incredible technology. A simple cell proliferation technique shouldn't be too hard to handle. Kuro's request to Danzo for cultivation resources yesterday was probably for the materials needed to train in this technique. After reading through the technique, Kanda Rokuro set down the scroll and looked at Kuro. "Master, isn't training in this art extremely dangerous?" Kuro nodded. "Powerful ninjutsu naturally requires a corresponding price. If you're afraid, you can give up. I'll send you to headquarters to train in another ninjutsu." Kanda Rokuro silently grumbled to himself, afraid. "I have a system. What would I possibly fear? He said directly, I want to practice it. Master, please help me. Kuro's body visibly relaxed. He smiled and said, all right, then let's begin. Come over here and don't move. I'll use my chakra to trigger a chakra explosion within you first. Once you gradually get used to it, you can train on your own. While with an experienced hand guiding him, the training should be a bit less difficult. Even the pain would probably be within his tolerance. Kanda Rokuro obediently walked over and sat down before Kuro. Kuro then sat behind him and placed both hands on Kanda Rokuro's back. 3 seconds later, Kanda Rokuro felt waves of stabbing pain in his back, like needles piercing his flesh. He gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, shutting out all distracting thoughts. The path of cultivation is fraught with agony, yet the surge of power brings a sense of profound joy. Under the tutelage of Hailuo, Shintian Liulong's system swiftly notified him that he had mastered the explosive body-style Nintaijutsu, and the experience points for this technique began to soar rapidly. Explosive body style, Nintaijutsu level experience 010000. Shintian Liulang watched as the experience points for his Nintaijutsu climbed steadily at a rate of 1 point per minute. After 4 hours of cultivation, his experience points increased by 240. At this pace, even without utilizing bonus experience, he would master the explosive body style Nintaijutsu within a mere 2 months. It was no wonder Hailuo had mentioned that the instruction would span 2 months. It was intended solely for him to reach the entry level. As for why the session concluded after 4 hours, one only had to look at the exhausted Hailuo to understand the reason. Even with Hailuo's formidable strength assisting him in his cultivation likely reached its limit at 4 hours a day. Gazing at the weary Hailuo, Shintian Liulang could not help but feel moved. Enduring the aches in his body, he said to Hailuo, Master, you have worked hard. Hailuo acknowledged the sentiment with a tired but steady gaze. Hailuo waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I shall be responsible for you. A tub of medicinal solution has been prepared in the adjacent room. Go soak for an hour to restore your body. Today's training is concluded. Indeed, the resources Hailuo had requested from Tuanzang were specifically meant for his physical recovery. Shintian Liulang rose, bowed deeply to Hailuo, and made his way to the next room. Inside the room stood a large vat filled with a verdant liquid. Without hesitation, Shintian Liulang submerged himself within it. Soon a change occurred. His pained body began to grow numb, and the agony gradually faded away. After soaking for an hour, Shintian Liulang emerged feeling thoroughly refreshed. After returning to his room for a shower, he intended to check on Hailuo, only to find that Hailuo was nowhere to be found. Having no other choice and no desire to venture out, he remained inside. He headed to the training hall to complete his daily tasks. As for the random quest, Shintian Liulang took one glance and decided to ignore it entirely. To think it actually required him to play a prank on Tuanzang. Was that not simply seeking death? The only reason such a quest appeared must be that Tuanzang held him in contempt. And to look down on him was to look down on the system itself, which clearly incensed the system. Thus it issued this task. However, the system failed to consider his current predicament. How could he possibly dare to provoke Tuanzang? It would be like stroking a tiger's whiskers. Left with no alternative, he could only abandon the random quest and act as though he had never seen it. In the days that followed, his routine became fixed: 4 hours of cultivation, with Hailuo 1 hour in the medicinal bath, and 12 hours of solo training. 1 hour was set aside for meals, and 6 hours for sleep. This constituted his entire day. Hailuo was immensely satisfied with his rigorous training, and ensured that the meals provided were exceptionally lavish to guarantee proper nutrition. 2 months passed, a duration neither too long nor too short. When Shintian Liulong's explosive body style Nintaijutsu successfully reached level 2, Hailuo sensed the breakthrough and ceased his assistance in the cultivation. Catching his breath, Hailuo stood up and said to Shintian Liulong, Liulong, you have reached the entry level of the explosive body style. Your future cultivation will depend on your own efforts. I must now depart to attend to my duties. Moved by Hailuo's selfless dedication, Shintian Liulang rose and bowed. Rest assured, Master, I will not tarnish your prestige. In the future, I will surely make Lord Tuanzang view me in a new light. Hailuo chuckled softly. Very well. Maintain that ambition and remain here to cultivate diligently. Shintian Liulang nodded in agreement. Now that this phase of cultivation had ended and Hailuo was about to leave, Shintian Liulang wanted to discuss his desire to visit my village. He hoped Hailuo could help find a way for him to explore the village. With this in mind, he stole a glance at Hailuo and said hesitantly, Master, while you are away, may I visit my village? It is quite dull here, and I wish to see the world outside. It was only natural for a child to crave excitement and the bustling energy of a village. Hailuo looked at the expectant Shintian Liulong, pondered for a moment, and said, I shall speak with Lord Tuanzang. Since you are not a native of my, your identity must be registered to enter the village. Only Lord Tuanzang can resolve this matter. Shintian Liulang nodded repeatedly, exclaiming joyfully, Thank you, Master. Hailuo patted Shintian Liulang on the head. Enjoy yourself, but do not neglect your cultivation. If I return and find you have made no progress, you can forget about any future outings. Shintian Liulang replied earnestly, Do not worry, Master. I promise not to disappoint you. Hailuo smiled and said, Then it is settled. My leave has ended, and I must meet with Lord Tuanzang anyway. I shall handle your request while I am at it. Shintian Lulang nodded fervently, watching with anticipation as Hailuo left the room. Once Hailuo was far off, his expression returned to normal, and he began to contemplate silently. Upon arriving in my village, he could not afford to do much, as that would arouse Tuanzang's suspicion. For now, he would simply wander around and become a familiar face within the village. Once he had visited several times, and Tuanzang's vigilance had waned, he could then proceed with his true intentions. Having cleared his thoughts, he returned to the adjacent room to begin his medicinal soak. After finishing his bath and completing his training tasks for the day, he finally waited for Hailuo's return. Upon seeing Hailuo, he rushed forward and asked impatiently, "Master, how did it go? Am I allowed to visit my village?" He looked up with eyes full of hope, awaiting the answer that would grant him his freedom. Hailuo pulled out some banknotes and handed them to Shintian Lulang, smiling. "Go ahead. Lord Tuanzang has registered your name. You may explore my village, but remember, if your cultivation falters, your privileges may be revoked. Visit sparingly, your training remains the priority." Shintian Lulang nodded firmly. "I understand. Only with great strength can one truly do as they wish." Hailuo nodded with a smile. "Since you understand, I shall say no more. I depart for my mission tomorrow and may only return once every month or two. Cultivate well on your own." With those final words of encouragement, the master prepared to take his leave. After a few more instructions, Hailuo handed Shintian Lulang a wooden identification plaque. "This is your entry permit for the headquarters. It bears your name. Keep it safe, as you will need it to pass through." Shintian Lulang took the plaque and nodded. "I understand. I will keep it safe." Hailuo said no more, mentioned he had other business, and departed from the training room. Kuro left. Kandarokuro looked at the experience points he had stored up on his person. During the time from the orphanage branch to here, aside from a little spent to recover stamina, he had kept all his other experience points saved up and unused. He now had 42600 experience points on him. In a couple of days, he planned to go and see Konoha village. For safety sake, he meant to raise his strength a bit more. His talent lay in taijutsu. Raising his taijutsu level was the least likely to arouse suspicion. And going from taijutsu level 3 to level 4 required exactly 400 experience points. The rest he would keep in reserve for restoring stamina and chakra. However, he would wait until Kuro was gone before raising his strength. During this period, he had not actually been training for very long, so it would not be good to improve too quickly. He could wait until Kuro left before going up a level. Then when Kuro came back, he would praise him, and he could reap another round of benefits. That was the most advantageous course for him. Kuro was a key combatant of Root. He actually had a great many missions. After resting for 2 months, his mission load had grown heavier. That night, he came back from Danzo's place, packed his things, and left immediately. At home, only Kanda Rokuro remained. He did not hesitate, and raised his taijutsu level to 4. It was the same as any normal level up. He felt his strength increase dramatically. He went to the training room to test it. The force of his punch had soared to 582 points. With strength like that, he was already on par with a Chunin. That made him very satisfied. After raising his strength, he trained at home for 2 full days. In the end, he could not hold back any longer. Taking his token, he prepared to go out. He wanted to visit Konoha village. That was actually quite simple. The base had a dedicated exit leading to Konoha. When he reached the exit and produced the token, Danzo had given him the guard ninja at the gate let him out. Not a single word was exchanged the whole time, making it feel extremely oppressive. The passage led out to a residence on the edge of Konoha. The underground base certainly had more than one exit like this. The others were surely secret exits that would not normally be used. Of course, that old man Danzo could use them. The exit he used might even be near the Hokage Tower. Otherwise, he would not be comfortable making a detour every time he went there. The surface residence seemed to be an inn. In a place like that, a stranger suddenly appearing really would not easily draw suspicion. After all, it was an inn. Strangers could come at any time. Kanda Rokuro walked from the back courtyard to the front yard and finally saw some people. They were eating and chatting in the inn's lobby, laughing and talking merrily. Looking at those people, Kanda Rokuro suddenly felt at ease and joyful. Right, this was a place where people should live. At the orphanage, it had been nothing but training after training with no one to talk to at all. The people in the underground base did not talk either. When they met, they did not even greet each other. It was especially dark and gloomy, and it hardly seemed a fitting place for a normal person to live. Here, though, there was the warm, lively air of the human world. This was truly a place people should live. Living in a suffocating place like that could easily drive a person insane. When Kuro returned next time, he would display his Chunin level strength and let him witness it. When that time came, no matter whether it was accompanying Kuro on missions or requesting to live in Konoha village, it would be a wonderful thing either way. He thought for quite a while. Kanda Rokuro left the inn and came to the streets of Konoha village. Watching the flow of people coming and going, he became a little excited and began wandering idly around the streets. After strolling for a while, he suddenly saw a familiar set of clothes. It looked like the clothes of the Uchiha clan. That Uchiha was telling 2 passersby something. The Uchiha clan had not yet been destroyed. They were still in charge of the Konoha police force. From the look of it, the 2 passersby had done something and were caught and fined by the police. Kanda Rokuro had no particular feelings toward the Uchiha clan. He had even thought about taking advantage of the Uchiha clan's destruction to snatch a pair of Sharingan and evolve them into the Rinnegan. He stared at the Uchiha for a while, lost in thought. Only when he saw the Uchiha take the two passers-by away did he snap out of it. He continued wandering around Konoha village. When he got hungry, he bought some snacks and ate them as he walked. In the end, he toured every street in the village. The bustling Konoha village made him feel reluctant to leave, but he knew that for now this place was not his. He still had to return to that underground base for hard training. As he roamed, he suddenly stopped because he realized he had arrived at the gate of the Konoha Ninja Academy. At the school gate, a group of men and women were chatting. One could tell at a glance that they were there to pick up their children after school. Well, should he take a look? He could see which children were inside the Konoha Ninja Academy now. Besides, he was a child himself. He envied the children going to school. Staying here to watch for a while should not arouse Danzo's suspicion. After deciding this, he found a place to sit and gazed at the school gate. His appearance caught the attention of the other parents for a moment, but no one really cared. Kandarokuro looked only 4 or 5 years old, not yet old enough to attend school. It was only natural that he was not in school. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Shintian Lulang had been waiting for quite a while. Finally, school was over and the children came out. He stared at the children streaming out, scanning carefully for a long time, yet he didn't see anyone familiar. He was not in a hurry. He continued waiting. Children from inside the school were still coming out. Wait. Then his eyes lit up. He spotted a familiar figure. No, those were familiar eyes. Those Byakugan eyes. No one who had seen them would ever forget them. Riseong Ningzi, one of Mai's 12 little strong. At this moment his father was still alive, so his expression was relaxed and cheerful. As he left the gate, he walked off with a companion, who also possessed the Byakugan, chatting and laughing as they disappeared into the distance. Watching Riseong Ningzi walk away, Shintian Lulang couldn't help sighing. This was a tragic fellow, and it seemed it would be this very year. His father would die in place of Riseong Rizu, right? Could he use this chance to stir up some trouble? If he built a good relationship with the Riseong clan, then perhaps later on he could get his hands on a Byakugan. Shintian Liulong's thoughts began to wander farther and farther away. A long while passed. It was not until he saw a guy with a watermelon bowl haircut walk out of the school that he snapped back to reality and studied another one of Mai's 12 little strong. Liluaka. Right now he looked extremely dejected. He wore a bitter, brooding, gloomy expression. At the school gate, most of the people had already dispersed. Liluaka could be said to be the very last one to come out. Shintian Lulang watched Liluaka for a while, then waved at the crestfallen Liluaka and said, "Hey Watermelon Head, are you a student at the Ninja Academy?" Liluaka, who had been walking with his head lowered, stopped and looked at Shintian Liulang, asking in confusion, "You called me?" Shintian Lulang smiled. "Who else is here besides the two of us?" "Of course I was calling you." Liluaka sized up. Shintian Liulang shook his head and said, "I still have things to do. I need to go." Shintian Lulang lightly tapped his feet, and his flash step technique burst forth. In an instant he appeared right in front of Liluaka. His sudden appearance stunned Liluaka. In Liluaka's eyes, Shintian Lulang was even younger than himself, so he hadn't paid him any attention at all. But the other's strength seemed far from simple. That speed just now was something even the school's teachers couldn't match. Now, this made Liluaka curious. He looked at Shintian Lulang and asked, "What's your name?" "Are you from my village?" Shintian Lulang. Shintian Lulang replied, looking at Liluaka and saying, "I just wanted to ask, what exactly are the graduation requirements at your school?" Liluaka was startled, then studied Shintian Lulang. "Shintian Liulang, is it? You haven't attended the Ninja Academy, have you? Then how are you so strong? Were you born into some great clan?" Shintian Lulang curled his lip. "I wish I were. Unfortunately, I'm an orphan raised in an orphanage. But I do have a great master, the strongest taijutsu jonin in my village." Taijutsu jonin, the strongest. Liluaka grew a little excited when he heard this. Because he couldn't learn ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he had always insisted on training in taijutsu in order to become a ninja. Now that he had run into a taijutsu user, he certainly wasn't going to miss this chance. He asked, somewhat agitated, "Then your master's taijutsu must be extraordinarily powerful." Shintian Lulang smiled proudly. "Of course. My master's taijutsu can easily beat down other jonin. I've only learned a portion of it, and I'm about to become a chunin." Liluaka's eyes lit up as he grabbed Shintian Lulang and said, "Tell me more about your master. I want to know whether one can become a ninja with only taijutsu." Shintian Lulang glanced at Liluaka in surprise. "As long as you have chakra, you should be able to become a ninja, right?" "Why would you ask that? Don't you have chakra? Then how did you get into the academy?" Hearing this, Liluaka kicked a small pebble underfoot in frustration. "I do have chakra, but I can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, and I don't know why either." "Huh?" Shintian Lulang hesitated for a moment, then said, "Well, ninjas use ninjutsu just for fighting, don't they? As long as your taijutsu is strong enough to knock someone down, that should be enough. Why worry about whether you can use ninjutsu? If you get so strong that you can defeat the enemy before they even get to use theirs, then it doesn't matter that you can't use ninjutsu." Liluaka nodded again and again. Right. Shintian Liulang, you are truly my kindred spirit. I've decided from now on you're my good friend." Shintian Lulang laughed inwardly. He had greeted Liluaka for exactly this purpose. As for his ultimate goal, naturally, it was the 8 gates. Chuckling to himself, Shintian Lulang said, "You still haven't told me what your school's graduation requirements are." Li Luoka snapped back to attention and looked at Shun Tian Lulang. To graduate, we need the stamina to run 20 kilometers at once, and we also need to be able to use the 3 body techniques proficiently. Shun Tian Lulang curled his lip as soon as he heard this. That's it. I thought there was something difficult. Li Luoka looked at him in surprise. What? Can you already do all of that? Shun Tian Lulang glanced at Li Luoka, then formed hand seals. Boom. A puff of smoke burst open. A clone of Shun Tian Lulang appeared in front of Li Luoka. This made Li Luoka stare wide-eyed. He murmured, "You're younger than me, yet you're already this strong. You're really amazing." Shun Tian Lulang dismissed his clone and turned to leave. I thought I'd come and see how high the academy's standards were, but they're only at this level. How boring. Seeing Shun Tian Lulang leave, Li Luoka hurriedly asked Shun Tian Lulang, "Are you going home?" Without turning his head, Shun Tian Lulang waved his hand. "Yes, I'm going home to continue training. The Ninja Academy's training isn't good enough. It's better for me to cultivate on my own." Li Luoka stood there dazed, watching Shun Tian Lulang walk away until he vanished. Hokage Tower. In the office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffed on his pipe as he watched the crystal ball before him. Inside the crystal ball was the figure of Kanda Rokuro. He watched Kanda Rokuro return to the inn and enter the underground base. Only then did his image vanish from the crystal ball. Only then did Hiruzen Sarutobi speak. He asked the masked ninja beside him, "So what do you think?" "This boy is a taijutsu genius, Danzo, just recruited." The masked ninja answered calmly, "He is indeed a genius. He has already learned Kuro's explosive body-style ninja taijutsu at such a young age, and his ninjutsu talent is excellent. He may even surpass Kuro in the future." Hiruzen blew out a smoke ring and looked out the window. "You know, that is not what I asked about." The masked ninja fell silent. After a long pause, Hiruzen shook his head. "Forget it, I won't press you. I can see this boy is very interested in the Ninja Academy. Go talk to Danzo and tell him to send the boy to the academy." The masked ninja hesitated for a moment, then said, "Lord Hokage, he is already nearly at Chunin level. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for him to attend the academy? And I doubt Elder Danzo will agree easily." Hiruzen knew that, of course. Kanda Rokuro's strength was already comparable to a Chunin. His reason for sending Kanda Rokuro to the Ninja Academy was simply to create a bond. He glanced at the masked ninja and puffed on his pipe. "Don't play dumb with me. You don't want to get involved in our affairs, and I have never made you participate, have I? Just do as I say. When Danzo gives you his answer, tell me directly." The masked ninja said no more. He nodded, dissolved into smoke, and vanished. Once he was gone, Hiruzen shook his head and stared blankly at Konoha, lost in thought. The Third Shinobi World War had just come to an end. Konoha was far from peaceful these days. When he encountered a talented ninja, of course, he wanted to nurture him well and make him put down roots in Konoha. Of course, if Kanda Rokuro lacked talent and would only ever become a Chunin, Hiruzen would not have taken such an interest. But Kanda Rokuro had great talent, or as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a Jonin. A single Jonin was worth 1,000 Genin or 100 Chunin. That was why he wanted to win Kanda Rokuro over to earn the boy's loyalty. Underground base. Kanda Rokuro returned home and immediately began training. He did not give much thought to the events of the day. As for being followed or watched, he was not stupid. He knew perfectly well that he would be watched. That was why he had never done anything that would make others suspicious. Talking with Rock Lee would not arouse suspicion either. At this time, Rock Lee was nothing but a dead last. Who could have imagined how strong he would become in the future? Meanwhile, in Danzo's office, the masked ninja who had just spoken with Hiruzen Sarutobi entered Danzo's office and bowed. "Lord Danzo, the Hokage has sent me to inform you that he wants Kanda Rokuro, Kuro's disciple, to attend the Ninja Academy." Danzo gave a cold snort. "That wretched Hiruzen is trying to poach people from me again." The masked ninja remained silent. Danzo calmed down, glanced at the masked ninja, and said, "Go back and tell Hiruzen Kanda Rokuro is someone my root trained. I will not simply hand him over." The masked ninja understood at once. Danzo's meaning was clear. If Hiruzen wanted Kanda Rokuro, he would have to offer something Danzo wanted in exchange. The masked ninja nodded. "Lord Danzo, I will return and inform the Hokage." Danzo waved a hand. "You may go." The masked ninja turned and left the office. The moment he was gone, Danzo immediately summoned a root ninja and asked, "Tell me everything Kanda Rokuro did in Konoha today. Do not omit anything." The root ninja immediately replied, "Lord Danzo, Kanda Rokuro spent the whole day wandering around Konoha today. Nothing unusual happened. In the afternoon, he watched the Ninja Academy for a while, and when the academy let out, he exchanged a few words with a child." Danzo frowned. If there had been nothing unusual, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not have gone out of his way to send someone to demand the boy. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is that child from one of the great clans?" The root ninja shook his head. "No, he's just an ordinary kid, and a dead last at the academy at that. I heard that child cannot use ninjutsu or jinjutsu at all, only taijutsu." Danzo heard this and shook his head repeatedly. A child who couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. What kind of ninja was that? It seemed Hiruzen Sarutobi would not value Kanda Rokuro because of that child. But then what exactly was the real reason? Danzo's fingers kept tapping on the desk. Finally they stopped, and he scrutinized the root ninja. "Think carefully. Is there some detail you missed?" The root ninja hesitated. With his head lowered, he thought long and hard. Finally, he looked cautiously at Danzo. Lord Danzo, the strangest thing Kanda Rokuro did was perhaps using the clone technique once in front of that child. The clone technique. Danzo's eyes lit up. There was no mention in Kanda Rokuro's records that he knew the 3 basic techniques. It seemed that little brat Kanda Rokuro had real ninjutsu talent too. He had used the clone technique only once, and it had already earned Hiruzen Sarutobi's regard. That clone technique must have been flawless. At this thought, Danzo immediately ordered go bring Kanda Rokuro here. The root ninja nodded and hurried out to find him. Kanda Rokuro was in the midst of his training when he was abruptly escorted to Danzo's office by a ninja from the root. Observing the bewildered Kanda Rokuro and his sweat-drenched attire, Danzo cleared his throat and inquired, "Were you training just now? Why do you persist even at such a late hour?" Kanda Rokuro finally regained his composure and nodded toward Danzo. "Yes, I was unable to practice during the day, so I must compensate for it tonight, otherwise my training progress will be hindered." Danzo expressed great satisfaction. "Excellent. You are truly a fine child to be so diligent in your endeavors." Having said that, he turned to the root ninja who had brought the boy and commanded, "Install air conditioning in his training quarters and assign a dedicated person to deliver his meals every day from now on." The root ninja nodded hastily. "Understood, Lord Danzo." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro said joyfully, "That is wonderful. Now I can dedicate even more time to my training." Danzo grew even more pleased with the boy. With a faint smile he asked, "I heard you performed the clone technique at the Ninja Academy today. When did you master such a skill?" The room fell silent as Danzo awaited an explanation. Kanda Rokuro glanced at Danzo and replied, "Well, I learned the violent body art from my master back at the orphanage. Since he hasn't returned, I began practicing the 3 basic techniques taught by instructor Okamoto. I have been refining them daily ever since." Had he already mastered them at the orphanage? Truly impressive. Danzo nodded and said, "Demonstrate them for me here. If your performance is satisfactory, I shall grant you a reward." Kanda Rokuro was elated. "Truly." Danzo confirmed, "Indeed. You may request whatever you wish." Kanda Rokuro did not hesitate. Before Danzo, he executed the clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. His mastery of these level 2 arts was exceptionally precise, earning repeated nods of approval from Danzo. Danzo had rarely concerned himself with taijutsu-focused ninjas. However, a shinobi who excelled in physical arts while possessing a natural talent for ninjutsu was a talent worth nurturing. By the time Kanda Rokuro finished his demonstration, Danzo had already elevated the boy's potential ranking by 2 grades in his mind, intending to cultivate him thoroughly. He spoke directly, "Very well, your execution is superb. It appears you already possess the proficiency of a chunin. I shall gift you a ninjutsu scroll. Since you possess affinities for earth and water, tell me which element you wish to study, and I will have a scroll prepared for you." Kanda Rokuro was internally surging with excitement. Ever since mastering the violent body style nintaijutsu, he knew he would no longer be treated as an expendable pawn. Though Danzo did not prioritize taijutsu, he would not allow a future jonin-level talent to perish prematurely. Thus Rokuro had planned to reveal his ninjutsu talent to secure more resources. His display of the clone technique at the academy gates was a calculated move to showcase his versatility, ensuring that others would regard him with greater significance. It seemed the plan had succeeded. After witnessing the 3 basic techniques, Danzo's attitude toward him had visibly improved. He surmised that dealing with Danzo or completing future tasks would be much easier now. Masking his thrill, Kanda Rokuro asked eagerly, "Lord Danzo, may I learn both?" He looked up at Danzo with an air of innocent greed. Danzo shook his head. "You are still young. Specializing in one path will allow you to exert your strength more effectively. Since you are training in the violent body style, earth style ninjutsu will rapidly enhance your combat power. I shall grant you an earth style scroll." Kanda Rokuro appeared somewhat disappointed as he muttered, "Very well. But if I master those, Lord Danzo, would you be willing to teach me water-style ninjutsu as well?" A thin smile appeared on Danzo's face. "If you master those techniques within a single year, I will not only grant you water-style arts, but also reward you with an A-rank ninjutsu. How does that sound?" An A-rank ninjutsu. Kanda Rokuro's eyes sparkled. He stood at attention and declared, "Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I shall train with the utmost dedication." Danzo nodded. "Excellent. Go and rest for now, the scroll will be delivered tomorrow." Kanda Rokuro bowed. "Then, Lord Danzo, I shall return to my training." "Go then," Danzo agreed. Kanda Rokuro turned and made his exit. Just as he reached the threshold, Danzo spoke suddenly. "By the way, the 3rd Hokage wishes for you to attend the Ninja Academy. I wonder if you have any interest in going." Kanda Rokuro paused at the doorway. He turned back with a dismissive pout. "The academy. How utterly dull. It seems to me those people are just wasting their time. If one can become a genin simply by running 20 kilometers and using basic techniques, what future could such people have? I have no time for such games, though I intend to become a chunin before my master returns." Danzo smiled. "Indeed. The academy is merely a playground for children. Return now and focus on your cultivation." Kanda Rokuro nodded and departed. Once he had gained some distance, he wiped away a cold sweat that hadn't even broken. That cursed Danzo. Truly insidious. To wait until the very moment of his departure to ask about the academy. Had he not possessed the mind of an adult, he surely would have hesitated. In that moment of doubt, Danzo would likely have suspected his intentions and restricted his movements, preventing him from exploring Konoha village freely. Danzo's office. Watching Kanda Rokaru walk away, Danzo pondered silently for a moment before turning to the root ninja beside him. From now on, keep your distance when keeping tabs on him. Give him enough freedom. But you must report his training progress to me every 15 days. Yes, the root ninja agreed. A glint of sharp light flashed across Danzo's eyes as he murmured to himself. A Chunin at only 5 years old with impressive ninjutsu talent as well. Looks like I found a useful tool. Black Rasengan must not die too soon. Have him take that boy under his wing and show him the darkness of the shinobi world. After muttering to himself, for a while Danzo's gaze fell back upon the root ninja. Send someone to investigate the orphanage where Kanda Rokaru resides. Find out if he has any acquaintances there. Once located, have them delivered to headquarters for proper training. Yes. The root ninja agreed once more. Danzo had no further instructions to give and merely waved his hand. Go. Tomorrow deliver a copy of those Earth Release C-Rank Jutsu scrolls to Kanda Rokaru. Tell him to train diligently. The root ninja withdrew. Danzo set Kanda Rokaru's matters aside for the moment and attended to other business. Though Kanda Rokaru was a prodigy, the world was full of talented youths who perished before reaching their potential. He was merely providing assistance, ensuring the boy did not meet an early end. Whether Rokaru would truly flourish depended on himself. The following day, visitors arrived at Kanda Rokaru's home. They installed a cooling device in the training room and assigned a woman to prepare his 3 daily meals at Black Rasengan's residence. Most importantly, they left behind a scroll of Earth Release Jutsu for Kanda Rokaru. Within the scroll were 5 C-Rank Earth Release techniques. Earth-style Swamp Technique. Softens the ground to trap enemies within. Earth-style Homing Mud Wall. Creates a wall of mud to shield allies and obstruct enemies. Earth-style Mud Pillar. Erects earthen pillars to impale foes. Earth-style Mud Shower. Rains down projectiles of hardened mud upon adversaries. Earth-style Mud Armor. Forms a protective layer of mud over the body for defense. Upon receiving the 5 jutsu, Kanda Rokaru was quite thrilled. However, he currently lacked sufficient experience points to upgrade them. Besides, he could not learn too quickly. Doing so might arouse Danzo's suspicions. These jutsu would be studied after half a year had passed. For now, he would store them away. If ever he found himself in danger, he could use his accumulated experience points to activate them and employ these jutsu for survival or offense. Each of the 5 jutsu required 2,000 experience points to reach level 2. This was not a heavy burden for Kanda Rokaru, whose stored experience points far exceeded that amount. After spending half a day on it, 5 new jutsu appeared in his system. Earth-style Swamp Technique, level 102,000 experience points. Earth-style Homing Mud Wall, level 102,000 experience points. Earth-style Mud Pillar, level 102,000 experience points. Earth-style Mud Shower, level 102,000 experience points. Earth-style Mud Armor, level 102,000 experience points. Gazing at the experience requirements needed to advance these 5 jutsu, he began to understand some basic rules of the system. Based on current observations, D-rank jutsu, such as the 3 basic techniques, required 1,000 experience points to advance from level 1 to level 2. C-rank jutsu, like the Earth Release techniques, required 2,000 experience points. B-rank jutsu, such as the Violent Flow, required 4,000 experience points. A-rank jutsu, like the Violent Body Flow, required 10,000 experience points. Regardless of rank advancing, each level required double the experience points of the previous tier. That was the situation approximately. There were special jutsu that Kanda Rokaru had not yet encountered, and he had no way of knowing their requirements. He chose not to worry about it. He would discover them when the time came. For now, he planned to use his stored experience points to advance the Violent Body Flow to level 3 and raise the level of the 3 basic techniques as well. With the 5 jutsu secured, Kanda Rokaru continued his training in the underground base. Every 7 or 8 days, he would venture out to explore Konohagakure, passing the time and easing his boredom. Protected by Danzo's backing, he encountered no trouble in the village. He gradually became a familiar face, and the villagers of Konoha grew aware of a boy named Kanda Rokaru. Nearly 20 days of cultivation passed. On his 3rd visit to Konoha during this period, Kanda Rokaru overheard a piece of news that piqued his interest. The Hidden Cloud village in the Land of Lightning was preparing to send envoys to Konoha to sign a peace agreement ceasing all small-scale skirmishes that had persisted since the Third Shinobi War and allowing both villages to recover. The people of Konoha were rejoicing over this development. No war meant no deaths. Ordinary citizens naturally welcomed the news, and most villagers discussed it enthusiastically. Kanda Rokaru casually inquired and quickly learned the specifics. The Hokage had already sent word throughout the village announcing that the Cloud Village envoys would arrive on May 4th to sign the treaty. It was currently April 19th. That meant the Cloud Village envoys would arrive in half a month's time. Upon receiving this information, Kanda Rokaru lost interest in wandering about. He returned to the underground base and pondered how he might distinguish himself during this event, ensuring that the higher-ups of Konoha would take note of his existence. The ninja accompanying the Kumobikure negotiation team were at minimum special jonin. Rescuing Hyuga Hinata from their grasp would not be an easy task. His strength was insufficient. Direct confrontation was out of the question. He needed to find a way to have others deal with that guy, perhaps the root ninja tasked with tailing him, or the third Hokage's ANBU operating in the shadows. But regardless, he had to be capable of withstanding their attacks before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise everything else would be futile. Therefore his own strength had to improve. Right now he still had 13400 experience points. After some thought, he spent 6000 points to raise all 3 body techniques to level 3. Then he spent another 4000 points to separately upgrade the body replacement technique to level 4. Spending 1000 experience points, he had 3400 remaining. Half a month remained before the Kumogakure Shinobi arrived. He could still gather 750 more experience points to bring clone technique and transformation technique up to level 4. Basic ninjutsu, while not particularly formidable, but when used well they were life-saving divine skills. Especially now that body replacement had been upgraded to level 4, he felt its true value even more intensely. At level 1 he could perform it, but it was unreliable. At level 2, he had mastered the fundamentals. When prepared he could execute it with certainty. At level 3 a body replacement became stable, guaranteeing execution even without prior preparation. At level 4 he reached mastery. He could deploy body replacement swiftly under any circumstance, even simultaneously while casting other ninjutsu. As for level 5, he had not yet reached it, and was unsure of what it felt like. Having tested clone transformation and body replacement techniques, they all followed the same pattern. This meant that levels 1 through 4 corresponded to the learning stage, entry stage, stable stage, and mastery stage. With the level system understood, some new ideas began forming in Kamiyama Roro's mind. He planned to accumulate more experience and steadily upgrade one of the 3 body techniques to see whether ninjutsu levels had an upper limit. If there was a cap, that would be deeply frustrating. He sincerely hoped there was none so he could stack ordinary techniques into something godlike. After boosting his abilities, Kamiyama Roro began training immediately. The newly enhanced skills needed thorough practice to ensure seamless integration with his body explosion flow ninjutsu. Facing life and death combat ahead, Kamiyama Roro grew extraordinarily serious. He holed himself up in the training room for 7 days straight, reluctant to step outside. Constantly training, relentlessly refining, polishing his strength to the point of effortless control. However, after 7 days of cultivation, he decided to take a walk through Konoha. Normally, he ventured out once every 7 or 8 days. If he suddenly stopped appearing entirely, and then went out during the Kumogakure incident, it would arouse suspicion. By the 10th day of cultivation, his clone and transformation techniques had also reached level 4. The remaining experience would be saved for later to restore stamina and chakra. 5 days passed in a flash. On the day the Kumogakure delegation entered the village, Kamiyama Roro set out to explore Konoha. This time he had already prepared his excuse in advance. Should Danzo or the Hokage investigate, he would simply say he wanted to observe the Kumogakure ninja more closely at night since he hadn't gotten a good look during the day. It was a nearly perfect excuse. He couldn't imagine anyone doubting a child's curiosity. With his excuse ready, he proceeded according to plan. Arriving in Konoha, he headed straight for the main gate. There others were also gathered waiting to welcome the newcomers. So he joined the crowd of villagers eager to catch a glimpse of the Kumogakure ninja waiting together. After some time, the Kumogakure ninja had not yet appeared, but he spotted Rock Lee running over to join the spectacle. He approached Lee from behind and tugged his sleeve, saying, "Hey Rock Lee, it's been a while." Upon seeing Kamiyama Roro, Rock Lee was overjoyed. In his heart, Roro was his only true confidant, the only person who never looked down on him for relying solely on taijutsu. "Roro, you're here too. Why haven't I seen you at the academy lately? I'd wait extra long after school every evening hoping you'd show up so we could chat." "I've lost interest in the ninja academy," Roro replied with a smile. "If you want to talk, come find me at Ichiraka Ramen every Monday or Tuesday evening." "Got it." Rock Lee agreed, then glanced around at the crowd. "Are you here to watch the Kumogakure ninjas taijutsu too?" Kamiyama Roro shook his head. "No, I have little interest in their taijutsu. I simply want to gauge their actual combat strength. If the chance arises, I'd like to challenge them." Upon hearing this, Rock Lee gave Roro an enthusiastic thumbs up. "I really admire your courage, Roro. I never dared think like that. Looks like I'm too timid. I need to learn from you to build real confidence." Kamiyama Roro chuckled softly and countered, "Don't you have classes today?" Rock Lee shook his head. "None." The academy declared a 3-day holiday in anticipation of the Kumogakure delegation's arrival. "I see." It seemed Hiruzen Sarutobi was concerned about potential trouble during the negotiations and moved to keep the academy students safe. By sending the students home, he ensured they wouldn't be caught in a single devastating blow, and that each child would be protected by their respective clan. After a moment's reflection, Kamaida Lulang regained his composure and turned to Rock Lee. "I've heard that everyone from the Cloud Hidden Village excels in taijutsu. You ran over just to watch. Were you hoping to see how their physical combat skills measure up?" Rock Lee replied with visible excitement, "Absolutely. After our last conversation, I realized that mastering taijutsu alone can still lead to a brilliant future. Since then I've been training even harder and more rigorously. I also heard that the 4th Raikage is a true master of physical techniques, which is exactly why I wanted to observe the Cloud Village ninja and see if they live up to the Raikage reputation." Kamaida Lulang rolled his eyes. The fourth Raikage had mastered lightning release alongside his taijutsu. Meanwhile, Rock Lee's chakra was almost certainly non-attribute based. How could the two possibly be compared? There was absolutely no hope of him learning the Raikage taijutsu. It would be far more fitting for him to study the explosive body flow technique instead. However, the after effects of the explosive body flow were not much less dangerous than the 8 gates. The more heavily one relied on it, the faster one would meet their end. With the 8 gates reaching, the 8th gate meant immediate death. One was a slow, lingering death, the other instant. In the end, they amounted to roughly the same thing. Death was death nonetheless. Muttering these complaints to himself, Kamida Lulang patted Rock Lee on the shoulder. All right, then let's watch together. You got it. Rock Lee agreed enthusiastically. The two were deep in conversation when suddenly, Kamida Lulang's gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Wasn't that Uzumaki Naruto? He had also come running to join the spectacle. Over recent visits to Konoha, Kamida Lulang had made it a habit to stop by Ichiraka ramen shop every time, all in the hope of running into Uzumaki Naruto. And yet, he had never once succeeded. Who would have thought he'd stumble upon Naruto right here today? Still, walking over deliberately to greet him would feel far too obvious. He needed to devise a plan, an excuse natural enough to slip into conversation with Uzumaki Naruto without arousing any suspicion. After a brief moment of thought, Kamida Lulang deliberately glanced left and right, pretending to curiously survey the surroundings. Finally, his eyes settled on Uzumaki Naruto, and he asked Rock Lee, "Hey Rock, what's going on with that kid over there? Everywhere he walks, people seem to actively avoid him. Could he be some sort of troublemaker?" Rock Lee turned his head, took in Uzumaki Naruto, and after a moment's consideration replied, "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Pondering for a while, Rock Lee suddenly slapped his thigh. "That's right. That kid sometimes lingers near the entrance of the Ninja Academy to watch us go to and from school. But the adults seem to go out of their way to avoid him, and they won't even let their own children speak to him." Hearing this, Kamida Lulang grew even more puzzled. He studied Uzumaki Naruto and remarked, "He doesn't look like a bad kid to me. Such a young boy couldn't possibly pose much of a threat, could he?" Rock Lee shook his head. "I couldn't say. The adults simply insist that nobody play with him. My guess is that his family's elders have rather short fuses, and the grown-ups are afraid his relatives might cause trouble." That explanation was about as reasonable as one could manage. Kamida Lulang nodded. "So that must be it. What a pitiful kid then." Rock Lee nodded and turned his gaze toward the main gate. "Let's not dwell on him. The Cloud Village Ninja should arrive by 8:30. We still have over 10 minutes. We shouldn't miss it." Kamida Lulang nodded, no longer looking at Uzumaki Naruto. Yet inwardly a faint smile played upon his lips. He had deliberately spoken while facing Naruto's direction and made sure his voice carried loud enough. That approach had certainly drawn Uzumaki Naruto's attention by now. The boy was likely watching him closely. All Kamida Lulang had to do was wait for Naruto to come to him on his own. He simply could not be the one to approach. That would look far too forced. Uzumaki Naruto was so lonely. Nearly nobody wanted anything to do with him. Now encountering two children who looked at him with entirely normal expressions, unlike those adults whose eyes radiated outright disgust, made it difficult for him to resist. After a brief internal struggle, he slowly made his way toward Kamida Lulang and Rock Lee, hoping against hope that he might find a friend. It took him 5 long minutes. He shuffled forward until he stood behind Kamida Lulang and Rock Lee. Finally, taking a deep breath, he approached with a bright smile and asked, "Hey, what are your names?" Uzumaki Naruto had arrived. Kamida Lulang was quite satisfied inwardly, but outwardly he remained perfectly composed. Glancing sideways at Naruto, he asked, "What is it? Do you need something from us?" Uzumaki Naruto's heart swelled with joy. At the very least, this child in front of him had not walked away. He had actually responded. Slightly overwhelmed with emotion, Naruto said, "I saw you two here. Are you also watching the Cloud Village Ninja?" Kamida Lulang shot Uzumaki Naruto an exasperated look. "Are you foolish? If I came here just to watch you, I'd be wasting my time. Stop getting in our way. The Cloud Village Ninja are about to arrive." Uzumaki Naruto let out a sheepish chuckle. Hee. Could I maybe watch alongside you?" Kamida Lulang turned his head toward the entrance and replied, "Suit yourself. I have no time to fuss over your matters." Uzumaki Naruto felt a surge of excitement. Although Kamida Lulang's attitude toward him was far from warm, at the very least he had not outright refused him. This was his opening. If he interacted with them more often, perhaps they could become good friends. He had already made the acquaintance of Uzumaki Naruto. No need to be too warm right now, they could take it slowly later. Kanda Rokuro calculated in his mind for a while, then continued staring at the entrance. He did his utmost not to attract attention, as if Uzumaki Naruto were not by his side at all. As for Rock Lee, he cared about nothing besides taijutsu. When Uzumaki Naruto came over, he did not even spare him a glance, so naturally, he held no prejudice against Naruto. The three of them stood near the gate waiting. Yet each had different thoughts. Rock Lee was looking forward to the Kumogakure ninja, who would soon arrive. Uzumaki Naruto was somewhat excited, thinking that he would make 2 friends. He no longer cared about the Kumogakure ninja. As for Kanda Rokuro, he had the most on his mind. He was also plotting to get close to Uzumaki Naruto and calculating how to secretly tail the Kumogakure ninja at night. They stood there for a while. A stir ran through the crowd. Kanda Rokuro realized that the people of Kumogakure had arrived, so he turned his attention back to the gate. Sure enough, they were coming. More than a dozen shinobi wearing Kumogakure forehead protectors were approaching the gate. Rock Lee looked at them and shouted, Rokuro, did you see that? Those cloud ninja look really strong. Are they all taijutsu users? Kanda Rokuro sneered, what use are big muscles? Even without muscles I can still beat them all. Today I'll follow them and find a chance to challenge them. Rock Lee chuckled, I wouldn't dare, but I can go over there and cheer you on. Kanda Rokuro shot Rock Lee a glance and shook his head. Forget it. If you come you'll only get in the way. I'm going to stir up some trouble later, so don't get involved in my business. Rock Lee's eyes bulged as he lowered his voice. Hey Rokuro, what are you trying to do? You're not planning to ambush the Cloud Ninja, are you? The Hokage will blame you. Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes at Rock Lee. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could I possibly do that? Just watch when the time comes. I won't make any trouble for Konoha village. Rock Lee was hesitant. Uzumaki Naruto though had sparkling eyes. This kid named Rokuro was clearly up to something. How exciting. At the village entrance the Kumogakure ninja exchanged a few words with the Konoha ninja who had come to welcome them. Then they all headed together toward the Hokage tower. Among the onlookers those interested in the Cloud Ninja kept following while the uninterested ones went home. Kanda Rokuro and the other two belonged to the interested group. They followed the crowd all the way to the Hokage tower. At the entrance to the Hokage tower Kanda Rokuro saw another familiar person, Hamura Mitokado, an elder of Konoha. He was standing at the door apparently waiting to welcome the people from Kumogakure. Just as Kanda Rokuro had expected, Hamura Mitokado received the group from Kumogakure and led them into the Hokage tower. The Hokage tower was heavily guarded. Getting inside was impossible. Those who had come to watch the excitement dispersed once they saw the Cloud Ninja entering. Only Kanda Rokuro and the other two remained standing at the entrance. The gate guards at the Hokage tower entrance clearly recognized the three children. One of the ninja came out and said to them, Kanda Rokuro, Rock Lee, what are you doing here? This is no place for you. Go back now. With that he turned to Uzumaki Naruto with a look of disgust. And you Uzumaki Naruto, go back too. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist, his expression full of anger. He had done nothing wrong. Why was he being picked on? While Naruto was seething, Kanda Rokuro looked at the ninja in Chunin attire in front of him and said with displeasure, a mere Chunin like you has no right to order me around. I'm telling you, next month I'll be a Chunin. What I do is none of your business. The gate guard looked at Kanda Rokuro and laughed. Fine. So I have no right to order you around. Take your friends and go home, or the Hokage will get angry. Ordinary ninja naturally treated the village's genius shinobi with much better manners. And since Kanda Rokuro was a genius ninja, even a bit of mischief could be forgiven. Moreover, the gate guard knew that the third Hokage also thought highly of Kanda Rokuro. Naturally, he had to be more courteous to such a young fellow. Seeing the gate guard smile, Kanda Rokuro nodded in satisfaction, walked up to him, and asked in a low voice, hey, is there a Chunin among the envoys from Kumogakure? The gate guard shot Kanda Rokuro a glance, and asked curiously, what do you want to know that for? Kanda Rokuro puffed out his chest. To challenge him, of course. If I defeat him, Lord Danzo will certainly promote me to Chunin. Then I'll be the same rank as you. Let's see if you still dare to boss me around. Nonsense. The gate guard could not help patting Kanda Rokuro's head. The envoys from Kumogakure are here to sign a peace treaty, not to fight. The Hokage will absolutely not allow this, and Elder Danzo won't either. Now go home. Kanda Rokuro slapped the gate guard's hand away in annoyance. Don't touch my head. I'm on the same level as you. You just wait. I'll certainly find a chance to challenge them. With that he snorted coldly and turned away. Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto followed him and left. The gate guard watched Kanda Rokuro leave, shook his head, and went back inside. As for what Kanda Rokuro had said, he did not take it seriously at all. The envoys from Kumogakure had a designated area for their reception guarded by many Konoha ninja. There was simply no way for Kanda Rokuro to challenge them. Big brother Liulong, you were so brave just now. After the three children had distanced themselves from the Hokage building, Xuanhua Mingren flattered Shintian Lulang excitedly. Shintian Lulang glanced at Xuanhua Mingren and frowned. Kid, who exactly are you? Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren hastily introduced himself. My name is Xuanhua Mingren, the man who will become Hokage. Shintian Lulang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. So you're an idiot. I don't play with idiots. Go away. Xuanhua Mingren's expression stiffened, and he smiled awkwardly. Hey, how do I look like an idiot? Shintian Lulang rolled his eyes. The moment you open your mouth you say you'll become Hokage. If that isn't being an idiot, what is? Do you think Hokage is some cheap title anyone can hold? Xuanhua Mingren was a bit displeased. This is my dream. I'll strive toward my dream. How is that idiotic? Are you looking down on the position of Hokage? Shintian Lulang curled his lips. Dreams must be realistic. You're not even a ninja yet, so what's the point of talking about being Hokage? Dreams must be achieved step by step. For an ordinary guy like you, setting your dream as Chunin is enough. With hard work you might actually achieve it. But if you aim for Hokage, I'm afraid you won't achieve it in your entire lifetime. Xuanhua Mingren was speechless. He had a dream. What was wrong with that? The Shintian Lulang before him actually said that becoming a Chunin was already good enough for him. This was really looking down on him. If he hadn't found Shintian Lulang not too unpleasant, he would have turned and left. Suppressing his annoyance, Xuanhua Mingren snorted. I'm going to become Hokage anyway. Just wait and see. Shin Tian Lulang curled his lips. If you can become Hokage, then I'll be your underling from now on. Xuanhua Mingren's eyes lit up. It's settled. Shin Tian Lulang glared at Xuanhua Mingren. Idiot, you actually want to be my boss. I'm about to become a chunin. You'd better wait 100 years if you want to be my boss. Xuanhua Mingren's eyes darted and he quickly said, then I'll be your underling first, and after I become Hokage you'll be my underling. That should work, right? Whoa, Xuanhua Mingren actually had a bit of wit. For the sake of making friends he could come up with that. Shin Tian Lulang marveled inwardly, then curled his lips at Xuanhua Mingren. I don't want an idiot underling. Xuanhua Mingren said at once, I'm not an idiot. I'm very useful. I can help you with anything. Shin Tian Lulang was about to refuse, but he hesitated and looked Xuanhua Mingren up and down. Alright then, if you want to be my underling, first help me complete a task. Xuanhua Mingren got excited and pounded his chest. Big brother Liulong, just give me your orders. Shin Tian Lulang looked at the distant Hokage building. Today I must challenge the ninjas of Yunin village. Since you two are my underlings, keep an eye on them. If any of them ends up alone, tell me right away. I'm going to challenge them. Li Loaka had been silent all along, but now he couldn't help saying to Shin Tian Liulong, Hey Liulong, I'm half a year older than you. When did you become my big brother? Shin Tian Lulang shot Li Loaka a glance. What, you want to challenge my authority as big brother? If you want to be the boss, wait until you can defeat me. Li Loaka's expression froze. Defeat Shin Tian Lulang? How could that be possible? Shin Tian Lulang was a monster with astonishing strength. Li Loaka said nothing. Xuanhua Mingren came over and said, Big brother, keeping watch is no problem, but can you really beat a chunin? Aren't you still a child? Shin Tian Lulang turned and glared at Xuanhua Mingren. How dare you doubt my strength? Hurry up and do your job. If they come out and you don't notice, you're not my underling anymore. Now the three of us will split up and watch the Hokage building. Xuanhua Mingren pouted, which was taken as agreement. Li Loaka said helplessly, I still have training today. Isn't this wasting my time? Shin Tian Lulang rapped Li Loaka on the head. What is training compared to my business? If you do this well, I'll teach you how I practice taijutsu. Li Loaka's eyes lit up. He genuinely admired Shin Tian Liulong's taijutsu. If he could learn Shin Tian Liulong's taijutsu, his strength would definitely increase. Now he stopped complaining. He agreed directly. Fine, I'll rest today and help you. The matter was settled. Shin Tian Lulang said with satisfaction, Alright, let's move. Xuanhua Mingren and Li Loaka got moving while Shin Tian Lulang walked to a spot not far from the Hokage building. The two guards at the entrance of the Hokage building also saw Shin Tian Lulang watching the building from a distance. They just smiled faintly and paid no attention. Time passed just like that, slowly creeping by. In a flash it was noon. At this moment the envoys from Yunin village finally came out. The Mai ninjas escorted them to an inn to settle down. Shin Tian Lulang stayed behind, following them at a distance, and finally kept watch not far from the inn's entrance. Konoha, the village entrance. The rooftop of the Hokage tower. The sun was setting, its afterglow spilling across the entire village of Konoha. Rock Lee, clad in his green spandex training suit, was putting himself through high-intensity drills at the training ground outside the village. He threw punch after punch and kick after kick, drenched in sweat, yet still filled with vigor. Amid his training he asked and answered himself with burning passion, Lee, you still have a long way to go. Tomorrow's opponent will be that legendary genius ninja, Sasuke Uchiha. As his words faded, Lee swung his arms and legs with even greater ferocity, striking so swiftly that the air itself seemed to split with each movement. At that same moment, atop the Hokage tower in Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood with both hands resting on the crystal ball of the telescope technique, calmly surveying the whole village below. Beside him stood an Umbu ninja of Konoha wearing the standard Umbu attire and a cat-faced mask. Lord Hokage, the Umbu ninja said respectfully, the child you had me watch has returned to the village, and he was accompanied by the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. They entered the village separately. Now that child is bringing Naruto Uzumaki to his residence. Even as the Umbu ninja spoke, he secretly wondered why the Hokage took such an interest in that child. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to the Umbu's report without a change in expression, yet faint ripples stirred in his aged eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of complexity. I see. Go now, but continue keeping watch for me. Hearing this, the Umbu ninja nodded in acknowledgement. With a flicker of movement, he vanished instantly from the spot. Only after the Umbu ninja had gone did Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly withdraw his gaze, staring into the distant sunset, silent for a long time. After a long while he whispered to himself, Naruto, your father was the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. He was a great ninja who sacrificed his life to protect the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head toward the sky, his gaze deep and far away, as though traveling across time and space to that night many years ago. And your mother was Kushina Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan. She too was an exceptional ninja. After the Night of the Nine Tails you became an orphan. Over all these years I have often wondered, if you ever learned the truth about your birth, would you resent this old man for not having told you sooner? But was I not also trying to protect you? In Konoha, countless eyes watch you from the shadows. If those people discovered your identity, the consequences would be disastrous. The wind was cool and gentle. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words were carried off into the distance, but no one answered them. The sun gradually dipped beneath the horizon and dusk began to settle over Konoha. Meanwhile, in an ordinary home at the edge of Konoha, a plainly dressed youth sat on the edge of the bed, keeping company with the blonde boy in front of him. A boy whose face was full of displeasure as he muttered continuously under his breath. Hey, I'm telling you, you're really weird. Are we even close? You dragged me back to your place the moment you got here. What exactly are you trying to do? The blonde boy was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. With his arms crossed, he stared warily at the black-haired youth before him, who looked roughly the same age as himself. The black-haired youth smiled faintly, and said nothing, merely gazing quietly at Naruto with a tenderness never seen before in his eyes. Naruto grew uneasy under that gaze, and instinctively edged back. Hey, you're not some pervert, are you? At those words the black-haired youth's smile deepened. He said softly, Naruto, in this life, I will never leave you alone again. Naruto's wariness only grew. He scratched his head in confusion. Huh, what are you saying? What's all this about this life and that life? Have we ever met before? The black-haired youth did not answer. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand toward Naruto, and said gently, my name is Kanda Rokuro. I am your future companion, and your big brother. Naruto stared at Kanda Rokuro's outstretched hand, his expression growing even more puzzled. Big brother? You. Don't make me laugh. I'm older than you. Kanda Rokuro smiled, and spoke softly. Naruto, I know you have many questions, but this is not the time to explain. All you need to know is that I would never hurt you. From this day forward, I will always stand beside you, facing every storm with you. Naruto fell silent. Looking at the youth before him, he felt a strange, inexplicable sense of trust rising in his heart. It was an odd feeling. Though they had only just met, it seemed as if they had known each other for an eternity. Outside the inn where they had stayed in the hidden cloud village, Shinda Rokuro practiced his fist strikes, waiting with boredom. As for the Hokage and Danzo's suspicions about him, he was already well aware and not overly worried. However, there was one matter on his mind. What would unfold that night? He felt a slight trepidation. Though he knew Root and Umbu operatives were shadowing him, he remained cautious where his life was concerned. He waited. Hours drifted by. Yet the envoy from the hidden cloud village did not emerge even after dark fell. Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto could no longer bear the weight. They ran up to Shinda Lu Lang and clamored, Boss, it's already dark. I don't think they're coming out. Shall we go back to rest? You can challenge a Chunin from Konoha whenever you like. The speaker was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Shinda Lu Lang cast him a sidelong glance and retorted, Go back if you wish. I will not. I train until dawn every night regardless. I'll continue waiting here. Uzumaki Naruto was barely 4.5 years old. Rock Lee was just past 6. Though both possessed determination, neither could match the perseverance of Shinda Lu Lang. After a moment's hesitation, the two bade farewell to Shinda Lu Lang and returned home to rest. He alone remained behind, training his taijutsu, while keeping his eyes on the inn. Truthfully, Shinda Lu Lang did not know precisely when the hidden cloud ninja would set out to abduct Hinata. But one thing he was certain of, it would not be during the first half of the night. During the earlier hours, the ninja would still be sharp and alert. It was only in the latter part of the night that vulnerabilities and opportunities would emerge most easily. He cultivated. Time crept onward. Soon the witching hour arrived. Upon his daily mission refresh, he prepared to complete his assignment first before anything else. Currently, he could complete his daily training mission in roughly 40 minutes. But today he deliberately slowed his pace, stretching out the time. After finishing 1,000 push-ups, an hour and a half had passed. He glanced at the brightly illuminated and let out a sigh, and turned to leave. However, he did not return to his underground base. Instead, he wandered through the village as though deeply disappointed, unwilling to go home. Occasionally, he kicked at walls to vent his pent-up frustration. His disguise was flawless. The Root ninja, trailing him, could only watch from afar and silently mutter their complaints in their hearts. He strolled and strolled until he found himself near the Hyuga clan's residential quarter. The Hyuga maintained a separate compound within Konoha. Between the compound and the village lay a small forest. Within the forest ran a single path, the only road the Hyuga clan used to enter and exit Konoha. Reaching the entrance to this path, Shinda Lu Lang feigned drowsiness, found a tree by the roadside, and sat down to rest with half-closed eyes, pretending to be exhausted and ready to sleep. The hour neared 3 in the morning, the time when human fatigue peaks and mental focus wanes the most. If the hidden cloud ninja intended to act, they would certainly not overlook such an opportune moment. Feigning slumber, Shinda Lu Lang prayed silently that he would not have to wait much longer, and seemingly his prayer was answered. After resting with closed eyes for over half an hour, he heard someone approaching at tremendous speed. He opened his eyes. Curiously, he gazed toward the Hyuga compound. Ninjas moved with extraordinary velocity. Within mere seconds of hearing the sound, a figure materialized before him. Clad in black with a concealed face, it was plainly not a legitimate ninja. Shinda Lu Lang rose to his feet immediately and thundered, "Stop right there." The black-clad masked ninja hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing it was merely a child blocking the way, they did not even break stride and pressed onward. Enraged, Shinda Lu Lang shouted, "Insolent brat! Do you look down on me? Today I shall make an example of you and show you my strength, so that Lord Danzo may promote me to Chunin." With that, he pushed off the ground and leapt onto the path, cutting off the masked ninja's advance. At that very moment, the black-clad ninja appeared to take him more seriously, now speaking as they advanced, "Child, what relation are you to Kuro?" Shinda Lu Lang was taken aback. He had not expected this masked ninja to know the name Kuro. It seemed the body release technique was already well known across the ninja world, otherwise they would not have recognized it at a glance. After a brief pause, Shinda Lu Lang snorted coldly, "Kuro is my master. My name is Shinda Lu Lang, remember that well." The black-clad ninja had already closed the distance, and upon hearing Shinda Lu Lang's arrogant words delivered a fierce punch straight at him, declaring, "If you are Kuro's disciple, then die." Shinda Lu Lang remained composed and fearless. He raised his arm and countered with a punch of his own. The amplification granted by the body release technique was formidable. Shinda Lu Lang's base strength was approximately 550 caddies. The body release technique added another 250 caddies, bringing his total punching force to 800 caddies. This was precisely why he dared to trade punches with a jonin. Bang! Their fists collided. Shinda Lu Lang was sent flying backward 3 or 4 meters. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the black-clad ninja also retreated 4 or 5 steps. The black-clad ninja steadied himself and looked at Kanda Rokuro in some astonishment. Judging by the boy's appearance, he was at most 4 or 5 years old, and yet his power had already reached the level of a special jonin. Terrifying. A genius of Konoha had to be eliminated. A dense, sinister killing intent began to radiate from the black-clad ninja. Kanda Rokuro steadied himself, shook his little arms, and glanced at Hinata Hyuga on the black-clad ninja's back. He sneered, "By the looks of it, you're definitely not a good person. The one on your back is from the Hyuga clan, isn't she? What are you trying to do by capturing a Kekkei Jinkai ninja from our Hidden Leaf village?" The black-clad ninja wasted no time on words. He attacked Kanda Rokuro directly. He had no time for idle chatter. There were still people chasing after him. Seeing the black-clad ninja attack, Kanda Rokuro did not dare to face him head-on. A jonin's strength was too terrifying. The black-clad ninja's earlier blow had been roughly twice as powerful as his own. So he drew a kunai and shouted, "Enemy attack." Then he dodged the black-clad ninja's assault and looked for a chance to strike from a blind spot. The black-clad ninja was clearly getting anxious. Kanda Rokuro's roar would soon attract Konoha ninja, and he could already sense someone closing in fast. It infuriated him. A perfectly good operation had been ruined by a little brat. If he were not pressed for time, he would have loved to tear the brat limb from limb. Sensing the danger, the black-clad ninja roared, "Get out of my way." Then a burst of lightning erupted from his fist and blasted toward Kanda Rokuro. Terror flashed across Kanda Rokuro's face. Damn it. This was no ordinary jonin. He was truly one of the strongest among jonin. If that punch landed, he would probably lose his life in an instant. He had to avoid it. Just as the black-clad ninja's fist was about to hit him, Kanda Rokuro turned into a block of wood which the black-clad ninja's punch shattered into pieces. Substitution jutsu. When had he used it? The black-clad ninja grew even more horrified by Kanda Rokuro's talent. If an ordinary person had used the substitution jutsu, he would have caught it for sure. But just now he had not noticed at all. What terrifying talent. He had to kill the boy. Anyway, by now he had wasted enough time. He could no longer take the Hyuga brat away. Then before he died, he would eliminate one more threat for the Hidden Cloud village. His mind made up, the black-clad ninja's eyes turned cold and sharp, and he stopped running. He began forming hand seals. Lightning radiance flickered across his body. Ninja Art Lightning Tiger. The glowing lightning converged into a tiger of thunder and lunged toward a tree by the roadside. Boom. The lightning tiger struck the great tree and blasted it into splinters. Kanda Rokuro tumbled out of the tree and rolled awkwardly onto the roadside. The black-clad ninja had already reached Kanda Rokuro, and his fist was driving straight at the boy's head. Stop! The root ninja tasked with following Kanda Rokuro had arrived. Seeing that Kanda Rokuro was about to be killed in a single blow, he let out a furious roar. Unfortunately, the black-clad ninja was not going to listen to him. He slammed his fist into Kanda Rokuro's head. Bang! Kanda Rokuro was blown apart by the punch, blood splattering everywhere. The root ninja watched, grinding his teeth in rage. But then an instant later he was stunned. The shattered remnants of Kanda Rokuro's body turned into wisps of smoke. That was a clone. The root ninja was taken aback for a moment, then rushed in front of the black-clad ninja and locked his gaze on him. As for Kanda Rokuro, he jumped down from a tree, his clothes perfectly neat. Nothing like the bedraggled figure that had just been blasted down from the tree. The black-clad ninja stared at Kanda Rokuro with an extremely somber expression. He had been fooled by a brat once again. The brat's clone jutsu had been so seamless that even he had failed to notice it. A sign of just how breathtakingly skilled the boy was at the technique. Kanda Rokuro paid no heed to the black-clad ninja. He walked over to the root ninja and curled his lip. If you had been any later, I'd have been finished off by this villain. The root ninja could not be bothered to respond. The black-clad ninja was still right in front of them, and the hostage was still in his grasp. Seeing that the root ninja said nothing, Kanda Rokuro looked at the black-clad ninja and sneered, "My reinforcements are here. You're doomed now. Put your hands up and surrender." The black-clad ninja's face darkened. He stared at Kanda Rokuro and said, "Brat, today I'll drag you down with me to the grave." Hearing that, Kanda Rokuro turned and ran. "I can't beat him. I'll leave this one to you." The root ninja was so angry he nearly spat blood. Damn it. Just a moment ago the kid had been all bravado, and now he simply ran off. What a total drag. The black-clad ninja was also taken aback and could not help muttering, "Damn it, Kuro's disciple is actually this shameless." The root ninja ignored Kanda Rokuro and kept his eyes fixed on the black-clad ninja. "You're from the Hidden Cloud Village, aren't you? Let Miss Hyuga go, and you might still live. We just signed a peace treaty, so I won't kill you casually." The black-clad ninja snapped back to attention and sneered at the root ninja. "I acted on my own. This has nothing to do with them. Since I chose this path, I never planned to walk away alive." The root ninja was silent for a second, then drew his blade and attacked. Since the enemy refused to surrender, there was nothing left but to fight. Although the other's strength was clearly greater than his own, the root ninja was not afraid of the danger. If he could stall for just 2 or 3 minutes, more reinforcements would arrive. Kanda Rokuro had not run far. He lingered nearby, watching the battle between the two. The root ninja in pursuit was an ordinary jonin, while his opponent was one of the more formidable jonin of Kyomogakure. Thus the root ninja was struggling to hold his ground. But it did not matter. In less than half a minute, someone from the Hyuga clan came racing over. Kanda Rokuro looked carefully and recognized him as Hayashi Hyuga, the head of the Hyuga clan. He was sprinting toward the scene, evidently having been chasing the black-clad ninja all along. However, Hayashi's speed was not that great. Compared with the black-clad ninja, he was at least a third slower. Seeing Hayashi approach, the root ninja let out a sigh of relief and clung to the black-clad ninja even more tightly, giving the man no chance to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Hayashi arrived at the site of the fight. Once he was in position, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the enemy remained within his 8 trigrams domain, there was no way for him to flee. The root ninja immediately fell into a supporting position, leaving Hayashi to take the lead. When it came to the man who had kidnapped his daughter, Hayashi would show no mercy. As for talking to the man or asking him to release the hostage, that was utterly out of the question. If he had been willing to surrender, he would have given up when he was first cornered. Besides, anyone audacious enough to do such a thing had no fear of death. So Hayashi struck without a moment's hesitation. His Kaga-level power was a cut above that of an ordinary jonin. Once the black-clad ninja was caught by Hayashi, he could only take the hits. His ninjutsu and attacks were all reflected back at him, leaving him completely toyed with in the palm of Hayashi's hand. Realizing he could not escape, the black-clad ninja immediately tried to kill Hinata Hyuga, who was still on his back. But before he could act, his entire body suddenly became immobile. He could not even twist his body, let alone kill anyone. Had his chakra points been sealed? When? The black-clad ninja's expression darkened. Since he had come to the Hyuga clan to see someone, he naturally knew the clan's jutsu very well. He was aware of their point-sealing arts. To avoid having his points sealed, he had been careful never to get close to Hayashi. Yet for some reason the points had still been sealed. After a moment's thought, the black-clad ninja looked at Hayashi and said, "The Hyuga clan is formidable indeed." Hayashi remained calm and said to the root ninja, "Take him into custody and hand him over to the Hokage." The root ninja nodded. "You want to capture me? Not a chance." The black-clad ninja roared, erupting with chakra and forcibly breaking through every sealed point in his body. In that instant, blood sprayed from his body. Clearly he was gravely wounded. Yet heedless of his injuries, he lunged at Kanda Rokuro. "What the hell? I was just watching. Why come after me?" Terrified, Kanda Rokuro turned and ran. "Kid, you ruined my plans. Come die with me." The blood-drenched ninja roared. 8 trigrams revolving heaven palm. Just as the black-clad ninja let out that roar, Hayashi Hyuga moved once more. A surge of chakra energy swept the black-clad ninja into the air and slammed him heavily into the ground. Boom. He crashed into the earth, leaving a huge crater. He lay in the crater completely motionless. Hayashi withdrew his fist, then picked up Hinata Hyuga, who had been thrown off earlier, and cradled her in his arms. The root ninja went to take the black-clad ninja into custody. 2 minutes had passed since Hayashi's arrival, and ENBU operatives and Hyuga clan ninja had begun to arrive one after another. With so many people around, it was safe now. Kanda Rokuro ran back to the battlefield and called down to the root ninja, who was examining the black-clad ninja in the crater. "Hey, how is he? Does he have anything valuable on him?" The root ninja was speechless. He glanced at Kanda Rokuro and could not be bothered to reply. Instead, he called toward Hayashi. "Lord Hayashi, this is trouble. The man has taken poison and killed himself." Hayashi frowned. So he really was a dead man. The root ninja sighed. "It seems so. He must have prepared himself before leaving, ensuring that we would never have a chance to hold Kyomogakure accountable." Hayashi fell silent for a moment. Looking at the growing number of ANBU, he said, "Let us wait for the Hokage to resolve this." The root ninja nodded, jumped out of the crater, and waved at Kanda Rokuro. "Brat, come over here. Stop meddling in this." Kanda Rokuro was thoroughly displeased. "Why? I have rendered a great service. I want to wait for Lord Danzo to arrive and grant me the rank of Chunin. I fought a jonin for this long. Doesn't that prove my strength?" The root ninja was speechless. He had to admit that Kanda Rokuro was indeed formidable. He had survived a full minute against a powerful jonin and had even made a fool of him. With that kind of skill, promotion to Chunin was certainly no issue. But at a time like this, Danzo and the Hokage probably had no attention to spare for such a small matter as a Chunin rank. The root ninja complained inwardly, then said, "Suit yourself. But when the Hokage and Lord Danzo arrive, they will not have time for your business." Kanda Rokuro curled his lip. "I will ask them myself." The root ninja shook his head and could not be bothered with him any longer. The ENBU ninja gathered in increasing numbers. Soon Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with his escort. Danzo followed closely behind him. Seeing this, Kanda Rokuro wished to rush over to Danzo and explain everything thoroughly. But he had only taken 2 steps when Danzo waved his hand, signaling him to remain where he was. With no choice, he stopped. Hiruzen, a seasoned veteran of the ninja world, issued orders the moment he arrived. Teams 2 and 4 stand guard nearby. Do not let anyone else approach. The rest of you should return to your duties. The ENBU ninja dispersed one by one. Then Hiruzen turned to Danzo and said, "Have Root keep a close watch on everyone from the Cloud Village." Danzo glanced at Hiruzen and snorted coldly. "No need for you to tell me. My people have already moved." Hiruzen nodded, glanced at the group of Hyuga clan members, and finally said to Hyuga Hayashi, "Have your clan members escort your daughter away from here." Hayashi nodded and arranged for his clan members to leave. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Hiruzen smiled and beckoned Kanda Rokuro over. "Rokuro, come here. I have some questions." Kanda Rokuro immediately puffed out his chest, walked up to Hiruzen, and asked, "Lord Hokage, am I being promoted to Chunin?" Hiruzen chuckled. "We will discuss that later. I heard you were the first to discover this situation. Tell me in detail what exactly happened here." A coughing sound interrupted the moment. Kanda Rokuro pursed his lips. "How would I know? I was exhausted from shopping yesterday and rested by the roadside. Suddenly that guy ran over. I sensed something was wrong, so I intercepted him and asked around. Unexpectedly, upon learning I was Kuroma's disciple, he tried to kill me." Cough, cough. Danzo's cough echoed as he reprimanded. "Kanda Rokuro, you must show proper respect when addressing the Hokage. Do you understand?" "Old man, you must be incredibly pleased inside," Kanda Rokuro thought as he mentally vented his frustration toward Danzo. He quickly composed himself and said respectfully, "Lord Hokage, please ask whatever you wish." Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo and continued to smile at Kanda Rokuro. "There is nothing else at present. You may go rest on the side. We will handle this matter." Kanda Rokuro hesitated, glancing between Hiruzen and Danzo, then asked in a low voice, "Then, Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, may I be promoted to Chunin?" Hiruzen smiled helplessly. "Did I not already say we would discuss this after handling matters? It is late and you do not belong here. Go back and rest. Have you not been awake all night? Go home and sleep." Kanda Rokuro was reluctant to leave. He remained watching Hiruzen and Danzo. Seeing this, Danzo coughed once and said to the root ninja assigned to protect Kanda Rokuro, "Hanada, take Rokuro back to rest." Hanada received the order and dragged the unwilling Kanda Rokuro away. Watching Kanda Rokuro walk away, Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and asked, "Anything suspicious?" Danzo naturally understood Hiruzen's meaning. He shook his head. "Nothing worth suspicion. His appearance here was purely coincidental. He has been to this area while shopping before. Last night, he guarded the residence where the Cloud Village envoy stayed until 2 in the morning. I suspect he was in a foul mood after failing to challenge any Cloud Ninja, so he simply did not want to return." Hiruzen nodded upon hearing this. "Good. If that is the case, such a talented young man deserves careful cultivation. His substitution and transformation techniques are already masterful. Combined with his superior taijutsu, I believe he will reach Jonin-level strength within, at most, 2 years." Danzo smiled faintly and looked at Hiruzen. "I will arrange his matters myself. No need for you to worry. Now let us resolve the issue of the deceased." Hiruzen's brows knit slightly. He looked at the dead Cloud Ninja on the ground and said with a headache, "I suggest we treat this as if it never happened. In these times it is unwise to provoke trouble." Danzo became furious upon hearing this, glaring at Hiruzen. "Sobi, the Cloud Ninja bullied us so shamelessly and you want us to endure it? Are you out of your mind? Do you think Konoha is so easily bullied?" Hiruzen waved his hand. "Try to calm yourself. Konoha needs time to recover. Let us avoid unnecessary troubles whenever possible. I suggest we drop this matter entirely." Danzo's expression darkened. He glanced at Hiruzen and sneered. "You may not want to pick a fight with them, but do you think they will spare us? Sarutobi, do you not understand that the more cowardly one appears, the more others will bully them? I suggest we immediately confront the Cloud Ninja and demand answers." Hiruzen fell silent, looked at Danzo, and said firmly, "I am the Hokage. This decision is mine." Danzo was beside himself with rage. He smashed his walking cane to the ground and shouted, "Sarutobi, you will surely regret this." Hiruzen remained calm. "I will not regret it. This is the decision a Hokage ought to make." Danzo was speechless. He hummed dismissively at Hiruzen, turned and left, then wait and see. Hiruzen said nothing further, merely adding quietly, "I will provide you with a portion of the Senju clan cells as promised. As for Kanda Rokuro, send him to the Ninja Academy. Konoha is now at peace. There is no need for children to participate in combat. Let him start from the beginning and learn what it truly means to be a ninja." Danzo, already far away, glanced back at Hiruzen once, then continued walking, disappearing into the distance. Danzo departed. Hiruzen Sarutobi then ordered the Cloud Ninja's corpse to be taken to the medical room. Even the dead could yield numerous clues. Therefore, before returning the Cloud Ninja's body, an investigation must be conducted first. Arrange everything properly. Hiruzen Sarutobi approached Hisashi Hyuga and said, "Hisashi, there will surely be further troubles arising from this incident. Prepare yourself mentally. Konoha cannot afford a war right now. Hisashi Hyuga remained calm. I understand. Hiruzen nodded. I will have the Umbu increase patrols in this area. Your Hyuga clan should also strengthen your defenses recently to prevent any further incidents. Hisashi Hyuga's expression unchanged. Then Hokage-sama, may I return now? My clan members await me, and there are many matters that require rearrangement. Hiruzen knew. This time internal strife within the Hyuga clan was inevitable. The eldest daughter of the main Hyuga house had been taken away, yet not a single member of the peripheral branch families noticed. This was absolutely abnormal. Perhaps the branch family witnessed it, and simply chose not to intervene. However, internal affairs of the Hyuga clan were not something Hiruzen could readily interfere with. He could only offer a warning. Do not let matters escalate too far. Konoha cannot afford to lose the Hyuga clan. Your people are all vital. Hisashi Hyuga glanced at Hiruzen and said, Hokage-sama, rest assured no one will die. Hiruzen smiled. Then I can rest easy. Go ahead and handle your matters. Hisashi Hyuga nodded and turned to leave. After just 2 steps, Hisashi Hyuga turned back to Hiruzen and said, Hokage-sama, Kawada Rokuro also saved my daughter. Tomorrow, I will deliver a gift to the Hokage's office. Please help me pass it to Kawada Rokuro. That's no problem. Hiruzen agreed immediately. Hisashi Hyuga offered a respectful bow and then truly departed. Watching Hisashi Hyuga walk away, Hiruzen sighed helplessly. He instructed the Umbu to continue their investigation at the battle site, then led a team carrying the Cloud Ninja's corpse away. Underground base. Danzo returned to his office and railed against Hiruzen Sarutobi until he gradually calmed down. Hiruzen's weakness infuriated him. Yet he was not Hokage and could not control Hiruzen Sarutobi. In a foul mood, he wanted to think of something pleasant. After pondering for a moment, Danzo said to the ninja beside him, Have Hanada bring Kawada Rokuro here. Yes. The ninja received the order and departed. Thinking of Kawada Rokuro, Danzo's mood improved slightly. He was only 5 years old. A child of 5 could battle veteran Jonin and even used substitution jutsu to outsmart his opponent. His combat talent was clearly exceptional. Combined with his tremendous physical strength, granting him Tokubetsu Jonin status would be entirely reasonable. Hiruzen Sarutobi had Uchiha Itachi and Hatake Kakashi. Did Danzo not also have Kawada Rokuro to stand firm with? The more he thought about it, the better Danzo's mood became. When Kawada Rokuro arrived, Danzo smiled and said, Rokuro, come sit here and talk. Great. Danzo's smile was terrifying. For heaven's sake, he looked better without smiling at all. Kawada Rokuro internally complained, walked over, and sat beside Danzo. He asked with some excitement, Danzo-sama, did you call me here regarding my promotion to Chunin? Danzo's expression froze, and he shook his head with a sigh. You cannot become a Chunin yet. Kawada Rokuro immediately grew displeased. Why? Is my strength still insufficient? Danzo glanced at Kawada Rokuro. Your strength is certainly sufficient. However, the Hokage says you are too young to become a Chunin. He wants you to attend the Konoha Ninja Academy for a year first. I tried to argue on your behalf, but he refused. Kawada Rokuro's small face fell. On what grounds? Others become Jonin at 7, yet I cannot become a Chunin at 5. This is utterly unfair. Danzo coughed. I cannot help it. We must obey the Hokage's orders. Kawada Rokuro was clearly dissatisfied. Honestly, why aren't you the Hokage? Danzo saw. Danzo listened with quiet satisfaction. The more dissatisfied Kawada Rokuro was with Hiruzen Sarutobi, the happier it made him. However, he could not let it show. He could only sternly reprimand. Kawada Rokuro, you must not show disrespect toward the Hokage. Kawada Rokuro looked deeply wronged. With a mournful face he said, Danzo-sama, what should I do? If I cannot become a Chunin, I cannot accompany Master on missions. Moreover, I will have to attend some lousy academy. Danzo's expression softened as he offered comfort. I truly have no choice. This is the Hokage's command that we must all execute. However, since you serve our route, I can authorize you to wear Chunin attire. As for the schooling matter, I will discuss it with the Hokage and arrange for you to attend just 10 days each month. Kawada Rokuro felt deeply wronged, his face etched with reluctance. Danzo smiled inwardly while comforting him. Very well, this is the best we can do. Given how wronged you feel, how about I also present you with a ninjutsu manual? Kawada Rokuro pouted. Alright then, but I would like a shadow clone technique. I have heard the shadow clone creates a physical copy. I will have the clone attend school while I train at home, so neither endeavor suffers. Shadow clone. It was not a particularly precious technique. Danzo agreed, without hesitation. Very well, I will give it to you tomorrow. During this time, rest quietly to avoid giving the Hokage another excuse to trouble you. Only venture out when June arrives. Kawada Rokuro nodded. Alright then, Danzo-sama. I will return to sleep now. Danzo nodded and pointed to the root ninja at the door. Rokuro, his name is Hanada. He will follow you henceforth. You may spar with him whenever you have leisure. Kawada Rokuro glanced at Hanada and pursed his lips. Someone who cannot even defeat a cloud ninja is clearly not strong. If I were a Jonin, I would have instantly defeated that cloud ninja. Hanada ground his teeth in anger. Kawada Rokuro was far too arrogant. In future training sessions, Hanada would surely find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Danzo smiled and said, now he is at least stronger than you. You can still learn from him. Kawada Rokuro pouted and headed toward the door. Fine, I will make do with him for now. Hanada rolled his eyes in frustration. After bowing to Danzo, he could only follow along. Once the two had left, Danzo shook his head and returned to his desk. Bang! The chair suddenly vanished, dissolving into a wisp of green smoke. Danzo nearly toppled over. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to catch himself on the desk. Who dares harm me? Danzo was furious for an instant. But soon he glanced at the chair and relaxed, his expression twitching involuntarily. Impressive, truly impressive. He has turned both the clone technique and the transformation technique into a dazzling art. And he did it all so silently that even I failed to notice anything. No wonder he could toy with that cloud ninja. Calming down, Danzo could not help but praise Kanda Rokuro. As for the prank where Kanda had used the clone technique to transform into his chair, Danzo did not care in the least. In fact, he was even a little pleased. Over such a trivial matter, the boy dared to prank even him. That meant he must be even more dissatisfied with the Hokage. No matter how warmly Sarutobi Hiruzen had tried to court him, he would never manage to recruit Kanda Rokuro. Because Kanda Rokuro was far too vindictive, he would retaliate over even the smallest slight. After a moment of reflection, Danzo looked at the real chair. Then he shook his head. In truth, if he had examined that chair created by the transformation technique closely, he could have found something amiss. But it had never occurred to him that anyone would dare pull a trick on him here, so he had never given it a thought. Without caution, it was only natural to fall for it. Still, for a 5-year-old's level, this was already quite impressive. Even some veteran jonin might not have done any better. What a fine talent indeed. After thinking it over, Danzo decided to give Kanda Rokuro an A-rank jutsu. If the boy could master it within a year, Danzo would consider offering him even better treatment. His mind made up, Danzo sat down and attended to his own affairs. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had forbidden him from involving himself in the Cloud Ninja matter, he would never truly stand by. Working in the shadows was exactly what befitted a man of root. As Danzo busied himself with work, Kanda Rokuro returned home and let out a sigh of relief. The task of pranking Danzo was finally complete. And since Danzo had not come after him, it seemed he had no intention of pursuing the matter. Finally, that blasted task that had been hanging around for so long was done. From now on, he could take on new quests and steadily earn more experience points each day. Today's tasks were all completed. On top of that, he had gone a full day without rest. Back home, Kanda Rokuro washed up, collapsed onto the bed, and sank into a deep, comfortable sleep. When he woke up, it was already a little past 9 in the evening. He did not plan to sleep again, so he got up and went to the training room where he spotted a scroll on the desk. Eagerly, he rushed over, picked it up, and examined it. Unrolling the scroll, he found 2 jutsu inside. Shadow Clone Technique B rank, the jutsu he had requested from Danzo. Earth Release Great Mud Golem A rank summons a massive mud golem within whose body the user can hide. The golem size depends on the chakra used. An ordinary person can only create one 5 to 10 meters tall, while someone with abundant chakra can reach 50 meters. Both jutsu were quite excellent. Unfortunately, the mud golem technique was beyond his reach for now. His chakra reserves were nowhere near sufficient to use the mud golem technique. Forcing it would only cause the jutsu to fail, and the backlash would gravely injure him. Still, the mud golem technique was definitely worth learning. It was the perfect jutsu for large-scale melees, protecting the user while covering an enormous range of attack. Moreover, in the later stages of the Naruto world, colossal monsters and jutsu of every kind would emerge in endless succession. Having this technique would allow him to stand against those great beasts as well. The A-rank jutsu he memorized and set aside for later. The shadow clone technique was what he truly wanted right now. His technique levels were climbing higher and higher. Each level up demanded more and more experience points. He already felt that 500 points a day were nowhere near enough, so he wanted to use shadow clones to train alongside him, hoping to gain several hundred extra experience points each day. After memorizing the shadow clone technique, he began to practice. Failure, 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 failure. After 7 or 8 consecutive failed attempts, the system finally prompted shadow clone technique level 1, experience 02000. Now that it could be leveled up with experience points, of course he would use them. He checked his current status. He had 2700 experience points, just enough for the upgrade. But if he used it now, Danzo would surely slice him into pieces. Just bear with it. It would be more appropriate to wait 3 or 4 days before using it. Sigh. It was miserable being weak. He had to consider everything before acting. If he were a jonin, he could use it however he pleased. If Danzo dared to make trouble for him, he could even defect from the village outright. After all, out in the wider world, it was not as if there were no ways to obtain Sharingan Byakugan or Senju cells. At worst, it would just be a bit of trouble. He sighed over this for a moment. Then he began training in earnest. There were still 3 hours until midnight, and he wanted to see what the next day's random task would be. He hoped it would be something simple. A task like pranking Danzo would be far too troublesome. As he trained, time slowly slipped away. Midnight arrived quickly. He eagerly checked the new tasks. Daily training task, 10-kilometer run. Daily random task, teach Sawano Hiroyuki a lesson. Sawano Hiroyuki. Wasn't he the guard in front of the Hokage building? Why would it ask him to discipline that fellow? How strange. Could it be? Kanda Rokuro thought of yesterday morning when Sawano Hiroyuki had refused to let him into the Hokage building and looked down on him. He figured out the reason. Kanda Rokuro could not help but curse inwardly again. However, he quickly shut his mouth, because the system could hear him after all. He absolutely must not say that the system was stingy again. I had intended to lie low these next few days and stay indoors. But now it looks like I'll have to go out again tomorrow. Experience. I simply can't get by without stockpiling it. If I want to raise my strength now, I need experience points. From now on, I won't learn those worthless ninjutsu anymore. I'll save my experience points and put them into useful techniques. After a moment's thought, Kanda Rokuro came back to his senses and began his daily training quests. It took him 40 minutes to finish them, and then he returned to his room to rest. He still had to teach Sawano Hiroyuki a lesson tomorrow. He needed a good rest so he could settle the matter in one go. Pulling that prank on Danzo yesterday had already earned him 200 experience points. If he fought a chunin like Sawano Hiroyuki, he would get at least 300. He absolutely had to take that quest. After a night's sleep, Kanda Rokuro got up at the break of dawn. He washed up and prepared to head out. But just as he reached the door, he saw Hanada standing there. Hanada blocked Kanda Rokuro and complained, "Didn't Lord Danzo tell you to behave yourself lately and not run all over the place?" Kanda Rokuro lifted his chin, planted his hands on his hips, and glared at him. "Lord Danzo said you're my subordinate. Since when do you get to tell me what to do?" "I'm heading out right now," Hanada said helplessly. "Rokuro, things are chaotic outside right now. The Cloud Ninja are causing trouble for the Hokage. If they see you out there, something is bound to happen." Kanda Rokuro said scornfully, "This is Konoha. What can a few measly Cloud Ninja do to me? I'm going over there to see exactly how arrogant they are." Hanada could no longer hold back. He grabbed Kanda Rokuro and said, "Would you stop causing trouble for Lord Danzo? I've had enough of you. If you just promise not to go out, I'll teach you my ninjutsu. How about it?" Kanda Rokuro didn't lack ninjutsu at the moment. He lacked experience points. So Hanada's words were completely useless to him. Kanda Rokuro broke free and turned to leave. "I can't be bothered with you. I have to go out today. There's someone I need to teach a lesson, or I won't have any mood for training." Hanada watched Kanda Rokuro run off, gave a wry smile, and could only chase after him. Now that he was Kanda Rokuro's subordinate, he had to protect him. If Kanda Rokuro went out alone, Danzo would surely have him disposed of. 10 minutes later, the two left the underground base. Kanda Rokuro raced all the way to the entrance of the Hokage building. As for Sawano Hiroyuki, he was guarding the entrance as usual. That fellow was only responsible for the day shift. At night, someone else took over. When Sawano Hiroyuki saw Kanda Rokuro approaching, his expression shifted slightly. He knew exactly what had happened last night. Kanda Rokuro had stopped that Cloud Ninja, which gave Hayashi Hyuga the chance to intercept him, defeat him, and prompt the man to take his own life. As Kanda Rokuro approached, Sawano Hiroyuki hurried forward and said, "Kid, the Cloud Ninja envoys are inside negotiating with the Hokage right now. What are you doing here? If the Cloud Ninjas see you, you're done for." Kanda Rokuro curled his lip. "I'm not afraid of them. I came today to challenge you. You actually looked down on me yesterday, so today I'm going to beat you up." Sawano Hiroyuki was speechless. What kind of ridiculous mess was this? Was something so trivial really worth all that? This brat was just too petty. Sawano Hiroyuki couldn't help but complain, "I won't refuse your challenge, but can you wait a while? Don't cause more trouble for the Hokage here." Kanda Rokuro replied with a completely straight face, "No way. If I don't beat you up, I can't eat, I can't sleep, and I have no heart for training. I have to hit you today, or else I'm not going anywhere." Sawano Hiroyuki was so exasperated that he looked up at the heavens. Dealing with someone like Kanda Rokuro, he truly had to admit defeat. He glanced back at the second floor. Sawano Hiroyuki felt he couldn't cause any more trouble for the Hokage, so he said to Kanda Rokuro in a low voice, "How about I let you hit me, and then you go back right away?" Kanda Rokuro was instantly delighted. This was too good to be true. If every quest went like this, he would be raking it in. He sized up Sawano Hiroyuki and nodded. "Fine, as long as I get to let off some steam." Sawano Hiroyuki stood up straight, closed his eyes, and said, "Hurry up. After you've hit me, leave right away." Since Sawano Hiroyuki was being cooperative, Kanda Rokuro did not hold back. He did not use chakra. He simply used a third of his strength, landing a barrage of punches and kicks on Sawano Hiroyuki. Then, looking at Sawano Hiroyuki clutching his head, he said with great satisfaction, "That felt great. I'm going back to train. From now on, show me some respect when you see me, got it?" Sawano Hiroyuki ached all over. Although he wasn't injured, the pain was undeniably real. He looked at Kanda Rokuro and grumbled, "Go now, before the Cloud Ninja come out." Kanda Rokuro glanced at Sawano Hiroyuki, turned away, and left with an outrageously arrogant stride. Sawano Hiroyuki's face twitched uncontrollably at the sight. Getting 400 experience points from Sawano Hiroyuki felt wonderful to Kanda Rokuro. He began to wonder whether he should deliberately pick fights with Chunin and have the system issue quests to teach them a lesson. That way he could earn 400 experience points every day. But on second thought, he gave up the idea. He still had to live in Konoha. He couldn't go offending everyone, could he? After completing the random missions, Kanda Rokuro returned to the underground base. He planned to spend the whole day pretending to practice the shadow clone technique, so that when he used it a few days later, no one would think it strange. As soon as he reached the entrance of the underground base, the guard there suddenly said to him, "Rokuro, Lord Danzo said that when you returned you should go straight to him. He has something to discuss with you." What does Danzo want with me? It can't be that he already heard about me disciplining Sawano Hiroyuki. That was too fast. Indeed, too fast. With some doubts, Kanda Rokuro walked toward Danzo's office. He wasn't worried that Danzo would kill him, he was only worried that Danzo would not let him leave. At the door of Danzo's office, Kanda Rokuro took a deep breath, put on a cheerful grin, and walked in. He said to Danzo, who was busy working, "Lord Danzo, did you want to see me?" Danzo put down the document and glanced at Kanda Rokuro. "I heard you went out to cause trouble again." It seemed the news really had reached him. Kanda Rokuro gave an awkward smile and said, "Well, I was just playing around with him a little." Danzo complained inwardly. Now he had truly seen how vengeful and petty Kanda Rokuro could be. It was all because that man had looked down on him once. He had gone over and taught the man a lesson. Even a grudge the size of a fingernail had to be repaid. Thinking about it, having his stool yanked out from under him yesterday had actually been a pretty light punishment. Nevertheless, it was precisely cruelty and ruthlessness that were needed to work in Root. Kanda Rokuro's current personality made him very well suited to becoming a Root ninja. After his silent complaint, Danzo took out a scroll and placed it on the desk. "This is a gift the Hyuga clan sent you to thank you for saving the young lady of their main house. Take it and have a look." Kanda Rokuro was overjoyed. Anything the Hyuga clan sent had to be something good. He hastily snatched the scroll and said happily, "The Hyuga are a major clan of the village. Do you think they might have given me an S-rank ninjutsu? I'm really looking forward to it." "In your dreams," Danzo said bluntly. "This is a sealing scroll, not a ninjutsu." Kanda Rokuro's expression stiffened and he muttered, "Honestly, the Hyuga clan is really stingy." Danzo couldn't help smacking Kanda Rokuro on the head. "The Hyuga clan has been very generous this time. They gave you an A-rank ninjutsu, a very fine ninja sword, and 20 million ryo." Kanda Rokuro's expression eased a little, and he could not wait to open the scroll. Inside the scroll were 3 seals. Kanda Rokuro examined them. They were the type that would open as soon as chakra was channeled into them. He immediately channeled chakra into the 3 seals and released what was inside. Poof, poof, poof. After 3 wisps of smoke, 3 things appeared on the table: a sword, a scroll, and a pile of money. Kanda Rokuro was most interested in ninjutsu, so he opened the scroll and took a look. A-rank Earth release ninjutsu, form mimicking metamorphosis technique. Use clay to sculpt all kinds of animals or human figures, imbue them with chakra to make them into living creatures, and they can help with reconnaissance and combat. Oh, this ninjutsu is pretty good. Isn't this just like size drawing technique? From now on, he could use clay to make small animals and send them out to scout. At the same time, he could be like Deidara and mold a giant bird to ride on and fly. However, with his current chakra reserves, he would probably only be able to create something about his own size. To make a giant bird capable of carrying him through the air, he would likely need to raise the jutsu to level 4. For now, this jutsu could only help him scout. It was not of much use yet, but the ninjutsu was truly excellent. Kanda Rokuro happily put it away and asked Danzo, "Lord Danzo, this jutsu is quite interesting. Would you like to keep a copy? I can show it to you." Danzo's expression twitched slightly. The little brat had already stuffed the scroll into his robe, clearly not wanting anyone else to see it, and still asked if he wanted it. It was obviously just lip service. Danzo was the root of Konoha. How could he possibly lack an A-rank ninjutsu? He gave Kanda Rokuro a faint glance and said, "This was given to you by the Hyuga clan. I won't take it." Kanda Rokuro nodded, repeatedly picked up the sword, and said as he looked at it, "Lord Danzo really is a good man. He doesn't even covet something this good. No wonder he is worthy of becoming Hokage." Danzo could not be bothered with Kanda Rokuro and waved his hand. "Take your things and go back to training. I still have work to handle, so don't disturb me here." The sword. It was quite sharp. Engraved on the hilt were the 2 characters, Yunhuan. It should be the Yunhuan sword. Kanda Rokuro examined the sword, then took the sword and money, bowed to Danzo, and said, "Then Lord Danzo, I'll go back to training. If you need me, just send someone to find me. Then get lost." Danzo said impatiently. Kanda Rokuro grinned and left carrying his things. Just as he was about to reach the door, Danzo spoke again. "All right, one more thing. Naiga Nikko and Asayama Masataru have arrived at headquarters. Do you want to go see them? If their training goes well later, I'll have them form a team with you." Kanda Rokuro waved his hand without looking back. "I don't want them. I like cute girls, older and younger. If you're going to assign me teammates, Lord Danzo, just give me 2 girls." With that, Kanda Rokuro ran off into the distance. Watching Kanda Rokuro walk away, Danzo's brow arched slightly. He had originally planned to pair Kanda Rokuro with Naiha Nikko and Asayama Masumi. His purpose was to let Kanda Rokuro experience the pain of parting and death, forging him into a ninja devoid of emotion. But now it seemed that the boy had no need for such trials at all. Comrades. He probably wouldn't grieve much even if they died. Such a disposition had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was, when sent on missions, even against his own allies, he would not fail due to a soft heart. He was a qualified root ninja in no need of emotion-eliminating training. The disadvantage was that subduing such a person would not be easy. Someone with this temperament would not readily swear allegiance to another, not even to Danzo himself. For someone like Kanda Rokuro, only interest could secure his loyalty. He loved training. Thus, jutsu and cultivation resources were the best levers to control him. Rebellion. Danzo wasn't worried about that. Konoha was the strongest village in the ninja world. Kanda Rokuro was no fool. He wouldn't rebel against Konoha, especially when it possessed the most abundant cultivation resources in the entire ninja world. Though he feared no betrayal from Kanda Rokuro, necessary precautions still had to be taken. That fellow Kuro. It seemed he shouldn't be allowed to die too soon. In a few years, he would let Kuro retire. If Kuro continued fighting and using the explosive body style too often, he could die at any moment. For now, Kanda Rokuro probably only had deep feelings for Kuro. He would use Kuro to bind Kanda Rokuro to Root. After pondering for a while, Danzo became busy. The Cloud Ninja were stirring up trouble again, and he had to take action. As for Kanda Rokuro, he had only just reached Chunin level, so there was no need to worry about him yet. At Kuro's house, Kanda Rokuro entered the training room and began to cultivate. As for Danzo's probing just now, he paid it no mind. Heartlessness, he couldn't achieve it. But when his own safety was at stake, he could be ruthless. After all, he had crossed over to this world and held no deep affection for it. Even if his closest companion truly died, he couldn't be certain he would actually grieve. Take Kuro for example. Right now he did feel grateful toward Kuro. But if asked to die for Kuro, he knew he couldn't. Training. Pondering. Time slowly slipped by. Over the next 3 days, the random tasks were all trivial. The first day, he was sent to the forest of Konoha to slay a wild boar. The second day, he was told to prank Hanada. The third day, he had to go to the entrance of Danzo's office and shout, "I want a Chunin uniform." He completed all 3 tasks. Each one rewarded him with 200 experience points. Doing these petty tasks made him feel that the system must be a spiteful little brat. Otherwise, why would the missions be so absurd and childish? After 3 days, he felt enough time had passed. He decisively poured his experience into Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, his Shadow Clone Technique reached full mastery. In the training room, he impatiently released a Shadow Clone. Gazing at the clone that looked exactly like him, Kanda Rokuro's expression turned serious. He studied it and said, "Your task today is to train swordsmanship." The Shadow Clone nodded. "All right, give me a sword." Kanda Rokuro handed the Cloud Mirage sword to the clone. Taking the sword, the Shadow Clone found a spot and began training in swordsmanship. Kanda Rokuro continued training his taijutsu. After a while, Kanda Rokuro suddenly asked the clone, "Hey, since you're me, is there anything else in your head?" The Shadow Clone looked at him in confusion. "What? Are you saying I have a tumor in my brain?" Kanda Rokuro shook his head. "No, I'm asking whether you feel experience points increasing while you train." The Shadow Clone looked utterly bewildered, as if it had no idea what he was talking about. Seeing this, Kanda Rokuro felt slightly relieved. From watching Naruto, he knew Shadow Clones had their own thoughts and inherited a portion of a user's personality. This made him worry. If a clone also had the system, could something unpredictable happen? Like betrayal. For now, it seemed the Shadow Clone had neither the system nor experience points. That put his mind at ease. However, he didn't fully relax. He knew his own nature well. The clone's confused expression could very well have been an act. As for the Shadow Clone issue, he would need to study it further in the future, confirming there was truly no problem before letting his guard down. Slightly relieved, he resumed his training. The Shadow Clone continued training its swordsmanship. About 5 hours later, the clone dissipated into a wisp of smoke, its stamina apparently exhausted. The instant the Shadow Clone vanished, Kanda Rokuro was overwhelmed by exhaustion. He spent 100 experience points to restore his stamina. Refreshed, he checked his taijutsu experience. One glance and his eyes lit up. The Shadow Clone's training had indeed been effective. His taijutsu experience had increased by 11 points. It seemed he should create more Shadow Clones to train in the future, greatly accelerating his growth. Of course, Shadow Clones consumed his stamina and chakra. He would need to store plenty of experience points to replenish them at any time. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was incredibly useful. However, given Kanda Rokuro's current state, he could only create 2 Shadow Clones for training. Splitting into more than that, his daily experience points wouldn't even be enough to restore his stamina. Besides, he still needed to save experience points. Each day, splitting 2 Shadow Clones to train for 10 hours consumed 400 experience points, while the increase in taijutsu or chakra experience was only about 50 points. Adding his own training, he could gain around 100 experience points per day through training alone. Yet his daily experience income was at most about 700 points. It was tough. His sources of experience points were still too meager. It was practically painful. If only he had 200 experience points every day. Unfortunately, that was only possible in dreams. Even if he went out and taught some Chunin a lesson every day, he'd still only get 1000 points. If he really trained at full capacity, even 1000 experience points wouldn't be enough. After a short lament, Kanda Rokuro didn't use Shadow Clones to train. For now, he had to save experience points to raise the level of his ninjutsu. The Shadow Clones he currently had he planned to use for missions. Those boring missions would be a waste of his time to do himself, so having the Shadow Clones take care of them was more suitable. As for himself, he would train hard. Every day he completed his training tasks and accumulated experience points. Testing the abilities of his Shadow Clones had taken Kanda Rokuro a whole day. Once he clarified the uses of Shadow Clones, he went back to his room to rest. The next day, Kanda Rokuro was still asleep when Hanada hurried over and knocked on the door, calling, "Rokuro, get up. Lord Danzo is looking for you." Kanda Rokuro quickly climbed out of bed. After opening the door, he looked at Hanada and asked, "It's so early. What does Lord Danzo need me for?" Hanada shook his head and lowered his voice to warn him. "I saw that Lord Danzo was in a bad mood. He just lost his temper and smashed some things." You'd better be careful. Damn, could Danzo be coming after me? This didn't feel good. With a sense of unease, Kanda Rokuro followed Hanada to the entrance of Danzo's office. At the door, Hanada didn't go in. Kanda Rokuro had no choice but to enter by himself. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Danzo's dark expression. His face showed that he was truly angry. Kanda Rokuro walked over cautiously and asked, "Lord Danzo, what business do you have with me?" Danzo looked up at Kanda Rokuro, and his expression improved slightly. Seeing that, Kanda Rokuro felt an immediate sense of relief. It seemed Danzo's anger wasn't directed at him. His life was safe for now. Danzo had no idea what Kanda Rokuro was thinking. He gestured for Kanda Rokuro to take a seat across from him, and said, "Rokuro, I'm very disappointed in the Hokage. He's too cowardly." Why are you telling me this? None of my business." Kanda Rokuro was thoroughly speechless. When Danzo saw that Kanda Rokuro didn't care, he shook his head, and said Hyuga Hayashi might be about to die. Kanda Rokuro's expression immediately turned serious, and he asked with curiosity, "Isn't Hyuga Hayashi the leader of the Hyuga clan? How could such a powerful person die? That's impossible." Danzo glanced at Kanda Rokuro with furious eyes. "But the Hokage wants him dead." Kanda Rokuro understood. Damn, the plot was about to begin. He estimated that Hyuga Hizashi would soon die in Hyuga Hayashi's place. What a pity. But it had nothing to do with him. Still, he couldn't appear indifferent in front of Danzo, so he said with some dissatisfaction, "The Hyuga clan leader is such a good man, and he even gave me a gift. Why would the Hokage want him dead?" Danzo was furious. He slammed his fist on the desk. All because of that dead Cloud Ninja. That bastard Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the sake of some peace treaty, actually agreed to the Cloud Ninja's outrageous demand and made Hyuga Hayashi pay with his life. Just as I thought. It seemed even his appearance couldn't change the plot. He thought about it for a moment. Kanda Rokuro put on a very angry expression. How could the Hokage do this? He's too weak-willed. Those Cloud Ninja are bullying us like this. Why not just wipe them all out? Danzo nodded inwardly in satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted. To make Kanda Rokuro resent Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the angry Kanda Rokuro, Danzo sighed. "I feel the same way as you. It's a pity I'm not the Hokage. If I were, I would never let those Cloud Ninja leave here alive." Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly. "That's exactly how it should be. I think you'd make a better Hokage, Lord Danzo. The third Hokage is too weak-willed. How can such a man lead the mighty Konoha?" Danzo was very satisfied inside, but he sighed on the surface. "Right now he's the Hokage, so I can't do anything. I asked you here to prepare. If the Hyuga clan leader really dies, go and pay your respects." Kanda Rokuro grew even more displeased and looked at Danzo, saying, "My lord, can't you persuade the Hokage? The Hyuga clan leader is such a good person. It would be such a shame if he died." Danzo pointed at himself. "If I could persuade him, would I still be angry here? That stubborn old man simply won't listen. I almost came to blows with him." When Kanda Rokuro heard this, he rose to his feet and said angrily, "The more I hear, the angrier I get. I'm going to go scold him. Lord Danzo, come along and protect me." Damn, this little brat is really afraid of death. I'm not his bodyguard. Why should I tag along? Danzo silently scoffed at Kanda Rokuro in his heart, then gestured for him to sit down. The Hokage's decision is final and cannot be changed. Going around cursing the Hokage will only give the Cloud Ninja something to laugh at us for. Kanda Rokuro took his seat and said resentfully, "Lord Danzo, I think you should compete for the position of Hokage. Once I grow stronger, I'll help you destroy the Cloud Village." Danzo smiled. "Good child, you have ambition. Strive toward that goal. I need to find a way to rescue the Hyuga clan head. Return home and train for now. Do not go out during this period. I fear those Cloud Ninja may cause trouble for you as well." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro stood up and said, "Then Lord Danzo, I will return home to train." Go. Danzo's objective had been achieved. Watching Kanda Rokuro walk out, he smiled faintly. Changing how one person views another was not so difficult after all. Simply find an opportunity. Speak ill of that person often enough. Once or twice might not work, but with repeated exposure, it would certainly take effect. He was continuously reinforcing Kanda Rokuro's discontent toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Over time, Kanda Rokuro would never again trust Hiruzen Sarutobi. After some thought, Danzo's mood improved somewhat. That fool Hiruzen Sarutobi had actually shown submission to the Cloud Ninja. What a worthless piece of trash. In the training room, Kanda Rokuro returned, and no longer bearing the anger from earlier, trained as if nothing had happened. The affairs of the Hyuga clan did not concern him. He had no interest in meddling. However, he genuinely had no intention of going out for the next 2 days. The Cloud Ninja bore him a grudge. To avoid any trouble from them, he absolutely would not leave. If a mission required him to go out, he would send shadow clones instead. He would remain hidden in his underground base. He refused to believe the Cloud Ninja could find him. While Kanda Rokuro remained in hiding within the Hyuga clan, events unfolded exactly as the original story foretold. Hayashi Hyuga died in place of Hizashi Hyuga. This outcome left the people of Konoha deeply disappointed. In truth, everyone understood that Hizashi Hyuga did not necessarily have to die. But beneath the surface, Konoha could not tolerate a clan growing too powerful. Hiruzen Sarutobi was seizing the opportunity to weaken the Hyuga clan's strength. He spoke of peace, yet how many truly believed his words? What were ninjas after all? Ninjas existed because of war. Peace for ninjas meant stripping away their very means of survival. Although ninjas all yearned for peace, none of them truly feared war. Regarding this incident, from a ninja's perspective, retaliation was necessary. Yet the Hokage had compromised. It was something most people had not anticipated. Most importantly, the majority of the mid-tier and smaller clans actually supported the Hokage. This revealed that the Hyuga clan was simply too powerful, and the mid-tier and smaller clans all wished to see them weakened. Hisashi Hyuga had been the one most likely to reach Kage-level strength. With his death, the Hyuga clan's combat strength would be severely diminished. Regardless of what anyone thought, Hisashi Hyuga's fate was already sealed. After Hisashi Hyuga's body was presented before the Cloud Ninja, they realized that pressing further might cost them their lives, so they departed Konoha without hesitation. With their departure, the Cloud Ninja incident was truly concluded. Yet the consequences of this matter would not end so easily. The Uchiha clan, even more powerful than the Hyuga within Konoha, had already begun churning with unrest in secret after witnessing the Hokage's suppression of the Hyuga clan. They feared that one day the Hokage might treat their clan members the same way, as expendable pawns sent to die. The atmosphere throughout the village had grown grim and tense. Beneath the surface, rumors continued to circulate that the Hokage intended to make a move against the Uchiha clan. It took considerable effort on Hiruzen Sarutobi's part to suppress those whispers among the villagers. Of course, he was able to quell them, because the villagers' pre-existing resentment toward the Uchiha clan made it easier. The Uchiha were too arrogant, they could never truly integrate into the village. The world was temporarily at peace, yet Konoha itself was far from tranquil. None of this concerned Kanda Rokuro, however. Having experienced the Cloud Ninja incident, he understood even more clearly the importance of strength. He remained locked away in his underground base, training relentlessly to improve his power. For missions that required going out, he dispatched shadow clones instead. For relatively normal missions, he assigned shadow clones to train, while he went out in person to complete the task, wandering through Konoha to pass the time and relieve the boredom of cultivation. He needed to keep himself occupied. Otherwise, the system would grow restless and assign him some destructive task. He could endure weeks of solitude for cultivation, but the system certainly could not tolerate it. Remaining in the base day after day would inevitably lead to trouble. Ninja Academy. Every year around late June, students needed to register first. By approximately August 20th, the new term would begin. Around late June, Danzo asked Hanada to take Kanda Rokuro to register. However, Kanda Rokuro deceived Hanada by sending a shadow clone in his place. This made Hanada extremely angry. He went straight to report to Danzo. Danzo, however, was not at all concerned. Instead, he appeared quite pleased. The more Kanda Rokuro resisted attending Ninja Academy, the less likely he was to be brainwashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi. This was advantageous to him, so he instructed Hanada to simply let it go. Hanada was quite frustrated. He had been following Kanda Rokuro for some time and discovered that the boy's mind was somewhat askew. Whenever possible, he would deliberately play pranks on him, pulling all sorts of little tricks. Time slipped gently by. In the blink of an eye, it was already August 19th. Tomorrow was the official opening day of Ninja Academy. Hiruzen Sarutobi would certainly attend to deliver a few words. If Kanda Rokuro once again sent a shadow clone, that old man Hiruzen would surely discover something amiss. To prevent Kanda Rokuro from causing further trouble and provoking Hiruzen Sarutobi to come looking for difficulties, Danzo himself paid a personal visit. He arrived at the Kuroga household. When Danzo reached the entrance of the training room, he saw Kanda Rokuro practicing. He was exceedingly satisfied. Talented ninjas were everywhere, but those who were both gifted and diligent were truly rare. Rokuro. After observing for a while, Danzo called out. Kanda Rokuro, who had been in deep concentration during his training, snapped back to reality and looked at Danzo, asking with some confusion, "Lord Danzo, what brings you here?" Danzo cleared his throat, stepped into the training room, and said, "Tomorrow is the day you register at Ninja Academy." Kanda Rokuro suddenly remembered. He had been so absorbed in his daily training that he had completely forgotten about it. Now prompted by Danzo, he responded almost as if waking from a daze, "Is it possible that I needn't go? That place is terribly boring." Danzo approached Kanda Rokuro and patted his head. "You must at least give the Hokage some face. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. You cannot send a shadow clone again. The Hokage himself will be attending." Kanda Rokuro was somewhat displeased. "Lord, what I mean is, can I simply not attend school?" Danzo shook his head repeatedly. "That is impossible. Whatever the Hokage decides cannot be defied. If you truly do not wish to go, you may use shadow clones to attend classes in the future. However, today you must go in person, or the Hokage will make things difficult for you." Kanda Rokuro was even more irritated and said irritably, "What a bother. The third Hokage knows my strength well enough. If I go to Ninja Academy, the teachers there wouldn't stand a chance against me." Danzo smiled and said, "Your combat prowess is certainly sufficient. However, your understanding of the ninja world remains too limited. Without experience, you will suffer setbacks in the future. You should go and study properly." Kanda Rokuro pouted. "What use is knowledge? It won't fill my stomach. I believe strength is far more important. Lord Danzo, could you speak to the Hokage on my behalf once more?" Someone with strength, but no wisdom. Such a subordinate was the easiest to manage. Danzo, of course, was secretly overjoyed that Kanda Rokuro had no interest in power whatsoever. So he was genuinely pleased inside. Ahem ahem. Pretending to be helpless, Danzo coughed, and said, "Very well, this matter cannot be changed. To make it up to you, I will bestow upon you some jutsu. What do you think?" Kanda Rokuro's expression softened, and he nodded. "Very well then. I will go tomorrow. But from now on I will definitely use shadow clones to attend school. If the third Hokage comes after me in the future, Lord Danzo, you must speak on my behalf." "Leave that to me," Danzo said, patting Kanda Rokuro's head. "Asking you to attend school has already been too much of a hardship. Forcing you to go every single day would be entirely unfair." Inside, Kanda Rokuro was practically jumping for joy. Attending school meant greater safety and the opportunity to train in peace. Once he reached the level of Jonin, he would no longer need to fear this, or that living each day on edge. However, he could never say such things in front of Danzo. If Danzo discovered he actually wanted to go to school, he would likely imprison him without hesitation. Lost in such thoughts, Kanda Rokuro nodded. "I understand. I will go to the academy tomorrow and take a look." Danzo was very satisfied and patted Kanda Rokuro. "I am leaving. Continue your training." Kanda Rokuro watched Danzo depart, then turned his attention to his own status panel. Host Kanda Rokuro. Primary attributes. Taijutsu level 4, EXP 616380000. Ninjutsu level 3, EXP 132540000. Jinjutsu level 1, EXP 010000. Taijutsu skills. Kunai throwing jutsu level 3, EXP 1964000. Shuriken throwing jutsu level 1, EXP 31000. Battering arts level 3, EXP 016000. Body releasing ninjutsu level 2, EXP 162020000. Ninjutsu skills. Chakra refining technique level 5 max. Clone technique level 5 max. Transformation technique level 5 max. Substitution jutsu level 5 max. Earth release level 3, EXP 08000. Earth armor jutsu level 1, EXP 02000. Earth spear jutsu level 1, EXP 02000. Earth swamp jutsu level 1, EXP 02000. Earth wall jutsu level 1, EXP 02000. Shadow clone jutsu level 3, EXP 163160000. Shape-shifting illusion jutsu level 2, EXP 1620000. Sealing skills. Seal of forbidden words level 1, EXP 04000. Stored EXP 8600 points. Over 3.5 months, his average daily income of 700 EXP points had been entirely invested in strengthening his abilities, leaving a reserve of 8,600 points. Kept for emergencies. The level cap for ninjutsu skills appeared to be 5. The fifth and final level represented the perfect stage of ninjutsu. His max level 3 basic techniques were so flawlessly executed that even Hanada and Jonin could detect no weakness whatsoever. However, the Kage level seemed to be an exception. He had once used a level 5 clone to test against Danzo. Danzo obliterated it with a single punch, then heartily praised him, saying his clone technique was impressive. The effect of chakra refining technique at level 5 was that the speed of chakra extraction became remarkably swift. Previously, it had taken him 1 full hour of meditation to completely restore his chakra. Now 20 minutes was more than enough. Moreover, even without actively refining chakra, his body's natural recovery rate was exceedingly fast, approximately 5 hours to fully restore his internal chakra reserves. In other words, he could now recover chakra while simultaneously engaging in combat. As long as his expenditure remained below his recovery rate, his chakra would never be depleted. Additionally, he had raised his primary ninjutsu attribute by 1 level, boosted shadow clone jutsu by 2 levels, and increased shape-shifting illusion jutsu by 1 level. Earth release had improved by 2 levels. He had enhanced all of these solely to increase his combat effectiveness and ensure his survival. Earth release in particular served as his escape tool. Shape-shifting illusion jutsu allowed him to create small animals for reconnaissance. Should danger arise, he could flee with ample warning. Shadow clone jutsu primarily for auxiliary training. The level 3 shadow clone was far more stable. It would no longer dissolve so easily upon sustaining even minor damage. Raising his primary ninjutsu attribute was naturally to expand his chakra capacity, laying the groundwork for learning the Earth Giant technique, while also enabling him to sustain ninjutsu-based combat for longer periods. Nearly 4 months had passed. Okada Rokuro had not improved much in terms of combat prowess, but his ability to preserve his life had increased significantly. Now, even when facing Haney, a regular Jonin, he dared to stand and fight directly. Perhaps he could not defeat Haney, but Haney certainly would not be able to harm him either. After carefully sorting through his current situation, he returned to his room. Tomorrow was school registration day. He needed to think carefully about how to arrange things going forward. This year, among the 12 young shadows, aside from Hyuga, Niji, Rock Lee, and Tintin, who were already in school, the other 9 would also be gradually enrolling. If he went this time, he might actually run into them. Uzumaki Naruto. They had already grown close. Although he had not seen him for several months, he believed Naruto would certainly remember him. As for the other young shadows, He also wanted to get in touch with them to see if he could eventually obtain their clan's secret ninjutsu. Though he might never learn it himself, he needed to have access to it. Lost in thought, Okada Rokuro drifted into sleep. He slept until dawn. Before he could even rise, Haney came running over and knocked on the door. Rokuro, get up quickly. We have to leave for school right away. Okada Rokuro slowly dragged himself out of bed. Since he had already shown reluctance to attend school, he intended to be the last one to arrive. So he was in no hurry. After showering and getting ready, it took half an hour before he finally opened the door and stepped out. Haney was waiting outside, his expression thoroughly darkened. Seeing Okada Rokuro, Haney snorted coldly. Rokuro, are you a sloth? It takes you forever just to get out of bed. None of your business. Okada Rokuro shot Haney a glare. If you don't want to wait, just go back. I wouldn't mind skipping school anyway. You can be the one to blame when they ask why I didn't come. Haney's expression twitched. Dealing with Okada Rokuro felt like 8 lifetimes of bad fortune. A full-fledged jonin, he could command respect everywhere else. But in front of Okada Rokuro, he was treated worse than a servant. If it were not for Danzo insisting he stay on this assignment, he would have gladly swapped places. He would rather take life and death missions and die in battle than be driven insane by Okada Rokuro. Cursing Okada Rokuro under his breath, Haney turned and strode off. Let's go, stop wasting time. Okada Rokuro followed behind, dawdling at his own leisurely pace. By the time Haney had walked more than 10 meters, Okada Rokuro had barely managed a single step. The sight nearly made Haney spurt blood. Watching Okada Rokuro inch forward step by step, Haney gritted his teeth. Little ancestor, can you hurry up? If you go any slower, we'll miss the enrollment deadline. Okada Rokuro continued walking at his slow pace and said weakly, oh, yesterday's training was too exhausting. Now that I've suddenly stopped, my whole body feels weak. I have no strength to walk at all. Haney was so furious his eyes rolled backward. With Okada Rokuro's stamina being 100 times stronger than his own, to claim he lacked the energy to walk was simply ridiculous nonsense. Just as the depressed Haney was about to speak, he suddenly noticed someone appearing behind Okada Rokuro. His expression instantly relaxed. Lord Danzo had arrived. He was finally free from Okada Rokuro's torment. Ahem. Danzo coughed twice to let Okada Rokuro hear him. Once Okada Rokuro turned around to face him, Danzo said calmly, Rokuro, what are you doing? Seeing Danzo, Okada Rokuro gave an embarrassed smile. Well, my legs are hurting a bit. Danzo glanced at Okada Rokuro and said slowly, your legs hurt. Haney, carry Rokuro on your back. Let us not waste any more time. We will be late. Haney heard this and immediately walked over to Okada Rokuro's side, hoisting him onto his back. With Danzo present, Okada Rokuro did not dare to resist. Once Haney had Okada Rokuro secured on his back, he hurriedly said to Danzo, my lord, I will take my leave then. Danzo nodded. Go. For today you will accompany him and study alongside him. Haney's mood plummeted. He had only been assigned to escort Okada Rokuro to school. Now he had to sit through those childish lessons as well. Just thinking about it made him miserable. But, looking at Danzo, he dared not refuse. He could only turn away in depression. Danzo watched the two depart and shook his head. He had known Okada Rokuro would surely cause trouble today, which was why he had come to check. Unexpectedly, Okada Rokuro was indeed up to something. It was already 6:40. Even with Haney's speed, they would not arrive at the Ninja Academy until after 7. And the official enrollment time was precisely 7 o'clock. That brat. Truly troublesome. It seemed he would have headaches ahead. However, a true genius. A little frustration was worth it. Others did not even deserve to make him troubled. Danzo pondered for a moment and spoke toward the empty space beside him. Would you like to go take a look? After Danzo finished speaking, Kuro emerged from somewhere unknown. Watching Okada Rokuro's receding figure, he shook his head. Never mind. I see no real problem. His cultivation has always relied on himself. I have not contributed much either. Danzo cast a glance at Kuro and said calmly, in the future, I will reduce your mission load. When you have free time, spend more company with him. We must keep his heart tied to Konoha, tied to root. Kuro fell silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. I never expected my retirement life would arrive early because of him. Danzo said nothing more and turned to leave. Kuro was a man of intelligence. He should have understood Danzo's meaning. Konoha. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, a crowd of parents were standing by the gate chatting. They had all brought their children to school and had not yet gone home. Hanada and Kanda Rokuro arrived at the academy gate, and Hanada quickly dropped Kanda Rokuro at the entrance. Hurry up and get inside. We're already 7 minutes late. Kanda Rokuro did not care in the slightest. He strolled slowly into the school. What does being 7 minutes late matter? The kids inside are already 10 years behind me. Even if they studied for 20 years, they will never compare to me. Hanada could not be bothered with Kanda Rokuro. Kanda Rokuro was showing off all day long, and he had long since gotten used to it. He walked into the school. To the left was a huge open space, the training ground. The newly enrolled students and the returning students were all standing on the training ground. At the front of the training ground on a stage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was speaking. Kanda Rokuro suddenly appeared, drawing everyone's attention. The returning students took it in stride, but the new students all stared at him curiously. Hiruzen Sarutobi on the stage also saw Kanda Rokuro. He had known all along that Kanda Rokuro did not really want to attend school, but he still asked him to come, hoping that Kanda Rokuro would form a bond with Konoha. Even if Kanda Rokuro ultimately refused to obey him as long as he did not betray Konoha, that was acceptable. Big brother. I'm over here. Hurry up, come over here. While everyone was looking at Kanda Rokuro, someone called out happily a few times. Everyone turned to look. It was one of this year's new students with golden hair. Without even looking, Kanda Rokuro knew that the one calling him was Naruto Uzumaki. He threw the other person a glance, then turned away with a look of disdain and walked over to a group of girls. Who wants to stand with a damn guy like you? I want to stand with the little girls. Naruto's excited expression froze at once. But then again, Kanda Rokuro had still acknowledged him, and that made him feel a bit better. There were about 60 or 70 new students this year. 12 of them were girls, and they were all standing together. Kanda Rokuro sidled into their group and squeezed in front of one of the girls. Hey little girl, how about letting me cut into the line? After school I'll treat you to barbecue. The little girl was dumbfounded and had no idea how to answer. Naruto Uzumaki's loud shout just now had already interrupted Hiruzen Sarutobi's speech. Now that he saw what Kanda Rokuro was doing, he could not help but scold him. Kanda Rokuro, go stand in the very back for me. Once I finish speaking I'll deal with you. Kanda Rokuro curled his lip and went to stand at the very back of the girls' line. His attitude, completely sloppy and careless. He looked less like he had come to school, and more like he was just hanging around. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw that, and was utterly speechless, but he could not say much at the moment. The other children were still watching, and some words were not suitable for them to hear. He sighed inwardly, and continued speaking. But the students were clearly in no mood to listen. They all kept stealing curious glances at Kanda Rokuro from time to time. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke for a while. Seeing that none of the children were listening, he simply sped up and finished. The words that needed to be said had already been said before Kanda Rokuro arrived. The rest of the useless talk made no difference whether he said it or not. After Hiruzen Sarutobi finished, a few academy leaders also went up and said a few words. They were all boring nonsense, and Kanda Rokuro could not be bothered to listen. His gaze moved across the children, looking for the ones he wanted to find. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inazuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Sakura Haruno were all there. But Hinata Hyuga coming was probably the Hyuga clan's compromise with Konoha. After all, in the past, the Hyuga main family had never set the precedent of sending its children to the academy. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly had formidable methods. If viewed from Konoha's standpoint, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not done anything wrong. The clan factions in the village were too powerful, making it difficult for the village to have cohesion. But for the Hyuga clan, this was going too far. No wonder later. The Hyuga clan kept to themselves and had no desire to stand out. Few strong figures from the clan appeared. They had probably made this choice after understanding Hiruzen Sarutobi's intentions. Kanda Rokuro was letting his mind wander. The teachers on the stage finally finished their speeches. Except for the new students, all the other children followed their respective teachers into the classrooms. All that remained were the 67 new students present. When almost all the other children had left, Hiruzen Sarutobi led two teachers over to the new students and introduced them. Children, these two will be your teachers from now on, Iruka and Mizuki. Now introduce yourselves to your teachers. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, Naruto Uzumaki jumped out and shouted, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am the man who will become Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Naruto Uzumaki and smiled. Okay Naruto, I only asked you to introduce your name, not to say anything else. Now starting from the left, one by one introduce yourselves. The children obediently began introducing themselves. The children were earnestly introducing themselves. Before long it came to the last one, Kanda Rokuro. Just as Kanda Rokuro was about to say a few words, Sarutobi Hiruzen cut him off directly. His name is Kanda Rokuro. You all need only know that. He won't be attending classes regularly from here on out. Taken aback by the interruption, Kanda Rokuro frowned and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, how could you interrupt like that? Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a cold snort. If I hadn't stepped in, who knows what nonsense you'd have spouted. I bet you were about to brag about being single with no girlfriend, weren't you, you little pervert? Crap. No wonder the old pervert who peeks at women bathing could read his mind so clearly. Truly an experienced veteran. While Kanda Rokuro was muttering complaints, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the children. Everyone except Kanda Rokuro, follow your teachers inside now. There are no classes this morning. It's the first day. Get to know your classmates, and we'll begin properly in the afternoon. The children cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro before departing with their teachers. Soon only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kanda Rokuro remained in the area. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Sarutobi Hiruzen, headache brewing, looked at the nonchalant Kanda Rokuro and said, Rokuro, while your strength is commendable, what truly matters for a ninja is experience. Only with that can you complete missions more effectively. You've come to the Ninja Academy, so you need to dedicate yourself to learning academic knowledge. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro pursed his lips. I can defeat any enemy with a single punch. I don't need experience. What a violent fool. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his inner exasperation and sighed. Let me ask you this, suppose you're poisoned one day and antidotes are nearby, but you can't identify the medicinal herbs. Would it not be unjust to die from poison when you had the means to save yourself? Hearing this, Kanda Rokuro's expression grew somewhat serious. Sensing an opening, Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed his advantage. You see now how important knowledge is, don't you? Kanda Rokuro nodded. That makes sense. It seems I really do need to learn healing and identification techniques. Lord Hokage, could you lend me a few medical ninjutsu scrolls to review? Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless. He wanted Kanda Rokuro to understand the value of knowledge itself, but Kanda Rokuro was already thinking about using medical ninjutsu as a means of self-preservation. Still, there was some merit to that reasoning. To master medical ninjutsu, one would need a foundation in medical knowledge. And besides, once Kanda Rokuro discovered he couldn't grasp medical techniques, he would naturally put effort into his studies. By then, he would have forged bonds of friendship with the other children. After some consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kanda Rokuro's earnest expression and said, if you're so determined to learn, I can provide a few scrolls for you. But you must attend classes every day. Medical ninjutsu was essential to master. Otherwise, how would he ever transplant Sharingan eyes or be a Kugan later on? How could he enhance his own bloodline limits? Kanda Rokuro agreed without hesitation. Alright, I'll definitely come every day. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a warning glance. You can't use shadow clones to skip classes. Kanda Rokuro's face fell immediately. What's the difference? The knowledge my shadow clones gain is still mine to learn. I think shadow clones work perfectly fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head firmly. No way. If you don't come yourself, I won't give you those medical ninjutsu scrolls. Kanda Rokuro glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered. If you won't give them to me, I'll go to Lord Danzo. He's been nothing but kind to me. He'll certainly provide what I need. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He'd completely forgotten about Danzo. It seemed medical ninjutsu alone wouldn't be enough to force him into attendance. Since the brat was obsessed with training, he'd need to be offered something else instead. After a moment's thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. If you're willing to attend classes, I'll gift you an A-rank jutsu each year. And when you graduate in 5 years, I'll give you an S-rank jutsu. What do you think? Kanda Rokuro's eyes lit up with excitement. Really, Lord Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly. Yes, absolutely. I'm the Hokage. I never break my word. Kanda Rokuro slapped his thigh enthusiastically. It's a deal, Lord Hokage. Don't you dare back down on this. With that, he'd successfully secured Kanda Rokuro's commitment. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled heartily. He looked at Kanda Rokuro and said, rest assured. If I deceive you, you can have Danzo come after me. That should settle it, won't it? Kanda Rokuro was thoroughly pleased and was about to confirm his attendance when he suddenly hesitated. Oh right, Lord Danzo asked me to accompany my master on missions whenever I have free time. Would those days count if I'm not personally present in class? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kanda Rokuro in surprise. Danzo has started assigning you missions. Kanda Rokuro nodded. My master mentioned it last time he returned. He's over 50 now, past retirement age, and doesn't plan to take on difficult missions anymore. He'll focus on B rank and below, and said he could bring me along on simpler missions as training. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood instantly. Danzo's approach mirrored his own. Just as he relied on bonds of friendship, Danzo was leveraging familial ties. Once he'd worked through it, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and agreed. That's no problem. I'll accept those conditions. Kanda Rokuro immediately nodded. Then it's settled. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Kanda Rokuro on the head. It's settled then. Go familiarize yourself with your classmates. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and walked away. Kanda Rokuro watched his retreating figure for a moment, shook his head, and made his way to the classroom. All the students of the Ninja Academy studied within a single building. The class for newcomers was situated on the first floor, its entrance clearly marked with a sign reading, New Students Class. The sign was unmistakable. Naturally, Shintian Lulang did not lose his way and entered the class without trouble. Earlier, Yuanfei Risen had mentioned that there were no classes in the morning. It was time for the students to get acquainted with one another. As he stepped inside, the children were all chatting among themselves. Only Xuanhua Mingren sat alone with no one speaking to him. When Xuanhua Mingren saw Shintian Lulang approach, he instantly felt as if he had found his people and exclaimed joyfully, Boss, boss. Over here. Come sit beside me. Shintian Lulang glanced at Xuanhua Mingren, curling his lip. Didn't I tell you? I only sit with girls. What are you butting in for? Just sit there quietly. With that, he surveyed the classroom. Spotting a girl, he walked straight over and said to the boy beside her, move aside. This seat is mine now. Go sit in the back. The child singled out by Shintian Lulang was somewhat afraid, but he still gathered his courage and stood up saying, why should I listen to you? These seats are first come, first served. Shintian Lulang shot the little brat a contemptuous glance. I'll give you 3 seconds to leave, or I'll spank your bottom. If you don't want to be humiliated in front of the whole class, get out of here now. The boy was furious and shook his fist. I'm from the Yueqian family. If you dare touch me, my father will beat you. Shintian Lulang rapped him on the head. Even if your father were the fire shadow, it wouldn't matter. The Yueqian family is nothing. The boy was thumped on the head. It hurt so much that tears streamed down. He clutched his head and burst into loud sobs. Shintian Lulang dragged the boy into the hallway and said scornfully, if you want to cry, go cry somewhere else. Don't get in my way here. If you can't accept it, tell your old man to come find me. The boy cried even harder and ran toward the door wailing, I want to go home. I want to go home. Seeing this, Xintian Lulang curled his lip, took the seat vacated by the boy, and turned to the girl beside him, who had kept her head bowed and silent. You're Rixiang Chutian, aren't you? The girl with her head lowered was indeed Rixiang Chutian. She stole a glance at Xintian Liulang, then lowered her head again, and said, You are Lord Xintian Liulang, aren't you? My father told me to thank you on behalf of our family when I met you. Huh, Lord, I'm barely a few months older than you. Since when did I earn such a title? Xintian Lulang shook his head. It's me, but don't call me Lord. Just Lulang is fine. Your father has treated me well, so from now on I'll look after you here. Rixiang Chutian nodded and fell silent. Just then Xuanhua Mingren suddenly appeared in front of Xintian Liulang, sizing up Rixiang Chutian. Boss, do you know this strange girl? Xintian Lulang turned around and rapped Xuanhua Mingren on the head. She's the young lady of the Rixiang clan. How can you call her strange? Watch out or the Rixiang clan will dig a pit and bury you. Xuanhua Mingren clutched his head and stammered in fear. No way. Are the Rixiang clan that terrifying? I've never heard of that. Xintian Lulang couldn't be bothered to deal with Xuanhua Mingren. He surveyed the surroundings, glanced at the children who were staring at him with curiosity, then stood up and said flatly, My name is Xintian Lulang. Remember this name. From now on I'm the boss of this school. My orders are the teacher's orders. You all have to listen to me, understand? Hearing this, Xuanhua Mingren exclaimed excitedly, Boss, so awe-inspiring. Xintian Lulang was too arrogant. Someone couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and glared at Xintian Lulang. You're a new student too. Why should we listen to you? Xintian Lulang looked at the one who had spoken. It was Chuanzhongya. The members of his clan were all hot-tempered by nature. It was only natural that he was the first to stand up in opposition. Xintian Lulang sized up Chuanzhongya and gave a cold snort. You're Chuanzhongya, right? You don't even have a dog yet, so what are you being so cocky about? Not having a dog means your family hasn't acknowledged you yet. I suggest you go back and ask for a dog first, then come talk to me. Chuanzhongya flew into a rage and roared at Xintian Liulang. I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. A duel, huh? Xintian Lulang curled his lip. The Chuanzhong clan is indeed formidable, but a brat like you without a dog. I can't even be bothered to fight you. I hear you have an older sister, don't you? Have your sister bring her dog to challenge me. I have no interest in dogless ninja from the Chuanzhong family. Chuanzhongya was truly enraged. He charged at Xintian Lulang with the clear intention of striking him. However, before he could even reach Xintian Lulang, Xuanhua Mingren suddenly stepped in front of him and said, If you want to touch my boss, you'll have to get through me first. Chuanzhong, you saw someone blocking his path. Without the slightest hesitation, he lunged at Xuanhua Mingren. Xuanhua Mingren, equally unyielding, grappled with Chuanzhongya. The entire class was stunned. Some timid children seeing the fight began to cry out of fear. In the classroom, chaos reigned. Fighting, crying. Naturally, the noise was tremendous. Before long, Irika arrived at the classroom. Seeing the chaos inside, he felt a headache coming on. As a Chunin, he could still judge how to quell the commotion immediately. Right now, he had to deal with the two biggest troublemakers first, the ones whose fight had thrown the class into disorder. Without hesitation, he rushed over, lifted both boys up like chicks and forced them to quiet down. Once the teacher arrived, the students gradually calmed down. Irika let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked sternly at Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inazuka and demanded, Why were you two fighting? The two boys turned to look at Rokuro Kanda. The whole class turned to look at Rokuro Kanda. Irika immediately understood that Rokuro Kanda was behind it. But disciplining Rokuro Kanda, that was impossible. Rokuro Kanda could go blow for blow with a Jonin. If Irika tried, he would just be throwing himself away. Irika had no choice but to set down Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inazuka, then spoke to Rokuro Kanda politely. Rokuro, you came to the academy to study, not to stir up trouble, right? Rokuro Kanda shrugged. I just wanted them to listen to me. Who knew they wouldn't accept it and wanted to challenge me? So my underlings made the first move for me. Hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki was overjoyed. He puffed out his chest and declared, That's right. Whoever dares to challenge my big brother has to get through me first. Irika couldn't be bothered to deal with Naruto Uzumaki. He lowered his voice and said to Rokuro Kanda, Let's step outside and talk. Rokuro Kanda rose and told Hinata Hyuga beside him, Hinata, wait here for me. I'm just stepping out with the teacher for a bit, and I'll come back to talk with you later. After telling Hinata that, he followed Irika to the classroom door. With no children around, Irika smiled wryly. Rokuro, this kind of thing makes it very difficult for us teachers. With your strength, bullying little kids like this isn't really appropriate, is it? Rokuro Kanda glanced at Irika and asked, Aren't I a little kid too? Irika said awkwardly, What I mean is your strength is already on par with a Jonin. They're not even genin yet. There's no fun in bullying them, right? Rokuro Kanda nodded. That's true. Even playing with them makes me feel embarrassed. But if I don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how formidable I am, and that's not quite right either. I need them all to know my strength so that no one will bother me in the future. Irika's expression twitched, and he gave a wry smile. How about this? I'll tell them about your situation. That way you don't have to discipline them, and they probably won't provoke you anymore. Rokuro Kanda cast a glance at Irika. Are you sure? If they still provoke me, don't blame me then. Irika quickly said, Leave it to me. I promise it'll be fine. Just rest outside for a while, and once I've settled the matter, you can go back in. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Rokuro Kanda shook his head. Whatever you want. I'll just take a stroll around the school grounds. I'll come back in half an hour. If they still provoke me by then, I'll teach them a lesson. Irika let out a relieved breath and said with a smile, half an hour is enough. Go take a walk outside the academic building. Rokuro Kanda turned and left. His goal was to intimidate the new students so they wouldn't come looking for trouble in the future. That way, when he used his shadow clone to attend class, he could save himself a lot of hassle. Since Irika was willing to help, he might as well let him handle it. As long as the goal was achieved, Rokuro didn't mind either way. He walked out of the academic building. Rokuro Kanda then trained in taijutsu at the training ground. He had been accustomed to cultivating every day in the past. Suddenly having so much leisure time felt strange to him instead. Once he started training, Rokuro Kanda became quite serious. When he was serious, time passed quickly. Just as he felt he was getting into the zone, Irika arrived at the training ground and called out to him, Rokuro, it's all settled. You can go back to class now. Rokuro Kanda snapped back to attention and turned to look at Irika. He noticed that a dozen or so children were following beside him, gazing at him with admiration and envy. Huh, what exactly did Irika say? Rokuro Kanda was puzzled, so he walked up to Irika and asked, what did you tell them? Irika chuckled. Just about how you single-handedly challenged the Jonin from the Cloud Village. Rokuro Kanda looked at Irika in surprise. Can you talk about that? Does the Hokage allow it? Irika rolled his eyes. You might not know this, but all 4 great ninja villages already know about your deeds. Even if I didn't say anything, they'd find out anyway. It's no big deal. Damn, I'm famous. Rokuro Kanda felt a surge of excitement. At the same time, however, he sensed how dangerous this situation was. A genius like him would naturally become a prime assassination target for the other ninja villages. Rokuro Kanda pondered for a moment, then asked Irika, what exactly is being said about me out there? Irika shook his head. Not too clear. I heard it from a classmate who does missions. He said you've already gained quite a reputation, and your bounty in the black market is as high as 12 million ryo. Damn, so I've already been put on the wanted list. Damn it, that is seriously messed up. Knowing that a bounty had been placed on his head, Kanda Rokuro felt even more eager to strengthen himself. Right then, the only way to quickly boost his combat power was the explosive body style ninjutsu. Besides, 5 months had passed since he began cultivating the explosive body style. It was time to raise the level of the art. That way both Kuro and Danzo would value him more, and he could reap plenty of benefits. After thinking it over, Kanda Rokuro said to Irika, come on, let's head back to the classroom. Irika nodded, turned, and walked into the school building. The other children also followed along. When they reached the classroom door, Kanda Rokuro saw Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka standing outside as punishment. Seeing this, Irika cleared his throat and reminded Kanda Rokuro they did get into a fight after all, and that was wrong, so a necessary punishment is definitely required. Naruto Uzumaki immediately started shouting, big brother, I got into that fight for you. Hurry and talk to Irika, so he'll let me in for class, okay? Kanda Rokuro walked up to Naruto Uzumaki and curled his lip. You can't even beat a little brat, yet you still have the nerve to plead with me. If you had beaten Kiba Inuzuka, I'd be willing to put in a good word for you. But right now I'd be too embarrassed to ask. Just stand there obediently. Naruto Uzumaki was dejected. Looking at Kiba Inuzuka, he said this guy fights dirty and shamelessly. He just loves tearing at people's clothes. If we wanted it properly, I definitely wouldn't lose to him. Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes. What's the point of talking about dirty or clean in a fight? Why don't you go tell that to an enemy and see if they'll face you in a one-on-one duel? Naruto Uzumaki was speechless. Kanda Rokuro stopped bothering with him and walked into the classroom. Inside, the seat beside Hinata Hyuga had been kept open for him. It looked like no one would dare take his seat anymore from now on. As for the children, they all stared at him with a mix of nervousness and curiosity. As expected, the ones who had followed Irika outside to see him were the bold ones. The timid ones had waited in the classroom. Kanda Rokuro went to sit down beside Hinata Hyuga, and Irika stepped up to the podium. He didn't dare let the students study on their own again in case something else happened. With Irika there, the classroom was calmer. Kanda Rokuro leaned close to Hinata Hyuga and asked her a couple of quiet questions. She just nodded which instantly made him lose interest. She was only 5, still too young. There was no fun even in teasing her. He gave up chatting with Hinata Hyuga and listened as Irika lectured about school rules. Humph. To him, everything Irika said was nonsense. So after listening for a while, his thoughts began to drift far away. Irika, standing on the podium, also noticed Kanda Rokuro's state, but he didn't want to get involved. As long as Kanda Rokuro didn't cause trouble, Irika would be thanking his lucky stars. Sleeping, daydreaming. He didn't care. It was already past 9 o'clock anyway. Irika rambled on about this and that until 11, then simply dismissed the class and led the children to the school cafeteria to eat. Afterward, he would arrange a place for them to rest. Konoha Ninja Academy had nearly 800 students. The cafeteria was fairly large, and all the students ate in the same dining hall. As for what to eat, of course, you brought your own bento. The Ninja Academy didn't provide meals. If you didn't bring one, that was your own problem. The Ninja Academy wouldn't care. As a ninja, enduring hunger was also a skill. If you didn't prepare food in advance, then going hungry was exactly what you deserved. Kanda Rokuro hadn't brought food either, but he wasn't worried about starving. If Hanada didn't bring him something, he'd simply go back to the underground base and rest. Sure enough, just as Kanda Rokuro expected, the moment he got near the cafeteria, Hanada jumped out and handed him a bento. Rokuro, next time bring your own. I'm a jonin. Kanda Rokuro took the bento and glared at Hanada. What can a jonin deliver a meal? There are jonin standing at the gate sending their kids to school. What's so wrong with you bringing food? Hanada curled his lip. They're them, and I'm me. Besides, you're not my son. Kanda Rokuro said without any courtesy, if you dare not bring it, I'll go complain to Lord Danzo and have him dock your monthly pay, leaving you too broke to do anything but gnaw on plain steamed buns. Hanada cursed Kanda Rokuro inwardly. On the surface, he simply turned and left, too lazy to bother with him. With so many children watching, a dignified jonin like him delivering lunch was nothing short of a disgrace. Hanada left. Kanda Rokuro paid no attention. Carrying his bento, he followed the other children into the cafeteria to eat. The Ninja Academy's cafeteria was just like the orphanage's cafeteria. 6 people shared each long table, sitting 3 on 3 face to face as they ate. Kanda Rokuro glanced around the cafeteria, then took Hinata, who had been silently following him all along, to an empty seat. He sat down and beckoned her to start eating. In the cafeteria, Kanda Rokuro and Hinata Hyuga had just opened their lunchboxes when Naruto Uzumaki came over again, staring greedily at Kanda Rokuro's lunchbox with drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Where's your lunch? Kanda Rokuro asked, guarding his own lunch. Naruto's expression darkened and he looked down, saying, I forgot to bring it. Kanda Rokuro sneered. What's wrong with your family? How could they forget something like this? Naruto lowered his head even deeper. I don't have a family. I grew up alone. Kanda Rokuro naturally knew that Naruto was an orphan, but he had to pretend not to know. Hearing Naruto's words, he looked somewhat startled. You're from an orphanage too? Naruto glanced at Kanda Rokuro and shook his head. No, I grew up in Konoha village. My parents must have died fighting for Konoha, so the old Hokage arranged for people to take care of me. Hearing that, Kanda Rokuro patted Naruto and said, It's fine. I'm an orphan too. What does it matter? Once you grow stronger, you'll naturally gain confidence. Naruto nodded repeatedly, regaining some spirit. He shamelessly sidled up to Kanda Rokuro and said, Big brother, how about splitting your lunch with me? Not great. Kanda Rokuro shoved Naruto away and said, If you want to eat, by your own. Naruto was stunned. He looked around and asked, I don't see any place selling food here, big brother. Are you mistaken? Do you want me to go outside to buy it? That's not allowed. Didn't Irika-sensei say so this morning? Kanda Rokuro curled his lip. He said we can't leave the school, but he didn't say our clones can't leave the school. Give me the money, and I'll have my shadow clone buy it for you. Naruto suddenly realized, then lowered his voice and said ingratiatingly, Big brother, could you lend me some money? I don't have any on me right now. I'll pay you back when I have money, okay? Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes at Naruto and said, If it's 9 out 12 and then I'll lend it to you. Naruto looked baffled. What does that mean? Kanda Rokuro wore a malicious grin. If you borrow 10,000, I only give you 9,000. When you pay me back, you owe me 12,000. Naruto's eyes went round. Big brother, you're too shameless. Who lends money like that? Kanda Rokuro was unconcerned and curled his lip. Do you think my shadow clone doesn't deserve a service fee for running over to buy you food? Besides, my minimum loan is 10,000. If you don't accept, just go hungry. Naruto was very conflicted. Kanda Rokuro patted Naruto. Little bro, don't agonize over a little money. You're going to be a big shot. Once you become a jonin, any simple mission will earn you several 100,000, maybe even millions. To agonize over a mere 10,000, don't you think your vision is too limited? Naruto nodded, eagerly thinking it made perfect sense. Right. Once I become Hokage, I'll earn this small change back in a minute. So big brother, lend me 10,000. Kanda Rokuro smiled. He formed hand seals and summoned a shadow clone. He then took out 10,000 and handed it to the shadow clone. Go buy little bro an extra large bowl of Ichiraka ramen and get him something to nourish his body. He looks too frail. The shadow clone took the money, glanced at Naruto, smiled faintly, and left the classroom. Naruto watched Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone with some envy. Big brother, this ability is really useful. I wonder when I'll be able to learn a ninjutsu like this. Kanda Rokuro curled his lip, picked up his lunchbox, and began to eat. You? Wait another 4 or 5 years. Naruto was dejected and sat down to wait. In the cafeteria, the children were all eating while watching Kanda Rokuro. The shadow clone Kanda Rokuro had just used proved that he was no ordinary person. That was a jutsu normally only a chunin could use, yet Kanda Rokuro could use it at just 5 years old. As expected of a little genius. While everyone was curious, someone made his move. Carrying his lunchbox, he walked over to sit opposite Kanda Rokuro and said, You're Kanda Rokuro, right? I'm going to defeat you. Here he came. It was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Kanda Rokuro had just been wondering how to find a chance to get close to him. Unexpectedly, he had come to him on his own. Then he couldn't let this opportunity slip. While eating, Kanda Rokuro glanced at Sasuke and said, You look like you're from the Uchiha clan. Your clan's Sharingan is indeed formidable, but you haven't awakened it yet, right? Sasuke snorted. So what if I haven't awakened it? I can still defeat you. Just wait and see. I'll never let you surpass my brother. My brother is the true genius of Konoha. Oh, so it was for Uchiha Itachi's sake. Apparently someone had compared him to Uchiha Itachi. How unbelievable. He was now considered a big shot, even worthy of being compared to Uchiha Itachi. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. He pondered silently. Kanda Roro eyed Uchiha Sasuke and asked, Is Itachi Uchiha your elder brother? Sasuke puffed out his chest. That's right. Kanda nodded. Your brother is indeed a genius, but he shall soon be trampled beneath my feet. As for some whelp like you, I hold no interest. Sasuke burned with rage and fixed his gaze upon Kanda. Just wait. In half a year's time I shall return to challenge you. Kanda curled his lip and gestured toward Uzumaki Naruto. If you wish to challenge me, defeat him first. Uzumaki Naruto shot to his feet, locking eyes with Sasuke. You heard him. If you want to challenge my big brother, you'll have to go through me first. Sasuke cast a dismissive glance at Uzumaki Naruto. You? I could defeat you right now. Uzumaki Naruto flew into a fury and pointed toward the training ground outside. Let's go. I'll settle this with you right now. Sasuke set down his things and rose, snorting coldly. Who's afraid of whom? Today I'll teach you a lesson. How infuriating. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Uchiha Sasuke, turned on his heel, and strode away. Let's go outside and settle this. Sasuke made no protest and followed Naruto out. Not far beyond the cafeteria was the training ground visible from the windows. The news that Naruto and Sasuke were about to clash instantly caught the children's attention. Grabbing their lunchboxes, they rushed to the windows to watch the fight. Kanda felt no such interest. Naruto and Sasuke were still children, their fights amounted to nothing more than basic taijutsu, and their strength was feeble. They'd struggle even to injure one another. What possible appeal could such a sparring hold for him? He remained at his seat beside Hyuga Hinata, continuing to eat his lunch. In the training ground, the sounds of combat soon rang out. The two fought as though wielding formidable power. Hinata grew restless and whispered to Kanda, Brother Roro, surely this isn't proper. Shouldn't we stop them? What if someone gets hurt? Kanda waved his hand carelessly. No need to concern ourselves with them. They are natural rivals. Even without me provoking it, they would clash sooner or later. Besides, as shinobi, injuries are hardly uncommon. Hinata hesitated. Yet seeing Kanda show no sign of moving, she dared not press the matter further. Kanda finished his bento in short order. His eyes fell upon Sasuke's unopened box, and without hesitation, he picked it up and began eating. Not bad at all. Sasuke's mother certainly has skill in the kitchen. Hinata flushed with embarrassment and murmured, well, Brother that's Sasuke's lunchbox. Kanda chewed leisurely. Don't worry about it. He's busy fighting. If he loses, he won't have the appetite. If he wins, pride alone will fill him. One meal won't make a difference. Hinata could only stare, utterly speechless, as Kanda devoured Uchiha Sasuke's bento to the last grain. A quarter hour later, Uchiha Sasuke returned looking refreshed and triumphant. Trailing behind him was Uzumaki Naruto, his face bruised and swollen. No visual confirmation was needed. One could tell at a glance that Naruto had been thoroughly defeated. The two returned to the cafeteria and took seats opposite Kanda. As Sasuke opened his mouth to gloat, he noticed his bento had vanished, the empty box resting before Kanda. Enraged, he glared at Kanda. Why did you eat my lunch? My mother prepared that for me. Kanda brushed it off and bared his teeth with a smirk. Your mother cooked this. The flavor is quite good, far better than what my subordinates prepare. Why don't you ask your mother to make an extra portion for me from now on? Sasuke was beside himself with fury, but he knew full well he stood no chance against Kanda in a fight. All he could do was snatch back his empty box, shoot Kanda a withering look, and growl, just wait. Having aired his threat, Sasuke turned and left. Uzumaki Naruto slumped dejectedly into the seat beside Kanda. Big brother. I lost. Kanda shrugged. If I'd known you'd lose, I would have said so. He is an elite of the Uchiha clan. Losing to him is actually a good thing. It will drive you to train harder. Uzumaki Naruto contemplated this and nodded. You're right. I'll definitely defeat that guy. Kanda clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Enough. Sit and rest. Your lunch is on its way. Think about it. Sasuke doesn't even have a meal to eat. Doesn't that make you feel better? Uzumaki Naruto glanced across at the distant Sasuke and grinned. Well done, big brother. That's revenge for me. Let's see how he manages this afternoon. Starving? Kanda shot him an exasperated look. Cut the nonsense. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled awkwardly and sat down to rest. After roughly 7 or 8 minutes, a shadow clone of Kanda returned carrying an armful of food. Uzumaki Naruto was overjoyed, snatching it up and falling to his meal without delay. Then came the most maddening part. He ate while openly gloating in Sasuke's direction. Enraged, Sasuke left the cafeteria entirely and headed for the classroom. Sasuke left. Uzumaki finally calmed down. After lunch, it was break time. Those who wanted to sleep went back to the classroom to sleep, while those who didn't could do as they pleased. Train in the training ground or sit somewhere and chat. Kanda didn't go to the classroom to sleep. He never had the habit of taking a nap. He found a spot under a tree in the training ground and began his daily task of 1,000 straight punches. The academy students already knew Kanda. Seeing how seriously he was training, they finally understood why he was so much stronger than they were. Some students who refused to be outdone also found places to train following Kanda's lead. Once the number of trainees grew, the others who had been resting were too embarrassed to rest any longer. They stood up. All of them began to train. On the entire training ground, most of the children were training. The Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been watching the entire academy with his crystal ball. His original intention was to prevent Kanda Rokuro from causing trouble. Unexpectedly, he saw this scene. It suddenly made him feel that sending Kanda Rokuro to the academy was truly a good move. If the children trained this seriously every day from now on, then 5 years later Konoha village would reap a crop of ninja who could be put to important use. At this thought he nodded again and again, unable to resist taking a couple more puffs of his pipe. After observing for a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped watching. He was not a man of leisure, he had many matters to handle. At the academy the afternoon returned to normal. Kanda Rokuro sent a shadow clone to class while he trained in the training ground himself. With Kanda Rokuro no longer causing trouble, the afternoon classes went fairly smoothly. Soon, it was time to leave school. The students walked out of the classrooms. Seeing Kanda Rokuro still training, they all felt a little ashamed. They truly had never seen such a hard-working genius in their lives. As for Kanda Rokuro slacking off, that was simply impossible. From the windows of the school building, Kanda Rokuro could be easily seen. He had not stopped all afternoon. No, he had not stopped for even a minute. How terrifying. The students were filled with immense admiration for Kanda Rokuro. After a few sighs of wonder, most students still left the school and headed home. They had clearly seen the gap between themselves and Kanda Rokuro and knew they could never surpass him, so they chose to take it easy, going to school when they should and going home when school ended. However, some children stayed behind to train in the training ground. Those who refused to admit defeat, Sasuke, Naruto, Kiba, Inuzuka, and the like, all stayed to train. Big brother. After school let out, Rock Lee finally had some time and ran over to Kanda Rokuro. Seeing Little Lee, Kanda Rokuro continued training and said, "Little Lee, you're here." Rock Lee said with a grin, "Big brother, you really stole the show at school today. Everyone in my class admires you, and some even asked me about you." Kanda Rokuro raised an eyebrow. "Did any girls ask about me, eh?" "There were." Rock Lee chuckled and said, "3 girls asked me about you. When they heard I know you, they even asked me to pass a message to you, big brother." Kanda Rokuro became interested and stopped training. "What did they ask you to tell me?" Rock Lee said directly, "They asked me to find out what type of girl you like, big brother." Kanda Rokuro listened and nodded repeatedly. Good, good. My good looks have already started attracting girls. This is wonderful. Tomorrow tell them I'm not picky. As long as they're girls, I like them very much. Rock Lee hesitated. "Big brother, you don't mean to date all 3 of them, do you?" Kanda Rokuro shot a glance at Rock Lee. "What can I? Of course not. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble?" Rock Lee grumbled silently to himself. Just today those 3 girls had pestered him with questions, and he had been annoyed to death. If the 3 of them pestered him every day, he figured his life would be in danger. That was his silent complaint. Rock Lee lowered his voice and warned, "Big brother, you're busy training every day, so don't go looking for girls. Girls are very troublesome, they'll hold back your training." Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes at Rock Lee. "What do you know? You have no idea what girls have to offer. You need to learn how to interact with girls, or you'll end up a lifelong bachelor." Rock Lee shook his head. Right now he just wanted to train hard. He had never considered the matter of having a girlfriend. Seeing Rock Lee like that, Kanda Rokuro curled his lip. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to waste so many words on you. Since you're here, you might as well train with me. Let me see how strong your perseverance is, whether you can keep up with my training pace." Hearing that, Rock Lee immediately became serious and said, "Don't worry, big brother. I won't lose to you." Kanda Rokuro smiled and resumed training. Seeing this, Rock Lee also began training alongside him. 8 o'clock in the evening. Kamienda Ruru and Liloaka were still training earnestly. The other children who had been training were already exhausted and had to head home early. Sasuke persevered until 8 o'clock, unable to endure any longer. With a resentful glance at Kamienda Ruru, he left the school grounds in discontent and frustration. At the school entrance, Sasuke spotted his brother Uchiha Itachi waiting for him. He hurried over and asked, "Brother, why are you here? Didn't you say you were busy today and couldn't take me to school?" Uchiha Itachi offered a faint smile. "I had a mission this morning, but it's finished now, so I came to pick you up after school. I didn't expect you'd be training in the practice field." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression stiffened instantly. If his brother had seen him lose to that Kamienda Ruru, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Realizing this, he turned back toward the training ground inside the school, gritted his teeth, and declared, "Brother, rest assured. I'll persist in my training too. One day I'll definitely defeat that guy." Uchiha Itachi patted Sasuke's head with a smile. "Don't compare your weaknesses against other strengths. Kamienda Ruru excels in taijutsu. It's nearly impossible for our Uchiha clan to surpass him in that area, even for me. If you want to defeat him, you'll need to leverage your own strengths." Sasuke nodded in understanding. He immediately replied, "Brother, then if we use ninjutsu, we should be able to defeat him easily, right?" Uchiha Itachi glanced at Sasuke and shook his head. "No. Unless you can deploy ninjutsu instantly, you might be defeated before you even finish casting. Besides, his talent for ninjutsu isn't poor either. You need to train extremely hard to beat him." Seeing his brother praise their rival so enthusiastically, Sasuke couldn't help but feel irritated. "Brother, I'm your own younger brother. How can you speak so favorably about someone else?" Uchiha Itachi chuckled. "I'm being objective, not personal. His strength is undeniable. I can't just turn a blind eye to reality. When you become stronger someday, I'll praise you too." Sasuke remained sullen. Uchiha Itachi stopped explaining, lifted Sasuke onto his back, and said, "I think you're exhausted too. Let's head home and rest. If you don't, you'll struggle to wake up tomorrow morning. Sasuke rested against Itachi's back and fell silent. He was truly weary. After walking just a few steps with Sasuke on his back, Itachi felt him drift into a deep sleep. Inside the training grounds, Kamiendaru and Liloaka trained continuously until dawn. The moment they stopped, Liloaka collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Panting heavily, he looked at the composed Kamiendaru and said dejectedly, "Brother, you're simply too strong. I fear I'll never catch up to you in this lifetime." Kamiendaru smiled and sat beside Liloaka. "Don't say such discouraging things. Those who work hard will eventually be rewarded. Your achievements will surely surpass those who leave as soon as school ends." Hearing this, Liloaka's spirits lifted slightly. "That's true, but I still want to surpass you, brother." Kamiendaru shrugged. "Then that's impossible. You can't compare yourself to a genius like me. You can only measure yourself against ordinary people like the Jonin in this village. As for me, I'm on the same level as the Hokage." Liloaka was speechless. Lying there gazing at the starry sky, he muttered, "Forget it, I won't say anything more. I'm too exhausted to move. Brother, I won't be going home tonight. I'll just sleep here." Kamiendaru looked around and spotted Naruto Uzumaki lying nearby, fast asleep on the ground with drool pooling beneath him. Naruto Uzumaki had followed their training until past 9 o'clock before finally collapsing. He was the last one to fall while training alongside Kamiendaru and Liloaka. The others had left around 8 o'clock, unable to endure it any longer, just like Sasuke. Kamiendaru created a shadow clone and instructed it, "Go back and bring a few blankets." The shadow clone departed. Kamiendaru also lay down to rest. Training inside the school wasn't as professional as using a proper training room. However, in order to reap the benefits from Sarutobi Hizashi, he had decided to train at the school. Lying down for a brief rest, he reviewed the 2 new tasks for the day. Upon checking them, he was somewhat speechless. Someone had angered the system again. It was Uchiha Sasuke. The system was issuing these tedious tasks once more. Daily training quest: maintain horse stance for 1 hour without moving. Daily random quest: prank Uchiha Sasuke. Sigh. Uchiha Sasuke. Who told you to keep glaring at me for no reason? Now look what's happened. I think you're going to have a lot of trouble from here on out. The system isn't someone you can mess with, so expect it to torment you frequently. I hope you don't blame me in the future. I'm being forced by the system." After venting his helplessness, Kamiendaru closed his eyes and enjoyed the tranquility of the night. Early morning. The sun rose. Naruto Uzumaki, having gone to bed early, was the first to wake. He opened his eyes, looked at the blanket draped over him, then at Kanda Rokuro and Rock Lee lying beside him. Suddenly his heart swelled and tears spilled from his eyes before he could stop them. He finally had friends. And not just friends, friends who actually cared about him. It moved him deeply. While Naruto was silently overwhelmed with emotion, Kanda Rokuro was roused from sleep by his movements. He sat up. Seeing Naruto wiping his tears, Kanda curled his lip. "What's the matter? Why are you crying so early in the morning?" Naruto would never admit he had been crying. He wiped his face and said indignantly, "I wasn't crying. It was just the dew that wet my face." Kanda curled his lip. Too lazy to waste words with Naruto, he climbed to his feet and said, "There's still an hour or 2 before class. I'm going home to take a shower and then come back. You two can keep sleeping here." Yesterday's training had left Naruto's clothes drenched in sweat, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. At that, Naruto got up too. "I'll go back and wash up as well. I can even grab some breakfast along the way. Big brother, see you in class later." Kanda Rokuro kicked Rock Lee lightly to wake him. "We're going back to wash up. You should go clean up too, or you'll stink up your desk mate in class." Rock Lee climbed to his feet. Kanda Rokuro and Naruto Uzumaki were already walking over to him. He froze for a moment, then quickly followed them. Ninja Academy classes started at 8 o'clock sharp. Yesterday they had arrived at 7 because of the opening ceremony. After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the academy no longer taught anything as students were sent home to train on their own. After all, every child came from a clan, and when they returned at night, they had to study their clan's specialized ninjutsu. Kanda Rokuro returned to the base. He washed up, ate breakfast, then made his way back to the academy, arriving at around 7:30. He had originally intended to come a little later, but with a mission to prank Sasuke, he needed to arrive earlier, to give Sasuke a good taste of his mischief. There were only 4 or 5 students in the classroom, now all of whom had left early the previous day. Not a single one of those who had trained until evening had shown up. The children nodded respectfully at the sight of Kanda Rokuro. He smiled at them, returned to his seat, and lay down for a quick nap. He was sleeping. Who would dare disturb him? The children stayed perfectly quiet. Even a new student entering the room was stared at by everyone and dared not make a sound. Then, Naruto Uzumaki arrived at the classroom. The moment he stepped in, he shouted, "I'm here. You'd all better wait for me." "Ow. Who threw that at me?" Before Naruto could finish his sentence, a piece of chalk hit him square on the head, making him furious, until he saw Kanda Rokuro holding the chalk and staring at him with displeasure. His anger vanished at once. He trotted over to Kanda Rokuro and asked, "Big brother, did you need me?" Kanda Rokuro gave him a sideways glance. "Looks like your stamina has fully recovered." Naruto puffed out his chest. "Of course. I'm bursting with energy right now. Having the 9-tailed fox really was a blessing." His stamina recovered just as quickly as Kanda's. Kanda Rokuro made a few snide remarks, glanced at the other students, then suddenly leaned close to Naruto's ear and said, Naruto, you've recovered, but the ones who trained yesterday are all out of energy. I bet Sasuke Uchiha hasn't recovered either. If you challenge him later, you just might beat him. Naruto's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, right. If he's sluggish later, then this is my chance. Big brother, your reminder came just in time. Kanda Rokuro patted Naruto on the shoulder. Remember, challenge him the moment he arrives. Wait too long and his stamina might recover. Naruto nodded again and again, then turned and walked toward the door. Then I'll keep watch at the door. The moment he shows up, I'll teach him a lesson and show him what I've got. Watching Naruto rush to the door, Kanda Rokuro revealed an evil smile. He took out some soil from his robe, molded it into little mice, and used a shape-shifting jutsu to turn them into earth mice that silently followed Naruto. 4 or 5 minutes passed. Then Kanda Rokuro heard Naruto's roar, Sasuke Uchiha, I'm going to defeat you today. You? Impossible. Sasuke's cold voice rang out. Then came the sounds of a scuffle. Where did this mouse come from? How dare it bite me? Within a minute, Sasuke let out a painful scream. Then Naruto's excited voice followed. I'll crush you. I'll crush you, you bastard. Kanda Rokuro listened to the sounds with great satisfaction. Checking his daily random quest, he saw it had already been completed. It seemed the earth mice had done their job, pranking Sasuke and giving Naruto the upper hand. 2 minutes later, Naruto Uzumaki rushed back into the classroom. Sasuke Uchiha, his face bruised and swollen, chased him inside and roared, Naruto, if you've got guts, don't run. Paying him no attention, Naruto jogged over to Rokuro Kanda, put his hands on his hips, and looked at Sasuke smugly. Hey Sasuke, what happened to your face? Did someone beat you up? If so, come over and let my big brother take a look. Sasuke Uchiha spotted Rokuro Kanda and stopped in his tracks. Staring darkly at Naruto, he said, if you've got the guts, let's fight again at noon today. Naruto said nonchalantly, who's afraid of you? If it's a fight you want, I'll still crush you at noon. Sasuke was livid. Through gritted teeth, he said, fine. If I hadn't been unlucky and let you seize that opening, you little runt wouldn't have laid a finger on me. Naruto watched the furious Sasuke and felt greatly pleased. Just now a few rats had suddenly run over and taken a couple of bites out of Sasuke. Seizing the opportunity, he landed several vicious blows on Sasuke. The grudge from yesterday was finally avenged today. As for the noon match, he couldn't care less. What happened at noon could be dealt with at noon. Sasuke Uchiha glanced at Rokuro Kanda and Naruto Uzumaki, snorted coldly, and returned to his seat. Fuming, he pulled out a book and muttered through gritted teeth at it. Seeing this, Naruto sidled up to Rokuro Kanda and said, brother, you guessed right. He hasn't recovered at all. When we fought just now, his strength was half of what it was yesterday. Rokuro Kanda thumped Naruto on the head. What are you so smug about? You can't even beat him at half his strength, and you still have the nerve to grin. You're embarrassing your big brother. Naruto froze. His smug expression turned sullen. He stole a glance at Sasuke and asked Rokuro seriously, brother, is there any way for me to surpass him quickly? I want to defeat him with real strength. Rokuro Kanda glanced at Naruto. In terms of stamina, you're clearly stronger than Sasuke. If you want to beat him, start by honing your taijutsu under Rock Lee. Taijutsu. Naruto thought about it and felt it made sense. He had trained all day yesterday and completely recovered the next day. Sasuke, on the other hand, could not do the same. He had been listless since he came in this morning. Got it. Having found his goal, Naruto returned to his seat satisfied. Of course it wasn't because he wanted to go back. It was because Iruka had arrived and class was about to officially begin. Iruka naturally knew that students had been fighting at the Ninja Academy. He simply didn't mind. This was the Ninja Academy, where fighting was an everyday occurrence. As long as no one was injured, it was fine. He entered the classroom, glanced at Sasuke's bruised and swollen face, and pretended not to see it. He walked straight over to Rokuro Kanda, took out a scroll, and handed it to him. Rokuro, these are the medical ninjutsu materials the Hokage asked me to give you. Rokuro Kanda was overjoyed. He stood up, accepted the scroll, and said, then I'll go outside and study it. Iruka-sensei, you don't need to worry about me. If anything comes up, come find me at the training ground. Iruka knew about the agreement between Rokuro Kanda and Hiruzen Sarutobi, so he wasn't concerned about Rokuro leaving the academy. He nodded and said, all right, just leave a shadow clone to study. Rokuro Kanda made a shadow clone and hurried out. Medical ninjutsu. If he wanted to become stronger, medical ninjutsu was an absolute necessity. Otherwise, how could he get the Sharingan and would release cells from Danzo? Only if he showed outstanding medical ninjutsu skill would Danzo be willing to let him join the research experiments, giving him a greater chance to obtain what he wanted. As for why he hadn't asked Danzo for medical ninjutsu scrolls before, it was because some things couldn't be initiated by him. This time, however, using the opportunity of attending school to obtain medical ninjutsu was far more reasonable. He ran to the training ground, found a tree, sat underneath it, and opened the scroll to see what was inside. It was a storage scroll. Rokuro Kanda used chakra to release the scroll's contents, and a pile of books tumbled out. On closer inspection, there were over 30 thick volumes. They were all reference books on medicine. He would have to read them eventually, but right now what he wanted was medical ninjutsu. So he searched through the books to see if any were about medical ninjutsu. After flipping through for a while, he found a book. Its title was On the Self-Restorative Healing Technique that uses chakra to treat and stimulate active cells. With a title like that, it was unmistakably medical ninjutsu. He couldn't wait to open it and look at the contents. The contents were much as Rokuro Kanda had imagined, the principle of the mystical palm technique. The technique uses chakra to activate the body's active cells and set the immune system in motion. Injuries that are not too serious, those the immune system can handle on its own, can all be healed with this ninjutsu. It is an extremely practical technique. Mystical palm technique. This technique is actually an A-rank high-level ninjutsu. However, training it to the point where it possesses the power of an A-rank technique is no easy feat. Just like Kanda Rokuro's shape-shifting transformation technique at level 2, it could only transform into small animals. Only after reaching level 3 could it transform into something the size of a cat or dog, and only then did it begin to show real power. The medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital who used the mystical palm technique were actually only beginners. They could merely treat minor injuries, colds, and fevers. Judging by the system's ninjutsu levels, they were at level 2, and for the rest of their lives they might never advance beyond level 2. It wasn't that they didn't work hard, rather training the mystical palm technique required extremely high talent and chakra control. Only those with good aptitude could raise it to level 3. At level 3, it could already heal most non-fatal injuries and illnesses. The good doctors at the ninja hospital were basically at this level. As for levels 4 and 5, there were probably only a handful in the entire shinobi world. Training talent. Kanda Rokuro had no need for it. The system would automatically quantify his ninjutsu. All he had to do was add EXP. What he needed to do now was first learn to fine-tune chakra. He had to let the system quantify this technique first. After reading through the book, Kanda Rokuro created a shadow clone and sent it to catch a bird. Today he had to learn this technique. Later, once he had EXP, he would immediately raise the technique's level to 3 or higher. Having made up his mind, Kanda Rokuro closed his eyes and began to train. Chakra kept surging out from his hands, but it constantly flickered and dissipated. With such instability, it would already be a blessing not to injure someone, let alone heal them. At the very least, he needed to stabilize his chakra first and make it as soft as water. Controlling chakra was not as easy as Kanda Rokuro had imagined. He thought that half an hour of practice would allow him to master it easily. In the end, he spent an entire morning without managing to completely stabilize his chakra. The bird his shadow clone had caught was completely useless. After lunch, Kanda Rokuro became fiercely determined. He summoned 6 shadow clones and began training all at once. When chakra was insufficient, he used EXP to restore it directly. He trained continuously, watching his EXP drop at a rate of 200 points per hour until a little past 7 in the evening. Finally, he stabilized his chakra. Then, unable to wait any longer, he broke the little bird's leg and began healing it with chakra. Once, twice, 3 times. The little bird actually died. It had been healed to death by his chakra. This made Kanda Rokuro extremely displeased. But at the same time, he was completely relieved because the system finally sent a notification. Mystical Palm Technique LV 1 EXP 010000. He had finally learned it. Relieved, he dismissed the shadow clones. Tired, really tired, he lay down and rubbed his head. His chakra could be restored with EXP, so that was no problem. Yet training with intense concentration for such a long time truly consumed spiritual energy, and it made his head ache. Spiritual energy. Kanda Rokuro, whose head was aching, suddenly froze and looked at his primary attribute, Jinjutsu. He remembered that Jinjutsu seemed to be created with spiritual energy. If he raised his Jinjutsu EXP, would he be able to restore his spiritual energy? He acted on the thought at once. It was only 100 EXP. It wasn't as if he couldn't afford it. Jinjutsu LV 1 EXP 100100000. After increasing his Jinjutsu EXP, Kanda Rokuro immediately felt his spiritual fatigue begin to ease, and his head no longer hurt as much as it had at the start. A minute later, he was full of energy. He couldn't help but marvel. What a great thing this was. His spiritual energy had recovered too. Truly wonderful. Stamina, chakra, and spiritual energy could all be restored continuously. This was a major advantage for him. After thinking for a while, Kanda Rokuro sat up and looked around. The sky had already grown dark. There were only 2 people in the training ground, Naruto Uzumaki and Rock Lee, training taijutsu together. As for the others, none of them seemed to have stayed to train. Probably because when Naruto Uzumaki came looking for him after school that afternoon, Kanda had shot them a fierce glare and no one dared remain. His temper that afternoon had indeed been irritable. It was all because he couldn't learn the mystical palm technique. But now, he had already learned it. His mood improved, so he called out to Rock Lee and Naruto Uzumaki, "Naruto, little Lee, come over here. We're not training tonight." Naruto Uzumaki quickly ran over, looked Kanda Rokuro over, and heaved a huge sigh of relief. "Big brother, you finally returned to normal. This afternoon you looked like you were about to eat people. The students didn't dare get close to you. You scared them all into going home early." Kanda Rokuro smiled faintly. It's fine. I was just too absorbed in training this afternoon. It's all right now, isn't it? I'm in a pretty good mood. Come on, today I'm splurging to treat you two to a big meal. Eat as much Ichiraku ramen as you want." Naruto Uzumaki was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Big brother, then I won't hold back." Rock Lee also said happily, "I won't hold back either." Having learned the mystical palm technique, Kanda Rokuro was in a very good mood. He stood up, waved his hand grandly, and said, "Let's go. We're setting out." Outside the school gates, The three had just stepped out when they spotted an ANBU ninja wearing a mask. He didn't appear to be from Hanada. Kanda Rokuro noticed this and came to a halt, for the ANBU ninja was walking toward him. Uzumaki, Naruto, and Rock Lee also stopped, watching the masked figure curiously. The ANBU ninja approached Kanda Rokuro and said calmly, "Kanda Rokuro, the Hokage requests that you come to his office as soon as you leave the school. Hiruzen Sarutobi summoning me. What could it be? And at such a late hour?" He pondered for a moment, then suddenly something occurred to him. A chill ran down his spine. Damn it, I was careless. All afternoon I was absorbed in cultivating the palm of life technique and forgot that I was under surveillance. He had been using shadow clones non-stop to practice the palm of life technique. No doubt Hiruzen had noticed something abnormal, such as his ridiculously fast chakra recovery. Troublesome. Kanda Rokuro sighed inwardly but kept his composure, glancing at the ANBU ninja before replying, "Could I please have dinner first? I'm starving." The ANBU ninja hesitated slightly, then replied, "Very well, but make it quick. Do not keep the Hokage waiting too long." Understood. Kanda Rokuro nodded and turned to Uzumaki, Naruto, and Rock Lee. "Looks like I can't compete with you two on who can eat the most today. I'll finish one bowl and head out." Naruto glanced at the ANBU ninja and hesitantly suggested, "Uncle, maybe we should go see Lord Hokage first." Kanda Rokuro was already walking away, scoffing. "Who knows how long this meeting will take? I need to eat first. I haven't had anything since noon. You two are already full, so don't drag me along." Naruto followed. Rock Lee followed as well. The ANBU ninja trailed behind them. The three set off together. They arrived outside Ichiraku Ramen. Their spirits had been high, but having an ANBU ninja shadowing them dampened the mood. Eating while being watched. How could they possibly enjoy their meal? Naruto and Rock Lee ordered ramen, yet it tasted like sawdust in their mouths. They ate while stealing glances at the ANBU ninja outside. Kanda Rokuro, however, paid it no mind and shoveled his ramen into his mouth. Soon he finished 2 bowls. His stomach was finally full. Satisfied, he dropped a large sum of Ryo on the counter and waved to Old Man Tucci. "Tucci-san, this is on me. Whatever those two eat today, charge it to my account. If it's not enough, I'll bring more tomorrow. If there's leftover, keep it for when I return." Old Man Tucci smiled warmly and said, "All right, go on ahead. I think the ANBU outside is waiting for you." Kanda Rokuro stood up, grinning. "The Hokage wishes to see me. I'm going to fetch him." Old Man Tucci gave Kanda Rokuro a thumbs up. "You've got guts, Rokuro. Making the Hokage wait for you." Kanda Rokuro smirked. Even the Hokage needs to fill his stomach before getting to work. "All right, Tucci-san, I'm heading out. These two are yours." With that settled, he waved goodbye to Naruto and Rock Lee and left the ramen shop. Stepping outside, he asked the ANBU ninja leaning by the doorframe, "Hey, what's your ANBU code name?" The ANBU ninja glanced at Kanda Rokuro and said flatly, "Why do you need to know? Just come with me to see the Hokage." Kanda Rokuro looked at the ANBU ninja's silver messy hair and scoffed. "I don't need you to tell me. You're Hitaki Kakashi, right? Your hair is unmistakable. Hanada told me about you." Kakashi was about to walk away, but at those words he glanced back at Kanda Rokuro. "Enough talk. Move it. How long do you want the Hokage to wait?" Fine, let's go," Kanda Rokuro muttered, striding toward the Hokage's tower while taunting Kakashi all the way. "Hey Kakashi, right? I've heard you're the top technician in Konoha. Does that mean you know a lot of jutsu?" Kakashi glanced at him and said coldly, "Kid, you're being annoying. Do you even realize that? TCH, what's with the attitude?" Kanda Rokuro gave Kakashi the middle finger, utterly dismissive. "Give me 2 more years of cultivation and I'll surpass you. Then I'll teach you a lesson and show you that I'm the true #1 genius of Konoha." Kakashi remained unfazed, walking and saying casually, "Suit yourself. I never claimed to be the top genius. There are plenty of shinobi in Konoha far stronger than me." Kanda Rokuro's eyes narrowed. "You mean Uchiha Itachi? I'll defeat him too. All of you will fall beneath my hand. The title of Konoha's greatest genius will be etched into the village's history forever." Kakashi glanced back at him. "Ambitious. Keep at it if you think you can." Kanda Rokuro snorted and stopped bothering with Kakashi's responses. He no longer had the patience to waste words on Kakashi. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking by the window, gazing out at Konoha. Right now he felt deeply conflicted. Originally today's routine was to observe whether Rokuro Kanda had caused any trouble. Instead, he discovered that Rokuro Kanda was using the shadow clone technique to practice the mystical palm technique. That in itself was not much of a problem. What shocked him was the speed at which Rokuro Kanda's chakra recovered. 6 shadow clones had been training continuously. Within an hour his chakra was exhausted. But Rokuro Kanda immediately made 6 more shadow clones and continued training. Doing this once or twice was no big deal, but Rokuro Kanda did it 7 full times before his training came to an end. That made it a serious problem. This meant Rokuro Kanda's chakra was truly inexhaustible, a feat Hiruzen himself could not manage. Seeing this, he had no choice but to summon Rokuro Kanda and find out exactly what was going on. If Rokuro Kanda truly had an inexhaustible supply of chakra, his future achievements would not stop at Jonin. Konoha might well gain another Kaga-level powerhouse. This was a major matter. He had to clarify the situation. So he sent Kakashi Hitaki to bring Rokuro Kanda over. As for why he sent Kakashi Hitaki, it was because he was afraid Danzo might intercept and take the boy away first. Hence he had Kakashi stay with Rokuro Kanda until they reached his office. What a wait. It had been half an hour. Of course he knew Rokuro Kanda had gone off to eat ramen. Still he did not mind. Geniuses always had privileges, did they not? Making him wait a little while was nothing. Bang bang bang. Lord Hokage Rokuro Kanda is here. A knock came at the door, and Kakashi's voice sounded from outside. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately gave a kindly smile, and said toward the door, "Come in. I've been waiting for you two for quite some time." Kakashi opened the door, and brought Rokuro Kanda inside. Rokuro Kanda was extremely nonchalant. On entering he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, and said, "Lord Hokage, what is it this time? I still have training to do tonight." Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. "Nothing major. I just saw how hard you've been training, and thought I should give you a reward, so I called you over to receive it." "Reward? Not a scolding." Rokuro Kanda was a little taken aback. "Reward? What is it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi took out a box of pills, and handed it to Rokuro Kanda. "I see how hard you train. These soldier pills were prepared for you to restore your stamina and chakra." Damn it. Just as I thought, he is looking for trouble with me. Giving me soldier pills is just his way of saying he knows how quickly my chakra recovers. And he has to beat around the bush. What a cunning old fox. Luckily I am prepared. Rokuro Kanda cursed inwardly, then looked at the soldier pills with disdain. "I have no use for these, Lord Hokage. If you think I have worked hard, why not give me an A-rank ninjutsu?" Hiruzen Sarutobi looked taken aback. "How is that possible? Do you not need to replenish your stamina and chakra during training?" "Keep pretending. Damn it, keep pretending. Do you take me for a fool?" After another round of silent cursing, Rokuro Kanda said proudly, "No need. My stamina and chakra recover very quickly. I can be back to full strength in less than 10 minutes. Holy crap. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake were both shocked out of their wits. Damn, that is way too monstrous. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not help swallowing. "No way. Then can you show me? If you truly can do it, I will give you an A-rank ninjutsu." Rokuro Kanda frowned at that. "I have nothing to do right now. How am I supposed to expend chakra?" Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly pulled a scroll from his desk and placed it on the table. "Here, just channel your chakra into this scroll." Damn, he really came prepared. Rokuro Kanda complained to himself, walked over to the table, and pressed his hand onto the scroll. Then he released his chakra. The scroll absorbed it all without a trace. Less than 5 minutes passed. More than half of his chakra was drained. He hurriedly pulled his hand back and looked at the scroll. "This thing is quite useful. If I carry it with me from now on, will it replenish my chakra whenever I need it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. No. Once chakra is released, it contains impurities. Absorbing it back into the body is harmful. This cannot be done carelessly. Oh, Rokuro Kanda was a little disappointed. "Honestly, what use is it then?" Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. "It can be used to make exploding tags or chakra explosives." So that was how it was. Rokuro Kanda nodded, sat down cross-legged, and said, "I will train for a bit and recover my chakra." Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately cast a sensory technique. The moment it took effect, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He felt the free-floating chakra in the air surge into Rokuro Kanda's body like a whale gulping down water, then transform within Rokuro Kanda's body into his own chakra. Holy crap! What kind of chakra refining technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? 8 minutes. Shindo Rorong's chakra had fully recovered. He rose to his feet and regarded the motionless Sarutobi, Hiruzen, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. "Hokage Dano, what is the matter? Is there something wrong with my cultivation?" Hiruzen came back to himself, swallowed hard, and asked this. "Rorong, what chakra refinement technique did you use?" Shindo Rorong was taken aback and hesitated before replying. "It's just the basic chakra refinement technique Instructor Okayama taught us. Isn't that what everyone learns? I saw that Hitata was using the same technique." Hiruzen found it hard to believe. Even the most fundamental chakra refinement technique should not allow recovery this swiftly. He frowned and said, "Rorong, you're not deceiving me, are you? The basic chakra refinement technique does not recover this quickly." Shindo Rorong suddenly understood and said, "Oh, you mean this? When I first began my cultivation, it also took me an hour to recover. But afterward, I'm not sure why my recovery time kept growing shorter and shorter." Hiruzen stared at Shindo Rorong with doubt, still uncertain. "Really? You're not using some other method, are you?" Shindo Rorong grew irritated, his eyes narrowing. "Hokage Dano, what do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of lying? If you do not trust me, I shall go find Danzo Dano right now." Hiruzen quickly regained his composure and hurriedly said, No, I merely find your recovery speed unusually fast. Among the ninjas of Konoha, none seem to recover so swiftly." Shindo Rorong snorted coldly and turned his head away. "I am a genius, of course I differ from the rest. Hokage Dano, please give me the ninja scroll now. Do not go back on your word." Hiruzen had calmed himself. He looked at Shindo Rorong and said with a broad smile, "Very well, no problem. But if you complete the technique once more, I shall give you another copy." "Really?" Shindo Rorong's eyes lit up. 2 A-rank jutsu scrolls. "You must not deceive me." Hiruzen smiled. "I am the Hokage, why would I lie to you?" Overjoyed, Shindo Rorong exclaimed, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. I will certainly not let such an opportunity slip away." Saying this, he channeled his chakra into the scroll once more. He then sat cross-legged again, beginning to refine his chakra. But this time, As soon as he settled, Hiruzen came over and patted his head, which annoyed Shinda. Hokage Dano, what are you doing touching my head? This is interfering with my recovery. Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Your head feels delightful to touch. Continue your recovery, as you wish, do not mind me. Shinda rolled his eyes. You are the Hokage, you call the shots. Seeing Shinda irritation, Hiruzen did not stop. His perception was fully extended, monitoring the situation within Shinda body. At this moment, he could even perceive the exact pathway of chakra flow within Shinda meridians. Should Shinda be employing any hidden jutsu, Hiruzen would detect the anomaly immediately. Yet until Shinda chakra had fully recovered, Hiruzen perceived no abnormalities whatsoever. Shinda had used nothing more than the most basic chakra refinement technique. It seemed indeed to be a matter of Shinda innate physical talent. Hiruzen withdrew his hand, gazed at Shinda with a satisfied smile, and said, impressive. Your head does feel quite pleasant to touch. The 2A rank jutsu scrolls are yours, but do not spread this knowledge recklessly. Shinda breathed a sigh of relief deep within his heart. He had barely managed to talk his way out of it. Hiruzen was truly a difficult opponent. Had he not possessed the 5th level chakra refinement technique, this situation would have been exceedingly troublesome. Still composing himself, Shinda rose to his feet and said with a smug air, rest assured, I understand. I shall not casually reveal this jutsu. Hiruzen walked to his desk, retrieved 2 scrolls, and placed them upon the table. You may read them here. Once you have memorized them, you may return to rest. Shinda hurried over to the desk and opened the first scroll. This was a dual earth and water composite jutsu, quicksand marsh. Based on the scroll's description, upon activation, this jutsu would form an enormous swamp. Anyone caught within it would be dragged underground by the swirling mud and buried alive. The destructive power was quite formidable. However, its activation required a massive expenditure of chakra. At his current level, he was entirely incapable of executing it. He would need to reserve this technique for later until his jutsu rank advanced to 4th level, and see if he could then unleash it. Having noted down quicksand marsh, Shinda flipped open the second scroll. Water affinity jutsu. 100 Sea Serpent Art. It summons 100 water dragons to assail the enemy. This jutsu, if they were upon the open sea, perhaps he could execute it now, but on land his chakra reserves were insufficient, and he still could not perform it. Having recorded both jutsu, Shinda looked at Hiruzen with dissatisfaction. Hokage Dano, are you playing tricks on me? I cannot use a single one of these jutsu. Hiruzen smiled and replied, cultivate diligently, and once you become an ANBU captain you shall be able to use them. Shinda sneered and glanced at Kakashi. It will suffice. When the time comes I shall defeat him with these jutsu. Hiruzen patted Shinda on the shoulder and said with a grin, ambition becomes you. Konohagakure's future rests upon your shoulders. Return to your quarters and rest. Should you need anything in the future you may come to me at any time. Shinda nodded and turned to leave. Then I shall return and sleep. I am utterly exhausted today and my head still aches. How is Konoha Rokuro? Just as Kanda Rokuro was about to reach the door, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly called out. That trick again. Hiruzen and Danzo, true partners in crime indeed. Kanda Rokuro felt helpless inside but outwardly feigned confusion as he turned around. Why are you suddenly asking this? Konoha is quite nice, isn't it? Hiruzen smiled and replied. I mean, how have you been settling in Konoha? Is there anything you need assistance with? I can offer some help. Kanda Rokuro hesitated for a moment, then asked, really? My request might be a bit excessive though. Oh, you actually do have demands. Hiruzen was at a loss for words and cleared his throat. Go ahead and tell me. If it's within my power, I'll make it happen. Kanda Rokuro immediately said, well, I'd like to have a mansion in Konoha, spacious with a training room. It would be ideal if it were located near the center of the village. Oh, Hiruzen was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Yet at the same time, he felt a wave of satisfaction. The fact that Kanda Rokuro wanted to settle in Konoha meant he had a sense of belonging to the village. That was what mattered most. He thought for a moment, then looked at Kanda Rokuro and said, I can arrange it, but you'd need to pay, I'm afraid. I heard you acquired 20 million from the Hyuga clan. If you give me half, I'll find you a place to live. Kanda Rokuro's face darkened. Lord Hokage, you said you'd help. Why are we talking about money now? Hiruzen gave him an exasperated glance. I've already done you a considerable favor. A luxury mansion near the village center. 1,000 million won't even cover it. At least 3,000 million would be needed. Charging you only 1,000 million is already a bargain. Oh, that was indeed true. Kanda Rokuro shot Hiruzen a sidelong look and huffed, fine. Then I'll just buy it outright. Where exactly is this mansion? And don't try to sell me some rundown place. Hiruzen nodded and smiled. Aren't there a large vacant lot to the left of the Ninja Academy? You can build whatever you wish on that plot. How's that sound? Kanda Rokuro's expression turned utterly black. Lord Hokage, you're shameless. Selling a vacant lot for 10 million. Hiruzen shrugged. You're getting an incredible deal. I originally planned to develop that area into a small commercial district. Someone offered me 50 million and I turned them down. A commercial district. That location didn't seem too far from the city's main shopping area. If developed into a commercial district, business should be profitable. In that case, he could become the greatest landlord in Konoha. At this thought, Kanda Rokuro's eyes lit up. Lord Hokage, it's settled then. Hiruzen watched the excited Kanda Rokuro and sneered, "Kid, don't tell me you're planning to build a commercial district too." Kanda Rokuro's eyes widened. "Lord Hokage, must you meddle in such trivial matters? I've already bought the land. What I build on it is my own business." Hiruzen couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Be my guest. Just don't come crying to me if your business fails. I won't foot the bill for your losses. If you run out of money, go earn some yourself." Kanda Rokuro merely pursed his lips. With his experience from Earth, any business he touched would surely bring enormous profits. He was certain he wouldn't lose a single coin. He had already planned to build a nightclub staff it with a multitude of beautiful women and drain all the Konoha ninjas' money, making the Konoha ninja work for him. The more he thought about it, the more thrilling it became. Controlling Konoha through economic means, quite a brilliant idea indeed. However, building a mansion required substantial funds. After purchasing the land, his money might not be enough. Sigh. As he was lost in thought, Kanda Rokuro glanced at Hiruzen and said, "By the way, Lord Hokage, I believe I should be able to master the medical jutsu fairly quickly. Could you arrange for me to intern at the ninja hospital? I'd like to test my healing abilities." Hiruzen immediately recalled the bird that Kanda Rokuro had accidentally killed during treatment. He cleared his throat and said, "It can be arranged, but you'll need to pass my assessment first before you can go." Kanda Rokuro nodded confidently. "No problem at all. My abilities are more than sufficient." Hiruzen shook his head silently. Kanda Rokuro had spent an entire day struggling to control his chakra, exhausting himself greatly. How could he possibly learn the medical jutsu quickly? Only girls with naturally stable chakra had an easier time mastering medical ninjutsu. Still, he wouldn't crush the boy's enthusiasm. Smiling, he said, "Very well. Go back and rest then." Kanda Rokuro waved goodbye to Hiruzen and turned to leave. This time, it was truly goodbye. After watching Kanda Rokuro exit the Hokage's office, Hiruzen turned to Kakashi beside him and asked, "Well, Kakashi, what's your impression of the kid? Do you think he's loyal to Konoha?" Kakashi thought for a moment and replied, "From what I've seen, he seems to genuinely like Konoha. I don't think he'd ever betray it." Hiruzen smiled faintly. "I feel the same way. There's no resentment toward Konoha in his heart. However, I get the impression that he doesn't quite take to me." Kakashi coughed lightly and reminded him, "Lord Hokage, that boy is Danzo's close confidant." Oh, Hiruzen felt somewhat exasperated. It was undoubtedly that old man Danzo constantly badmouthing him behind Kanda Rokuro's back, which led to this situation. Truly maddening. "Rokuro?" Rokuro Kanda had just walked a short way from the Hokage tower when he heard someone call him. From the voice, he knew it was Danzo. How irritating. He had finally managed to fool Hiruzen Sarutobi, and now Danzo was coming for him too. The very thought was depressing. Rokuro Kanda sighed helplessly to himself, then turned toward the source of the voice. When he saw Danzo, he asked in surprise, "Lord Danzo, what are you doing here?" Danzo said with a faint smile, "I heard the Hokage wanted to see you. I was afraid you might make him angry again, so I waited outside. If you had angered him, I could still have gotten you out of trouble." Rokuro Kanda was a little moved. "Lord Danzo, you're too kind. You came so late just to pick me up. But the Hokage didn't make trouble for me. He even gave me a ninjutsu and a plot of land." "Oh." Danzo's brow twitched, and he asked curiously, "How could he give you so many good things?" Rokuro Kanda shrugged. "I think he was trying to win me over. He heard my chakra recovers very quickly, so he sent Kakashi to find me and tempted me with ninjutsu and land." Danzo narrowed his eyes. He had already learned today's intelligence concerning Rokuro Kanda. However, he had not, as Hiruzen Sarutobi, had used a crystal ball to keep watch over Rokuro Kanda's movements, so he did not know the matter in much detail. He only knew that Rokuro Kanda had done something that caught Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention, prompting him to send Kakashi over to drive Hanada away just to fetch Rokuro Kanda. Once Rokuro Kanda mentioned it, Danzo immediately understood what had happened. He looked at Rokuro Kanda and smiled. "Glad you're safe. Don't worry about anything else. Let's head back first. In a while you can show me just how fast your chakra recovery really is." "Great." Rokuro Kanda nodded and said excitedly, "Then Lord Danzo, is there a reward for me?" Danzo ruffled Rokuro Kanda's head. "There is. Among Roots Jutsu A rank and below you may learn whichever you want from now on. That should satisfy you, right?" Rokuro Kanda was overjoyed. "Lord Danzo, you're amazing. You're far more generous than that old Hokage." Danzo quickly coughed and said, "Enough. We're still not too far from the Hokage tower. Be careful he doesn't overhear your words and come looking for trouble." Rokuro Kanda curled his lip. "With Lord Danzo here, what is there to fear? You'll protect me, won't you?" "That is true." Danzo took Rokuro Kanda's hand and led him away. "But if you can avoid provoking him, try to avoid him. That old man is troublesome enough, though I don't want to waste energy fighting with him." Rokuro Kanda nodded and followed Danzo away. Having fooled Danzo, Rokuro Kanda sighed inwardly. Tonight, there was no chance of getting to sleep early. Being taken by Danzo would surely take a long time again. The two walked together and returned to Root's base. In front of Danzo, Rokuro Kanda once again displayed his ability to recover chakra rapidly. Seeing this, Danzo's eyes gleamed with sharp light. Danzo lavishly praised Rokuro Kanda for quite a while. Finally, under the pretext of research, he took another vial of Rokuro Kanda's blood. And so Danzo was tricked. It was already almost the wee hours when Rokuro Kanda returned home. Having matched wits with two old foxes, he was utterly exhausted. Even experience points could not restore him. He went home, took a bath, and lay down to sleep. Having won the recognition of Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi, Rokuro Kanda's life became steadier. On ordinary school days he occasionally did not attend in person, and Hiruzen Sarutobi did not press the matter. Still, Rokuro Kanda did not go too far. He usually went to school anyway. It was just that while he trained at the training ground, he left a shadow clone in the classroom to make a show of attending class. In fact, that clone was following his arrangements and flipping through the medical books. Learning the mystical palm technique was only the foundation. He had to master medical knowledge in order to treat patients properly. Otherwise, if someone's heart was injured and nothing could be seen from the outside, he could not very well heal the person from head to toe. That would be no different from being a quack. To become a doctor, at the very least, he had to learn how to diagnose a patient's condition. If he was in a hospital, he could ask others to make the diagnosis and then treat according to the results. But what if one day he was out in the field with no instruments and no diagnostic staff? Diagnosing the illness. That was the most important first task on the road to becoming a doctor. He could also use this time to accumulate experience points, raise the burst body style jutsu by 1 level, and then, after saving up a little more experience, directly raise the mystical palm technique to level 3. His days at the Ninja Academy were quite peaceful, with only the occasional minor disturbance. The disturbances came from the system issuing tasks for him to prank those little brats. Sasuke in particular glared at him every day, so tasks to prank Sasuke were issued most often. Occasionally a few other children were tormented by the system as well. As time passed, everyone knew it was Rokuro Kanda who was pranking them, and the children no longer dared to cause him trouble. Only Sasuke remained unconcerned, and still gave Rokuro Kanda cold stern looks every day. Ordinary students spent every day attending class after class with occasional combat training. But none of that had anything to do with Rokuro Kanda. Every day, he trained, and then trained some more. His 2 shadow clones spent their time reading, and then reading some more. It took 2.5 months to finish all the medical ninjutsu books Hiruzen Sarutobi had given him. At last he had accumulated some medical diagnosis experience and could formally begin treating patients. In the training room of the underground base, after 2.5 months, Kanda Rokuro decided it was time to enhance his strength. He averaged 600 experience points per day. After deducting the experience points spent each day to restore his body, he was left with roughly 500 per day. Over those 2.5 months, his experience points had accumulated to 42600. Half a year had already passed, and it was time to upgrade the explosive body style ninja body art. Otherwise, if he kept showing no progress, Kuro and Danzo might begin to doubt his talent in taijutsu. He poured 200 experience points into the explosive body style ninja body art, elevating it to level 3. Then he invested 100 experience points into the mystical palm technique, raising it to level 2. He would have liked to raise the mystical palm technique to level 3 as well, but his experience points were not sufficient, with only 11260 remaining. He would need to save for another half month before he could bring it to level 3. However, he had no intention of revealing the power of a level 3 mystical palm technique too soon. Even if he mastered it, he would keep it hidden for now, and would not let anyone know until at least after next year. After allocating the experience points, he spent 3 hours adapting to and assessing the power of the level 3 explosive body style ninja body art and the level 2 mystical palm technique. The results left him thoroughly satisfied. The level 3 explosive body style ninja body art vastly enhanced his speed and strength, whereas the level 2 version had granted him an additional 2 to 300 gene of force. Level 3 now granted him a full 800 gene. Now if he were to cross paths with that dead cloud ninja again, he would dare to confront him head on. In terms of pure taijutsu power, he was no longer inferior to that man. The level 2 mystical palm technique was equally impressive. He caught a rat, broke all 4 of its limbs, and within 20 minutes the rat had fully recovered. Then he made a small cut on his own arm, and within 5 minutes the wound healed completely, without leaving even a trace of a scar. It was a genuinely miraculous beauty technique. After testing his abilities, Kanda Rokuro rose to his feet and left the underground base. It was morning class time, and his shadow clone had already gone to the academy. His goal was the Hokage building, and right now he needed to go to the ninja hospital to gain experience. In addition, he wanted to see blood in order to prepare himself for setting out on missions. Although he considered himself ruthless and unafraid of killing, he was after all a model youth of the new era. He had only handled a kitchen cleaver a few times before, let alone taken a life. He would first go to the hospital to see blood so that killing would no longer cause him any trouble later. At the entrance of the Hokage building, the guards at the gate saw Kanda Rokuro and smiled as they greeted a famous figure of Konoha. By now he was celebrated as the greatest genius in the history of Konoha Ninja Academy, and although the title was one he had bestowed upon himself, the others grudgingly admitted that he lived up to it. His combat ability was another matter entirely. But in terms of diligent training, Kanda Rokuro was truly deserving of the #1 title. That was precisely why no one objected to his self-proclaimed title of greatest genius. Seeing the 2 guards smiling and greeting him, Kanda Rokuro sneered and said, "You 2 should take your duties more seriously. My strength has increased once again, and I am now a jonin. From now on you will address me as Lord Kanda." Sawano Hiroyuki, who had once been taught a lesson by Kanda Rokuro, retorted, "Rokuro, stop messing with us. We are just gatekeepers. What is the point of picking on us? Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. I am already at the Jonin level, so talking to two 30-year-old fools who are still Chunin is beneath me. It looks like I will need to wear sunglasses when I go out in the future, so that you two won't embarrass me. Sawano Hiroyuki felt like vomiting blood. Kanda Rokuro was absolutely infuriating. If it were not for the real possibility that he could not defeat him, he would have attacked without hesitation. Cursing inwardly, Sawano Hiroyuki asked directly, "If you are here to see the Hokage, then go on ahead. Stop teasing the two of us. You are in a hurry too, aren't you?" Kanda Rokuro curled his lips. "I am in a hurry indeed, but I still have time to teach you two a lesson. I suggest you stop guarding the gate and go home to train properly. Otherwise you will probably be gatekeepers for the rest of your lives." How utterly pathetic. Sawano Hiroyuki was completely defeated. Helplessly he said, "My little ancestor, please, just go, will you? I am truly afraid of you. Just pretend I don't exist, all right." Tisk, how boring. Kanda Rokuro shook his head, unwilling to pay any more attention to the two hopeless Chunin. He walked into the Hokage building, exchanged greetings with a few familiar faces, and headed straight for Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. Jiang Tian Lulang arrived at the entrance of the Hokage's office. Without hesitation or knocking, he pushed the door open and walked straight in. Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was speaking with two Yenbyu ninja. When he spotted someone entering, Sarutobi was about to snap, until he saw Jiang Tian Liulang's arrogant face. He waved his hand at the two ninja, and said, "You two go ahead with your tasks." The two ninja complied without question. Exchanging a glance with Jiang Tian Liulang, they turned and departed. Once they had gone far enough, Sarutobi scratched his head in exasperation and remarked to Jiang Tian Liulang, "What, after 2 months of cultivation, are you here to stir up trouble again?" Jiang Tian Lulang strode to the desk, clearly displeased. "What do you mean by that, Hokage-sama? Do I look like someone who constantly causes trouble? I've come on serious business." Sarutobi took a drag from his pipe and shot back mercilessly. "What serious business could you possibly have? You're a perverted, greedy brat. Nothing upright would come from you." Jiang Tian Liulang's expression darkened. Damn that system, sending him to harass young girls for no reason. Though he'd used a shadow clone to pull off the deed, Sarutobi, the cunning old fox, certainly knew it was him and was laying the blame squarely on his shoulders. After venting his frustration internally, Jiang Tian Lulang cleared his throat and said, "Hokage-sama, I have no idea what you're referring to. I'm genuinely here on serious business. I've been assigned to intern at the hospital." Sarutobi was on the verge of exposing Jiang Tian Liulang's latest indiscretion when he caught wind of the hospital internship. He immediately swallowed his words and asked curiously, "How is your healing palm technique coming along? Have you mastered it yet?" Jiang Tian Lulang extended both hands. A faint luminescent glow emanated from his palms. He waved his hands before Sarutobi and sneered, "Obviously I've learned it. Don't go back on your word, Hokage-sama. I'm heading to the hospital for my internship." Sarutobi examined Jiang Tian Liulang's hands and couldn't help but ask, "That looks promising, but are you truly capable? Don't go turning minor injuries into severe ones." Jiang Tian Liulang's face darkened further as he gritted out, "If that happens, I'll pay with my life." Ugh. Sarutobi shook his head, and seeing Jiang Tian Liulang's resolute expression, relented. "Very well, if that's your determination, then report to the hospital." Only then did Jiang Tian Lulang nod in satisfaction and glance at Sarutobi. "I'll be treating patients at the hospital and collecting fees as compensation. Surely that's acceptable, right?" Greedy, lecherous brat. Sarutobi muttered a curse under his breath and waved his hand. "Do as you please. If you heal them, they'll pay willingly. If you fail, they won't pay at all." Jiang Tian Lulang looked pleased and nodded. "First matter settled. There's something else. I'm applying to become a formal ninja." Sarutobi glanced at him surprised. "Aren't you content as you are? Konoha is in a peaceful era now. There's no urgent need for you to graduate early." Jiang Tian Lulang pursed his lips. "My strength has grown again, and I need to take missions to earn money. Without formal ninja status, how can I accept missions?" Sarutobi paused, scanning him from head to toe. "I don't sense any difference. Your strength appears unchanged from 2 months ago." Jiang Tian Lulang scoffed. His entire body erupted with flashing chakra. "My violent body flow ninja taijutsu has advanced. I already possess the strength of a jonin. Why don't you just grant me that rank directly, Hokage-sama?" Jiang Tian Lulang was a taijutsu prodigy. Sarutobi was certainly aware of this. Watching Jiang Tian Lulang with chakra flaring across his body, he mused, "Kuroda reached this level when he was in his 20s. I never expected such talent in you. Still, I advise you to study a while longer before becoming a ninja. It would suit you better." Jiang Tian Lulang retracted his flashing chakra and scowled. "No way. I'm Konoha's top genius. I'm already behind Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi in graduation timing. If I don't graduate now, I'll fall behind everyone else. What kind of top genius would that make me?" Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. Konoha was in a period of peace with no war in sight. There was no urgency for the children in the academy to graduate early. They could absorb more knowledge about the ninja world, which would make them stronger in the future. But if he refused, Jiang Tian Liulang, who knew what mischief the brat would cause? That kid bullied other students all day at school and harassed upperclassmen girls. If he turned him down, there would be trouble at the school. Sarutobi rubbed his temples and finally looked at Jiang Tian Lulang. "I'll allow you to become a ninja, but you must follow the rules. Without my order you are not permitted to accept missions ranked C or above. Jiantian Liulan's face fell. Hokage-sama, I'm a proper jonin. Do you really expect me to do menial side quests? The pay from those wouldn't cover my meals for a single day. Sarutobi puffed on his pipe. This is for your own good. Your bounty outside has already reached 15 million ryo. If you recklessly throw your life away you could easily lose it. Jiantian Liulang paused and asked, has my bounty increased again? I thought it was originally 12 million ryo. Sarutobi shot him an exasperated look. You're recognized as Konoha's top genius now, and everyone agrees. Wouldn't a 3 million ryo increase be entirely justified? Huh, that makes sense. Looks like I'm becoming more valuable by the day. After pondering the bounty matter, Kanda Rokuro shook his head and said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, fine, I'll follow the Hokage's advice. Now can you issue me the Jonin vest and identification? Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped Kanda Rokuro on the head with his pipe. You're dreaming. Every Jonin earned that rank through life and death struggles. You haven't achieved anything, so how could you become one? To be promoted to Jonin, you must render meritorious service to Konoha and receive the approval of most Jonin. Do you think you qualify right now? Kanda Rokuro knew these rules well. He had only said it casually to remind Hiruzen Sarutobi of his pride. His purpose achieved, Kanda Rokuro rubbed his head and curled his lips. Fine, then I suppose I'll settle for being a Chunin. Hiruzen Sarutobi shot Kanda Rokuro a glare. Impossible. Becoming a Chunin also requires completing a certain number of missions. You haven't done a single one, so you're not qualified to be a Chunin. Kanda Rokuro's face fell. Do I really have to start from being a Genin? Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted coldly. Of course. Did you think being a ninja was so easy? After admonishing Kanda Rokuro, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought for a moment and said, there's still over a month before the new year. After the new year begins I'll make you an official Genin. If you want to take on missions then go ahead. Kanda Rokuro complained upon hearing this. Why wait until after the new year? Can't I graduate right now? I can't be bothered to go to school anymore. All that studying is just boring knowledge. Originally sending Kanda Rokuro to the Ninja Academy was to help him make close friends there and anchor his heart to Konoha. But now that no longer seemed necessary. Kanda Rokuro already held great affection for Konoha and showed no signs of betrayal. Since he didn't want to attend school, there was no need to force him. Besides, while at the academy, Kanda Rokuro spent his time pranking the younger students and teasing the girls, throwing the school into chaos. Keeping him there truly wasn't appropriate. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered, then looked at Kanda Rokuro and said, alright, if you want to graduate, then graduate. However, I need to discuss your matter with Danzo first. For now, report to the hospital. Once I have news, I'll send someone to find you. Does that work? Kanda Rokuro was satisfied. His goal at the Ninja Academy had also been accomplished. He had already become familiar with the Rookie Nine. Though their relationships weren't particularly close, it was sufficient. With the bond of being classmates, he now had an excuse to visit them in the future. Moreover, he could visit the Ninja Academy anytime he wanted. Even as a shinobi, he could always return for a look. Given his current standing, as long as he didn't betray Konoha or do anything suspicious, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura wouldn't take action against him, let alone merely strolling around the academy. Alright. Kanda Rokuro agreed and said, Lord Danzo doesn't seem to be at the root headquarters these past 2 days. I originally planned to speak with him first, but he wasn't there. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, as if recalling something. He furrowed his brows slightly and nodded. I see. He must have gone on a mission. We'll wait until he returns. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the hospital to see the head medic. Just follow their arrangements. After making things clear, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned an Umbu operative and ordered him to escort Kanda Rokuro to the hospital. Without bidding farewell, Kanda Rokuro pursed his lips and left the office. Judging by his expression, he was deeply displeased about not becoming a ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no mood to deal with Kanda Rokuro because the comment that Danzo wasn't at route reminded him of the recent departure of some Uchiha clan members from the village. If those Uchiha who left returned, then Danzo would be innocent. If they went missing, it was almost certainly Danzo's doing. Lately, Danzo had frequently brought up the issue of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Every time Hiruzen refused, forbidding Danzo from interfering in Uchiha affairs. Now it seemed Danzo might have acted on his own. If he had captured those Uchiha and extracted information about their plot, Hiruzen would have no choice but to prepare countermeasures against the Uchiha rebellion ahead of time. What a turbulent era it was. Konoha had finally achieved external peace only to find instability emerging from within. The Uchiha clan. They were truly a clan born for conflict. With no war to suppress them, they began nurturing other ambitions. The more Hiruzen thought about it, the more his head throbbed. He took out the file on the Uchiha clan and began to review it. Recently, the Uchiha had been frequently applying to leave the village for missions. This was clearly suspicious, yet he had been reluctant to acknowledge their potential rebellion and had not made up his mind to intervene. But now it seemed he could no longer afford to ignore it. If he didn't act, Danzo would take matters into his own hands. He knew his old comrade all too well. Konoha Hospital. A root ninja brought Jikutaro Kuro into the hospital and sought out the head nurse. In the office, upon meeting the head nurse, the root ninja said, Miss Yumi, Lord Hokage has sent Jikutaro Kuro to intern at the hospital. Please make the necessary arrangements. Jikutaro Kuro was Konoha's foremost prodigy, and head nurse Yumi naturally knew him. She studied him for a moment, then smiled and asked the root ninja, what has Lord Hokage arranged for her to do? Is she here to do odd jobs and earn some money? The root ninja shot a glance at Jakutaro Kuro. He can perform the creation rebirth technique, and quite skillfully at that. Yumi looked surprised and asked Jakutaro Kuro, Rokuro Dano, is it true you know the creation rebirth technique? Jakutaro Kuro offered a faint smile and stood tall. My creation rebirth is absolutely reliable. Yumi shook her head. As a physician, she could not simply take his word for it. Even though Lord Hokage himself had sent Jakutaro Kuro here for an internship, she still needed to verify his abilities. Allowing him to treat patients without confirmation could lead to serious trouble. As Yumi pondered, the root ninja tossed out a parting remark. I'll leave him in your care. I have other matters to attend to. With that he departed. Yumi smiled and looked at Jakutaro Kuro. If you intend to intern here, I must first assess your capabilities. Come with me, and I will have you undergo a test. Jakutaro Kuro followed Yumi and sneered. You still don't trust me. When the time comes you'll see what I'm truly capable of. Yumi gave a slight smile and patted Jakutaro Kuro on the head. It's only because you're so young. If you were an adult, I would trust your words. Jakutaro Kuro brushed Yumi's hand away and studied her. Noticing she was a mature and strikingly beautiful woman, he nodded and said, since you're quite handsome, I'll overlook this. But if you continue to look down on me, I might just tease you. Yumi was momentarily at a loss. She glanced at Jakutaro Kuro and retorted, such a small creature with big ambitions. What a lecherous little brat. Jakutaro Kuro chuckled good-naturedly. He paid it no mind and followed Yumi into a ward. Inside the ward were 3 beds. Only one was occupied, where a young ninja was lying and reading a book. Seeing Yumi and Jakutaro Kuro enter, the young ninja curiously regarded them. Dr. Yumi, why have you brought Jakutaro Kuro here? I don't know him, do I? Yumi smiled, walked to the bedside and lifted the covers to reveal the young ninja's bandaged leg. Mikuchi Rokuro has learned the creation rebirth technique, and Lord Hokage has sent him to intern at the hospital. I see your injury is nearly healed, so let Rokuro treat you. Hearing this, Mikuchi's expression stiffened. Looking at Jakutaro Kuro with clear dissatisfaction, he said, Dr. Yumi, are you planning to use me as a practice subject for Jakutaro Kuro? Yumi smiled. That's correct. Are you objecting? Mikuchi retorted, can I refuse? Yumi smiled. Of course you can. But look at the way Rokuro Dano is gazing at you. If you refuse, I imagine he'll break your other leg. You're merely a genin. You couldn't possibly stop him, could you? Mikuchi glanced at Jakutaro Kuro. From his eyes he could read nothing but a clear threat. Mindful of Jakutaro Kuro's strength, Mikuchi could only wear a wretched expression and say to him, Rokuro Dano, please don't harm me. I'd very much like to be discharged soon. The sinister look in Jakutaro Kuro's eyes dissipated as he gave Mikuchi a casual glance. A lowly genin being chosen as my test subject is already your honor. How dare you complain, you insolent fool? Mikuchi's face twitched in frustration. He simply laid back down, adopting a resigned, death-defying expression. Bring it on. Damn it, does he look down on me that much? Somewhat angered, Jakutaro Kuro raised his hand and punched Mikuchi's injured left leg. Opt. Mikuchi let out a piercing scream. Clutching his left leg and drenched in cold sweat, Mikuchi writhed in pain. Yumi looked utterly astonished and asked Jakutaro Kuro, Rokuro Dano, what on earth are you doing? Jakutaro Kuro sneered at the terrified Mikuchi. How am I supposed to demonstrate my skill if I don't worsen his injury first? Now watch closely as I heal him. Yumi's expression hardened. Injure a patient first, then heal them. Jakutaro Kuro had actually pulled off something like that. As Yumi fumed silently, Jakutaro Kuro unceremoniously tore off the bandages from Mikuchi's leg, causing the latter to howl in agony. Had he been able to defeat Jakutaro Kuro, Mikuchi would have tackled him and beaten him senseless. With the bandages removed, Mikuchi's injured leg was fully exposed. On his leg lay a wound over 10 centimeters long which appeared to have mostly healed. However, there was now a conspicuous bruise, a deep purple swelling shaped unmistakably like a fist. It was clearly the mark left by Jakutaro Kuro's earlier strike. Mikuchi was utterly heartbroken and speechless. Staring at Jakutaro Kuro's barbaric methods, he could only curse inwardly. But then, almost instantly, he froze. A green luminescence began to emanate from Jakutaro Kuro's hands. His aching left leg immediately felt a refreshing coolness wash over it, and the pain vanished completely. Taki felt a soothing comfort on his injured leg. Yumi's expression grew serious. As a professional physician, she could immediately assess Rokuro Kanda's level of skill. Watching the bruises on Taki's leg gradually dissipate, she couldn't help but nod approvingly. Impressive, truly impressive. Little brother Rokuro is indeed a prodigy. Your palm healing technique is masterfully applied. While continuing his treatment, Kandu Rokuro sneered dismissively. Naturally. Would I dare come here without the ability? Yumi smiled and ruffled Rokuro's hair. Not bad at all. It appears our hospital has gained another excellent physician. Your skill surpasses most of our nurses. Their palm healing techniques are nowhere near as steady as yours. Rokuro continued treating Taki and could not shrug off Yumi's hand. He merely gave her an exaggerated pout. Why do you keep patting my head? Have you fallen for a genius like me? Yumi laughed and sighed helplessly. You little rascal, you'd still need at least 10 years before you could find a girlfriend. And besides, I already have a man. I would never fall for anyone else. TCH. How boring, Rokuro muttered, refocusing entirely on his treatment. 5 minutes passed. The bruises on Taki's leg vanished completely, and his wound had fully scabbed over. When Kandu Rokuro withdrew his hand, Taki moved his left leg and said excitedly, "My leg is completely healed. I feel no pain at all. You're truly remarkable, little brother Rokuro." Rokuro snorted. "Naturally. Since you're recovered, pay up now, 500,000 yen for the treatment." Taki's expression stiffened. He looked at Kandu Rokuro and said, "I was injured during an official mission. My treatment should be free. Charging me is simply too excessive." Rokuro glared at Taki. "Who cares how you were injured? All my treatments come with a fee. It was approved by Lord Hokage. If you refuse to pay, I'll simply break your leg again and revert it to its original state." Taki felt deeply wronged. He truly wanted to refuse paying. But, looking at Rokuro's stern demeanor, he knew that if he dared to withhold payment, the young healer would indeed break his leg. This dilemma troubled him greatly. Just as Taki felt helpless, Yumi patted Rokuro's head. "Let it go this time. Taki was injured protecting Konoha. It would be inappropriate to charge him." Rokuro glanced at Yumi, then leaned close to her face. "Then kiss me, and I'll forgive him." What a perverted little brat. Yumi was momentarily at a loss. She lowered her head and kissed him lightly on the cheek. "All right, satisfied now?" Rokuro beamed with delight. "Very satisfied. Taki, consider yourself fortunate." Taki nearly spat blood in frustration. He was more than a decade older than Rokuro, yet the young man called him kid. The mere thought soured his mood. Having witnessed Rokuro's medical prowess, Yumi did not waste further time. She pulled him along and said, "Let's go. I've seen your abilities firsthand. Begin your internship now." Rokuro followed Yumi out of the ward. As for that fellow Taki, no one cared to tend to him anymore. The two returned together to Yumi's office. Inside the office, Yumi took out a stack of medical records and handed them to Rokuro. "Your abilities are now officially recognized. Let's begin work immediately. These are patient records. Review them and administer treatment. I'll compensate you upon completion." Rokuro accepted the records and gave Yumi an exasperated look. "Sister Yumi, are you treating me like a laborer? You've dumped this much work on me on my very first day." Yumi smiled. "The capable must bear more responsibility. You wish to complete your internship, do you not? Without patients to treat, how would you ever gain experience? Is that not so?" Rokuro shot her a glance and pouted. "Fair point. However, even my internship comes with a fee. I won't work for nothing. That's simply unacceptable." Yumi smiled and nodded. "That's only reasonable. Those patients paid out of their own pockets for hospitalization. If you cure them, the medical fees they paid become your earnings." Rokuro's expression softened. Satisfied, he asked, "How much can I earn by curing all of them?" Yumi glanced at the records in Rokuro's hands. 27 patients. At 100,000 yen each, the total comes to approximately 3 million yen. 3 million yen. That was quite considerable. Rokuro nodded eagerly. "Excellent, excellent. Earning 3 million in a single day is truly commendable." Yumi stared at him in astonishment. "You intend to cure all of them in one day?" Rokuro regarded her quizzically. "If you don't want me treating them, why hand me the records in the first place?" Yumi's face twitched. "Those records are for your internship training, a month-long assignment. You little rascal actually want to finish everything in a single day." Rokuro seemed momentarily at a loss, then glanced at Yumi and said, "Only 27 patients, none critically ill. One day is more than enough to handle them all." Yumi had no words. She hardly believed what Rokuro was saying. Nevertheless, she did acknowledge his medical ninja abilities. So she simply shrugged and said, "Very well, do as you please. If you truly manage to cure all of them in one day, I'll increase your payment to 5 million yen. An additional 2 million yen. Rokuro's eyes lit up instantly. "Deal? Then I shall go begin treatment right away." With that, Rokuro grabbed the medical records and hurried out. Yumi was taken aback. Shaking her head, she returned to her own tasks. Carrying patient medical records, Rokuro Kanda walked out of his office. As he walked, he split into 2 shadow clones, handing each a medical record, instructing them to find the designated patients and treat them. Those who refused would be beaten first, then treated. At Konoha Hospital, screams rang out one after another. The patients had only just met Rokuro Kanda and knew nothing of his medical skill. When his shadow clones suddenly appeared to treat them, they were utterly distrustful. Distrust meant non-cooperation. But the shadow clones acting on Rokuro Kanda's orders responded to resistance with a stern beating, leaving the patients howling in pain. Only then did they obediently cooperate with the shadow clones' treatment. After the screams came the patients' voices of gratitude. Rokuro Kanda had healed them, and at last they believed in his abilities. They eagerly paid him money, expressing their thanks. News inside the hospital spread quickly, especially with screams echoing through the halls. After Rokuro Kanda saved 3 patients, everyone in the other wards knew that he was the one performing the treatments. At first, people were speechless, thinking Rokuro Kanda was simply fooling around. Whoever forced treatment on others? But when the 3 patients fully recovered, everyone was stunned. By the time Rokuro Kanda moved on to his next patient, the sick no longer resisted. Instead, they watched him curiously as he healed their wounds. The palm sage technique had remarkable healing power. Most of those treated by Rokuro Kanda recovered within 10 minutes. After treating 11 or 12 patients, Rokuro Kanda transformed from a reckless nuisance into the divine physician Lord Kanda. Patients bowed to him whenever they saw him. There were 27 patients in total. Rokuro Kanda treated them without pause, each shadow clone exhausting its chakra and vanishing after healing a single person. Using experience points to replenish his chakra, he formed 2 more shadow clones and continued treating patients. With 3 working together, he could heal 1 person in roughly half an hour. 3 times 9 equals 27. 9 sessions at half an hour each meant 4.5 hours. Still, he could not keep time so perfectly. In the end, he spent roughly 6 hours treating all 27 patients. After everyone on the patient list had been treated, Rokuro Kanda made his way to Yumi's office, sat down casually, and panting looked at Yumi, who was staring at him, and said, "Sister Yumi, can I have my 5 million now?" Yumi was of course aware of what Rokuro Kanda had done. His relentless treatment made her gasp in admiration. Even ordinary doctors at Konoha Hospital often needed multiple sessions to cure a single patient, yet Rokuro Kanda had healed 27 in one go. It was simply monstrous. Yumi fixed her gaze on Rokuro Kanda for a moment, then said directly, "Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. I still have plenty of patients here. Do you want to try treating them too?" Rokuro Kanda shot Yumi a glare. "Do you really think I'd sell my life for money? I'm mentally exhausted. I can't focus on treating anyone anymore. If you want me to work, wait until tomorrow. Today, I simply have no time." Yumi looked at the lazy, sluggish Rokuro Kanda, utterly speechless. With that attitude of his, he looked nothing like someone exhausted. He seemed perfectly fine. After silently complaining for a moment, she said, "Tell me, what would it take for you to get back to work?" Rokuro Kanda lay back lazily. "I really won't work. When I get home, I still need to train my taijutsu." Yumi said, "You can train anytime. Earn your money by healing people now. Once the hospital has fewer patients, you can take days off and train every day." Rokuro Kanda rolled his eyes again and grumbled at Yumi. "Are you some heartless boss squeezing your employees? I'm just a 5-year-old kid, and you're forcing me to work." Yumi's expression turned somewhat awkward. "Well, I'm only doing this for the good of Konoha, aren't I? Once those people recover, they can contribute to the village." Rokuro Kanda curled his lips in disdain. "Without them, Konoha will keep running just fine. Say no more, Sister Yumi. I'm going home with my money now." Seeing this, Yumi stood up and walked over to Rokuro Kanda. She lifted Rokuro Kanda up, burying his head in her chest, and said, "A little brother Rokuro, won't you help your big sister complete her task?" "What the hell? She's actually seducing me. I'm a 5-year-old kid. Yumi, are you even human? Still. Ahem. It really is soft and feels so nice. But still a bit small. The sensation isn't strong enough yet." Rokuro Kanda couldn't help turning his head to nuzzle against her twice, feeling his face grow hot. After Rokuro Kanda nuzzled twice, Yumi cursed him as a little pervert and pulled his head away from her chest. "Let Kanda Rokuro go." Yumi was about to say a few more words to tell Kanda Rokuro to get to work, but before she could speak, her expression turned strange. She stared at Kanda Rokuro's face and couldn't help laughing. "Little Rokuro, aren't you overdoing it?" Kanda Rokuro was mortified. He could feel that he seemed to be getting a nosebleed. Damn it, how humiliating. If he lost his composure over such a trivial matter, how could he ever have the face to tease women again in the future? At that thought, Kanda Rokuro broke free from Yumi's arms, wiped away his nosebleed, and glared at her. "I just have too much internal heat. It has nothing to do with you. Don't go spreading rumors, you hear?" He. Yumi covered her mouth and laughed. Fine, it has nothing to do with me, okay?" Kanda Rokuro's face darkened. He gave a cold snort. "If this gets out, Sister Yumi, don't blame me for being rude. I won't hesitate to get physical." Yumi looked at Kanda Rokuro, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Little Rokuro, did that feel good just now?" Kanda Rokuro's expression stiffened, but he quickly recovered and curled his lips. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yumi puffed out her chest. "If you help your big sister heal all the patients in the hospital, I'll pretend nothing happened today, and I'll even give you another hug. How about it?" Damn, a young married woman really was different. Hell, she wasn't embarrassed at all. Kanda Rokuro cursed inwardly, then glared at Yumi. "What do you take me for? I'm a genius. Trying to tempt me with your beauty. Not a chance." Yumi kept smiling, completely unconcerned. Teasing that little brat Kanda Rokuro was quite amusing to her. As for letting him take a little advantage, who would mind a 5-year-old kid doing that? She looked at Kanda Rokuro and said with a faint smile, "Are you really not interested? This time I'll be even more generous, you know." Kanda Rokuro's heartbeat began to race. He glanced at Yumi's chest, coughed, and said, "I am an upright gentleman. I will never fall for your kind of temptation. Stop dreaming. I'm going home right now to train in body arts." With that, Kanda Rokuro turned and left. He moved so quickly that before Yumi could react, he had already run out of the door. When Yumi regained her senses, Kanda Rokuro had already vanished from sight. She felt a little helpless, but shook her head and smiled. Actually, Yumi wasn't in a hurry for Kanda Rokuro to help with the patients. The reason she kept him treating them was that she figured he might get tired of it after a few days and stop coming. So she wanted to clear out a portion of the patients while he was still around. What a pity. The little rascal hadn't fallen for it, and had simply run off. Still, that was fine. It looked like Kanda Rokuro would come again tomorrow. When the time came, she would give Kanda Rokuro a little reward to make him work more and ease the hospital's burden. After thinking it over for a while, Yumi went back to her busy work. She was the head nurse, so she had plenty of work every day. As for Kanda Rokuro, she could make a new plan when he arrived tomorrow. She refused to believe that she couldn't handle some little brat. Outside the hospital, Kanda Rokuro was secretly dejected. How embarrassing. He had actually gotten a nosebleed. Something that small had made his nose bleed. It was a complete disgrace. At this rate, how could he ever run a nightclub? If he hired a bunch of big-chested beauties, wouldn't he bleed dry? The thought depressed him. After scolding himself for a while, Kanda Rokuro shook his head and left. Today was nothing but an accident. An old hand like him. How could he lose to a mere young married woman? Once he was fully prepared, no matter how much Yumi tried to tempt him, it would be useless. Feeling a little frustrated, Kanda Rokuro returned to the underground base and began his daily training tasks. He had gone out early this morning, so he hadn't had time to complete them. After practicing in the training room for a while, he gradually calmed down. To him, strength was what mattered most right now. Women had to take a back seat. Besides, he was only 5. Thinking too much was useless. His body wasn't ready. He would have to wait at least 10 years before his body could be put to use. After finishing his daily training tasks in an hour, Kanda Rokuro calmed down and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to take the 5 million. This made him hesitate. Going back now to ask Yumi for it felt a bit inappropriate. Moreover, that woman would definitely mock him again, and just thinking about it soured his mood. After hesitating for a while, he decided to ask for the money tomorrow. If Yumi dared not to give it to him, then he wouldn't intern at the hospital anymore. He would simply catch animals and practice on them. Anyway, his internship was only about seeing blood. Seeing animal blood would have a similar effect. With his mind made up, he returned to his room, washed up, and got ready to eat. He had been busy from 8 in the morning until 7 in the evening today, and he hadn't eaten a thing. To become wealthy, one must be thick-skinned. The next day, Shintian Lulang woke up and made his way to my hospital. He seemed to have already forgotten what had happened the day before. Once at the hospital, he went straight to Yumei's office and, facing her beaming smile, said, "Yumei, where is my money?" Yumei set down the documents in her hand and chuckled teasingly. "What are you talking about, little Lulang?" She was playing dumb. She wanted to embezzle his money. Shintian Liulang's face darkened, and he turned to leave. Seeing this, Yumei hurriedly rose to her feet. All right, I was just joking with you. Don't be so petty. I'll give you the money in a little while. Will that finally do?" Shintian Lulang stopped and cast Yumei a sidelong glance. "I am no longer who I was yesterday. All I care about now is making money. It's impossible for you to tempt me. You little brat. How dare you say that? I wonder who was the one with the nosebleed yesterday. Utterly shameless." Yumei rolled her eyes. "Fine, I understand. I'll give you money every day. Will that do?" Shintian Lulang gave a cold snort. "That's more like it. At least you know what's good for you. Where are today's tasks?" "I'll treat 30 people today, and I'll spend the rest of the time going home to cultivate." Yumei immediately took out a thick stack of files and placed it on the desk. "These are all patients within your capabilities. Handle them as you see fit. For each one you treat, I'll pay you for that one." Damn it. She really took him for a common laborer. That stack of medical records was at least several hundred pages. Shintian Lulang couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Yumei, have you lost your mind? Does my hospital really have this many patients? I checked yesterday, and there were no more than 200 people. You expect me one person to handle more than half of them for you? You're such a swindler." Yumei cast Shintian Lulang a flirtatious glance. "Are you joking, little Lulang? Not every patient needs to be hospitalized. Those with minor injuries stay at home and come to the hospital for treatment only at the scheduled time." He had forgotten about that. Shintian Lulang shot Yumei a glance and curled his lip. "Judging by your expression, don't tell me you had them all come today. Are you trying to work me to death?" Yumei said with a cheerful laugh. "I didn't do anything like that. I just told them that the divine Dr. Lulang would be holding court here today, and that if they wanted to recover sooner, they should come early and line up. They're all gathered in Hall 3 now. Just head over." Shintian Lulang cursed inwardly. Yumei had gathered everyone together. If he treated one, the rest would all be watching. How could he have the nerve not to treat them? This was tantamount to forcing him to work. Shintian Liulang's face darkened. He gave Yumei the middle finger. Who would have thought that with such big breasts you'd have such a black heart? "Yumei, I curse you and your man to break up right away." Yumei patted Shintian Lulang on the head and said with a chuckle, "That will never happen. My child is already as old as you. Our family is harmonious and full of love now." Oh. Yumei was already in her 30s, so it was only natural that she had a child. As this thought ran through Shintian Liulang's mind, another suddenly struck him. "Yumei, is your child a son or a daughter?" Yumei's expression stiffened. She glared at Shintian Lulang. "You little lecher. You even have designs on my daughter. You're certainly dreaming. My daughter is already 14, and she's not a match for you." Hearing this, Shintian Lulang was instantly amused. "What difference does that make? I'm the kind of person who likes women older than me. Where do you live? I'll pay a visit tonight. Don't worry, I'll bring a gift." Yumei gave Shintian Lulang a thump on the head. "Don't even think about it. Hurry up and get to work. Didn't you say all you wanted from now on was to make money? Then go make your money now." Shintian Lulang curled his lip, turned, and left. He was short of money at the moment. He really did need to earn some cash. For the plot of land approved by Yuan Fei Risen, he had already drawn up the blueprints and hired people to build it. He was constructing it according to the image in his memory, a commercial and nightlife district of Chinese-style villas. In truth, shinobi were not short of money. But if they wanted to conduct various kinds of research, they had to have money. Why were wars fought in the shinobi world? Wasn't it all for money and resources? It was only natural that my holding the largest share of resources would be envied by the other ninja villages. As for Xintian Liulong, what he wanted was cultivation resources. That meant he would have to earn money. Otherwise, with only the little money he had, it would naturally be insufficient. In the days to come, he would need to research bloodline limits and all kinds of special ninjutsu, all of which required money to purchase research facilities. Therefore, he needed to earn money now to prepare for the future. As for the resources of my village, he could certainly borrow some. However, that would have to be done in secret. If Yuanfei Risen and Jitsuan Tuanzang were to discover it, his fate would probably be much the same as Dashuan's. Thus, earning money himself to fund his own research was the most fitting path. At Konoha Hospital, inside Ward 3, over 100 patients wrapped in bandages were chatting and laughing. Having heard about what had happened at the hospital the day before, these patients knew that Kanda Rokuro could cure them in no time, so they had rushed over without a moment's hesitation. These wounded had all been injured during training or on missions. For them, recovering sooner meant they could get back to training sooner and head out on missions to earn money sooner. In the past, Konoha Hospital's approach to minor injuries was simple: hand out some medicine, tell the patients to apply it themselves, and let them recover slowly on their own. After all, medical ninjutsu resources had never been plentiful. The medical ninja who knew the mystical palm technique were all reserved for severe cases. They wouldn't waste chakra on mere scratches. But now everything had changed. With that freak Kanda Rokuro around, even minor wounds could be healed with the mystical palm technique. So the patients were considering whether to petition Hiruzen Sarutobi to make Kanda Rokuro a dedicated medical ninja so that they would never have to worry about minor injuries again. Of course, everyone was just talking casually. Kanda Rokuro's fame as a genius ninja had already resounded throughout Konoha village. At only 5 years old, he dared to face a jonin. A guy like that could never remain a mere doctor. He might very well become the Hokage someday. The crowd chatted on. The instant Kanda Rokuro stepped through the door, those who could still move rushed over, patted his head, and said, "The little miracle doctor is here. Can we start treatment now?" Kanda Rokuro was at a loss for words. Pushing aside the hands reaching for him, he looked at the eager, burning eyes of the patients and cursed Yumi in his heart for being so shameless as to gather them all together. Given their attitude, if he didn't heal every one of them, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Just thinking about it depressed him. Wasn't this a waste of his experience points? If it weren't for the money, he would have turned around and walked away without hesitation. After a round of inward complaints, Kanda Rokuro stomped his foot, leaving a deep imprint in the ground. "What do you think you're doing?" he snorted. "A genius's head is not for you to touch carelessly. If you pat me stupid, can you take responsibility? Now sit down and line up properly." The crowd burst into laughter, but still they obediently returned to their seats. However, there were some who refused to behave. A young woman with orange hair sidled up to Kanda Rokuro, took his hand, and said with a sweet smile, "Little brother Rokuro, can you treat big sister first?" At the sight of this, the crowd immediately objected. Someone began shouting, "Gaiko, you shameless woman. You dare seduce our little miracle doctor. Get back in line right now." That's right. Our little miracle doctor isn't that kind of person. Get back here, you shameless wench." As the crowd was making a racket, Gaiko pressed her full bosom against Kanda Rokuro's little head and said coaxingly, "Little brother Rokuro, big sister still has a mission. Don't listen to those stinking men. Why not treat me first? Big sister will give you a kiss. What do you say?" Everyone secretly cursed Gaiko for her shameless tactics. Kanda Rokuro meanwhile got to enjoy the gentle embrace once more. Gaiko's bust was at least twice as ample as Yumi's. Nevertheless, he stepped back from Gaiko and said with a straight face, "What is this supposed to mean? Do you take me for that kind of person?" Gaiko shot him a glance of disdain. Yumi was her close friend, and she already knew about Kanda Rokuro's embarrassing incident from yesterday. But in broad daylight with so many people around, this was not something she could bring up. Otherwise, Kanda Rokuro might fly into a shameful rage. After Kanda Rokuro scolded Gaiko, he earned resounding cheers from the assembled ninja. They began to tease Gaiko. "See, Gaiko, the little miracle doctor won't fall for your tricks." That's right. Gaiko, get back in line." Unfazed by the crowd's teasing, Gaiko sidled up to Kanda Rokuro again, hugged him, and said, "Oh, little brother Rokuro, just treat me first. I really have something urgent." Kanda Rokuro was rather speechless. He pushed Gaiko away and said seriously, "No, I'm not that kind of person. Go back and line up properly." The crowd burst into approval. Gaiko, somewhat helpless, gave Kanda Rokuro another glare and turned to leave. At that moment, Kanda Rokuro cleared his throat and said to the crowd, "Ahem, we are all civilized people. When lining up for treatment, we must follow proper rules and take care of the elderly, children, women, and the infirm. I believe this big sister Gaiko must be in a hurry to go home and nurse her little baby. We can't let a tiny infant go hungry, can we? So today let's treat big sister Gaiko first." The people who had just been cheering nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Kanda Rokuro was simply too shameless. How could he come up with such an excuse? Gaiko looked nothing like a mother who needed to nurse a baby. Rokuro was simply lying through his teeth, concocting excuses out of thin air. As the crowd grumbled, Gaiko stopped and wrapped her arms around Kanda Rokuro, planting a big kiss on his cheek. "Little brother Rokuro, you know my heart so well. After my treatment, how about you be my little baby?" Holy crap. Far too much to mess with. Married women were merciless. She even dared to utter such wanton words. Kanda Rokuro cursed inwardly for a moment, then struggled free from Geico's embrace. He cleared his throat and said, I am simply showing respect for the old and care for the young, not what you imagine. Let's begin the treatment now. Geico chuckled. Fine, 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 you respect the old and cherish the young. Whatever you say. Let's start. And with that, Geico rolled up her pant leg, revealing a leg wrapped in gauze. When she peeled it away, there was a fresh crimson wound. Seeing this, Kanda Rokuro frowned. With a wound like this, how can you be walking around everywhere? Geico brushed it off. I'm a chunin. A little scratch like this is nothing to me. Kanda Rokuro shook his head and pointed to a seat. Sit down, let me treat you. Geico obediently walked over and sat down. Kanda Rokuro followed and began his treatment. In 10 minutes, Geico's wound had fully healed, leaving only a faint scar. Geico rose to her feet and stretched, pleasantly surprised. Not bad at all, little brother Rokuro. Your medical skills are excellent. If big sister gets hurt again in the future, I'll definitely come to you for treatment. Kanda Rokuro stood up, curling his lip. Alright, you'd better get going. I'm starting my work now. Geico bent down and ruffled his hair once, then turned and walked away with a joyful laugh. Once Geico was gone, Kanda Rokuro's treatment round officially began. From morning to night, he worked continuously before finally sending everyone away. As for his experience points, he had wasted a full 1600 of them. Well, not exactly wasted, after all they had gone into his ninjutsu. It was just that these points had been invested in the wrong place at the current stage. The minor injury patients in the hospital numbered only around 200 or 300. Within 2 days, Rokuro Kanda cleared them all out, leaving the hospital unusually quiet. The young nurses finally had time to chat and kill off their boring shifts. Over 3 days, Rokuro Kanda had earned over 16 million ryo. His reputation as a miraculous young doctor also spread throughout Konoha village. However, he paid no mind to any of that. He tossed the money to Hanada and told him to continue supervising the construction of the nightclub district. As for himself, he continued his daily routine. Shadow clones at the academy, his main body at the hospital, spending his time between these two places. He had originally wanted to seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi to ask about the arrangements for his graduation, but Hanada had informed him that Hiruzen and Danzo had had a massive argument the day before yesterday. It was best not to provoke either side, so he stayed put and kept quiet. Rokuro Kanda's medical ninjutsu abilities had already won the approval of the hospital doctors. After spending 7 or 8 days at the hospital and becoming familiar with the medical equipment, Yumi began letting him participate in medium to large-scale surgeries. However, he was merely assisting on the sidelines. His infinite chakra healing could provide crucial protection during operations. If complications arose, he would use the fresh healing technique to continuously treat the patient, keeping them stable until the surgeons could resume their work. Participating in major surgeries was exactly what Rokuro Kanda had hoped for. He had come to see blood, and major surgeries inevitably involved opening up bodies. It made him feel nauseous at first. After participating in several surgeries, he gradually adapted. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath how doctors certainly didn't treat patients like human beings. He knew bodies far too well, which also drained his thrill at seeing corpses. Time slowly drifted by. By December 19th, he had accumulated enough. The 200 experience points required to upgrade the fresh healing technique to level 3. The argument between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi had passed nearly a month. He felt Hiruzen should have cooled down by now and prepared to seek him out regarding his graduation matters. At 5 in the afternoon, Rokuro Kanda left the hospital and headed straight for the Hokage's office, where he found Hiruzen Sarutobi inside. A month had passed, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi's mood still wasn't good. According to Hanada, Danzo Shimura had been punished by Hiruzen and sent away for a month, and he still hadn't returned. The feud between Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi was none of Rokuro Kanda's concern. He entered the office and looked at Hiruzen, saying, "Old man, I've come to see you." Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced up at Rokuro Kanda and scolded, "No manners. I am the Hokage, and you're far too disrespectful. Careful, or I'll make sure you never graduate." Rokuro Kanda puckered his lips, casually found a place to sit, and said lazily, "Doesn't matter. I found a way to make money now, so I don't need to earn from missions." Hiruzen Sarutobi was at a loss for words. That kid had earned over 20 million ryo in just 1 month at the Konoha hospital. More than this Hokage himself. Going on life-or-death missions as a ninja might not even match what he was making now. Thinking about it, he felt somewhat envious. After some private grumbling, Hiruzen waved his hand. "All right, just say it directly. What do you want?" Rokuro Kanda said, "I want to ask 2 things. Hiruzen nodded. "Go ahead and ask." Rokuro Kanda pointed at himself. "The first is about my graduation. What exactly is going to happen? Didn't you say it would be sorted in 2 or 3 days? A whole month has passed." Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Rokuro Kanda and thought for a moment before saying, "Tomorrow, I'll send someone to make arrangements for you. With your strength and abilities, there's truly nothing left for you at the academy. For now, you'll work temporarily at Konoha Hospital. It's in dire need of you." Rokuro Kanda's face darkened and he muttered, "Old man, I told you I was only going for an internship. Why are you really trying to make me a doctor? Shouldn't a genius like me be given a more important position, like captain of the Umbu or something among the elders?" Hiruzen gave Rokuro Kanda a sharp glare. Keep dreaming. A mere genin with so many demands. Stay at the hospital for 2 years, and once you're 8 we'll arrange other work. Rokuro Kanda was slightly surprised inside. 2 years. What exactly was Hiruzen trying to accomplish by keeping him trapped in Konoha? Filled with doubt, Rokuro Kanda bluntly complained, "Old man, isn't this a bit too much? I'm already a ninja. Why won't you let me leave Konoha village?" Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and took a fierce drag. Only after exhaling the smoke did he glance at Rokuro Kanda and say, "All of this is for your own good. There are certain things you are not yet qualified to know. In short, your current situation is very dangerous. Do not leave the village for these 2 years. Just work at Konoha Hospital. Once I finish dealing with matters involving Danzo, you'll be free to go on missions." Rokuro Kanda was somewhat startled. Just what matter was it that made Hiruzen Sarutobi so cautious? Were the Cloud Ninja planning retaliation against him? Komaeda Rokuro frowned in confusion. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not explain further, took a drag from his pipe, and asked, "What else do you want to ask? Just say it." Komaeda Rokuro snapped back to attention, nodded, and said, "I wanted to ask where Danzo went. I have something important to discuss with him. When will he return to the village?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shot Komaeda Rokuro a glance. "What, is there something even I cannot handle? Why seek out Danzo? Do you think this Hokage is inferior to some mere elder?" Huh, the old fool. What was there to be angry about? Was he truly offended just because Komaeda Rokuro was closer to Danzo? Komaeda Rokuro muttered a few silent complaints under his breath, then pursed his lips, and said, "Some matters are beyond your capability." Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted coldly. "Go on, tell me. What is it that I cannot resolve?" Komaeda Rokuro pointed out the window. "I need to borrow some people, free of charge, to help me build my commercial street. If you old man can find them for me, then I won't go to Lord Danzo." Huh, free labor. That was impossible. Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat. "Well, you'd best wait until Danzo returns and discuss it with him. He is left on an important mission and is unlikely to be back until after the new year." Komaeda Rokuro was speechless and rolled his eyes at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "I knew it. You couldn't do it. A full-fledged Hokage who can't even wield such minor authority. I wonder how you managed to hold that position at all." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe, utterly unconcerned. "What do you know, you little whelp? If you have nothing else, leave. I have far more pressing matters to attend to." Komaeda Rokuro rose to his feet, surveyed Hiruzen Sarutobi, and could not help but ask curiously, "Old man, tell me, why am I not permitted to leave Konohagakure?" Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Komaeda Rokuro and sighed. "The situation within the village is rather complicated right now. Some people are deeply dissatisfied with you, boy. It would be wisest for you to remain within the village walls." "Someone is dissatisfied with me." Komaeda Rokuro's brows twitched. He thought back over the past month's random quests. Of his recent random quests, 9 had involved the Uchiha clan, all of them tasking him with teasing or provoking members of the Uchiha. It seemed clear now. The Uchiha clan was deeply displeased with him. Otherwise, why would the system's random quests keep pushing him to trouble them? Currently, he completed all random quests using shadow clone transformations. The purpose was to keep his identity hidden and prevent anyone from knowing he was the one causing all the chaos. After all, he intended to live in Konohagakure long-term. If he stirred up trouble day and night, it would damage his reputation. So he concealed his identity while carrying out his missions. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi surely knew, but the old man would never reveal it. Komaeda Rokuro was now Konoha's genius prodigy, and with that status came certain privileges. After mulling it over, Komaeda Rokuro looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and asked, "Is it the Uchiha clan?" Hiruzen Sarutobi gave Komaeda Rokuro a sidelong glance and nodded. "You little brat, go around provoking the Uchiha clan whenever you please. If I hadn't been shielding you, you would have been handed over to the police force long ago. So it was them after all." Komaeda Rokuro smirked dismissively in his heart, but on the surface he feigned shock. "Just for such trivial matters they want to kill me." Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned grave. He drew on his pipe and sighed. "Honestly, they would not kill you over something so minor. It was Danzo, the old bastard, who provoked the Uchiha clan. And you, as Danzo's most favored genius, became the target of their resentment." Upon hearing this, Komaeda Rokuro was thoroughly irritated. That bunch of bastards, what utter disgrace. They can't defeat Lord Danzo, so they pick on a child instead. Absolute incompetence. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded Komaeda Rokuro and sighed. "You had best keep a low profile. How about staying quietly in the hospital for 2 years? The Uchiha matter is being handled. We arranged it ourselves. They are all compatriots of Konohagakure, and I believe they will come to understand my position in time. A noble plan, certainly, but it was already too late for reconciliation." Komaeda Rokuro thought to himself, then pursed his lips. "What does this have to do with me? I'm just a child. I don't understand such things. I completely fail to grasp what you're saying." Hiruzen Sarutobi rolled his eyes. The brat in front of him was absolutely not a child. He was likely more mature than many adults. How could he possibly be clueless? Hiruzen Sarutobi knew perfectly well that Komaeda Rokuro understood every word he said, but the damn kid was playing dumb on purpose. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a ring of smoke and snorted coldly. "So you're a child, are you? Then how about this? Go back to the academy and continue your classes." Komaeda Rokuro's expression instantly shifted. "Did I say anything just now? I seem to have gone completely blank-minded." I don't recall saying a single word. Old man, please cure my amnesia. Foolish whelp. Hiruzen Sarutobi glared sharply at Kamida Rokuro. Scram. You are not permitted to wander around for the next 2 years. I have already spoken with Danzo. He will not assign you any duties during this period. You will remain at the hospital and study diligently. Do not waste your medical talents. Kamida Rokuro was helpless. He had been hoping to venture out and explore. It seemed impossible now. He simply could not defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi in a confrontation, so he had no choice but to obey. But still, house arrest. There had to be some compensation at the very least. Kamida Rokuro glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Old man, I suppose I can go along with your terms, if you can offer me some benefit in return. I've heard that the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique is extraordinarily powerful. Could you let me learn it? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent regarding the young man with a mixture of disbelief and grudging amusement. Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kanda Rokuro in astonishment. This jutsu simply cannot be cultivated by those with poor spatial aptitude. If one forces it, one will be swept into spatial turbulence and lose their life. Kanda Rokuro thrust out his chest. Old man, how do you know my spatial aptitude is poor? When I first started learning medical ninjutsu, didn't you also say I had no talent? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head repeatedly. That's different. If you fail at medical ninjutsu, there's no danger. But if you don't cultivate this technique properly, it can cost you your life. Your abilities are still insufficient. Do not train in such a dangerous jutsu. Kanda Rokuro glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, you won't let me go anywhere, and you won't even compensate me. That's going too far. I'll report your unfairness to the elders. An utterly shameless brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help grumbling. How about this? Cultivating the Flying Thunder God is far too dangerous. What if I teach you the summoning technique instead? That will also increase your combat power. Summoning technique. Kanda Rokuro was intrigued and said hurriedly, that works. Old man, what kind of summoning beast do you plan to give me? I don't want anything too trashy. I want a summoning beast with real power. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and looked out the window. You use medical ninjutsu so well. We can't waste your talent. Have you heard of Princess Tsunade's slug summoning beast? Tsunade, a slug. Kanda Rokuro's eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. I've heard of her. One of the legendary Sannin. Lord Hokage, are you really going to entrust me with Princess Tsunade's summoning technique? Little brat. When there's a benefit, I'm Lord Hokage. When there's none, I'm old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Kanda Rokuro a glare. I can give it to you, but for the next 2 years you must work in the hospital and seriously cultivate medical ninjutsu until you reach Yumi's level. If you agree, I'll send someone to Tsunade right away to get the summoning scroll. Reach Yumi's level. Then doesn't that mean I'm already almost there? With just a little more medical knowledge, surpassing Yumi would be a matter of minutes. At that thought, Kanda Rokuro agreed at once. No problem, I agree. I'll study medicine properly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kanda Rokuro and snorted coldly. Brat, if you lie to me, you know the consequences. Kanda Rokuro curled his lips. I know. I'm living just fine in Konoha. Why would I provoke you, old man? I don't want to be caught and locked up by the people you send. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened a little, and he snorted. At least you know what's good for you. Then it's settled. Tomorrow I'll send someone to find Tsunade, and I think the scroll will be in your hands within a month. For this month, work peacefully in the hospital. Yumi said your abilities can help many patients, so help treat the villagers of Konoha as much as you can. Kanda Rokuro was greatly displeased as soon as he heard this. Old man, you and Yumi are simply inhuman. Whenever you see wool, you shear it with all your might. You've sheared me until there's almost no wool left. Do you even realize that? What a metaphor. How ridiculous. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed once and said with a smile, didn't you get paid? Just consider it earning money. Why talk about shearing sheep? We're not that bad. Kanda Rokuro said with utter disdain, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You know exactly what's in your heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a dry laugh. Kanda Rokuro's abilities were just too useful. Naturally, they had to be made good use of. The faster shinobi recovered, the sooner they could go out on missions, and the more prosperous Konoha would become. For the sake of Konoha, naturally Kanda Rokuro had to make a small sacrifice. After a couple of awkward chuckles, Sarutobi Hiruzen sidled up to Kanda Rokuro with a sly smirk. Rokuro, if you want to become a jonin, half the village's jonin have to think you're capable. If you treat those shinobi in the hospital, they will definitely support your promotion. That benefits you too, doesn't it? TCH. When he can't win the argument, he tries to tempt me. Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fine, I can't be bothered to quibble with you. It's my own fault for being short on money right now, so work is work. But since I'm working so hard, old man, why don't you open up all the medical ninjutsu books for me to study? Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose was to make Kanda Rokuro learn medical ninjutsu. Hearing that Kanda Rokuro wanted to learn medical ninjutsu, he said at once, fine, I'll notify Yumi. From now on, any of the precious materials in the hospital that you want to see, just go and read them. Kanda Rokuro stood up and nodded, then it settled. Old man, hurry up and bring back the summoning beast scroll for me. I'm already getting impatient. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand impatiently. Scram, you little brat. I know exactly what to do. Kanda Rokuro didn't ask anymore. He turned and walked toward the door. Walking to the doorway, Xintian Lulang suddenly turned back and looked at Yuanfei Risen. Old man, was it Lord Tuanzang who killed the members of the Yuzibo clan? Was it Yuzibo Yu or Yuzibo Zhishui? Yuanfei Risen froze in place. The pipe held at his lips was momentarily forgotten. After a long silence he lowered the pipe and furrowed his brows. Who told you such things? Xintian Lulang shrugged. No one told me, I deduced it myself. In the past, though the Yuzibo clan disliked me, it never reached the point of wanting me dead. Only if someone within the Yuzibo clan had perished would they harbor such intense hostility toward me. And for that hostility to manifest as a desire for my immediate death, the identity of the deceased must be of paramount importance. Within the Yuzibo clan there are only two preeminent geniuses, Yuzibo Yu and Yuzibo Zhishui. I imagine one of them must have met their end. And it was Lord Tuanzang who did the deed. Otherwise, old man, you wouldn't have been so ruthless as to punish him. Faced with Xintian Liulang's explanation, Yuanfei Risen fell into a profound silence. He stared at Xintian Lulang for a long while before sighing. You truly are a monstrous talent to have guessed as much. It seems that old fox Tuanzang has found someone truly extraordinary. That innocence you displayed at the orphanage. It was all a facade, wasn't it? The room fell into a brief, heavy silence. Xintian Lulang curled his lip. Who would choose to pretend if they had a choice? Old man, if you lived in a world where you were constantly beaten by your father and meals were a rare luxury, you too would learn to play the fool. I only wish to survive. Yuanfei Risen remained silent. He had of course investigated Xintian Liulang's past thoroughly. One could say that the boy's 5 older brothers and his mother had all perished because of his father. Xintian Liulang's father would spend every penny he earned on alcohol, heedless of whether there was food in the house. Once intoxicated, he would resort to brutalizing his wife and children. His 5 elder brothers had been tormented to death by their father amidst starvation. As for his mother, she died from complications during his birth, her body weakened by severe malnutrition. After a moment of reflection, Yuanfei Risen sighed. Then why not continue the charade? Wouldn't that be better? No one pays mind to a mere child. Xintian Lulang gave a faint smile. To grow stronger, I require resources. If I continued to act like a typical child, would you or Lord Tuanzang ever grant them to me? Yuanfei Risen shook his head and took a drag from his pipe. And now that you've spoken your mind, aren't you afraid I'll have you seized and imprisoned as a spy? He awaited the boy's reaction with a piercing gaze. Xintian Lulang chuckled, his expression nonchalant. Could you truly bring yourself to do that now, old man? I have already demonstrated my talent. I am no longer the person I once was. Do I now possess the leverage to bargain with you, do I not? With the conversation reaching this point, Yuanfei Risen sighed helplessly. You are truly a monster. I am at a loss for words. Fortunately, you pose no threat to Mayu, otherwise I would indeed be tempted to lock you away. The Hokage's gaze remained fixed on the young boy. Xintian Lulang rolled his eyes at Yuanfei Risen. My village is the greatest power in the ninja world. Only here can I live well and grow stronger. Why would I ever betray the village? I'm not some fool as dim-witted as a pig. His words held merit. It was common for those from other villages to defect to Mai, but unheard of for someone from Mai to seek refuge elsewhere. Of course, this excluded those who were spies from the very beginning. Yuanfei Risen pondered for a moment and couldn't help but nod. Your reasoning is impeccable. I find myself unable to refute it. However, I must ask, why are you telling me all of this today? Xintian Liulang's expression turned serious. Xintian Liulang's expression grew somber as he looked at Yuanfei Risen with gravity. I only wish to live in peace. But if someone intends to kill me, I cannot simply wait for death. I must make my stance clear. If the Yuzibo clan moves against me, I will retaliate. When that happens, I hope you won't accuse me of betraying my... Yuanfei Risen furrowed his brows slightly. As long as I am here, the Yuzibo clan will not touch you. Provided you do not leave the village, they have no way of harming you. The air in the room grew heavy with tension. Xintian Lulang shrugged. Old man, I am fond of Mai, but I value my life more. I've laid everything bare today to tell you one thing: do not treat me like a child. If the Yuzibo clan strikes, I will show no mercy regardless of our shared village ties. With those final words, Xintian Lulang gave Yuanfei Risen no chance to respond before turning and departing. Yuanfei Risen stared at the doorway for a long time. Toward a dark corner, he let out a soft sigh. Kakashi, do you believe what that boy said was the truth? The silhouette of Kakashi emerged from the shadows. He considered it for a moment. It is certain that he harbors affection for Mai. However, just as he claimed his lack of security since childhood likely makes safety his absolute priority. If the Yuzibo clan acts against him, he will not hesitate to strike back. Yuanfei Risen gazed toward the door and sighed. It would have been better if he had been born a true son of Mai. Kakashi remained silent for a beat. Lord Hokage, nothing is ever perfect. Is it not enough that Xintian Lulang holds my village in his heart? Yuanfei Risen said no more, standing in place as he pondered. The death of Yuzibo Zhishui had left my village in a state of turbulent unrest. If handled poorly, the village would descend into chaos, an opportunity the other 4 great hidden villages would certainly not overlook. Leaving the Hokage's office, Kandarokuro was in an excellent mood. Today he had actually dared to speak his mind in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. That was because he believed his strength had reached a sufficient level and Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken a liking to his abilities, so the Hokage would not do anything to him. That was why he had dared to take the risk and speak out. Otherwise he would never have dared. As for why he felt Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken notice of him, it was because Hiruzen was going to teach him Tsunade's summoning technique. The position of Hokage was said to be chosen by the entire village. Yet the second Hokage Tobarama Senju was the younger brother of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was Tobarama Senju's disciple. The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was Hiruzen Sarutobi's grand disciple. Later the fifth Hokage Kakashi Hatake was in turn Minato Namikaze's disciple. The sixth Hokage Naruto Uzumaki was in turn Kakashi Hatake's disciple. In any case, they all owed their positions to connections. And since he was allowed to learn the jutsu of Hiruzen Sarutobi's disciple, it proved that he already had a place in Hiruzen's regard. At least he was no longer someone who could be casually cast aside. This was his reason for daring to speak the truth today. Lost in thought, he returned to the base, his spirits quite high. Today he had reaped two more boons: Tsunade's summoning technique and medical ninjutsu resources. Both would greatly augment his strength. The level 3 Mystic Palm technique had already brought his medical ability up to par with Yumi's. What he still lacked compared with Yumi was healing experience, and his medical knowledge lagged far behind hers. As long as he studied diligently and took part in many surgeries, his medical skills would soon surpass that Yumi girl. After mulling it over for a while, Kanda Rokuro lay down and fell asleep. He rested through the night, and at dawn he got up and made his way to the Konoha Academy. Today, he would finally become a genin. He would no longer be going to school. He wanted to talk properly with Naruto Uzumaki, Rock Lee, and all his classmates. He arrived at the Konoha Academy just past 7 o'clock. Students were already trickling in, but when they saw Kanda Rokuro at the entrance, no one greeted him. They were already accustomed to Kanda Rokuro coming to school as a shadow clone, so naturally there was no need to say anything to one. After waiting at the school gate for a while, Kanda Rokuro saw Naruto Uzumaki sprinting over with a piece of bread in his mouth. He called out, "Hey, Naruto, come over here. I have something to tell you." Hearing Kanda Rokuro's call, Naruto Uzumaki ran up to Kanda Rokuro, looked him over, and asked, "Big bro, is that your real body or a shadow clone? Something feels different about you today." Pretty sharp, as expected of the protagonist. Kanda Rokuro patted Naruto and said with a smile, "Today, I came as my real body." It clicked for Naruto. No wonder. So Big Bro came in person. That explains why something felt off. "Big Bro, did you come to school today for something?" Kanda Rokuro nodded. "That's right. Lord Hokage has approved my graduation to genin. Starting today, I won't be coming to school anymore. Today I'm treating the whole class to a nice meal. Tell all the students at the academy to be at the barbecue restaurant at 9. Hearing this, Naruto grew a little excited. "Really? That's great." Once the excitement faded, Naruto seemed to think of something and quickly said, "Isn't 9 o'clock class time? Will the teachers agree? What if they refuse?" Kanda Rokuro glanced at Naruto and said, "Then just invite the teachers along too. Go tell Irika-sensei and Mizuki-sensei. If they dare to refuse, I'll personally show up and teach them a lesson so they know who's the boss." Naruto grew even more excited and thumped his chest. "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. I guarantee the academy gets the day off today, but you'll have to leave a shadow clone with me. You little brat. Pretty clever, knowing enough to ask me to leave a shadow clone." Kanda Rokuro formed hand seals, produced a shadow clone, and said, "All right, I'll leave this in your hands. I've already notified the barbecue restaurant. Once you get there, you can start eating." "You got it." Naruto ran excitedly into the academy. Kanda Rokuro's shadow clone followed him in. Once Naruto had run off into the distance, Kanda Rokuro walked toward the Hokage Tower. At the barbecue restaurant, he had already arranged for that part-timer Hanada to handle everything, so there was no need to worry. Once he received his genin status, he would go to the barbecue restaurant and show off. Becoming a genin before turning 6 made him something of a prodigy in Konoha. If he didn't make a proper show of it, how would the people of Konoha village ever learn of his genius? Once he had famed the nightclub street, he would one day could rely on his reputation to attract more people. That was what you called advertising. At Hokage Tower, Kanda Rokuro arrived at Hiruzen Sarutobi's office and found the old man puffing contentedly on his pipe, wreaths of tobacco smoke coiling toward the ceiling. Clearly, he had been waiting specifically for him. Stepping inside, Kanda Rokuro didn't mince words. "Old man, where's my Konoha forehead protector?" Hiruzen merely flicked his wrist toward the corner. "Right there. Grab it, sign your name, and you'll officially be a genin." Kanda Rokuro turned his head to look. Resting on a side table piled with miscellaneous items in the corner was a single Konoha forehead protector. He hurried over, snatched up the protector, and immediately strapped it across his forehead, while muttering, "Honestly, such an important item, and you didn't even bother boxing it up." Hiruzen blew out a ring of smoke and replied coolly, "It's hardly a treasure. You can make those anywhere. It's merely an insignia. What truly matters is your graduation certificate, for that alone proves your status as a genin. The protector exists only so you can recognize your own comrades." Kanda Rokuro unfastened it from his forehead and looped it around his shoulder instead, then asked with curiosity, "Then what happens if someone uses a forged protector to deceive us?" Hiruzen gave him an exasperated stare. "You're a ninja now? Learn to judge for yourself whether a comrade is genuine. You studied the transformation jutsu precisely to disguise yourself as an enemy. So why ask such a foolish question? What's even going on in that head of yours?" Kanda Rokuro unhooked the protector from his shoulder and secured it around his waist instead, pursing his lips as he replied, beats me. Though I've never heard of any ninja deliberately removing their protector in the middle of a battle. Hiruzen set his pipe down and cast a sidelong glance at Kanda Rokuro, sighing softly. It's more of a tacit understanding among ninjas. The odds of dying in combat are far too high, particularly in large-scale battles. Corpses are often too mangled to identify. Without a forehead protector, it's nearly impossible for your squad to claim your body and bring you home for proper burial. That actually made sense. Kanda Rokuro nodded, slung the protector around his thigh instead, and asked, "Old man, where do you think I should wear it to look the sharpest?" Hiruzen was at a loss for words and shot him a sharp glare. "You whippersnapper, what's there to say about looking cool? Just get over here, sign this, and then scram." Ultimately, Kanda Rokuro strapped the protector back to his forehead, deeming it the most conspicuous place to wear it. He walked up to Hiruzen's desk, glanced at the graduation certificate, and picked it up to inspect it. He opened the certificate. Inside lay his half-length portrait clearly taken during one of his academy lectures. TCH. Absolutely unflattering. Kanda Rokuro muttered a silent complaint, snatched up the pen resting on the desk, and signed his name beneath the portrait. The moment he finished inscribing the final character, Roku, a chime resonated directly within his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have officially become a Konoha ninja. A new mission category has been unlocked: Konoha Ninja Assignments. Complete missions distributed by Konoha Village to earn experience points proportionate to the mission rank. Note there is no daily cap on mission completion." You've got to be kidding me. So there was an entirely different method to farm experience points. Damn it all. If he'd known this sooner, he would have pushed for his graduation long ago. How much EXP had he completely wasted just lolling around? The mere thought sent a pang of regret through his chest. Furthermore, if enrolling in Konoha allowed him to clear their missions for EXP, then what would happen if he affiliated with a different village? Would completing their assignments also yield experience? It was highly plausible. But truthfully, Konoha's quest board was already overwhelmingly full. Contemplating foreign village missions felt rather premature. "What's the matter? Dissatisfied?" Hiruzen's voice cut through his thoughts just as Kanda Rokuro's expression flickered. Kanda Rokuro snapped out of his reverie, cleared his throat, and said, "To be fair, I am rather dissatisfied. This portrait captures absolutely none of my charisma. I'd like to request a retake." "Piss off." Hiruzen instantly lobbed his pipe straight toward his head. "Honestly, if you're not going to approve it, just say so. No need to resort to violence." Kanda Rokuro stepped back a pace and shot back, Fine, no need to get physical over it." Hiruzen missed his mark, caught his pipe with a scoff, and snapped, "Aren't you supposed to be hosting a celebration for your entire academy class? Then scram. Stop loitering and cluttering up my office." Kanda Rokuro, however, was in no hurry to leave. He still had business to discuss. The system's sudden prompt had spawned a cascade of fresh ideas in his mind, and all of them required Hiruzen's cooperation. Since every Konoha mission ultimately bore Hiruzen's seal of approval, the old man had effectively become the village's primary quest distributor. And in Kanda Rokuro's eyes, that meant he needed to be thoroughly buttered up. Kanda Rokuro drifted to the edge of the desk, flashing Hiruzen a practiced smile as he asked, "Lord Hokage, now that I'm officially graduated, would that mean I'm eligible for lower rank assignments?" Hiruzen fixed him with a narrow-eyed gaze. "Didn't I just tell you to stay put and avoid unnecessary risks?" Kanda Rokuro cleared his throat. "I'm only talking about D-rank assignments. I'll dispatch them using shadow clones. I simply need to accumulate enough low-tier completions to meet the eligibility requirements for the Chunin exams." Hiruzen blinked in mild surprise. It was true. Konoha was awash with profoundly tedious D-rank assignments. They were so drearily mundane that virtually no one volunteered, often forcing Hiruzen to mandate their distribution himself. The fact that Kanda Rokuro was eager to volunteer for them was actually quite convenient. After a moment's consideration, Hiruzen relented. "Very well. Run the assignments with your shadow clones if you must. But your physical body is to remain strictly indoors. Konoha Hospital requires your presence. You will serve as a standby guard there at all times." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro immediately patted his chest and declared, "Consider it done. I value my life far too much to take unnecessary risks." Hiruzen rolled his eyes, terrified of death, and paraded it like a badge of honor. Sarutobi reconsidered and said, "If you wish to undertake missions, I will assign you 2 companions." Kanda Roro immediately refused upon hearing this. "No need. I complete missions swiftly using Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clones dispel automatically once the task is done. Having companions would only complicate matters." Sarutobi furrowed his brow. "Our Leaf Village missions are conducted in teams. It is unwise for you to operate alone, and some assignments simply cannot be accomplished by a single ninja." Kanda Roro had no desire to share missions with others. If another person accompanied him, he would gain less experience in return. To him, this was a tremendous waste. Kanda Roro quickly reminded Sarutobi, "Old man, these are merely D-rank missions. Given my strength, is there truly anything I cannot handle?" Oh, he had forgotten. This youngster's prowess already rivaled that of a jonin. After a moment's thought, Sarutobi nodded. "Then do as you please. You may leave now. I have pressing matters to attend to." Kanda Roro lingered, cleared his throat, and said, "Old man, I have decided to contribute to the Leaf Village. I work daily at the hospital and earn more than I can spend. Why not assign me missions there? I will share a portion of my earnings with the village. What say you? Sarutobi was taken aback. What has gotten into you, boy? Why such sudden generosity? Kanda Roro shot him an annoyed glance. I am a leaf ninja now. Is it wrong to serve my village? If you refuse, then forget it. There were benefits to be gained. Sarutobi would naturally agree. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this brat harbored ulterior motives. Unless the youngster was constructing a residence and required substantial funds, there was no way he would suddenly donate his earnings to the village. The more he pondered, the more suspicious it seemed. While Sarutobi was lost in thought, Kanda Roro cleared his throat again. Old man, this is a splendid opportunity. Why resist? I'm not asking for much. Simply assign me S-rank missions daily. Then I'll gladly share my earnings with you, and I'll sleep soundly. Sarutobi snapped out of his reverie. Upon hearing the youth's excuse, he finally understood the scheme unfolding before him. The boy merely sought to accumulate missions and accelerate his rank advancement. Sarutobi could barely suppress his exasperation. You foolish lad, assigning an S-rank mission to someone like you would become the village's laughingstock. Don't even entertain such thoughts. Kanda Roro remained unfazed. Then A-rank it is. Sarutobi's eyes widened. Not A-rank either. C-rank is the absolute maximum. Kanda Roro's dissatisfaction was palpable. He looked at Sarutobi and said, Is there anyone else capable of the work I perform at the hospital? Scarcity dictates value. How can a mere C-rank mission reflect my abilities? Should you refuse B-rank or above, I shall no longer assist Yumi and the others with their surgical procedures. Sarutobi's expression twitched. The youth's assessment proved accurate. None could replicate his medical expertise. After a prolonged hesitation, Sarutobi shook his head repeatedly. Absolutely not. Such assignments bring disgrace upon our village. I would rather forego your payments entirely. Leave now, and let us never revisit this matter. Damn it. That stubborn old man refused even free money. Kanda Roro muttered curses under his breath before yielding. C-rank it shall be then. I'm doing this for the village's benefit. If you continue to refuse, I'll have no choice but to voice my frustration openly. A C-rank assignment. Sarutobi could accept this. Assigning a C-rank mission would allow him to collect a 20% commission from Kanda Roro's earnings. This was a profitable deal indeed. After consideration, Sarutobi cleared his throat and said, Very well, that shall be the arrangement. Each day will count as one C-rank mission. Kanda Roro cast a sideways glance at him. Remember to post the assignment publicly. Otherwise I won't release any payment. What I do must be known throughout the entire village. I understand. Sarutobi rubbed his temples, irritation evident. I'll have the mission posted on the village bulletin board so every ninja knows about it. Satisfied now. At last Kanda Roro was content. He waved dismissively. Then I'm off, old man. Continue resting. Sarutobi hurled a scroll from his desk at him in frustration. I'm working, not resting. Kanda Roro deftly sidestepped the projectile and laughed as he hurried out the door. Watching Kanda Roro disappear into the distance, a faint smile crossed Sarutobi's face. He was certain now, Kanda Roro would never betray the Leaf Village. He had found what he sought within these walls. Only if the village forced his hand would he consider leaving. That much was clear. Another formidable shinobi would soon join the Leaf's ranks. Sarutobi puffed thoughtfully on his pipe before turning to his duties. Konoha, the largest barbecue restaurant. When Kanda Rokuro arrived, there was already a crowd of students inside, and even more students were making their way toward the restaurant. The students spotted Kanda Rokuro and promptly offered their greetings. All students from the academy. He recognized most of them, yet he merely offered casual nods to those who greeted him before entering the barbecue restaurant in search of his target. His target was Hyuga Hinata. As Kanda Rokuro walked toward her, Uzumaki Naruto jumped out and blocked his path, exclaiming excitedly, Brother, why are you so late? Kanda Rokuro paused, touching the headband on his forehead. Are you blind? Of course I want to pick this up. I'm now officially a genin. Uzumaki Naruto hesitated for a moment, staring at the headband on Kanda Rokuro's forehead with a touch of envy. That looks amazing. When will I become a genin? Kanda Rokuro patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder. Don't hold your breath. You've got a long way to go before you reach that level. Keep studying hard. You'll only become a genin once you can defeat Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto pouted upon hearing this. Sasuke, he doesn't measure up. You're my real goal, big bro. Kanda Rokuro smiled. Then you'll never make it in this lifetime. Step aside now. I'm going to find your future sister-in-law. Stop getting in my way. Uzumaki Naruto glanced back at the quiet Hyuga Hinata in the distance, his lips curling into a dismissive sneer. Bro, your taste is way off. I think Sakura's the cutest. That Hinata girl is always so gloomy. She seems like she has zero fun. Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes. Since you don't like her, don't blame me for pursuing her myself. And as for Haruno Sakura, the girl playing both sides, you can keep chasing her. After silently fuming to himself, Kanda Rokuro pushed past Uzumaki Naruto and headed toward Hinata, throwing over his shoulder without looking back. You have no idea what you're talking about. Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand and didn't want to. Today he felt like the protagonist, ready to welcome guests and make new friends. Kanda Rokuro took a seat across from Hyuga Hinata, observing her quiet composure as he asked, How have you been lately? Has anyone been bothering you? Hyuga Hinata lowered her head and murmured softly, No one has troubled me, brother Rokuro. Please don't worry. Kanda Rokuro nodded, then turned to the two girls beside Hinata. Ino Yulong, starting today I've graduated. From now on I need you both to take good care of Hinata. When you two graduate, I'll give you a grand gift. Yamanaka Ino glanced at Kanda Rokuro and huffed. Rokuro, that's favoritism. Don't we count as kids too? Do we not need someone to look after us? Exactly. Yulong chimed in. Kanda Rokuro shot Yamanaka Ino a sidelong glance and quipped. Who in class would dare mess with either of you? Do you really need babysitting? The fact that you two don't actually hurt people is pretty remarkable. Yamanaka Ino fell speechless, glaring at Kanda Rokuro. Are you saying we're not proper ladies? Kanda Rokuro pursed his lips. I never said that. You brought it up yourself. I was just saying you have strong personalities and no one dares to bully you. That has nothing to do with being graceful. Yamanaka Ino glanced at Hyuga. Hinata shook her head, then composed herself. Never mind. I can't be bothered arguing with you. Besides, I'm not going to be your girlfriend anyway. Kanda Rokuro smiled. Then I'll leave Hinata in your care. If anything comes up, you can find me at the hospital. These past 2 years I've been stationed there by the old man treating patients. Ino nodded. I'd look after Hinata whether you asked or not. There are only 7 girls in our class, and we need to stick together so those boys don't mistreat us. Kanda Rokuro chuckled. All right then. Once you graduate, I'll gift each of you a house here in Konoha, a place of your own. What do you say? Yamanaka Ino's eyes lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. I've wanted to live on my own for ages. My mother is absolutely insufferable. Why don't you just give me a place now, Rokuro? I heard you make a fortune at the hospital. You must be rolling in money. Kanda Rokuro was at a loss for words. Looking at Yamanaka Ino, he replied. If I give you a house right now, your father would come over and beat me senseless. Better to wait until you graduate. Yamanaka Ino's expression stiffened, then she sighed. Such a hassle. Looks like I'll have to wait until graduation then. Just don't forget, Rokuro. I've been looking after your wife this whole time. Kanda Rokuro waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I never break my word. You know that commercial street I built near the academy? It's enormous. I'm setting aside a dedicated section to build a massive residential area, and I'll arrange a full building there for each of you. Yamanaka Ino was pleased. Yulong was equally satisfied. The two of them giggled and chatted with Kanda Rokuro, asking about his daily work at the hospital. As for Hyuga Hinata, saying a single word in an entire day was already quite an achievement. When she didn't speak at all, that was perfectly normal. As for Hyuga Hinata, saying a single word in an entire day was already quite an achievement. When she didn't speak at all, that was perfectly normal. As for Hyuga Hinata, saying a single word in an entire day was already quite an achievement. When she didn't speak at all, that was perfectly normal. After chatting briefly with Yamanaka Ino, and Yulong, Shintian Lulang noticed the crowd growing thicker. He rose to his feet and said to the two girls, You two go find others to eat with. I'm taking Hinata to a private room. Yamanaka Ino shot Shintian Lulang a speechless glare. Hurry up and go, you pervert, she snapped. Shintian Lulang quickly pinched her cheek before darting off with Hyuga Hinata in tow. Enraged, Yamanaka Ino cursed loudly. Liulong, you filthy man. My father was right. You are indeed a total pervert. As he ran far away, Shintian Liulong's expression stiffened for a moment. Damn it. How does Yamanaka Ino's father even know about me? Has what I did at the hospital already spread all over Konoha? Bewildered, Shintian Lulang pulled Hyuga Hinata into the private room and took a seat. Turning to her flushed face, he asked, Hey Hinata, what did your father say about me? Hyuga Hinata hesitated, staring at Shintian Lulang. She wanted to say something, but dared not. Fine. Her attitude made everything clear enough. Her father certainly hadn't said anything favorable. It appeared his lecherous reputation had already spread throughout Konoha. It must have been the incident with Yunzi that day leaked by those patients. He grumbled to himself for a moment, then cleared his throat and took Hyuga Hinata's small hand in his. Hinata, what do you think of me? Hyuga Hinata lowered her head in silence, her cheeks flushing crimson. Perfect. No use asking further. Time to focus on eating instead. Once full, he would head to the Hokage building to collect missions and grind for experience points. As for Hyuga Hinata, she simply could not bring herself to refuse anyone. Securing her would be straightforward. He had already announced several times that she was his future wife and warned others not to bully her, effectively binding her to his side, so their relationship could develop gradually over time. What about Uzumaki Naruto? Go screw himself. Since he had already arrived in Konoha, there was no way Naruto was getting first dibs. Passing up such a wonderful wife would be an insult to all the predecessors who had golden fingers after transmigrating. 5 minutes elapsed before the grilled meat arrived in succession. Neither spoke as they began eating. Shintian Lulang simply wanted to finish quickly so he could rush off to his missions. Hyuga Hinata dining alone with Shintian Liulong felt quite awkward. She hoped to finish and leave soon so she would not have to spend more time alone with him. She kept the answer to Shintian Liulong's earlier question locked away, afraid of hurting his feelings. In her heart, she viewed Shintian Lulang merely as an older brother figure. Yet his consistent care made it difficult for her to refuse him outright. She reasoned that once Shintian Lulang left school, he would gradually forget about her. That way she would not need to turn him down. There would be no awkwardness, and she would not hurt his feelings either. It would be the perfect solution for everyone. While Hyuga Hinata drifted in thought, Shintian Lulang had already finished his meal. Glancing at her, picking delicately at her food, he said, Hinata, where are you headed after this? You do not have classes this afternoon, do you? Are you going home? Hyuga Hinata swallowed her bite and murmured, yes, I need to return home to train with my father. Shin Tian Lulang nodded. I have matters to attend to, so eat slowly. Do not hold back on account of me. Once you are finished, I will have Huatian come escort you home. Hyuga Hinata hastily shook her head. No need, no need. I will make my way back on my own. Shin Tian Lulang rose to his feet, his tone commanding. I am your man, which means you follow my orders. Eat more. I will have Huatian wait for you at the entrance. Hyuga Hinata sighed in resignation. She could only lower her head and silently acquiesce. Seeing her compliance, Shin Tian Lulang smiled. That is better. Finish your meal here. I have business to attend to. When I earn my jonin rank, I will go to your father and formally ask for your hand in marriage. Hyuga Hinata was so startled her chopsticks clattered from her hands. Proposal? That was far too fast. She could not help but look up, eager to refuse first. But when she looked up, Shin Tian Lulang was already gone. This only deepened her turmoil. In the end, she could only sigh. Glancing at the meat on the table, she had lost all appetite. Her heart was a tangled mess, and she had no idea how to refuse him. While Hyuga Hinata wrestled with her thoughts, Shin Tian Lulang had already dashed into the Hokage Tower. On the ground floor to the left in the side hall was the mission dispatch office. Standard D-rank missions could be taken freely there without restriction. C-rank missions, however, required registration, first followed by waiting for official assignment. Worse still, once registered, the mission could be snatched away by another team. B-rank and A-rank assignments were entirely different. Those were designated by the elders and the Hokage themselves. The mission hall. There were staff members specifically tasked with recording and distributing missions. Kanda Rokuro recognized the man behind the desk. He was Matsubara Kochi, someone he had greeted in the past. Kanda Rokuro walked to the desk, tapped on the surface, and looked at Matsubara Kochi with an air of arrogance. Kochi, let me see all the D-rank mission scrolls. I'm ready to start working. He made his demand with absolute confidence. Matsubara Kochi certainly knew Kanda Rokuro and was aware that the boy had just become a ninja that day. He didn't mind Rokuro taking missions, but he asked with some curiosity. Rokuro, weren't you treating your classmates to a meal to celebrate becoming a genin? Why have you suddenly rushed here? Your classmates probably haven't even finished eating. Kanda Rokuro snorted coldly. Since I am now a ninja, I must naturally serve Konoha as soon as possible. If I continue to play around with those brats, would I be worthy of the headband upon my brow? Wait, aren't you just a brat yourself? Matsubara Kochi muttered under his breath. Matsubara Kochi grumbled and handed a thick stack of documents to Kanda Rokuro. Suit yourself then. If you want to work, choose for yourself. Lord Hokage has already instructed me that you may take any D-rank missions you wish. Even if you don't complete them, you can just return the scrolls to me later. Kanda Rokuro took the thick stack of mission scrolls, glanced at Matsubara Kochi, and narrowed his eyes. Did the old man really say that? In that case, it shouldn't matter if I take them all. Matsubara Kochi smiled. What's the use of taking them all? You can't possibly finish them all at once. Most of these missions have time limits. Just pick a few simple ones to start with and leave the rest here to pick up tomorrow. Mission scrolls. To him, these were essentially experience scrolls. Once the mission scrolls were in Kanda Rokuro's hands, there was no possibility of him ever returning them. He immediately manifested 5 shadow clones, handed each of them a mission scroll, and commanded, one for each of you. Take these and complete the missions immediately. If you aren't done by nightfall, return here, and I'll arrange for more clones to assist. As the 5 shadow clones departed with the scrolls, Matsubara Kochi's face twitched. He couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Rokuro, you really know how to play. Using shadow clones for D-rank missions. Isn't this a bit too excessive? Kanda Rokuro spared Matsubara Kochi a brief glance, but didn't bother to reply. He sat down and began to recover his chakra. Once his chakra was fully restored, he summoned another 5 shadow clones, gave each a mission scroll, and sent them off to work. Then he repeated the cycle, recovering his chakra, manifesting more shadow clones, and continuing to assign missions. In just 1 hour, the massive stack of mission scrolls in Kanda Rokuro's hands had significantly dwindled. Matsubara Kochi watched this, his expression twitching, lost for words. Another half hour passed, and the stack of mission scrolls was completely distributed. Kanda Rokuro stretched his limbs and looked at Matsubara Kochi. Alright, it's done. If there are more D-rank missions tomorrow, just send them to the hospital to find me. He concluded his instructions with a nonchalant wave. Snapping back to his senses, Matsubara Kochi complained, Rokuro, your chakra recovery speed is far too fast. Even if I meditate, it takes 2 hours to recover, yet you're fully restored in 10 minutes. This is simply preposterous. Given Kanda Rokuro's Chunin level chakra capacity, it would normally take about an hour to recover through meditation. However, he had allocated experience points during his cultivation, which was the secret behind his extraordinary recovery speed. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth. He was content to let Matsubara Kochi and the others believe he was simply a peerless genius. Besides, compared to the boundless chakra of the Senju clan, his recovery speed was practically negligible. They could unleash massive ninjutsu incessantly without ever exhausting their reserves. As for him, a mere 3A rank ninjutsu would likely leave him completely drained. If the Senju clan's chakra capacity was rated at 100, his would likely be a mere 5. The disparity was that vast. Thus he never believed that fast recovery alone would allow him to dominate the ninja world. After a moment of thought, Kanda Rokuro looked at Matsubara Kochi and the surrounding ninjas who were watching him curiously. He curled his lip. Can you even compare to me? I am the acknowledged genius ninja of Konoha. How can a mere ordinary chunin like you hope to match me? He spoke with a dismissive smirk. Matsubara Kochi sighed and looked at Kanda Rokuro with a wry smile. You really have a way of irritating people, but I suppose it's the truth. Fine, I'll report this to Lord Hokage. As for how he chooses to arrange your missions, that's out of my hands. Kanda Rokuro was momentarily stunned and grumbled. You're going to notify the old man over such a trivial matter. Matsubara Kochi rolled his eyes. At the rate you're going, you'll clear out all the D-rank missions in the village. How are the other genin supposed to make a living? Of course I have to inform Lord Hokage. That made sense. The supply of D-rank missions could not be allowed to run dry. Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly and told Matsubara Kochi. Right, quickly remind the old man to accept more D-rank missions. Don't let my opportunity to contribute to Konoha be snuffed out. Ideally arrange about 50 missions a day for me. Matsubara Kochi's face twitched. 50 D-rank missions a day was an impossible demand. The total number of D-rank missions in Konoha typically averaged only about 300 per month. However, Matsubara Kochi didn't bother explaining this to Kanda Rokuro. He stood up and headed toward the Hokage's office. Seeing this, Kanda Rokuro shrugged and left the Hokage building. Hokage's office. Matsuhara Takachi came running to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing Matsuhara Takachi's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi was left speechless. He truly never expected Kanda Rokuro to be so utterly bored as to waste chakra and stamina on such trivial tasks. He had originally assumed that once Kanda Rokuro completed a few missions and accumulated enough for his Chunin exam eligibility, he would no longer accept D-rank assignments. To his astonishment, Kanda Rokuro was far more ruthless than anticipated. He had accepted 27 missions at once. Moreover, according to Matsuhara Takachi's report, Kanda Rokuro wished to continue aiming for 50 missions per day. The entire Hidden Leaf Village only had a limited number of D-rank missions available. There was no way they could possibly sustain Kanda Rokuro's goal of 50 daily. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. If he is willing to do them, let him. Take all the D-rank missions we have been reluctant to assign and give them to him. We will still collect the fees either way. I simply cannot believe he will persist. Matsuhara Takachi nodded, then hesitantly asked, Lord Hokage, should we still distribute missions to the other teams? Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. Send them on C-rank missions. All D-rank work goes to that brat Kanda Rokuro. Let us see how long he can maintain this. I refuse to believe he can sustain it indefinitely. Matsuhara Takachi smiled. You are absolutely right, Lord Hokage. He is merely experiencing a temporary burst of enthusiasm. Once these few days pass, I dare say he will lose interest and stop altogether. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a fierce drag from his pipe. Indeed. Tomorrow hand him the entire backlog of accumulated missions. I want to witness whether he can actually endure it. With the matter settled, Matsuhara Takachi bowed. Then Lord Hokage, I shall go and coordinate with the others now. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. Go. Keep me informed of his progress at all times. The moment he loses the will to continue, immediately reassign his tasks to others. Understood. Matsuhara Takachi acknowledged, then retreated. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and returned to his work. He simply could not believe it. No one could possibly complete D-rank missions endlessly throughout their career. In his entire lifetime as a ninja, he had never heard of such a thing. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Kanda Rokuro waited idly. Approximately 4 hours passed before he received a system notification helping Ida eliminate the rodents ruining his crops, granted 300 experience points. Upon receiving this message, his spirit instantly lifted. One D-rank mission yielded 300 experience points. If he completed 27 today, that meant 8100 points total. This was equivalent to the experience he would normally grind over 10 days. If he could maintain this pace daily, he would never lack for experience again. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. The hospital was ordinarily quiet. Ordinary patients had essentially all been treated and cleared by Kanda Rokuro over the past month. The nurses were equally idle, and naturally Kanda Rokuro was no exception. Furthermore, this was hardly a wartime period. The number of critically injured patients was minimal, hardly more than one surgical case per day or two. For minor injuries, patients would simply receive medication and depart. Seeking Kanda Rokuro's healing palm technique. That was far too costly. His fees started at 50,000 ryo per session. Patients with minor injuries who were not pressed for time could simply spend 1 or 2,000 ryo on medicine and recover naturally within 4 or 5 days of cultivation. There was absolutely no need to pay a fortune for Kanda Rokuro's intervention. With free time on his hands, Kanda Rokuro found an empty ward and lay down cheerfully, awaiting his shadow clones to complete their missions. As the first shadow clone finished its task, the others followed in succession. These were all menial labor, clearing weeds, harvesting fruit and grain, dispatching minor beasts, and similar drudgery. The experience rewards ranged from below 250 to under 400 points per mission. On average, each task yielded approximately 300 experience points. By around 7 in the evening, the final shadow clone completed its assignment. Checking the total yield, he had earned 8230 points. However, each shadow clone's dissolution caused Kanda Rokuro's stamina to drop. To restore his physical energy, he spent 400 experience points, leaving him with a net gain of 7830 points for the day. How exhilarating. Completing ninja missions was far more efficient for gaining experience than training tasks or random assignments. How satisfying. He would absolutely continue tomorrow. If that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi refused to provide him with missions, he would pester him daily. He required a minimum of 50 missions per day at the very least. Wait, no? 50 was far too few. 100 would be ideal. That would net him 20 to 30,000 experience points daily. Filled with ecstatic joy, Kanda Rokuro returned home to rest. As soon as dawn broke, he sprang from bed and hurried straight to the Hokage's office, where he found Matsuhara Takachi. Matsuhara Takachi, acting on the Hokage's orders, without hesitation gathered all the previously accumulated missions, the D-rank assignments that everyone had been reluctant to take. The total amounted to over 80 missions, which he mockingly handed over to Kanda Rokuro. Unfortunately for him, Matsuhara Takachi failed to notice Kanda Rokuro's boundless jubilation. The more missions there were, the more experience Kanda Rokuro would earn. Far from fearing an overload of tasks, he dreaded the opposite. 3 days later, at 9 in the morning inside the Hokage's office, Kanda Rokuro stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of utter disbelief. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a throbbing headache. He had originally intended to assign a plethora of mundane tasks to dampen Kanda Rokuro's enthusiasm until the boy grew weary. However, things had not gone as planned. Kanda Rokuro only grew more spirited with each task. The 80-odd missions assigned on the second day were cleared by him within a mere 48 hours. Yesterday left with no other choice. The Hokage managed to scrape together another 30 missions for Kanda Rokuro. To his astonishment, the boy completed them all in a single day. He had truly run out of D-rank missions. He searched yet found nothing. In the past, his grievances stemmed from the lack of ninjas willing to undertake D-rank missions. Never did he imagine that one day he would be troubled by the absolute absence of them. Meeting Kanda Rokuro's incredulous gaze once more, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a weary sigh. Rokuro, I admire your fervor for contributing to Konoha, but I truly have no missions left. Why don't you take a few days of rest? He finished speaking, his expression reflecting his exhaustion. Highly dissatisfied, Kanda Rokuro glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, are you slacking off? I've been working so diligently, yet you aren't taking your duties seriously. Aren't missions supposed to be sought out? You're just being lazy and don't want to find them. With someone as indolent as you, how can Konoha ever hope to flourish and grow? Old man, you need to put in more effort. Get out there and secure some missions for me immediately. Subjected to the boy's lecture, Sarutobi Hiruzen's headache intensified. He found it difficult to refuse Kanda Rokuro, especially since the village took a 20% cut of everything the boy earned. Taking a deep drag of his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said, fine. I will instruct my subordinates to lower the criteria and funding requirements for missions, allowing you to take on more. Does that satisfy you? He let out a puff of smoke, waiting for the boy's reaction. Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly. That's more like it. It should generate plenty of work. But old man, you still need to find other solutions. If ninjas have no missions, how will Konoha prosper? How will the genin train? Don't you agree? Sarutobi Hiruzen cursed inwardly. At his advanced age, he was being lectured by a mere brat. And the worst part was he couldn't even find a way to retort. It was utterly exasperating. After a moment of silent grumbling, he waved his hand dismissively. Enough. You can return to your work now. Patients could arrive at the hospital at any moment. Stop wasting your time here with me. He gestured toward the door, signaling the end of the conversation. Kanda Rokuro glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and let out a cold snort. Old man, if you don't provide me with D-rank missions, I'll start taking C-rank ones. Don't blame me when I leave the village. I'm working so hard for Konoha, you can't possibly deny me the chance to serve. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched. He simply could not fathom why Kanda Rokuro was so enthusiastic about such tedious D-rank missions. If he were asked to do them, he wouldn't even bother. The same went for other ninjas. Almost no one was willing to take them. Aside from the fresh graduates who needed to accumulate experience, these tasks were universally avoided. Watching Kanda Rokuro depart with an air of triumph, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of dejection. To be lectured by a child over such a matter made him feel like an utter failure. Consequently, he summoned Matsubara Kochi and ordered him to slash the required commission for D-rank missions from 100,000 to 50,000. This way, those who previously couldn't afford the price of a D-rank mission would come forward to post their requests. There would then be more than enough work to keep that brat Kanda Rokuro occupied. Even after making these arrangements, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. He dispatched messengers to the various clans within the village, urging them to post missions for medicinal herb collection and manual labor. Since they had to pay for such services anyway, it was better to channel them through the village as official tasks for Kanda Rokuro to handle. Only after completing these measures did Sarutobi Hiruzen finally feel a sense of relief. These two decrees were bound to generate a massive influx of missions. However, other ninjas were unlikely to take them. At a price of 50,000, a ninja would earn that amount for a whole day's work, only to give 10,000 back to the village. For them, it was simply a losing proposition. These missions were tailored specifically for Kanda Rokuro. Only a freak like him with seemingly infinite stamina and chakra could undertake them without suffering a loss. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders were implemented, the results were extraordinary. Hiring a ninja for a mere 50,000 was an incredibly cost-effective deal for the villagers. Consequently, within a single day, the number of new D-rank missions in Konoha skyrocketed to over 300 and continued to climb. Sarutobi Hiruzen was finally satisfied as he dumped the mountain of tasks onto Kanda Rokuro. He wanted to see just how long Kanda Rokuro could endure. The moment the boy decided he had enough, the Hokage would have every reason to summon him and deliver a proper lecture of his own. That brat had used this logic to school him. Now he would use that very same logic to pay him back in kind. For a full month, Kanda Roro dutifully completed missions, relishing every bit of experience he gained. His experience points increased at a rate of 10,000 per day. The only thing that unsettled him was that after disciplining Sarutobi Hizashi, the experience gained from subsequent missions dropped by a third. But still, he could understand it all too well. The missions he took afterward were clearly easier than before. Fewer experience points. Quite reasonable. However, the total number of missions in Konohagakure was inherently limited. There were only so many people there. He had grinded through half a month's worth of missions, nearly exhausting all available D-rank tasks in Konohagakure. With no one left to hire, the village itself could no longer accept new missions. This deeply dissatisfied Kanda Roro. One day he stood before Sarutobi Hizashi, glaring silently at him with clear displeasure. This time Sarutobi Hizashi had truly surrendered. Over 1,000 D-rank missions. Kanda Roro had genuinely completed them all. Kanda Roro's D-rank mission record now topped Konohagakure's all-time leaderboard in achievement, without precedent and likely never to be matched. The second-place contender lagged behind him by over 600 missions. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Kanda Roro with a bitter smile. Roro, old man, is thoroughly convinced. I yield, just stop giving me trouble. I simply have no more missions for you. Only 4 or 5 D-rank missions come in each day. How am I supposed to create more? Kanda Roro pursed his lips and huffed coldly. I don't care. Old man, you must give me missions. Surely you wouldn't stop me from contributing to Konohagakure, would you? Sarutobi Hizashi was speechless. He gazed upward at the ceiling and sighed. Very well, I concede. I'll assign you C-rank missions instead. Satisfied now? Kanda Roro showed a look of surprise. Old man, you said it yourself. C-rank missions usually require venturing far from Konohagakure. You wouldn't renege and forbid me from leaving, would you? Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand dismissively. No problem. I'll have Kurora accompany you on your missions. He's nearing retirement, so guiding you should pose no issue. To leave the village, Kanda Roro felt a surge of excitement. He knew well enough that grinding low-rank missions within Konohagakure was no longer viable, so he dropped his grievance with Sarutobi Hizashi entirely. Without hesitation he nodded and said, then I won't refuse. I'll head out tomorrow for a C-rank mission. Sarutobi Hizashi quickly interjected. Not yet. C-rank missions must be assigned by me personally. Although the Uchiha clan has stabilized, certain individuals may still target you. For your safety, your departures must be arranged by me. Kanda Roro narrowed his eyes. He was no longer the same person he had been a month ago. A month of relentless mission grinding had greatly amplified his strength. His primary attributes and high-level jutsu status read as follows: Host, Kanda Roro. Taijutsu level 4 with 8692 of 8000 experience needed. Ninjutsu level 4 with 3621 of 8000 experience needed. Jinjutsu level 1 with 200 of 1000 experience needed. His mastered taijutsu skills included kunai throwing and shuriken throwing, both at the max level. His combat style techniques, vicious technique and violent body flow ninjutsu, were both at level 3. Among his ninjutsu, chakra refinement, clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, earth release, shadow clone technique, and form shift illusion were all at various levels of mastery, along with creation rebirth. After accumulating 3600 experience points, he had raised his frequently used skills, including shadow clone technique, kunai, and shuriken throwing, and earth release, to their maximum levels. He had also upgraded his primary ninjutsu, earth release, form shift illusion, and creation rebirth, to level 4. Originally, he had hoped to raise violent body flow ninjutsu to level 4 as well. Unfortunately, he hadn't saved enough experience before all the missions were exhausted. But it didn't matter much. In just another 10 days or so, he would be able to elevate violent body flow ninjutsu to level 4. At that point, he would not be outmatched by Jonin in terms of raw power. His growing strength gave him immense confidence. His rising capabilities made Kanda Roro extraordinarily self-assured. He glanced at Sarutobi Hizashi and smirked. Old man, don't underestimate me. Unless it's a Uchiha elder or the clan leader, I won't fear any other Uchiha member. If you doubt me, test my strength yourself. Sarutobi Hizashi studied Kanda Roro for a moment. I have confidence in your strength, but I remain uneasy about your lack of experience. Ninja battles are not won through direct confrontation alone. Should an enemy lay a trap, you may find yourself unable to counter it. That was true. Schemes and deceit were far more terrifying than any open enemy. Kanda Roro nodded. Then, old man, have you managed to obtain my contract summon? If not, teach me the Flying Thunder God technique, so I can protect myself. Saratobi Hizashi's expression grew rather awkward. The embarrassed Saratobi Hiruzen cleared his throat twice and said, "How about you summon my ninja beast?" "Wait, it seems Tsunade has refused. Such a pity." Kamada Roro shook his head. "Never mind. My combat strength is adequate too. I don't need your summoned beast, old man. But could you tell me why she refused?" "Wait." Saratobi Hiruzen hesitated slightly. How could he possibly say that Tsunade detested little brats like him, and even cursed him to die young? Saying that would be far too inappropriate. Seeing Saratobi Hiruzen's obvious embarrassment, Kamada Roro pursed his lips. "It seems your disciple doesn't take to me at all. Could it be that my handsomeness makes her jealous?" Saratobi Hiruzen glanced at him and retorted, "Keep dreaming. She meant no such thing." "Humph. Never mind then." Kamada Roro shook his head, looking earnestly at Saratobi Hiruzen. "Old man, since she won't agree, you have to make it up to me at least. I only want to see the Flying Thunder God technique. If I can't master it, I won't hold it against you." The Flying Thunder God technique. Saratobi Hiruzen had no intention of passing it on casually. The power of this ninja technique had already been verified by the fourth Hokage. Kamada Roro's loyalty to Konoha appeared sound at present. However, there was no guarantee he wouldn't betray them. After a moment of silence, Saratobi Hiruzen looked at him solemnly and said, "You're smart enough. I'll cut to the chase. If you want to learn the Flying Thunder God, you must become my disciple." "Wait." Saratobi Hiruzen still didn't fully trust him. Kamada Roro sighed, shaking his head as he looked at Saratobi Hiruzen. "That won't work. I already have Kuroga as my master. It wouldn't be appropriate to take on another teacher. Don't you agree?" A faint smile appeared on Saratobi Hiruzen's face. His words had also served as a test for Kamada Roro. Had Kamada Roro agreed without hesitation, it would have shown that self-interest outweighed loyalty in his heart. Looking at it now, in Kamada Roro's heart, old bonds still mattered. He at least remembered who treated him well. However, Kamada Roro refused to become a disciple. The Flying Thunder God technique still couldn't be given to him. Saratobi Hiruzen looked at him and said, "Since you've made your choice, there's nothing more I can do." Kamada Roro regained his composure and glanced at Saratobi Hiruzen. "Then it has to be this way. I'll head back now. When you've arranged the mission, just hand it to my master." Saratobi Hiruzen nodded. "Fine, I'll notify him once arrangements are made. But what about the hospital? Will you stop going entirely, or plan to return later?" When at the hospital, Saratobi Hiruzen used to assign him a C-rank mission each day. However, experience points were not awarded every day. Rather, the more difficult the case he treated, the more experience he received. Experience values were allocated based on mission difficulty. His earlier scheme, having Saratobi Hiruzen pass off D-rank jutsu as S-rank missions to farm experience through cheating, had completely fallen apart. Over the past month, he'd been treating one patient every 2 or 3 days, earning only 300 to 500 experience points, which was barely more than completing 2 D-rank missions. So he had little interest in farming experience at the hospital anymore. Still, the medical texts at the hospital, he still wanted to continue studying them. During this time, he had maintained a shadow clone dedicated to researching medical texts, which allowed him to master 2 medical jutsu, the chakra scalpel, and the toxin extraction technique, a detoxification method that draws harmful bacteria and cells from the human body. Both medical jutsu were classified by the system as A-rank techniques, just like the creation rebirth. However, he currently lacked the experience to upgrade them. He simply set both skills aside, planning to upgrade their ranks once he accumulated sufficient experience. In order to learn more medical jutsu at the hospital, Kamada Roro said directly, "I will still attend, even when at home. I can learn a great deal of medical knowledge inside the hospital." Saratobi Hiruzen smiled. "Very well, then head to the hospital first. Tell Yumi and the others about your departure, so they can prepare in advance and avoid chaos while you're gone." Kamada Roro shrugged. "They do have it easier with me around, but they managed fine before I came. I doubt they'll be thrown into disarray without me." "No telling," Saratobi Hiruzen said with a helpless sigh, shaking his head. "Once people grow accustomed to laziness, getting them to take things seriously again isn't easy." That was a fair point. Kamada Roro agreed with Saratobi Hiruzen's assessment. He waved to him and said, "Then I'll go speak with them now." "Go ahead." Saratobi Hiruzen did not stop him watching as Kamada Roro left. Once Kamada Roro disappeared from his sensory range, Saratobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "Kakashi, do you think I was too harsh on him?" Kakashi's figure appeared. After a moment of silence, he replied, "From the Hokage's position, this was indeed the correct decision. The Flying Thunder God technique is not something to be passed on casually." Saratobi Hiruzen sighed. "I know. It's just that this way he may become even more disappointed in me." Kakashi remained silent. One cannot have everything. The Hokage has done nothing wrong. Saratobi Hiruzen rose and walked to the window, sighing. "I was not wrong, I am aware of that. But once a person's heart has grown cold, warming it again is far from easy. That girl Tsunade refusing to lend the summoning scroll has truly given me a difficult dilemma." Kakashi did not speak further. Such matters were beyond his authority to decide. He had failed to obtain both the Flying Thunder God technique and the slug summoning. This left Kanda Rokuro feeling quite dissatisfied with Saratobi Hiruzen. However, this slight was not enough to make him betray Konoha. Only by remaining in the village could he more easily acquire the things he truly desired. Some matters could not be rushed, they required a patient approach. Contemplating his plans, he walked into the Konoha hospital and found Yumi, who was currently engrossed in a book. Sister Yumi, I'm here. Entering Yumi's office, Kanda Rokuro found a spot to sit at his leisure and greeted her. Yumi didn't look up, continuing her reading. What is it? If you have nothing to do, go play by yourself. Kanda Rokuro remarked flatly. I'm leaving. Tomorrow I must depart the village for a mission. Yumi snapped to attention instantly. She set her book down and looked at Kanda Rokuro with a furrowed brow. Rokuro, you are so young. Why go on a mission outside the village? Wouldn't it be better to stay here at the hospital? It is so safe here. Kanda Rokuro chuckled, casually picking a grape from the table. After eating it, he said, I am a ninja, not a medical ninja. I told you long ago that I was only here for an internship, didn't I? He finished his thought, looking at her with a calm finality. Yumi grew agitated and stood up. What on earth is the Hokage thinking? A medical genius like you can only realize your full potential by staying in the hospital. I must speak with the Hokage and insist you remain here. Kanda Rokuro waved her off. This has nothing to do with the old man. It was my own decision to go on missions. My departure is already settled. You should start preparing yourself. Yumi fell silent for a moment before sighing. I knew you would leave eventually, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Can't you stay just a while longer? She looked at him with a glimmer of hope, though she already knew his answer. Kanda Rokuro rolled his eyes. If I stay any longer, I fear all of you will become useless. Ever since I arrived, haven't those fellows become less diligent? It's because my presence has made them complacent. They feel that as long as I am here, nothing can go wrong, and they've even stopped taking surgery seriously. Yumi was stunned. It suddenly dawned on her that what Kanda Rokuro said was entirely true. Recently, the doctors and nurses had lost their professional gravity during operations, even laughing and joking. They hardly acted like physicians dedicated to saving lives. At this thought, Yumi's expression turned grave. You're right. It seems we've become too dependent on you. If you want to go on missions, then go. We will handle our own duties. She took a deep breath, accepting the reality of the situation. Kanda Rokuro smiled. I'm glad you understand. It's not as if I'm leaving the hospital forever. If you encounter a particularly difficult case, you can send someone to find me. I will return to help treat the patient, that much I can promise. Yumi nodded. Then I thank you. Your abilities are indeed invaluable when dealing with patients in critical condition. I truly am loath to see you go. Ha ha ha. Kanda Rokuro laughed and stood up. I've told you what I needed to. You should explain this to the others. I worry they won't adjust their mindsets in time, and it would be bad if something went wrong during treatment. Wait. Seeing him about to leave, Yumi turned and retrieved a scroll from a locked cabinet. She handed it to him. Brother Rokuro, this is a ninjutsu scroll Lady Tsunade gave me when she left. I never had the talent to learn it, so I am giving it to you today. A ninjutsu from Tsunade. Could it be the strength of 100 technique? Or perhaps the Ein seal? Either one would be extraordinary. Excitement surged through Kanda Rokuro as he took the scroll and moved to open it, eager to see its contents. However, when he unrolled it, the surface was completely blank. Speechless, Kanda Rokuro looked at Yumi. Where is the ninjutsu? I don't see anything. Yumi gave him a sidelong glance. How could such an important secret be left out in the open? It is protected by a seal, of course. Don't you even know that much? That made sense. Something so vital kept in an office would be too dangerous without a seal. He coughed awkwardly. Then Sister Yumi, hurry and release the seal so I can have a look. Without hesitation, Yumi pressed her hand onto the blank scroll. Soon characters began to manifest upon the empty surface. Kanda Rokuro stared at the text, his excitement mounting as he read. It was the strength of 100 technique. It was a technique that allowed for regeneration even if one was dismembered in battle, provided there was sufficient chakra. This was far more enticing to Kanda Rokuro than even the slug summoning. And chakra was the one thing he possessed in abundance. With his experience points, his chakra was effectively limitless. The strength of 100 was his perfect immortality technique. The mere thought of it filled him with intense exhilaration. Kanda Rokuro looked at Yumi excitedly and said, Sister Yumi, you're so kind to me. Yumi put away the scroll and sighed. This was the jutsu Lady Tsunade hoped I would master before she departed. She said that in battle the medic ninja who survives longest must be the one standing last so that more lives can be saved. But alas, I lack the talent to learn this technique. Speaking of which, Yumi cast a glance at Kanda Rokuro, a hint of envy in her eyes, and said, You young brat actually possess quite the talent. Though you strive to conceal your true abilities, I can discern from your healing of others that your healing hands technique is no weaker than my own. The gap between us now is probably merely a matter of medical knowledge and surgical skill. Unbelievable. Yumi was quite perceptive. She actually managed to notice that I was concealing my strength. However, at most she could only figure out that my healing hands was at level 3. She would never imagine that my healing hands had already reached level 4, surpassing her own abilities. After pondering silently, Kanda Rokuro looked at Yumi and smiled awkwardly. Sister Yumi, please don't jest. How could my skills possibly exceed yours? I still have a long way to go. Yumi rolled her eyes, locked the scroll away first, then glanced at Kanda Rokuro and said, Keep up your act. I'm too lazy to pry into your affairs. But since you've learned Lady Tsunade's jutsu, remember to show her respect whenever you meet her in the future. Kanda Rokuro nodded repeatedly. Rest assured about that. From now on Lady Tsunade is like a half-master to me. I'll kowtow to her whenever I see her. That should be good enough, right? Yumi sat down and nodded. Lady Tsunade only recently created this jutsu, so it hasn't been around for very long. Be careful when cultivating it, and stop immediately if you encounter any problems. I understand. Kanda Rokuro said with a smile. I'll be careful. You don't need to worry, Sister Yumi. I'm quite afraid of death and would never put myself in danger. What an insolent brat. Yumi glared at Kanda Rokuro, waved her hand, and said, You can go now. I'll let the others know about your situation. If you want to tell them yourself, they'd just complain again. Those guys are too lazy. Kanda Rokuro smiled. Then I'm off. I'll come find you to chat next time I return. Get lost. Yumi retorted impatiently. Kanda Rokuro left Konoha Hospital with a grin. This time, although he hadn't obtained the Katsu summoning jutsu from Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had unexpectedly acquired Tsunade's 100 healings technique. For him, this was a major gain. In his heart, the Katsu jutsu was certainly not as important as the 100 healings technique. With a joyful mood, Kanda Rokuro returned to the underground base. His master Konoha had been staying at the underground base throughout Danzo's disappearance. Upon returning home, Kanda Rokuro went straight to Konoha to discuss matters. Master, the old man has approved me to go out on missions, but I need you to accompany me. Tomorrow morning, Master, please go to the old man. He'll assign us our tasks. With Konoha, there was no need for such formality. Upon seeing Konoha, Kanda Rokuro got straight to the point. Konoha leaned back in his lounge chair and sighed upon seeing Kanda Rokuro. Why are you running around causing trouble when there's nothing wrong? The village is so peaceful lately. I wish we never had to go on missions. Kanda Rokuro pursed his lips, sat down beside Konoha, and said, Master, you've been roaming the martial world too long, so you feel weary. But I'm like a fierce tiger just released from its cage. I need to fight properly. I refuse to stay cooped up in such a small place. Konoha sat up and sighed. Fine. I don't think the Hokage would assign you anything too dangerous. With me accompanying you, there shouldn't be much risk. I'll let you go out and see the world. Kanda Rokuro tugged at Konoha's arm and said, You're the best, Master. That old man is downright shameless, always claiming it's for my own good. I think he's just afraid I'll steal his position as Hokage after I earn merit. Konoha reached out and tapped Kanda Rokuro on the head. Don't talk nonsense. The Hokage isn't that kind of person. He must have his own reasons for doing things the way he does. Stop talking recklessly. Kanda Rokuro rubbed his head and curled his lip. Say what you want. I don't like him anyway. Lord Danzo is much better. In return for good work, he always gives proper rewards. Konoha could only sigh helplessly. He rose with a sigh and said, You're still young and don't understand certain things. Don't overthink them. Since you're going on a mission tomorrow, go prepare properly. Here's a list of items you'll need for traveling. I'll give it to you, so go buy everything on it. All right. Kanda Rokuro agreed cheerfully. Konoha didn't waste time either. He found a pen and wrote down a long list of items for Kanda Rokuro to purchase. However, Kanda Rokuro took a look. Most of the items were explosion tags and army rations. The quantities of other things to buy were only a small amount. The matter of purchasing supplies did not require Kanda Rokuro to venture out in person. He created 2 shadow clones, handed them money, and sent them to make the purchases while he settled into the training room to study the 100 healings technique he had just acquired, eager to master it as quickly as possible. At present, he still carried over 30,000 experience points. If the 100 healings technique was classified as an A-rank jutsu, he could rapidly advance it to level 3. In that case, his outings would be far safer. With Kanda Rokuro's level 4 medical ninjutsu, his control over chakra was already quite proficient, and the most essential requirement for mastering the 100 healings technique was precise chakra control. Half an hour later, Kanda Rokuro heard a system notification which filled him with great delight. 100 healings technique. Level 1, experience 01000000. Huh. Staring at that experience requirement, Kanda Rokuro's expression froze stiff, and he felt so despaired, he almost wanted to vomit blood. According to the doubling pattern of jutsu, leveling raising the 100 healings technique to level 5 would require a staggering 1.5 million experience points, a figure so terrifying that it nearly shook him to his core. With that much experience, he could max out his Yellow Springs Swamp medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel poison neutralization, 100 serpent technique, form mimicry, and violent flow technique all at once. If he leveled all those jutsu to their maximum, Kanda Rokuro felt confident he could go head-to-head with Hiruzen Sarutobi in direct combat. But investing in the 100 healings technique would only yield a single max-level skill. Beyond ensuring his survival, it offered negligible combat enhancement. How frustrating. It seemed this 100 healings technique must be an S-rank jutsu after all. He wondered whether future S-rank jutsu acquisitions would also demand 100,000 experience points as a starting threshold. If that were the case, to grow as powerful as Kagaya, he would need at least hundreds of millions of experience points. Just the thought of it was terrifying. He gazed at the 100 healings technique and sighed for a long, while only regaining his composure when his shadow clones returned from their shopping errands. He then retreated to his room, packed his belongings, and prepared to set out. The 100 healings technique. That could wait for another day. For now, he should focus on earning experience points and maxing out his violent flow technique first. The next morning, at the main gate of Konohagakure, Kanda Rokuro exchanged a few words with the two gate guards. He was rather dissatisfied with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Too lazy to seek out the old man again for mission assignments, he left that task to his master Kuro and waited at the village entrance himself. After chatting with the two chunin for a while, Kuro, wearing a black dog mask, arrived at the village gate. Seeing this, Kanda Rokuro stopped conversing with the guards and hurried over to Kuro asking, "Master, what's the situation? What kind of mission has the old man assigned us?" Kuro replied in a calm tone, "An escort mission. We are to meet the client in the town of Baton and protect a shipment heading to the capital of the Land of Fire. Bandits may roam along the way." Huh, an escort mission. That sounded rather time-consuming. Missions involving bandit suppression or rough brawls would be far more efficient use of his time. Unfortunately, the mission decisions were entirely up to Hiruzen Sarutobi. No matter how much he complained, nothing would change. Kanda Rokuro shook his head and grumbled, "This is such a hassle. Master, let's get moving early. Once we finish this, tell the old man we want missions involving assassinations and arson." Kuro helplessly shook his head. "You brat, you've never even killed a person before. Do you think you could handle missions like those right away? Starting with an escort mission is the appropriate path." Kanda Rokuro strode toward the village exit muttering, "I've watched more than enough people get gutted. What's so scary about killing? In my eyes, those people are already walking corpses." Kuro followed behind and said, "Enough complaining. We all started from gradual step-by-step missions. Lord Hokage is merely trying to help you accumulate mission experience." Kanda Rokuro walked while curling his lip in disbelief. "I don't believe he's that kind. I think he's deliberately assigning me these time-wasting missions to keep me from contributing to Konoha. He's afraid I'll complete too many missions and be nominated as the 5th Hokage, threatening his position." Kuro was at a loss for words and patted Kanda Rokuro's head. "What nonsense is going through that head of yours? Lord Hokage would absolutely never do something like that." Kanda Rokuro glanced up at Kuro and retorted, "I'm asking, Master, whose side are you really on? Danzo's or the old man's? Why do you always take the old man's side?" Kuro looked deeply into Kanda Rokuro's eyes and replied, "I side with no one. I am loyal only to Konoha village. Whatever benefits the village I will carry out, no matter who gives the order." Upon hearing this, Kanda Rokuro pursed his lips. "No wonder you fail to win favor on either side. I think you'd better pick a faction to support. At least then someone would value you, Master." Kuro bonked him on the head. "You insolent brat, who gave you the right to dictate my affairs? Stop dawdling and let's move. I'll give you something nice once we reach Baton Town." With that said, Kuro leaped into the air. Activating his violent movement technique, he surged forward. Kanda Rokuro followed suit, activating his own violent movement technique and racing after him. While traveling, both moved at a swift pace with no opportunity to converse. One followed the other in succession as they continuously pushed forward along the road. But on town, it should not be far from the Hidden Leaf Village. Although Kanda Rokuro's whereabouts remained unknown since Heiluo was making haste using the chakra-draining Furious technique, the distance could not possibly exceed 50 kilometers. In the end, just as Kanda Rokuro had anticipated, after sprinting over 30 kilometers, a town finally came into view. Heiluo halted to rest at the entrance of the settlement. Kanda Rokuro fell into step beside Heiluo, calmly surveying Badon Town, before remarking with some sentiment, "This place doesn't appear as prosperous as the Hidden Leaf Village." Heiluo patted Kanda Rokuro on the shoulder. "How could a mere small town compare to the Hidden Leaf Village? This is your first time out, isn't it? I'll give you a chance to explore around. I'll go see the quest giver, Mr. Minino, first. Let's reunite here in 2 hours." Upon seeing Heiluo about to depart, Kanda Rokuro quickly grabbed him and pleaded, "Master, didn't you mention you had something to give me? We've already reached Badon Town. Hurry up and hand it over." Heiluo glanced at Kanda Rokuro and withdrew a scroll from his chest, handing it over. "This isn't a gift from me. It's compensation from the Hokage. He said since you didn't receive what you wanted, take this as recompense." Hiruzen Sarutobi gave this. Could the old man fear I'll grow resentful and betray the Hidden Leaf Village? If so, whatever he provides won't be trivial. Kanda Rokuro pondered briefly before accepting the scroll and unrolling it. He examined its contents carefully. Water release, water severing wave. This seemed to be a water release jutsu developed by the second Hokage himself. In the original story, the revived second Hokage had used this very technique to slice through the mighty Shinju, firmly establishing it among the most powerful single-target water release techniques. After studying the jutsu, Kanda Rokuro curled his lip in disdain. An A-rank technique, and they thought it could buy his loyalty. How naive. To truly earn his obedience, they'd need to offer at least an S rank or higher, a technique worthy of his attention. Nevertheless, since it was free, he might as well learn it someday. After recording the jutsu, he tucked the scroll away, and it spontaneously disintegrated into ashes. Kanda Rokuro glanced at the scattered ashes, then addressed Heiluo. "Master, I'll go explore the town. If anything urgent arises, send up a signal flare." Heiluo responded with visible exasperation. "Kanda Rokuro, what mischief are you plotting now? Didn't I tell you to gather here in 2 hours? Don't tell me you're planning to run off and play again and miss our rendezvous." Kanda Rokuro had exactly that in mind. But some thoughts were better left unspoken. He offered an awkward smile and replied, "Well, I was simply worried I might lose track of time." Hey Luo struck the back of Kanda Rokuro's head. You wretched brat. You haven't forgotten already, have you? Kanda Rokuro rubbed his scalp and retorted, could you speak normally instead of hitting me? Hey Luo snorted coldly. If words alone were sufficient, would I need to resort to force? Be back in 2 hours, or I'm done bringing you on missions altogether. Without Hey Luo's guidance, Kanda Rokuro could never leave the Hidden Leaf Village. The threat struck precisely where it hurt most, forcing him to sigh in resignation. Very well, I promise to arrive early and won't waste any time. Upon hearing Kanda Rokuro's response, Hey Luo nodded and turned to depart. I'm leaving. See you in 2 hours. Watching Hey Luo walk far into the distance, Kanda Rokuro scanned his surroundings and headed toward what appeared to be the busiest street. There was the liveliest area. He intended to thoroughly explore the towns of this shinobi world. Stepping into the commercial district, Kanda Rokuro felt profoundly disappointed. Every item on display here was already available in the Hidden Leaf Village. His wish to purchase local specialties had been thoroughly dashed. In his past life, he had been a top sales professional at a company. What storms had he not weathered? Compared to modern society, these towns were little more than crumbling ruins. After wandering for a while, boredom consumed him entirely. He casually purchased some snacks and simply returned to the gathering point, finding a spot to sit and eat. Near the Hidden Leaf Village, children wearing the village headbands commanded a certain reverence. No one dared provoke them. Kanda Rokuro sat at the street corner for an hour. Some passed by with curious glances, yet no one dared approach him, let alone cause trouble. Exactly 2 hours later, Hey Luo returned punctually at the street corner. Seeing Kanda Rokuro sitting there as expected, he was highly satisfied. He signaled for Kanda Rokuro to follow as they proceeded into town to meet their employer, preparing to set out for the Fire Country's capital. On the way to meet the employer, Kanda Roro took a glance at the mask on Black Luo's face and curled his lip. Master, what do you actually look like? Why do you keep wearing that mask? Won't the employer mistake you for someone else? Black Luo didn't even turn his head. Why do you care so much? You can recognize me at a glance, can't you? Why couldn't others? My mask can only be removed when I'm dead. TCH. Kanda Roro couldn't help but retort, acting so mysterious. Have you been disfigured or something? Black Luo glanced back at Kanda Roro and continued walking. Ninjas need not concern themselves with their appearance. Besides, wearing a mask makes it easier to protect one's family and friends. Black Luo's meaning was clear to Kanda Roro. If others did not know Black Luo's face, then those who held grudges against him would find it harder to track him down and threaten his relatives and friends. Kanda Roro understood, but he was not afraid of threats. He replied dismissively, Master, don't you trust my strength? What harm could come from letting me see your face? I'm not afraid of revenge either. Black Luo still did not turn around. His voice was calm. Your fearlessness is your own matter, but I dislike trouble. Stop asking about this. Just focus on your own duties. Kanda Roro was at a loss. I've taken you as my master, yet I still don't even know what you look like. Isn't that inappropriate? Black Luo said nothing and continued forward. Sigh. Kanda Roro shook his head in resignation and stopped asking. The two walked on one behind the other until they reached the entrance of an armory in town. Outside the armory stood 3 carriages wrapped thickly in black cloth, presumably loaded with weapons. No wonder they had hired guards for protection. These 3 wagons of weapons could equip 1,000 soldiers. It was only natural that bandits would take an interest. While Kanda Roro was inspecting the carriages, a middle-aged man hurried over and bowed respectfully to Black Luo. Lord Black Luo, are we ready to depart? Black Luo nodded and pointed at Kanda Roro. This is my disciple. He is in charge of the protection mission. I am only here to ensure his safety. Do you understand? The middle-aged man nodded eagerly. He had posted a C-rank mission and was already more than satisfied to have recruited the renowned Black Luo of Konoha. As long as Black Luo did not personally intervene, he did not care. He did not believe it. If anything were to happen to Black Luo's disciple, Black Luo would not stand idle. The middle-aged man smiled warmly and bowed to Kanda Roro. You must be the Konoha prodigy, Kanda Roro. I am Money no Sidran. I entrust this journey to your care. Kanda Roro glanced at Money no Sidran and gave a slight nod. Rest assured, if any problems arise, I will handle them. Money no Sidran did not truly believe him. However, with Black Luo accompanying them, he felt at ease and nodded with a smile. Everyone was assembled. It was time to depart. Money no Sidran was also in a hurry. He wanted to deliver the cargo to the royal city as soon as possible. With a word to the group, the carriages rolled out of the city gates. Kanda Roro and Black Luo rode atop the carriages. They had no intention of walking slowly, which would have been dreadfully boring. They were accustomed to moving at speed. Once outside the city, the surroundings grew quiet. The carriages trundled along the sparsely traveled road at a leisurely pace. Watching the transport workers chatting and laughing, Kanda Roro asked Black Luo beside him, Master, they seem unconcerned about our journey. Black Luo shot Kanda Roro a glance. You are mistaken. They are not unaware of danger. They are simply accustomed to it. You still think you are within the safety of Konoha, where strolling at night poses no threat. Out here, danger lurks at every turn. If they kept their faces tense every day, they would suffer mental breakdowns. Black Luo's words struck a chord. Kanda Roro recalled the experiences of his original body before the age of 4. Indeed, this was not a peaceful world. Chaos was the eternal norm here. No wonder Konoha was so alluring. It was simply too safe. His mindset needed to shift, or he would surely find himself in trouble. After pondering for a moment, Kanda Aroro lay down. Then I'll rest as well. Wake me if anything happens. Black Luo looked utterly speechless. Are you the one on this mission, or am I? A guard duty requires constant vigilance, and yet you go to sleep. Kanda Aroro grinned. Isn't it what you yourself said, Master? That one must learn to relax. I think you are right. Life should be lived with ease. Black Luo sighed, and shook his head. Rascal, you only listen to words that benefit yourself. Kanda Aroro chuckled, and said nothing more. He simply lay upon the carriage gazing idly at the sky resting. It had been a long time since he had felt so at ease since coming to the Naruto world. Usually he was too busy, either cultivating or completing missions or studying. Now at last he could do nothing but lie down and rest. The Land of Fire. Lush vegetation and abundant resources. With control over the Land of Fire, one could sustain more ninjas. This is precisely why Konoha village remains the most powerful in the ninja world. Training ninjas is no simple task spoken lightly. Everything requires funds to sustain. Without proper nourishment, it is nearly impossible for a malnourished person to become a ninja. A ninja's chakra capacity must align with their physical constitution. Those with weak bodies cannot become ninjas at all. Therefore, raising capable ninjas demands sufficient food and clothing, not scarcity. Such provisions require enormous financial support. However, the Land of Fire's rich resources do not mean the entire nation prospers equally. Only the nobility grew wealthy, common folk continued to struggle. Otherwise, why would they accept escort missions? It was because along the roads many desperate people turned to banditry to survive. Kaneda Rokuro traveled with the carriage convoy toward the Fire Daimyo's capital. The towns along the way appeared reasonably prosperous, so he stopped to buy some local delicacies. From Baton Town to the Fire capital required 3 days by carriage. After 2 days of travel, Kaneda Rokuro and his companions had passed through 3 settlements. That evening, while the group rested in the wilderness, Murano-sei approached Kurura and Kaneda Rokuro with some provisions and said, "My lords, tomorrow morning we will pass Moon River Slope. Bandits numbering 100 or 200 have established themselves there. We hope your esteemed presence will deter them, allowing us to cross safely and swiftly." Kuroira remained silent, seemingly indifferent. Kaneda Rokuro glanced at his senior and asked Murano-sei, "Did you come to Konoha for missions merely to avoid those bandits?" Murano-sei nodded. "We send goods to the capital 3 times a year, always hiring Konoha ninja for protection. The bandits fear Konoha's reputation and generally do not attack." "Is that so?" Kaneda Rokuro's eyes narrowed. His mission experience was tied to difficulty. If the bandits fled without a fight, he would gain little experience. For the sake of experience points, he had to escalate matters. Standing up, he looked at Murano-sei and asked, "Do you know where the bandits are stationed?" Murano-sei paused, then nodded. "Yes, my lord. They hide in Kazayama on the left side of Moon River Slope. My lord, do you intend to confront them?" "Indeed." Kaneda Rokuro spoke with solemn gravity. "How dare these lowly bandits cause trouble within Konoha's jurisdiction? They clearly do not know the meaning of death. Since I have encountered them, I shall send them to meet their ancestors in the underworld." Murano-sei was speechless. Kurura coughed and admonished, "Rokuro, this is an escort mission, not a pacification campaign. Acting beyond your scope will displease the Hokage." "Humph." Kaneda Rokuro smirked at Kurura. That cunning old man certainly did not intend to eradicate the bandits. He collects payments year after year. I will not let his schemes prevail. Those bandits will die by my kunai today. This is my first C-rank mission, I will not let it pass without distinction." Kurura sighed inwardly. The boy's claim about thwarting the Hokage's plans was absurd. His true motive was likely nothing more than showing off. After a moment's hesitation, Kurura tapped Kaneda Rokuro on the head. "Stop causing trouble for the Hokage. Do your duty properly and refrain from such reckless talk." Kaneda Rokuro rubbed his aching head and snorted before beginning to form hand seals. Upon the ground, a mound of soil quickly rose upward. Within moments, the soil transformed into a massive earthen bird. Upon completing its form, the clay creature seemed to awaken, flapping its wings and ascending into the sky. And Kaneda Rokuro, performing a lightweight step technique, he leaped gracefully onto the soaring clay bird. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Kurura finally emerged from his astonishment and called out to the airborne Kaneda Rokuro, "Brat, has your shape transformation technique already reached such a level?" "Precisely." Perched upon the earthen bird, Kaneda Rokuro looked down proudly. "Master, I am not one who stagnates for months. You will soon witness my prowess. I shall now eliminate those bandits. You may rest here." With that, he controlled the clay bird and flew toward the distance. Kurura hurriedly addressed Murano-sei, "Mr. Murano, I will go ahead to scout. Please wait for our return." Murano-sei watched in bewilderment as both Kaneda Rokuro and Kurura vanished within a minute. After a long pause, he gradually regained his composure. He glanced at the provisions in his hand, his expression slightly unusual. He had never expected the young Kaneda Rokuro to possess such remarkable ninja abilities. Murmuring to himself, Murano-sei felt genuinely pleased. If the bandits were eradicated, future journeys along this route would require no ninja escorts. Another sum saved. As for why they had not previously funded a bandit suppression operation, because eradicating bandits constituted a B-rank mission with a starting price exceeding 1 million Rio. Meanwhile, hiring ninja for mere escort duties cost only 300,000. With limited liquidity, a B-rank mission was entirely beyond his means. In the darkness, Kanda Rokuro rode the Earth Bird Jutsu and soared forward. He had no idea where the bandits were exactly, but it hardly mattered. High above, he casually conjured 4 or 5 sparrows and sent them flying ahead to scout out the enemy's position. After soaring forward for a certain distance, the released sparrows returned to his side. With them came the precise location of the bandits. The group of bandits was perched on the mountainside, not far ahead. Experience. I'm coming. Having confirmed the target, Kanda Rokuro grew excited and accelerated toward the bandit camp. A distance of 3 or 4 kilometers. At flying speed, it took only 2 or 3 minutes. Following the scouting sparrows, he arrived over the bandit gathering site. Night had just fallen. The bandits were clearly still awake. The flames on the mountainside burned brightly and faint voices could be heard among them. As a ninja, assassination was only natural. He surveyed the stronghold, located a dark area, and silently descended to infiltrate the camp. Experience points. He wondered how much experience he would gain from wiping out these mountain bandits. Eliminating a Chunin yielded roughly 400 experience points. These bandits at the very least should grant 20 points each. With around 200 people in the stronghold, he could expect at least 4,000 experience points. Full of excitement, Kanda Rokuro split into 2 shadow clones and began his operation. With his current strength, carrying out silent assassinations was absolutely no problem. The shadow clones were no different. The 3 of them coordinated their movements. When they encountered the bandits on guard duty, they struck from behind, piercing straight through the heart and killing them instantly, leaving not even a moment to whimper. 3 months of medical training. His understanding of the human body made killing enemies as easy as slaughtering chicks. He knew precisely which parts of the human body when struck would cause instant death without any chance of resistance, and wouldn't even allow the victim time to react. With nothing more than a single kunai, the 3 of them worked in tandem, eliminating bandits one after another, including those already resting inside their cabins. 20 minutes later, they had reached the central area of the stronghold. The chieftain's residence naturally had stricter defenses. At the entrance of the main hall, 7 or 8 men sat chatting, likely the night watch. This time, eliminating them without causing any commotion was practically impossible. You 2 deal with the rest inside the stronghold. Leave the rest to me. Since stealth was no longer an option, brute force would have to suffice. However, to prevent the others from fleeing and denying him experience points, he sent his 2 shadow clones to hunt down the remaining bandits while he stepped out of the shadows and made his way toward the main hall. The stronghold's main hall. It was nothing more than a relatively large wooden structure. Over 30 smaller wooden cabins stood on both sides and in front of the main building. When Kanda Rokuro had arrived earlier, he had already wiped out the bandits in the 7 or 8 cabins on the left, roughly 60 men in total. Estimating that the remaining cabins held about 100 bandits, his 2 shadow clones should be able to handle them. All he needed to do now was eliminate the bandit leader to complete the mission. Kanda Rokuro stepped out of the shadows. The few bandits at the entrance of the wooden hall spotted him. They saw a child. One of the bandits said in astonishment, "When did a kid show up around here?" One foolish bandit did not mean the others were equally stupid. Another bandit caught sight of the ninja headband bearing Konohagakure's symbol on Kanda Rokuro's parents and immediately jumped up in alarm, shouting, "Everyone stay alert. A ninja from Konohagakure has arrived. Don't let his youthful appearance fool you." Upon hearing this, the other bandits immediately grew serious. Any ninja, no matter how young, could not be taken lightly. This was something every bandit knew well. But, no matter how cautious they were, it was all useless. Kanda Rokuro pushed off the ground with a single step and appeared before them in an instant. His kunai flashed across the throats of 3 bandits, slicing them open as they clutched their necks and collapsed. 4 bandits remained, just as they attempted to defend themselves. Kanda Rokuro threw 4 kunai, each striking one of them in the chest or between the brows. 10 seconds. 7 bandits eliminated. Unfortunately, the commotion had been somewhat loud. The people inside the wooden hall must have heard it by now and would likely appear shortly. However, since he had already been discovered, continuing to fight alone like a fool would be absurd. He was a ninja. To ignore his jutsu would be an utter waste. Kanda Rokuro formed hand seals, and 2 mounds of earth surged from the ground, transforming into 2 enormous mud tigers. Under his command, they charged straight into the wooden hall. With Kanda Rokuro's current chakra reserves, the power of those 2 mud tigers was comparable to that of a chunin. Dealing with mere bandits and mountain robbers was no trouble at all. So he left the mud tigers stationed at the entrance, listening to the panicked screams and blood-curdling cries emanating from within the wooden hall.